when a lethargic otaku finds himself transported to the perilous Marvel Universe, equipped with a game character system. Should he resign himself to fate or defy destiny? Huang Ming awakens to a shocking revelation. He has traversed into the Marvel Universe, becoming a high school boy residing in New York. Before he can fully comprehend the grim reality of having inherited a property that may require him to repay a hefty debt, a thunderous roar erupts from outside the invasion of Chitauri forces, igniting a battle in New York. In this life-and-death moment, Huang Ming inadvertently activates the character template fusion system, merging his being with that of a warrior from a game, endowing him with extraordinary physical abilities and combat skills. However, to his dismay, the system unlocks only basic abilities, while higher-level skills remain firmly locked, along with a rather considerate installment payment plan. Is it too late to run away now? Gazing at the multitude of extraterrestrial troops filling the sky, Huang Ming is at a loss for words. Yet upon witnessing the attacks on innocent civilians, this once passive individual clenches his fists. From the Battle of New York to Thanos' snap, how will Huang Ming, an unintentional player, navigate between superheroes and villains with his rudimentary system? What sparks will ignite when game character abilities collide with Marvel's advanced technology? Chapter 1. The Innocence Shattered. If someone were to offer Huang Ming a button that could rewind time by 24 hours, he would undoubtedly kneel, embrace their legs, and roll about in desperation, adopting every possible posture of a sycophant. He would return to the moment he declined his friend's invitation to a nightclub, striking himself across the face. Was the phone unentertaining, or were the games unengaging? Was sleep the only option? Alas, the truth is that he has traversed realms. Indeed, there's no melodramatic car crash, no losing his way in the Qinling Mountains, nor a spilled drink on his laptop due to overwork leading to a fatal heart attack. Instead, he simply rolled over in his sleep and awoke to find himself in an entirely different world. This accursed visage, brimming with collagen, smooth and refined, devoid of the acne that typically marred his late-night endeavors. His hair, thick and lustrous, tempts him to strut into a barbershop and proudly request a thinning. Most importantly, his once abysmal vision, which could hardly distinguish between man and beast at 10 meters, has now transformed to an astonishing level of 5.2. Just look at the alluring, long-legged beauties on the street. Had these merely been superficial changes, with his body rejuvenated and surging with youthful vigor, Huang Ming might have reconciled with the notion of either having crossed into another realm or truly awakening from a dream. However, just as his excitement began to swell, his eyes caught sight of the browser page displayed on the computer, prompting him to leap from the bed in disbelief. By heavens! By heavens! By heavens! By heavens! After vigorously rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, Huang Ming paced the room like a husband anxiously awaiting the birth of his child outside a delivery room. His expression was a tumult of emotions, with his brows nearly knitted into a single line. What was displayed on the screen? It revealed a colossal robot attack had recently occurred in Mexico, and prior to that, there was mention of a mysterious hammer. Beneath the hammer was a video link showing an elderly gentleman wearing sunglasses attempting to pull the hammer with his pickup truck, resulting in the truck bed being torn open. The sight of this kindly old man made Huang Ming's scalp tingle this time. He truly found himself in a predicament. Have I somehow traversed in the Marvel Universe while merely taking a nap? With disbelief etched across his face, he slowly settled onto his bed, the soft texture of the mattress inexplicably providing him with a sense of comfort. Fortunately, I am unencumbered. Oh, wait. Does this mean I no longer need to repay my Huabei and Jibei debts? Huang Ming, who had previously been somewhat dejected, suddenly lifted his head in delight at this thought. He hastily searched for his phone, which was conveniently still in its familiar spot, skillfully navigating the entirely English interface of a certain online marketplace. He logged in only to discover that repayment was still required. Surprised? Astonished? The funds from the Ma family are not so easily neglected. Wow, I distinctly owe 10,000. Why is the entire limit now available? Is this a fee for time travel? Huang Ming was left utterly astounded, for the displayed limit was 100,000. Though he was unsure whether it was in US dollars or Chinese yuan. Regardless, within this brief moment, he had gained an understanding of his current situation, or rather, his memories, alone and devoid of possessions. He was merely a unique spark amidst the mundane, his account balance inciting a sense of frustration reminiscent of a despondent fish. However, it was comforting to know he had an inheritance to claim, albeit modest, sufficient to see him through high school. Indeed, he was not a 20-something old relic, but a youthful teenager, fresh-faced and vibrant. At least I become younger, I need not worry about finances before graduation, and I even have a decent place to stay. Given the circumstances, Huang Ming resolved to embrace a spirit akin to that of a Q, patiently awaiting graduation, saving money, and hoping to return to his homeland as an immigrant, particularly since he was still identified as an Asian in the United States. More importantly, he resided in New York, a city rife with danger should a calamity occur. Escape would be futile. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion reverberated, followed by a violent tremor and piercing screams of sheer terror. Faintly, the sound of tires screeching against the pavement could be heard. Goodness! Huang Ming dashed to the window, drawing back the curtains. Initially blinded by the sudden light, he squinted and exclaimed, "By heavens, there truly is a hole." As he had just awakened in his room, he initially believed it to be evening. However, upon drawing aside the curtains, he was astonished to witness several large fish soaring outside. Countless tiny black dots cascaded from them, and Huang Ming's mind became engulfed in confusion, conjuring images from the first Avengers film. His gaze, devoid of focus, fixated on the golden-hued figure amidst the buildings, which was incessantly executing tactical evasive maneuvers. Whoosh! Boom! A blue beam of light hurtled from a distance, striking the very spot where Huang Ming stood. The immense force and searing heat of the explosion tore at his body like a ferocious beast, violently invading every inch of his being. The pain was not unbearable instead. Huang Ming's thoughts revolve around the question, can I return? Is it possible to take this body back with me? Suddenly, a monotonous mechanical voice resonated within his mind. Energy detection complete. Complies with absorption standards, commencing absorption. Absorption complete. Initiating system operation. Assessing host status. Severe injuries detected, commencing fusion. Role template retrieval in progress. Warning. Warning. Host's physical attributes are insufficient, initiating fundamental fusion. Talent locking in progress. High-level skills locking in progress. Fusion complete. Execute awakening protocol, followed by termination. Virum. It exploded. A blue light curtain unfurled as Huang Ming, clutching his head, rolled on the ground in disarray. Oblivious to his current state of undress, he could not help but notice his streamlined muscles, perfectly sculpted and indicative of immense strength. What was that just now? My golden finger? Goodness! Feeling a refreshing coolness on the surface of his skin, Huang Ming instinctively reached out, hastily covering his vital areas while scanning the chaotic, charred scene for anything to shield his modesty. His gaze landed on a pair of flamboyant pink underwear emblazoned with the words "Kiss Me." What taste! That previous fellow is utterly uncool, he muttered, donning the garment while finally acknowledging the transformation of his physique. With this physique, how many people would be envious on social media? Basking in the narcissism of his neatly defined 8-pack abs, Huang Ming reveled in the moment. Yet, he soon grasped the nature of his recent experience. The reason his borrowing limit had been completely replenished was due to this system. The role template fusion system, offering a discount, intelligent payments, and the realization of his dreams of conquering realms. Man, you deserve this. With this, I should be able to survive. Right? Although the power surging within him and the memories of low-level combat skills ignited a desire to challenge a Chiron warrior immediately, he recalled how even Captain America struggled against formidable foes, let alone someone of his half-hearted caliber. It would be wiser to retreat. What a blunder had I known. I would have created a mage character instead. The system had fused him with a character from a game he previously played, coincidentally selecting the warrior archetype. With a sense of regret, Huang Ming departed from his residence. He naturally ensured to take along essential documents, jesting that even those who profit from demolition and reconstruction can become affluent, let alone his outstanding debts. He then assessed his surroundings and prepared to seek a discreet refuge, aiming to survive until the final circle in the game. Chapter 2. A daring pair of pink pants. New York, the world's foremost metropolis, renowned as the financial capital, also bears the moniker of the crossroads of the globe. What does this signify? It is a harbinger of calamity, revealing not only the shadowy facets concealed behind its glittering fade, but also serving as a prime target for extraterrestrial assaults, a site of numerous world-class, even interstellar conflicts. Consequently, the denizens of New York have cultivated resilient hearts, accustomed to street shootings that a mere office worker could manage. After all, I have survived encounters with Pacific monsters. Yet, those were words of a bygone era. The present New York has descended into utter chaos, a cacophony of frantic individuals fleeing, their screams and wails echoing incessantly, interspersed with bouts of maniacal laughter. The relentless turmoil assaulted Huang Ming's senses as he hastily lowered his head and ran, feeling as though a drum was incessantly pounding within him, each beat resonating against his temples, his heart racing perilously close to his throat. Damn it! Had I known I would be so thirsty, I would have brought a bottle of water. Huang Ming maneuvered through the crowd toward safety, observing the police officers dutifully following their captain's orders to establish a defensive position away from the fiercest combat at 39th Street. Just hold on for another half hour, he encouraged himself, calculating the duration until the ordeal would conclude, referencing the plot of a movie he had seen. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. He had watched a censored version of The Avengers, in a state of extreme tension. An untrained individual counting down the seconds could easily miscalculate a minute as a minute and a half. Just as Huang Ming was lost in his mental arithmetic, a voice pierced through his consciousness. No, please don't. Help. Is anyone there? Help. No. It was unmistakably a girl's voice, laced with desperate urgency. If only his hearing were a touch sharper, he might have discerned the sound of fabric tearing. Huang Ming took a step forward, but hesitated, retreating. This was none of his concern. After all, there were police present. His survival was paramount. He chastised himself with a sharp slap. That bastard, I will tear him apart. Ultimately, he could not suppress the stirrings of his conscience. Grabbing his steel pipe, he cautiously advanced toward the source of the cries. It was not far, just a matter of dozens of meters. Turning a corner, he beheld an imposing Indian man pinning a white girl to the ground, his lips moving against hers, one hand restraining her struggle while the other ruthlessly tore at her skirt. No, the girl's scream was filled with despair. In her predicament, it was akin to facing death. Huang Ming quickened his pace, drawing closer, the sound of his footsteps catching the attention of the Indian man, who reluctantly paused to glance back. Seizing the opportunity, the girl fought fiercely to break free, crying out for help. Damn that Indian! What terrible timing! Damn that little brat! How dare he ruin my plans? The two Asian men, upon their first encounter, each silently roared in anger. Initially, the Indian man contemplated that if he were to encounter a Caucasian, it would be prudent to flee. To his astonishment, however, he found himself faced with a fair-skinned Asian youth, a stroke of divine fortune indeed. Licking his lips, he anticipated a day of unbridled indulgence. Yet, as they drew within mere paces of each other, a thunderous roar erupted from the alley. The warrior unleashed his signature move, a charge. Startled, the Indian man suddenly found his vision obscured. In that instant, he realized that the youth had miraculously appeared before him, and before he could react, Huang Ming executed his second combat technique, a lethal strike. The steel pipe whistled through the air and struck the Indian man's head with tremendous force, sending him crashing into the alley wall. Goodness, do I possess such strength? He mused, maintaining a facade of calm. After all, it was rather deserved. With an impassive expression, he discarded the steel pipe and coolly instructed the girl, "Let us go." Without waiting for a response, he turned and fled the scene. After all, who wouldn't he run if they had just delivered such a decisive blow? Upon emerging, what had once been a calm street had devolved into chaos. The National Guard had arrived, replacing the police in establishing a defensive position, engaging in fierce combat with the Kirita people. Several squads were also evacuating civilians who had not managed to escape, and Huang Ming, clad in his flamboyant pink trousers, inadvertently attracted the attention of a search team. "Hey, you, the boy in the pink trousers, come here." The tense atmosphere lightened with the appearance of such vibrant attire, and the team members, suppressing laughter, waved for the bewildered Huang Ming to approach. Once he reached them, One of the soldiers instructed, "Stay close to us, keep your head down, and protect it. Do not shield your trousers, understood?" "Huh? Oh, okay," Huang Ming stammered, momentarily dazed. He had expected military personnel to be there to apprehend him. Yet, it was merely his own overreaction. After all, he had not a drop of blood on him from the earlier encounter. As he obediently moved ahead, the soldier behind could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha, kid, you didn't just come from a fashion show, did you? Ha ha ha. Thank you for bringing me some joy amidst this chaos." Huang Ming's face flushed crimson, and without considering the direction, he sprinted away, prompting the soldiers to shout after him. He rounded several corners, realizing he had now entered the heart of the danger zone. Two freshly landed Kirita warriors spotted the flamboyant youth, one tearing off his mask and bellowing, raising his energy weapon to fire. In a swift motion, a circular shield whizzed through the air, followed by a blue figure who deftly dispatched the two Kirita soldiers. As the figure turned to Huang Ming, they spoke. "Are you all right? By the way, nice trousers." "Thank you. Quickly find somewhere to hide, child. Damn it. I should never have worn these cursed trousers." As Captain America turned away, the awkward expression on his face and his hasty departure struck a nerve with Huang Ming's sense of shame. Infuriated, he yanked at his trousers as if to tear them apart, but then halted his actions. Damn it. I'd rather not make the headlines for running naked in New York like during the battle. Chapter 3. Achieving the kill, however. Compared to the embarrassment of running naked during the New York battle, Huang Ming now faced another predicament. He was lost in the midst of the chaos. He had magnificently lost his way. This was no longer amusing. A wave of despair washed over him, especially with towering skyscrapers flanking him, many of which had Kirita soldiers perched upon them, some descending onto the streets. From his recent experience, he surmised that one was manageable, but two would be a different story altogether. Thus, he reached for a drifting cardboard box and clumsily placed it over his head, silently chanting, "You can't see me. You can't see me," as he groped his way out of the scene through a small hole made by his fingers. Unfortunately, there are those whose desire for anonymity is thwarted by their undeniable prowess. Wherever they go, chaos ensues. Such individuals are often referred to as possessing the Conan physique or the heroic aura. Boom! Roar! The Green Giant's thunderous form collided through the buildings. Anything that came into contact with him was sent flying. There was no consideration for who or what lay ahead. He was a veritable bulldozer on the battlefield. Had the King of Destruction possessed such formidable strength in his prime, he would have dispatched the army of shattered islands with ease, charging in and out without a moment's respite. This commotion caught the attention of numerous Kirita soldiers, who immediately began to fire upon him. As Huang Ming slowly traversed the street, he suddenly felt a powerful shockwave from behind, accompanied by several furious roars. Just as he began to feel relieved that a hate absorber had arrived to divert attention from him, he noticed something ominous. What is that intense wind? Boom! Doubting his fate, Huang Ming was once again sent flying by a stray bullet, a perfectly aimed energy blast striking him right in the backside. He plunged into a nearby shopping mall, feeling a sudden warmth followed by a rush of cool air, his heart plummeting. Oh no, I'm still exposed. However, moments later, the sensation of fabric enveloped him, providing a sigh of relief as he thought it was merely a curtain. To his surprise, he found himself in a clothing store, adjacent to a Nike outlet. It was as if he had stumbled into a treasure trove. Without hesitation, Huang Ming swiftly changed clothes and dashed through the mall's back exit. Return the way he came? Not a chance. Given how easily he was being targeted, it was far wiser to locate the main forces. As he flung open the back door, he was met with the sight of the beloved National Guard. Huang Ming nearly wept with joy. It had not been easy, but he had finally found his comrades, his kin. The soldier, bellowing at him to lower his head and protect himself, appeared fierce yet exuded a palpable concern. In a hurry, he followed the soldier's directions and ducked into a building that was being defended by the guards. Yet, had he glanced up as he entered, he would have thought twice about stepping inside, for the structure was adorned with grand marble columns, exuding an air of elegance and antiquity. Most importantly, the captain, a symbol of American spirit, will soon arrive here to perform a heroic rescue. This indicates that the Chiritan forces will continue to occupy this area. Having found a moment of safety, Huang Ming let out a sigh of relief and sought a place to sit down, ready to replenish his strength with the food from his backpack. His gaze happened upon a striking blonde woman, whose face seemed somewhat familiar. Yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. Perhaps it was a fragment of memories from his previous life. But he paid it no mind and continued to eat. Suddenly, a subdued sob broke through the crowd, barely audible yet clear in the now quiet surroundings. Soon, a wave of sorrow and fear spread among the people. Young and old alike began to weep silently. "Are we going to die here?" A little girl asked the adult beside her, her voice sweet yet trembling. A dusty woman, her forehead bleeding, crouched down and kissed the girl's forehead. "My dear, I swear I will never leave your side." Bang! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Return fire! Open fire! The chaos erupted, with bullets and explosions ringing out. The tightly shut doors were blasted open, inciting a chorus of screams. Some nearby were struck by flying debris, collapsing into unconsciousness, uncertain of their fate. Huang Ming was truly incensed now. Damn it, wherever I go, they follow. Is this never-ending? Even a cornered rabbit will bite. And I am no less than a newly minted warrior. He picked up a steel rebar, straightened it, and swung it a few times, finding it quite manageable. He crept closer, and fortuitously, there was only one Chiritan soldier bursting in. In a cloud of dust, the enemy did not fire, but slowly approached, their eyes gleaming with a cruel and terrifying light. Simultaneously, they shouted into their communicator, evidently calling for reinforcements. The purpose of their arrival remained a mystery, but it was clear they were not here for a friendly chat over coffee. "Son thief, turn around!" came a loud shout, causing the Chiritan to turn defensively. Still not firing, Huang Ming seized the opportunity to sweep the energy gun from their grasp with the rebar, a perfect chance. With a decisive strike, he propelled the rebar from below, hitting the Chiritan soldier's chin. Unrelenting, Huang Ming continued his assault, executing a technique. He gripped the rebar with both hands and brought it crashing down, shattering the enemy's helmet. However, the immense force also bent his weapon beyond recognition. Astonished yet undeterred, Huang Ming did not grant his opponent a moment's respite. He lunged forward, tackling the soldier to the ground, and unleashed a flurry of punches. Unbeknownst to him, tendrils of crimson energy swirled around his fists. The rapidity of the events left the onlookers in shock, their mouths covered, hearts lodged in their throats. Watching Huang Ming's every move, some gritted their teeth with each strike he delivered. "Go, go, go. Come on, mate. Finish that son of a..." Bang, bang, bang. He could not ascertain how many times he struck, but the resistance beneath him began to wane. Gradually, he sensed that his adversary had ceased to move. When he finally paused, gasping for breath, the Chiritan soldier pin beneath him was left utterly unrecognizable. The differentiation between eyes, nose, and mouth became utterly confounding. Huang Ming's fists were stained with dark crimson blood, and he was uncertain whether he had sustained any injuries himself. Nevertheless, the armor of the fallen adversary lay in disarray, marred and battered beyond recognition. Yet amidst the chaos, there was a silver lining. Huang Ming seized the short dagger from his opponent's belt, crafted from an unknown alloy. It felt remarkably comfortable in his grip. Could this be considered as acquiring valuable gear? A mechanical voice resonated, announcing the unlocking of a skill, execution, before fading into silence. Huang Ming, quick-witted, fervently summoned the system within his mind, but alas, apart from the earlier announcement, there was no further response. It appeared that this alert program had indeed been eradicated. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted, prompting the onlookers to glance upward, only to discover several Kirita soldiers breaching the premises. Upon witnessing the gruesome remains of their comrade, they roared in fury, readying their weapons. The women among the crowd instinctively covered their heads, eyes shut tight, and screamed in terror. Chapter 4. The Comforter of the New York Battlefield 1, 2, 3. I am destined to rise. Before chaos fully erupted, Huang Ming quietly concealed himself beside the staircase, counting the Kirita soldiers as they entered. Following the fierce confrontation he had just endured, he felt an insatiable urge welling within him, compelling him to engage in battle. After all, he reasoned, Continuing to flee might not guarantee his survival until Iron Man arrived with the nuclear bomb. It was far more exhilarating to fight and unlock additional combat techniques. Yet, despite his resolute thoughts, a slight tremor coursed through his voice and body, whether from fear or excitement he could not discern. What was undeniable, however, was the pleasure he derived from this sensation, his eyes gleaming with an untamed fervor, akin to a husky that had just escaped its cage, reveling in the absence of its owner. The interior of the building was structured as a circular hall, encircled by a balcony on the second floor. A young black man, unable to withstand the pressure, shouted as he pushed through the crowd, intent on making his escape. His strategy was cunning. He intentionally toppled a few elderly and weak individuals, inciting chaos to use the crowd as a shield. "Oh, dear God, Mother!" he cried, but to the Kirita soldiers, the young man's ploy was merely a jest. The soldier in the center, wielding an energy weapon, did not bother to aim, setting the power to maximum and unleashing a blast as thick as a man's arm. The force vaporized both the young man and several others beside him, silencing their screams before they could escape their lips. The surrounding crowd stood frozen in shock, mouths agape yet utterly voiceless. Moments later, 3 Kirita soldiers exchanged guttural roars, and as if in unison. The 2 at the rear stepped back while the one in the center retrieved a bomb, roughly the size of a smartphone, activating it with a beep. This thought flashed through Huang Ming's mind with startling clarity. Just then, a familiar figure burst into the scene, heralded by the iconic shield of the Star-Spangled Avenger. "Captain America is here." Huang Ming recognized the woman accompanying him, and he grasped the situation. Meanwhile, the battle raged on above, with Captain America deftly evading a punch and subsequently disarming his opponent of the bomb. However, he was suddenly seized from behind by a soldier of the Chitauri, who wrapped his arms around him. The remaining soldier, who had just grasped the situation, immediately aimed his gun at Captain America. Yet, to his astonishment, a blade suddenly emerged from his chest, a familiar sight, his own standard-issue military knife. Before he could comprehend what was happening, he was swiftly dispatched by Huang Ming, who drew his knife and executed a precise strike. A notification echoed in Huang Ming's mind. Unlocking combat skill. Pursuit of victory, sweeping attack. A flash of light illuminated his eyes as he felt a surge of power coursing through him with the unlocking of this skill. Captain America, not to be outdone, leapt into the air, performing a somersault that brought the Chitauri soldier crashing down onto the floor. With a swift motion, he drove his elbows down to break free from his constraints, the sound of an energy gun firing ringing out. Just as he prepared to raise his shield to absorb the impact, Huang Ming, propelled by the momentum of his earlier kill, charged in and knocked the energy gun aside. Using the force of the collision, he completed a swift turn and delivered a horizontal slash. The skill Pursuit of Victory could only be activated after eliminating an enemy. The fury of the warrior propelled him into a seamless series of attacks. As long as foes were plentiful, he could strike relentlessly for days on end without faltering. Suddenly, the bomb on the ground, which had gone unnoticed by the 2, began to beep urgently. Captain America quickly shouted to the people below, "Everyone retreat. Spread out." He then picked up his shield, pulling the slightly exhausted Huang Ming along as he jumped back. Boom! The immense shockwave from the explosion sent them crashing to the ground below, damaging the roofs of parked cars. It was only after landing that Captain America released Huang Ming's hand, the pain coursing through his body momentarily, stealing his breath away. Nevertheless, he turned to check on Huang Ming. "Hey kid, are you all right? It hurts, but I can manage. How about you?" Huang Ming replied, clutching his waist, but gesturing that he was still holding up. Captain America, regaining his composure, rubbed his ribs while catching his breath. I could endure this for a day." He then removed his helmet, taking deep breaths. At that moment, the National Guard arrived to help manage the crowd. Huang Ming looked at the golden-haired man and inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. Perhaps that was his charm. While he contemplated this, he did not forget about the equipment on the 2 Chitauri soldiers he had dispatched. Although their guns were likely destroyed, their knives were undeniably effective. After all, what kind of warrior doesn't he dual wield? As Captain America recovered, he introduced himself. "I'm Steve, and you are." Breathing steadily, Steve finally recognized Huang Ming. Realizing he was the boy in the pink pants he had encountered earlier, his expression shifted to one of amusement. Huang Ming rolled his eyes. Please, for the sake of our earlier encounter, forget about those pants. Oh, young man, you'll need to plead with several of us for that, Pink Pants Prince. Suddenly, a cheeky voice emanated from Steve's communicator, carrying an air of natural superiority. Steve's face broke into a wry smile, conveying an apology. After all, encountering someone clad in flamboyant pink on the battlefield was indeed a rarity. Huang Ming's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he strode away, feeling utterly humiliated. The entire Avengers Alliance was now aware of his embarrassing appearance in flamboyant pink shorts, parading around the battlefield in New York. It was likely that even the SHIELD mothership had caught wind of it. Director Fury, typically serious, couldn't help but smirk, remarking, "Pink isn't so bad. It's quite invigorating." This comment sent the entire command center into fits of laughter, alleviating the psychological strain brought on by the battle in New York. The Avengers required motivation, but they also needed a means to relieve their stress, and Huang Ming had inadvertently filled that role, almost as if serving as a comforter. Captain America found Fury's remark amusing, but quickly composed himself, realizing Huang Ming was no longer by his side. He looked around, puzzled, but saw no sign of him. Just as he contemplated searching further, he was met with another wave of relentless Chitauri soldiers. "Damn it, after all my hard work fighting alongside you. I never expected you to be this kind of person," he grumbled, discontented as he rummaged through the fallen bodies. However, he found solace in the gear, discovering a perfectly intact Chitauri helmet. This should be a blue-grade piece of equipment, he mused, stowing the helmet in his backpack while wielding two Chitauri swords. Huang Ming continued his search for any isolated or gravely injured Chitauri soldiers. He opted not to wear the helmet, recalling the image of the group collapsing in unison after the last explosion, deciding it was best to don it only after the nuclear device was deployed. Suddenly, a flurry of missile fire erupted overhead. Huang Ming quickly sought cover, witnessing Iron Man, a stalwart of Marvel, leisurely strolling with a group of Chitauri. The two sides exchanging fireworks in a seemingly cordial manner. A powerful energy blast struck Iron Man, sending him crashing down. The Chitauri on their flying vehicles cheered and rushed forward, eager to finish the job. Yet Tony Stark, undeterred, leveraged the impressive capabilities of his Mark 7 suit. Despite sustaining a hit, he retaliated with his repulsor rays, obliterating one of the flying vehicles. However, the commotion attracted more Chitauri to the scene. Chapter 5. Shielding Iron Man from shot, it truly felt like emerging from a tiger's den only to stumble into a wolf's lair. Nevertheless, Huang Ming preferred not to dwell on unlocking combat skills. He aimed to leave a favorable impression on the affluent individual before him. He was confident that his future would be considerably brighter unless, of course, the purple sweet potato creature appeared. Resolute in his decision, he swiftly drew his twin blades. Why twin blades? The recent skirmish had unlocked more than just combat techniques. It had granted him mastery across all disciplines, allowing him to instantaneously switch to a berserker specialization. God had gifted him with two hands, and wielding dual weapons was the most romantic endeavor for a man. After all, good fortune often comes in pairs, such as kidneys or cherished companions. As the two sides continued to exchange fire passionately, several Chitauri soldiers, taking advantage of their comrades' cover, advanced to within 3 meters of Iron Man, poised for a close-quarters engagement. Huang Ming seized the opportunity, identifying a gap, and charged forth. The ground shattered beneath him with a thunderous crash, the fierce sound of air being sliced through resonating in his ears. His previous 2 charges had taken place in confined spaces, so he hadn't fully grasped the sensation, but now, the wind howling past him and the sharp blades of air truly intoxicated him. Within 2 heartbeats, he surged behind a Kirita's soldier, placing a foot upon his spine. Crack! With a single kick, the soldier crumpled to the ground. Like a ferocious wolf, he immediately lunged at an adjacent enemy. Iron Man, witnessing Huang Ming's sudden eruption of energy, shouted, "Well done, you little pants-wearing warrior. You are the most remarkable I have ever seen." With a whoop, he unleashed a barrage of firepower from his palm cannon and shoulder-mounted missiles, providing a wave of suppressive fire or perhaps a carpet bombing. A decisive strike followed by relentless pursuit, swiftly dispatching two foes. A fiery rage enveloped Huang Ming. The exhilarating combat made him feel that the flames within him had not diminished with release, but rather blazed even brighter. With a mighty roar, rage filling his eyes, he confronted the enemy's gun barrel, defiantly swinging his blade and charging into battle. "Whoa, calm down, Little Red Riding Hood." Bang, bang, bang. Iron Man watched as Huang Ming charged wildly and immediately provided him with energy support. From a perspective of the Kirita soldiers, Huang Ming resembled the massive green behemoth that had recently pummeled them between skyscrapers, impervious to the energy strikes landing upon him. He crashed into the ranks of the Kirita soldiers like a tempest of red fire. With sweeping attacks, he cleaved through, frenziedly slashing, annihilating. Is. Scan that fellow's condition. Iron Man intended to approach, but reconsidered, noting Huang Ming's state was akin to that of a wild beast. 5 or 6 Kirita soldiers fell before him, as if they were mere vegetables being chopped, the last one brutally cleaved into 4 pieces. "I think I'll avoid ketchup with my fries for the next week. Sir, this gentleman in the colorful trousers is experiencing a very rapid heartbeat, and his body temperature is exceedingly high, resembling a human torch. Should I offer him a glass of water? Or perhaps an ice cream? Hey kid, how are you? Need any help? I'm Tony Stark." Tony lifted his visor, extending his hand toward the motionless Huang Ming, while his palm cannon charged with energy, prepared for any sudden attack from Huang Ming. After all, Hulk had a penchant for such antics, regardless of whether this young man was red or not. Mental instability does not discriminate between the normal and the extraordinary. "I am not. I am an absolute Stilhärtet man." Huang Ming spun around, growling, his anger flaring. He certainly exuded a certain presence, but to Tony, this fellow was undoubtedly a one, and a rather popular one at that. With a soft thud, Huang Ming's tattered shirt fell away, revealing a well-proportioned physique, prompting Tony to whistle softly. Not bad. Yet, internally, he silently labeled Huang Ming as a well-built, undeniably popular one. Upon noticing Tony's amused gaze, Huang Ming realized that this misunderstanding would not be resolved anytime soon. "Let us wait until after this great battle," allowing Tony to introduce me to a few models to demonstrate my worth to him. However, I wonder if Huang Ming has considered that this might lead Tony to perceive him as bisexual. After a considerable effort, Huang Ming managed to suppress the anger that had surged within him. He was eager to comprehend the nature of the character template system he possessed, yet it was evident that this was not the opportune moment. "Are you not going to assist?" Huang Ming observed Tony gazing at him with curiosity. "Before that, I believe I ought to inquire about your next course of action." Tony gestured towards a knife in Huang Ming's hand. "You possess great skill, but this matter should not fall to you. You ought to seek an apple pie from your mother instead." Though his tone remained frivolous, the sentiment warmed Huang Ming's heart. Truly, he was the pillar of Marvel. "Indeed, Mr. Stark, I intend to find some clothing before seeking my apple pie and thoroughly enjoying this rare, cinematic experience." Huang Ming sheathed the knife, his mind notifying him of newly unlocked combat techniques, Giant Strike and Fury Strike. Regrettably, he had yet to find Shield. He felt a twinge of disappointment. For although the 3 specializations had been activated, the defensive specialization had not provided any notifications of unlocked combat techniques. Thus, he surmised that a proper shield, rather than a mere manhole cover, was necessary for activation. However, given the intensity of the New York battle, there was no immediate need for the defensive specialization. Seeing that Huang Ming was no longer in peril, Tony promptly closed his visor. He raised 2 fingers to his forehead in a gesture of farewell before soaring into the air once more to engage the enemy. As the New York battle raged on, even the mightiest of Avengers, such as Thor and Hawkeye, were nearing exhaustion. Tony's suit's energy reserves were also dwindling. Yet, the Chitauri continued to descend from the sky in increasing numbers. The astute Black Widow, observing the beam of light emanating from Stark Tower, turned to Captain America and said, "I have a vehicle that can reach that location. Are you capable of going alone?" Captain America replied, half jokingly, "That vehicle of yours seems rather retro and thrilling." Black Widow tilted her head with a smirk. I do enjoy a bit of excitement. With a powerful leap, she utilized Captain America's shield to springboard and seize a flying vehicle. At that moment, Tony was engaged in a high-speed chase through the skyscrapers, accompanied by a group of Chitauri soldiers. As the saying goes, in the chaos of a game, one is either the hunter or the hunted. To the Chitauri soldiers, it was clear that Tony belonged to the latter category. With a sharp crack, Huang Ming had just dispatched another Chitauri soldier sent tumbling by the Hulk and was looking up with envy at Tony soaring through the sky. Flying must be exhilarating. Suddenly, before Huang Ming could finish his thought, he witnessed Tony being struck repeatedly by energy blasts, crashing into a nearby building and shattering the glass on the opposite side. Impact detected, external armor damaged by 50, multiple soft tissue contusions within. Ah, I was aware of that even before you mentioned it, Tony replied with difficulty to J.A.R.V. Ice, gradually descending to the ground to catch his breath. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S.S. warning echoed. Warning, warning, sir. There is a high-energy reaction 50 meters to your left rear. Please take evasive action. Enemies are rapidly approaching from above. Tony looked up and was startled to see a Chitauri soldier leaping from a flying vehicle, hurtling directly towards him. An energy projectile had already been fired from that direction. Whoosh! Bang! Just as Tony braced himself to endure the impact, he realized he felt no pain. Puzzled, he suddenly heard the sound of a body hitting the ground nearby. And when he turned to look, disbelief washed over him as he shouted, No, child, why? You will be fine, I promise. I guarantee it. It was Huang Ming who had shielded him from that energy blast, now lying on the ground, blood pooling beneath him. His pale lips trembling as if trying to utter something. In a panic, Tony urgently commanded Jarvis, Quick, contact the nearest medical team. No. Give me the location of the closest hospital. Chapter 6. S.H.I.E.L.D. Auxiliary personnel in the command center of the Sky Carrier. Hill was the first to notice an unauthorized aircraft taking off from the deck and immediately reported to Fury. Director, there's a plane taking off on the deck. Fury's blood boiled at the news, darkening his already grim visage. Damn it. Have the council members lost their minds? Is New York a place for nuclear bombs? He feared that if he continued in his position any longer, he might well suffer a stroke. Without hesitation, he grabbed a rocket launcher and ascended to the deck, firing a capitalistic iron fist at the aircraft's engine. Just then, Hill's voice crackled through the headset again. Director, there's another one. Fury, aside from mentally cursing the council, quickly attempted to contact Stark. Meanwhile, Hill continued, Director, that boy in pink pants took a bullet for Stark. The situation is critical. Stark is currently transporting him to the nearest aid point, but from the data feedback, his vital signs are weak. Fury was left utterly speechless. Everything had spiraled out of control. But wait, a boy in pink pants is insignificant compared to all of New York. Stark? Stock? Do you hear me? This is Fury. First, put the boy down and send me your coordinates. The medical team is ready and will reach you in no more than 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Is your medical team riding on ox carts? I doubt this boy can hold on for 2 minutes. Give me the coordinates for the medical team. Tony gazed at Huang Ming's ashen face, bewildered as to why he had rushed in to help. They had known each other for less than 5 minutes, and he wished he could ask Huang Ming if he were foolish. Unfortunately, Huang Ming had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet if he were awake, he would undoubtedly tell Tony, I truly am foolish. I didn't TC that energy cannon. Damn it. Wait until I'm fully enraged before striking me. Sadly, he could only endure the agonizing pain tearing through his body, unable to voice his suffering, though he could hear the sounds of the outside world and feel himself flying. The wind rushing past his ears. Listen, Stark, a nuclear bomb is already en route to New York and will detonate in 3 minutes. Think about it. A single life versus New York. What will you choose? Upon hearing this, Tony immediately slowed his pace and perched atop a building. After a moment of silence, he crouched down and addressed Huang Ming. Boy, though I am uncertain as to why you chose to save me, perhaps you believed I was in dire need of your assistance. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. He then sent a coordinate to the spacecraft. Jarvis, Divert all energy to the thrusters. Sir, doing so may jeopardize your return. Proceed with it. At that moment, only Captain America and Thor remained in combat. Hawkeye was out of ammunition, and Hulk was suppressed by overwhelming firepower. Black Widow was preparing to close the door. Hey, I can shut that door. After dispatching an opponent with a shield, Captain America swiftly commanded, "Close it." No, wait. A young boy is about to come through. Tony urgently interjected, then propelled himself with all his might, forcibly altering the trajectory of the nuclear missile. He sent it towards the portal and witnessed it detonate right before his eyes. Close your eyes, boy. I'm beginning to comprehend why you rushed to assist me. Boom! A resonating hum suddenly erupted from the heads of all Chitauri soldiers, causing their bodies to convulse and collapse, devoid of life. Ultimately, a massive whale ship flipped onto its back, landing atop a building. Captain America surveyed the fallen foes around him in the sky, where the rift was visibly shrinking. He did it. Keep going, Tony. You can do this. Just as the portal was on the verge of closing, Tony, like a watermelon seed, gently ejected from the sky, tumbled out of the portal. Oh my! All lingering concerns evaporated in an instant, and the command center erupted in cheers, having triumphed over the extraterrestrials and dealt them a resounding blow. They also saved New York, a feat that could be boasted about for a lifetime. Meanwhile, Huang Ming, who had just been transported to the S.H.I.L.D. hospital in New York, was placed on the operating table by the doctors. Several bones are fractured, and then nothing. Wasn't he supposed to be on the brink of death? Are you jesting with me? Very well. Let us conduct a thorough examination with all the instruments. This poses the greatest challenge of my career. Despite his body being healthier than others, why were his vital signs so faint? Sir, the boy who saved Stark appears to be in a precarious state, a doctor reported, indicating that his vitality was alarmingly diminished, with his heartbeat nearly absent. Fury had barely relaxed his tension when Hill presented him with this report. Sigh. Let the doctors exert every effort to save him. Fury felt powerless. He was the king of agents, not the king of doctors. Coulson still required his attention. Shortly after the hospital report, the nurse monitoring Huang Ming's condition suddenly observed a rapid rise in his temperature, coupled with a swift emaciation of his cheeks. In no time, he transformed from a robust young man into a gaunt figure. The doctors now felt a sense of relief. They were concerned about a lack of change, which would hinder their assessment. Upon examining the situation, they reached a conclusion. Huang Ming's bodily energy and fat were rapidly combusting, indicating that his metabolism had surged. In other words, Huang Ming was famished. It is now clear the situation is to be directly transferred. Subsequently, several doses of nutrient solution will be administered to alleviate the condition, followed by the continuous infusion of high-quality nutrients to counteract Huang Ming's significant bodily consumption. After all, Fury stated that this time, Tony Stark would foot the bill. Meanwhile, Huang Ming remains oblivious to the changes in his own body, as his character template fusion system has been reactivated. At last, he is able to comprehensively view the character panel. Character: Huang Ming race, human bloodline. Unlocked: profession, warrior, fusion progress, 20 energy, rage talents. Unlocked attributes: strength 53, agility 40, endurance 52, intelligence 30, spirit 41, specialization, weapons, fury, defense, not activated, unlock combat skills, death strike, momentum slash, charge, kick, fist strike, execution, pursuit, sweeping attack, berserk slash, giant strike, rage strike. This feels like a hodgepodge, with rage and bloodline talents intertwined. After scrutinizing it twice, Huang Ming calculated his attribute growth according to his understanding and deemed it to be within normal standards. Perhaps greater changes will occur as the fusion progress accelerates. With a score of 20, he eagerly anticipates reaching 100. Sir, we have received news from the hospital. Hill's voice resounded once more, causing Fury's hand to tremble slightly. He silently reminded himself to stay composed, for he is the director. He then turned back. What is the situation? Speak. I am prepared. Noticing Fury's expression, which seemed braced for bad news, Hill hesitated momentarily before stating, the doctors have managed to stabilize the situation. The boy's vital signs are gradually returning to normal levels, with the exception of his body temperature, which remains elevated. Ah, that is good to hear. Establish a file for this boy and archive all his information. Remember, I require everything. Based on his performance today, I wish to consider him for our auxiliary personnel. Fury exhaled in relief, as he had made a commitment to Tony. He immediately instructed his team to gather Huang Ming's data. A capable young boy like him must not be overlooked or left untrained. Chapter 7. Stark Industries beneficiary post-war New York requires a cleanup, and such extensive devastation cannot possibly be managed by a private company alone. Moreover, with the involvement of extraterrestrial technology, careful oversight is imperative. After all, we are releasing firearms, not alien weaponry, are we not? The decisions made by influential figures often stem from a broader perspective. However, every decision inevitably impacts the interests of certain individuals. Yet, when viewed through the lens of the larger picture, the outcomes remain acceptable, and compensation will ultimately be offered. Thus, Tony remains unconcerned with these matters. In his view, as long as he provides the funding and someone else contributes the labor, everything can be resolved seamlessly. If accusations of embezzlement arise, I beg your pardon, but the president is my partner, and the system utilized by the company is managed by my intelligent assistant. Thus, for the past half-month, Tony has been preoccupied with only one concern: whether Huang Ming has awakened. Each day, apart from crafting armor, I either visit the hospital to check on the still unconscious Huang Ming or tend to other matters. Listen, if you doctors prove unreliable, I can certainly seek better alternatives. Much like Tony, Fury frequently checks on the status of his future S.H.I.L.D. personnel, realizing post-battle that the agency requires a formidable combat capability. For the past half-month, you have incessantly reiterated this sentiment whenever we meet. Fury, feeling exasperated, retorted, inadvertently igniting Tony's fury. I refuse to let my contributions be squandered. He exclaimed. What do you mean by that? Fury inquired. It's straightforward. I do not wish for anyone to continue researching extraterrestrial weaponry. I will be watching you closely, Tony declared, his voice laced with indignation as he fixed a steely gaze upon Fury before hastily departing, nearly running and slamming the door behind him. After issuing his warning, Tony did not leave the hospital. Instead, he rushed to the restroom, retrieving a paper bag from his pocket and taking deep breaths into it, clearly succumbing to anxiety. For the last 2 weeks, every time he closed his eyes, he was haunted by the image of Huang Ming collapsing before him and himself soaring through a portal with a nuclear bomb. It was akin to a nightmare, inescapable, and his robust armor could not shield him from the dread. An invisible hand, cold and relentless, seemed to linger around his neck, constricting his breath and instilling a sense of suffocation. Unfortunately, Captain America was off cycling across America. Had he been present, he could have offered Tony invaluable support, having endured far more harrowing battles. As for Fury, Tony would rather be choked by that unseen hand than reveal his helplessness in front of him. Meanwhile, Fury observed the monitoring equipment beside Huang Ming, noting that all readings appeared normal. In fact, over the past month, his muscle density, bone density, and height had all increased. Yet, he lay there like a vegetable, showing no signs of awakening. If it weren't for the nutrition being meticulously tested each time, Fury would have been tempted to administer some for himself. Who wouldn't he want to grow stronger while lying idle? Samples had also been sent for analysis, revealing a specimen of remarkable human vitality. This dispelled any lingering thoughts of a resurgence of super soldiers, prompting everyone to remain vigilant and await the opportune moment to fulfill their grand ambitions. The post-war world had transformed, as had the shadows lurking in New York. Finally, after a fortnight of slumber, Huang Ming awakened, much to the relief of his attending physicians, who simultaneously lamented the lost opportunity for a remarkable case study. With a bit more time, they might have unraveled the mystery of his vegetative state. Upon regaining consciousness, Huang Ming gazed bewilderedly at the apparatus surrounding him, questioning, was I truly that gravely injured? He recalled feeling intense pain, but it hardly seemed this dire. He hastily checked his body, relieved to find no missing parts. However, upon awakening, he noticed that his once brown irises now shimmered with a hint of purple. This transformation signified that he had unlocked his lineage's heritage, the Titan descendants, along with a newfound ability, lightning perception. Oh, my handsome sleeper, you are finally awake. How do you feel? Would you care to join me for some delectable Arabic kebabs? Tony, ever the first to arrive, burst through the door, his exuberance evident in his grandiose gestures and animated speech. However, I believe I would prefer a taste of Chinese cuisine, which aligns more closely with my palate. Huang Ming quickly declined, suggesting that if the Arabic kebabs were anything like those in the Avengers post-credit scene, it would be best to forego them. Why subject my youthful stomach to such discomfort? Yet, I believe he should first undergo a thorough examination by a physician. Fury entered behind Tony, offering a well-meaning reminder. In response, Tony, who was not particularly fond of Fury, retorted sharply, "At last. I have reason to believe my money is being squandered. What are you, bored? And you? A millionaire? I have wealth and a girlfriend," Tony proudly replied, swiftly delivering a blow to Huang Ming, who stood behind him. Nevertheless, he accompanied Fury to ensure Huang Ming received a final checkup from the doctor. Ultimately, the results revealed everything was normal, and he could be discharged immediately. "Oh, do not rush, young man," Tony interjected as he entered, halting Huang Ming, who was packing his belongings. With a slightly playful expression, he continued, "I still do not know your name, and you have saved me. How shall I repay you?" His expression suggested that he would fulfill any request made. Huang Ming suddenly felt that wealth indeed grants one the power to do as one pleases. "Ahem, hello, Mr. Stark. My name is Huang Ming, a high school student." Upon seeing Tony's incredulous expression, Huang Ming added, somewhat helplessly, "I am a rather capable high school student." "Oh, hello, Huang? Is that correct?" "Huang, very well, please call me Ming." Huang Ming found himself in a bit of a quandary. After all, the pronunciation of Chinese names can pose a challenge for foreigners. Besides, even among Chinese speakers, the characters Wang and Huang can sometimes be confused. "If I may interrupt," Fury interjected, his tone suggesting an authoritative demeanor despite his inquiry. "Hello, Mr. Ming. I am Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I would like to ask you about your performance during the recent battle in New York. In truth, when dealing with the American government, you may respond freely, as I have arranged for a lawyer to assist you with the rest." Tony chimed in, making a gesture across his mouth, as if to indicate that Huang Ming should keep quiet. Fury shot Tony a disapproving glance, his irritation evident. Yet he focused his attention back on Huang Ming. "I would like to invite you to become an auxiliary member of S.H.I.E.L.D., with the prospect of becoming a full member after a certain period." "Hey, what does that mean? An auxiliary member? A temp? Come to me, and I'll make you a department head," Tony exclaimed loudly, clearly dissatisfied. "He is still a minor, Mr. Stark. Employing child labor is illegal," Fury retorted, turning to glare at Tony in frustration. "Oh, is that so, Director?" Tony was undeterred, stepping forward to meet Fury's gaze. Does this auxiliary position come with a salary?" Huang Ming gazed at the two bickering titans and timidly spoke, "As you are aware, I am an orphan who has just endured the New York battle. I may need to spend some money on my studies." Yet, his inner thoughts revealed a different sentiment. He still had debts to settle. Just then, Fury proclaimed, "I hereby announce that you are the inaugural beneficiary of the Stark Group's New York Relief Fund, which extends for 3 years, providing 100,000 annually, along with an internship position within the group." Before Fury could finish, Tony Stark interrupted him. Upon hearing this, Fury's expression darkened considerably, his already somber demeanor becoming even more overcast. In a lowered voice, he remarked, "I was unaware of the existence of such a fund." Tony promptly removed his smartwatch, stating, "It was established within 3 seconds of my utterance." Apologetically, he added that the watch's interface displayed Huang Ming's verified information, alongside a dedicated account already boasting 100,000. This revelation genuinely astonished Huang Ming. Such capriciousness was beyond his expectations. Although he felt a thrill, he stifled his excitement, pinching his thigh as he addressed Captain Fury. "Sir, I believe I am too young to fulfill the position you mentioned, but I can certainly assist with tasks that fall within my capabilities." Hearing this, Fury's mood lightened somewhat. But Huang Ming further added, of course, such assistance would require compensation. Initially inclined to be irate, Fury reconsidered, deeming it unwise to be angered by a child. He resolved to have a thorough investigation into Stark Group's tax situation to vent his frustrations. Chapter 8. The Blade's trial out of an abundance of caution and safety. The hospital reluctantly allowed Huang Ming to leave after 3 days of careful observation. It was rumored that on the day of his discharge, a researcher named Gemma Simmons regrettably sealed her observational records. She expressed her determination to find a way to obtain Huang Ming's saliva for analysis to support her thesis. However, Huang Ming remained oblivious to these developments. Freshly discharged and uncertain of his next destination, he found himself seated in a car dispatched by Stark, driven by Happy, a somewhat self-absorbed yet endearingly stubborn bodyguard. Huang Ming had always found this character appealing in the films, embodying the essence of an everyman. Proud of his respectable job, yet promptly executing orders due to the authority he held. Happy informed him that Mr. Stark, due to certain commitments, could not be present in person but awaited him at his residence, claiming there was a surprise in store. Through the rearview mirror, Happy scrutinized Huang Ming, seemingly eager to witness the expression of a poor boy suddenly favored by Stark. You know, he remarked, my boss is quite wealthy. Perhaps the surprise is the latest gaming console. Huang Ming found this notion somewhat far-fetched, yet considering Stark's character, a mere console seemed unlikely. Surely it would come with the latest games included. Suddenly, a bold hypothesis struck him, and he felt it was indeed quite plausible. However, he swiftly dismissed this notion. For at that moment, Tony had yet to resolve his own issues. It was simply not the right time. Yet the initial thought lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. This led him to feel a mix of anticipation and anxiety during the car ride, causing Happy to mistakenly believe that the young man was taciturn and rather rude, as he seemed to entirely ignore him. Thus, the atmosphere within the vehicle grew inexplicably tense until they boarded Stark's private jet. Sir, where are we headed? Huang Ming inquired. California, and do not touch anything on the plane. It's quite expensive. Happy warned sternly, laced with a hint of hostility. Huang Ming reluctantly withdrew his hand from the glass cup, wiping it on his clothing, yet his eyes darted around like an inquisitive child. After all, this was his first experience aboard such a lavish private aircraft. He reclined on a high-end, custom-made sofa, his feet resting upon plush fur carpets, and the attendants, with their fair skin and long legs, only added to the extravagance. Not to mention the copious amounts of food and drink available. It was truly a decadent indulgence, a stark contrast to his values of hard work and perseverance. Huang Ming lay on the comfortable sofa, conflicted in his thoughts. He was not the only one burdened by poverty in this world. There was also a fortunate young couple. Benny, we haven't paid this month's rent yet. The shapely Claire kissed her boyfriend from behind. Despite his many virtues, Benny was not favored by Lady Luck, often feeling overlooked. However, after the great battle in New York, circumstances might change. Among the alien artifacts left behind was an energy weapon that had fallen into Benny's possession. Damn the rent. I'm sorry, darling. I'll find a way, he lamented, squeezing Claire's hand reassuringly. As long as my experiment is successful this time, we won't have to worry about money. Trust me. Meanwhile, on his makeshift, experimental platform, the alien energy weapon was connected to numerous wires, charging up. Really? Claire asked, filled with anticipation. Before Benny could respond, she excitedly proposed. I think we should buy a yacht first, then cruise to California, and finally dive in Hawaii. Looking at his cheerful girlfriend, Benny murmured, yes, I promise. After disembarking, they endured nearly an hour's drive before finally arriving at one of Marvel's luxurious villas, Freedom City. No need for security. Jarvis has already identified the vehicle's credentials. He noted as they approached the villa. Welcome to my home, Ming. Upon entering, Tony enveloped Huang Ming in a heartfelt embrace. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for taking that bullet for me. Truly, these words had evidently been pent up for some time, and the strength of his embrace conveyed both remorse and gratitude that Huang Ming could distinctly sense. It's nothing to worry about. I actually regret stepping in, he replied, feigning concern. I thought on the way here that you could have deflected that bullet yourself. This response left Tony momentarily astonished. Ha ha ha. Thank you, young man. This is the happiest I've laughed in quite some time. Tony laughed heartily as he playfully struck Huang Ming on the chest, exclaiming, "Oh right, follow me. I have something to show you." With that, he performed a gesture, leading Huang Ming to an underground laboratory. "Jarvis, illuminate the lights and unlock Section 1. "Certainly, sir." As the lights flickered to life, an array of luxury vehicles, whose names and models eluded Huang Ming, alongside an assortment of advanced mechanical arms, evoked the sensation of stepping into a realm of futuristic technology. Descending the spiral staircase, he was greeted by the adorably clumsy firefighting robot, which inadvertently bumped into a nearby mechanical arm. Hearing the commotion, Tony turned and sighed. "Apologies, this little fellow is a bit shy around strangers, as you can see. However, today's focus isn't on it, but rather on this." With a snap of his fingers, a burst of light illuminated a suit of armor, strikingly similar to the second model, yet adorned with a black numeral 1 on the left shoulder. "I wasn't sure what color you preferred, so I left it unpainted." Turning to glance at Huang Ming, he discovered him in a state of astonishment. "Wow, my initial thoughts were correct. You truly gifted me a suit of armor. This is worth every penny." Had Tony not been a man, and if Huang Ming's orientation were different, he might have been fervently kissed at that moment. Instead, he could only stare blankly at the suit of armor. "Is this truly for me?" "Indeed," Tony affirmed. "Is there anyone else here besides you and me?" His tone was as casual as if he were offering a piece of candy, though it was rather unfortunate that Huang Ming was so flabbergasted by something worth mere millions. Yet, Tony understood that when Huang Ming received the $10,000 in relief funds, he promptly repaid the debts he owed. Thus, his reaction was somewhat comprehensible. "All right, young man, I've reviewed the surveillance footage from your battle in New York and observed your remarkable prowess in close combat. Therefore, this prototype blade has been designed with that in mind, equipped with additional thrusters to ensure your assaults are swifter. The armor is crafted from layered aerospace alloys to guarantee optimal protection." As Tony spoke, he waved his hand, causing the three-dimensional blueprint of the blade to materialize. "Moreover, I've incorporated some ranged weaponry to diversify your offensive capabilities. The military knives you collected from the Charita soldiers have been reforged into a more substantial weapon. Considering your Asian heritage, I selected this particular style for you." With a gentle lift of his finger, a 2-finger-wide, 70-centimeter-long sword appeared. "Of course, it will be heavier than a standard blade, and I've also equipped you with a shield." Instantly, the left forearm of the armor expanded, forming a circular shield comparable in size to Captain America's. The blueprints revealed that the right forearm housed 2 automatic rifles, each with a 40-round magazine, along with some small missiles on the shoulders and alloy daggers on the outer sides of both thighs. But why? Although Huang Ming longed for these gifts, he couldn't suppress a lingering question upon regaining his composure. "You saved my life. I could have repaid you with money instead. I assure you, I have a thick skin." Chapter 9. The Dual Thieves of Gender. "It's quite simple, my child. After the battle in New York, I came to realize." Tony halted his demonstration, casting a serious gaze upon Huang Ming. "In comparison to other civilizations, we are indeed excessively passive. We lack adequate means of protection." Pouring himself a glass of wine, Tony spoke with a heavy heart, burdened by his thoughts. "Are you implying that we lack the ability to thwart aggression beyond our planet?" Huang Ming instinctively recalled the adage regarding defending one's borders. The current predicament bore a striking resemblance to that scenario. However, the distinction lies in the fact that the extraterrestrials have breached our realm directly, wreaking havoc and leaving behind a trail of debris. Our terrestrial technology has proven insufficient, revealing a deficiency in transitional advancements. Precisely. Thus we require a formidable defense, which includes you. Tony set down his glass with earnestness, then reclined with a more relaxed tone, adding, "Naturally, not the current version of you, for employing child labor is an unlawful activity. I am a law-abiding citizen." This remark prompted Huang Ming to internally scoff. Lawful citizens do not soar through the skies clad in armored suits. "So, am I to understand that you wish to cultivate me as a potential avenger, Mr. Stark?" Although the notion had crossed his mind upon witnessing the armor, it was prudent to seek confirmation from Stark, given the high attrition rate for newcomers within the Avengers. Do you doubt it? Just look at our classmates, Spider-Man and Quicksilver. Their initial foray into the team was short-lived. Potential? No, not merely potential, but rather as a reserve. When the time is requisite, you shall take the field. After all, you have already demonstrated your prowess. As he spoke, Tony projected surveillance footage of Huang Ming's battle in New York. Observing himself from a third-party perspective, Huang Ming was struck by disbelief. Who is that formidable figure? Is that truly me? He glanced upward at Stark for confirmation. No need to look at me. That is indeed you, the boy in pink pants wreaking havoc. Tony once again referenced the flamboyant pink trousers, leaving Huang Ming somewhat speechless. This jest had certainly overstayed its welcome. Oh, and what color scheme would you prefer for your armor? Furthermore, you shall reside here from now on. With that, Tony called out for JARVIS. Authorization complete, sir. Let's start with black and white, shall we? Today's revelations have left Huang Ming somewhat bewildered. However, if I'm to live here, what about school? He promptly called out to Stark, who was busy. Sir, but I'm still enrolled in school. Just take a plane. Do you expect to ride the bus? Stark's nonchalant tone made Huang Ming realize the absurdity of his previous thought. But then it dawned on him. I am flying to school? Goodness. What is my Twitter handle again? He leapt from his sofa in a rush. By the way, Huang Ming is currently attending Midtown Science and Technology High School. Mr. Ming, your armor's color scheme has been finalized. The voice of JARVIS chimed in, accompanied by a vivid three-dimensional representation of the armor. The design echoed Tony's signature style, yet featured a thoughtful and intelligent touch with a Taiji symbol at the core of the chest energy source. Additionally, Mr. Stark requests your presence in the inner laboratory to test the armor. Jarvis's reminder ignited a profound excitement within Huang Ming. What boy does not dream of piloting a Gundam? Yet, as a man, Huang Ming would contend that even a Zaku would suffice. Nevertheless, possessing a suit of armor is already quite impressive, is it not? By the way, what is the number of my Twitter account? Meanwhile, Benny, having fortuitously unraveled the mysteries of his energy gun after multiple rejections from various laboratories, found himself encouraged by his girlfriend to drive to a local bank. Frankly, this was far removed from what I had envisioned. Darling, I know what you wish to say, but please refrain, Claire whispered, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice as she regarded Benny. He indeed possessed capability, yet with rent looming over him. Discussions of ability seemed futile. Let us speak of finances instead. Please, Claire, we cannot be certain, Benny replied, his face a mask of anxiety tinged with trepidation. Clearly, the endeavor before them required a considerable amount of courage, yet he was oblivious to the melodies of a certain singer named Leon. No, I am certain. I believe in you. Claire's sweet declaration instilled a flicker of resolve within the apprehensive Benny. Still, he remained wavering. The act of robbing a bank genuinely demanded immense bravery. Yet, uncertainty clouded his thoughts regarding the morality of such actions. You once said we deserve a better life, and now fate has placed the key in our hands. I cannot wait any longer, Claire insisted, recognizing that Benny merely needed time to acclimate. She was weary of envying others' possessions. I wish to take initiative. This is the right course of action, just as my most correct decision was to fall in love with you. Very well, we shall not harm anyone. Benny found himself swayed by Claire's heartfelt words, reflecting on how she had steadfastly supported him since their university days, even while he struggled to provide for himself. After establishing their boundaries, they shared a kiss of courage, suggesting that Claire too had a lineage tied to a certain Leon. With his mask donned and energy gun in hand, Benny burst through the door, firing a shot at the empty counter. With splintered, paper scattered across the floor, and the sound of the explosion reverberated through the vast hall. Boom! Everyone down. Seizing the moment, Claire dashed behind the counter to collect money, while Benny internally lamented. Damn it, my wrist is going to give out. Yet upon spotting an elderly man who had fallen in fright, he rushed over to assist him, urging him to leave quickly. Indeed, the audacity of robbing a bank emboldened him to help the elderly. In the ensuing days, having tasted the fruits of their labor, they embarked on a path of criminality. They struck swiftly, moving from one location to another, with money locked away in vaults. The key is not with you? No matter. I possess the key. It is merely a matter of a single energy blast. The news of the dynamic duo's bank heists swiftly dominated headlines within a mere week. Bang! In the Extraterrestrial Weapon Detection and Recovery Department of S.H.I.E.L.D., a grizzled agent slammed his palm onto the table, pointing at the surveillance footage of Benny and Claire's robbery. Though it may seem trivial, it pertains to alien weaponry, and higher-ups expect us to recover and neutralize them. Is this how you gather files? Standing behind the agent was another bald operative, though it seemed that this agent had a sparse head of hair as well. Fury, Coulson, and this one Sitwell. The gray-haired agent turned in his chair to regard him. I am willing to listen to your instructions. While you were gathering those videos, I discovered that a Pearson ship had been sold on Key West Island, purchased in cash by a couple. Sitwell leisurely remarked as he sipped his coffee. It appears we have approached this mission with a rather cavalier attitude. No matter, we must leave the past behind. I will handle them, the agent said, turning to retrieve a file, which he handed to Sitwell. A directive from our superiors. Retrieve the weapons and deal with the criminals, Agent Sitwell. California, City of Freedom. Hey Ming, how about testing the combat performance of your armor? It has been sufficiently calibrated over the past few days, Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm. Huang Ming glanced at him. Have you discovered a new terrorist base? Oh no, that's too far. It's this, Tony said, pulling up surveillance footage of the dual thieves. Chapter 10. The Warrior in Desperation. But wasn't the long-range flight capability of the blade properly calibrated? Although the proposal was enticing. It was unfortunate that the blade was primarily designed as a ground combat model. Who said you had to fly there? Tony asked, bemused. Don't we have planes? His statement carried an air of extravagance. Jarvis, retrieve the data, Tony commanded while turning to Huang Ming. I feel it is necessary to teach you how to utilize resources to resolve issues. All right. If you have the money, you call the shots, Huang Ming murmured, then followed Tony to the laboratory to prepare. Considering the presence of weapons, I have added an extra layer to your armor. Oh, right. We also need to include a seawater-resistant device, especially since we are in Florida. Once Tony entered work mode, he spoke incessantly, as if reminding himself or alleviating his own pressure. This behavior had become quite frequent during the calibration work over the past few days. Huang Ming could sense a deep-seated anxiety within Tony, almost bordering on fear. All right, Huang Ming said with a resigned shrug, then began to warm up. Although the blade was equipped with assistance mechanisms, it still felt heavier than standard armor. Let us get started. Absolutely, Huang Ming exclaimed, excitement bubbling within him. Despite having donned the armor several times over the past few days, the thrill of putting it on never waned. With a powerful leap, he ascended the platform, where mechanical arms, already prepared, swiftly began to suit him up. The chest plate, gauntlets, and greaves were all fitted simultaneously by the clumsy robots, which were equipped with various tools to tighten the armor. Excellent. All components of the armor are opening and closing properly. As this is a test, I will need to lock some of your weapons and functions. Tony observed the armor status while instructing Jarvis to load the system. Understood. Everything is ready. Jarvis. Yes, sir. With a soft hiss, the roof slowly opened, transforming the armor platform into a launch pad. Meanwhile, an aircraft belonging to Stark Industries was slowly passing overhead, opening its cargo door. Wait, is this an ejection? Huang Ming felt a pang of panic. This was not how he envisioned it. Wasn't there supposed to be a car to pick him up? A car? No. Let us add a dash of excitement. Good luck, boys, Tony said with a hint of exhilaration, taking a sip of his drink before pressing the ejection button. Huang Ming's terrified scream reverberated throughout the communication channel. And in the end, Tony could faintly hear the sound of metal colliding. Well, let us hope Huang Ming doesn't end up with a face full of bruises. In a hotel somewhere in Florida, Claire was calculating the gains for the two of them, ultimately reclining in a pile of cash with great satisfaction. The fragrance of money truly exhilarates me. Darling, Claire's voice quivered with excitement, igniting a fervor in Benny. Actually, we could make this even more thrilling. Benny, feeling emboldened, wrapped his arms around his girlfriend and was ready to embark on a vigorous escapade. Clearly, the atmosphere was ripe, was it not? After these past few days, Benny had grown bolder, and Claire could see a wild spark in his eyes. just as the two were about to continue. A sudden blast of heavy metal music erupted from the neighboring room. Naturally, this jerk certainly knew how to pick his moments. Oh well, let us ignore him and carry on. Benny was clearly in high spirits, feeling like he could explode, and didn't such circumstances only add to the thrill? Oh no! Claire halted Benny's next move, her meaning unmistakable. I do not appreciate a soundtrack while I'm engaged in activities. Benny acknowledged her with a glance and took a deep breath, knocking on the wall that separated them from their noisy neighbor. Knock, knock, knock. As his hand struck the surface, Benny kept his gaze down, saying, "Friend, I," only to be greeted by Agent Sitwell, who landed a punch squarely on his eye. In an instant, he was yanked inside, thrown over the shoulder, and bound with restraints. "Hello there, handsome, the bank heist game ends here." Just as Sitwell exhaled in relief. Preparing to seize Claire, Benny seized the opportunity to break free, kicking over the sound system on the table, while shouting, "Claire, run! The police are here!" Claire, who had been listening intently from the other side of the wall, immediately grabbed the energy gun from the table. "Get down, darling." The two grappling men heard her and promptly threw themselves onto the bed, barely a second before the flimsy wall exploded with a deafening bang. Amidst the white dust, Claire could not see her boyfriend's figure. In desperation, she fired a shot into the room. "Damn, my wrist! Darling, where are you?" Claire shouted, ready to fire again, only to see Benny, gagged with a rag, desperately shaking his head and whimpering. Realizing the dire situation, Claire attempted to retreat, but Sitwell swiftly moved in, pressing down on Claire's energy gun and delivering a punch to her face. Seeing his girlfriend being assaulted, Benny struggled to break free and hurled himself into the fray. In the ensuing chaos, the energy gun was knocked from Claire's hands. The weapon spun on the ground, its energy accumulating. The three individuals stood frozen, hesitant to move, for none could predict who would emerge victorious. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, striking Benny's room, filling the air with the acrid scent of burnt dollars and the dazed expressions of Benny and his companion. Following the New York conflict, a total of 47 weapons remained, yet only the one in their possession was operational. With a sharp snap, Sitwell secured the energy gun into a safe. "My mission," he declared, "is to recover the weapons." He then unsheathed a dagger and coldly stated, "Eliminate the perpetrators." Benny and his companion trembled at the sight, initially believing Sitwell aimed to intimidate them into joining S.H.I.D., considering that anyone capable of activating extraterrestrial weaponry was a remarkable asset. However, upon witnessing their fearful gazes, Sitwell realized their terror stemmed from something lurking behind him. A wave of intense heat radiated from his back. "How delightful! I merely intended to take a nap. Yet here you are, engaging in flirtatious banter, blasting music, and setting off fireworks. Quite the lively bunch." The voice, trembling with rage, emerged in a suppressed tone, igniting an urge in Sitwell to leap from the window, forgetting his weapon entirely. The figure behind him exuded the presence of a seasoned soldier, a sensation akin to a knife pressed against the nape of his neck, a feeling Sitwell recognized all too well. "Listen, my friend," Sitwell raised his hand, speaking slowly. "I too am a victim. You see, I couldn't withstand it and gave that couple a good thrashing." "Friend? Huh. I have never considered myself an ally of you suited elites." Sitwell's words were cut short as the soldier behind him interjected, "Devil." Claire, unable to bear the sight, screamed and fainted, having never encountered a being whose veins flowed with lava and whose eyes were a haunting white. "Bang! Those upstairs, listen well. You are surrounded. Surrender now." At that moment, Huang Ming arrived, leaping from an aircraft in a heroic half-crouch descent. Chapter 11. The shattering of two bones. The sudden mechanical voice from outside made Sitwell swear he had never been so fond of such sounds, even wishing he could dance and sing under different circumstances. "Iron Man, only if I can move as swiftly as he." Jack spat disdainfully, creating a hole in the floor with a sharp strike, preparing to eliminate the loathsome bald man behind him. Suddenly, a black and white armored figure crashed through the floor, delivering a punch that sent Jack sprawling. Observing the smoke rising from the gauntlet, Huang Ming pondered, "What on earth did I just strike?" "Thank you for your timely arrival, Mr. Stark. I am S.H.I.D. Agent Sitwell, he said, swiftly pulling the bewildered Benny and his companion from the room, not forgetting to kick the energy gun away. Tony, stock, Jack's furious voice echoed, drawing nearer until he burst through the gaping hole. Standing before Huang Ming, the magma patterns on his body became increasingly dense. Mr. Ming, the surface temperature of this humanoid creature has reached 1200, Jarvis's scan indicated, startling Huang Ming. 1200? Has this creature consumed magma fruit? That is indeed the temperature of magma. Tony Stark, you have ruined me, and now you seek to thwart my endeavors? Jack seethed as he glared at the armored figure before him. Why should I, a soldier who has shed blood and sweat for the American Empire, care for a mere playboy like you during an ambush? I stood helplessly as my girlfriend perished before my eyes, crushed under a vehicle while I lay gravely injured, only to be taken as a test subject. But now I have returned, clawing my way back from the depths of hell, solely to exact vengeance on those of you who consider yourselves the omnipotent rulers. Tony Stark, in a whirlwind of thoughts, Jack reflected on the myriad of agonies that the figure before him had wrought upon his life, and his anger swelled within him. Mr. Stark, did you perhaps have an affair with his wife? Otherwise, why the profound enmity? Huang Ming suggested to Jarvis to relay the footage to Stark. No, yes. I may have forgotten. Well, that remark is truly enviable. At that moment, the figure, seemingly propelled by the green-skinned man, charged forward, leaving a trail of scorched marks and upheaved flooring in its wake. In the blink of an eye, a fist was upon Huang Ming. Smack! The black gauntlet seized the fist. Although Jack was momentarily taken aback, he soon smirked disdainfully, channeling his abilities to transform his fist into a magma hue. Huang Ming responded with a swift kick to Jack's abdomen, the immense force sending Jack hurtling backwards. With a swift motion, Huang Ming's hand was momentarily drawn out before halting. Turning to see that he had wrenched off the opponent's hand, he thought, is this sheer brutality? Admittedly, he recognized that awakening the bloodline of the Titan progeny would significantly amplify his strength. Yet he had not anticipated the terrifying magnitude of such power at a mere 100%. Ugh, that truly stings. You possess some skill, little rascal, Jack gasped, rising to his feet and inhaling sharply. However, as he spoke, his severed arm miraculously regenerated. I must be serious. Boom! Huang Ming, of course, would not indulge him in idle chatter. Verbosity is undesirable for both heroes and villains alike. With a charge and a punch, he sent Jack flying once more. He then unsheathed his long blade, activating the thrusters on his back to propel himself forward for a diagonal strike. A lethal blow with a wrist twist. He followed through with a powerful slash. With two swift strikes, Jack was once again sent reeling. But in Huang Ming's perception, the opponent's movements resembled a slow-motion film. Even with his eyes closed, he could sense the adversary's actions. This was the gift of his newfound ability, lightning perception, endowing him with reflexes and awareness as swift as lightning itself. Ugh, even with his enhanced state, Jack could not withstand such relentless assaults and spewed forth a mouthful of searing blood, melting a significant hole in the floor beneath him. As Huang Ming raised his blade in vigilance, he glanced at the blade's surface and was astonished to find traces of melting. Those two strikes he had just delivered had undoubtedly cleaved his opponent into 4 pieces, yet, astonishingly, they had rejoined in an instant. After reviewing the combat footage, Stark felt a sense of familiarity towards this phenomenon, though he could not quite place it. However, Huang Ming was now convinced that the creature before him was not an ability user, but a warrior infected with the despair virus. How utterly absurd. Has the plot of Iron Man 3 commenced? Huang Ming pondered, though he had not encountered anyone from Stark Industries seeking investment for any projects recently. Nevertheless, this test had finally gained significance. Since his opponent was unafraid of being struck, he thought, you scoundrel, I shall not spare you. Jack forcefully shoved aside the wooden debris pinning him down, his entire form now a fiery orange, covered in cracks and radiating golden light. Ming, the creature before you has a body temperature exceeding 2,000 degrees, and there are highly unstable reactions occurring within. Evacuate immediately. Tony's anxious voice crackled through the communicator. accompanied by the sounds of frantic searching, an indication that his anxiety had flared up again. "Leave this to me, rest assured, Mr. Stark," Huang Ming replied, disconnecting the communication. He then commanded the system, JARV, ICE, ensure that energy is prioritized for the propulsion device. I require it to reach maximum speed in the shortest time possible. Understood. Initiating settings, completion in 3 seconds. This sensation is exhilarating. Jack finally acclimated to the boiling power within him and swung his fist, sending a massive fireball hurtling towards Huang Ming. Unfazed, Huang Ming unsheathed his sword, delivering a lethal strike that shattered the fireball before charging forward with a knee strike. This time, Jack was quick to react, colliding fists with Huang Ming. Bang! Immediately, Jack gathered energy in his other hand, releasing a shockwave. The high-temperature energy burst erupted between them. Boom! The armor enveloped in white smoke was blasted away, while Jack's body was partially obliterated, only to regenerate instantaneously and surge forward. "Die Scoundrel!" he exclaimed, gathering immense energy in both hands to form a golden basketball, which he forcefully propelled towards Huang Ming's abdomen. At the last moment, Huang Ming activated the thrusters of his armor, soaring 10 meters into the air. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted below, the heat wave ascending and carrying Huang Ming's figure aloft like leaves in the wind. This is no different from being struck by a large-caliber howitzer. Huang Ming could not help but curse aloud. "Mr. Ming, if it were a large-caliber howitzer, the armor would have been torn apart." "Oh, is that so? Thank you for the reminder, JARVIS. You're welcome." However, under the radar detection, Huang Ming noticed that the creature below had not self-destructed and remained intact, albeit somewhat fragmented. Seized the opportunity to strike. With that, he fully engaged the thrusters and executed a powerful charge, with a direct breach of the sound barrier. What transpires when a nearly 3-ton entity strikes the ground at supersonic speed? The ground erupts in a cacophony, shrouded in smoke and debris. Once the haze dissipates, 3 substantial craters remain alongside a collection of charred human remnants. Nevertheless, the prototype of the blade has also shed most of its armor, its chest plate marred by numerous scars, the alloy blade fractured, with sparks flying in every direction. Huang Ming, dazed and afflicted by the recoil, has suffered 2 broken bones. Ding! Combat skills unlocked. Storm Hammer, Whirlwind Slash. Chapter 12. Killian, how presumptuous. Utterly foolish. Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Upon witnessing Huang Ming's return, Tony erupted in a tirade. His disdain was palpable, wishing he could drown Huang Ming in his own spittle to prevent further acts of folly. "I have previously advised you to optimize the resources at your disposal, rather than employ them all indiscriminately. Is your intellect a mere single cell?" Tony accessed the aircraft scanning report. The damage to the armor was secondary, yet Huang Ming's reckless actions had led to 2 fractured ribs. This was the crux of Tony's frustration. After much effort, he had finally found a promising talent, only for him to engage in a reckless act akin to a comet colliding with Earth. Doubts began to creep into Tony's mind regarding his earlier decision. Yet, amidst his ire, the armor needed refinement, the enemy required tracking, and injuries demanded attention. Suddenly, Tony grasped his father's sentiments. I believe I can resolve this. It was merely an accident." Huang Ming, fearing that Tony might retract the blade, was apprehensive, for although it had seen but a single battle, the armor's prowess had already captured his heart. "An accident? I'm afraid this was a serious combat test, where even a procedural error is unacceptable. You dare mention accidents?" Tony found himself laughing in frustration at Huang Ming's words. "Very well. I do not wish to hear your excuses any longer. Let us set aside the matter of the armor. Your school term approaches swiftly. First, heal your injuries, then attend school." Tony pointed sternly at Huang Ming, silencing him with a fierce gaze. Good heavens, was my father ever in such a state? And why does it feel somewhat gratifying? After directing the robots to escort Huang Ming to the infirmary, Tony mused curiously. "Sir, this reaction appears to be a form of stress relief. Had you acted out earlier, the outcome would have been even more beneficial," Jarvis thoughtfully suggested. "Oh, so that is why my father so relished berating me," Tony realized, simultaneously feeling a significant alleviation of his anxiety. Nevertheless, the adversary Huang Ming faced remained a grave concern, a human capable of elevating their internal temperature to magma levels, possessing an astonishing regenerative ability and explosive power rivaling that of a cloud detonator. If not handled judiciously, the repercussions could be dire. Meanwhile, Pepper Potts was receiving a rather dashing yet sinister guest, Aldreezy Killian, a recently ascendant scientist within the military-industrial complex, alongside a technology firm, has made remarkable strides in the realms of biotechnology and weapon modification, achieving advancements in medical fields while also securing a project for the enhancement of war machines. Greetings, Pepper. It has been quite a while. Killian stood up to welcome her before she had even entered the reception room, causing immediate discomfort for Happy, who was trailing behind Pepper. He quickly stepped forward. Hello, may I ask where your badge is? And could you please maintain some decorum? After saying this, Happy proudly displayed his security supervisor badge, aware that any disregard for company regulations, especially within his jurisdiction, was unacceptable, particularly as he had only recently begun his tenure. Are you lazy individuals prepared for the rectification, Underlord Happy? Oh no, Happy, this is my university classmate. Step aside. Pepper felt a twinge of embarrassment at Happy's behavior. Not only was it impolite, but she had also received numerous complaints regarding him lately. This rotund figure had indeed become rather inflated in his self-importance. My apologies. I bear no ill will. It is merely that upon seeing our university goddess, one cannot help but be somewhat exhilarated, Killian remarked with gentlemanly grace, retreating slightly and raising his hand to signal that he meant no offense. It's good to know. Happy huffed, his disdain evident, as he attributed Pepper's reprimand to the presence of this irritating face. Happy's attitude stirred a flicker of animosity within Killian. He regarded Happy intently. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I know, sir. Yet, Happy did not respond. Instead, he exited with the bodyguards that Killian had brought, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. Eager to assert his authority, Happy polished his security supervisor badge and cast a glance at the bodyguard's chest. Well, I did not anticipate such a transformation in you. Pepper offered polite words, though her astonishment was genuine. Despite her vague memories of his classmate, she was certain that had he been this peculiar blonde charmer in university, she would not have merely remembered his name. Indeed, time has a way of altering individuals and circumstances. Besides, I doubt your attention was ever directed towards someone like me, but rather towards Tony Stark. Killian replied with a teasing tone, momentarily pausing at the mention of Tony. Ha ha ha. He certainly has his moments of caprice, but returning to the matter at hand. When we commence the evaluation of your project, I assure you I will not show favoritism. I hope you can appreciate that. Pepper sighed inwardly, reflecting on Tony's recent behavior. She could not help but feel resigned to the fact that he seemed to spend more time with his armor than with her. Of course, that is only right. And I do not believe my project will be rejected by you, Killian stated confidently, producing two olive-sized, oval devices from his pocket. Although their appearance was somewhat awkward and reminiscent of a toy, Pepper braced herself to witness Killian's demonstration, exhibition, utilization. Compared to other species in nature, our human bodies are exceedingly fragile. A mere trivial accident can lead to disability or even life-threatening situations. Killian tossed the egg, and in an instant, a neural image manifested within his mind. Such a scenario could stem from a minor alteration in our genetic code. Yet, our genes tirelessly strive to enhance and elevate us, embodying the essence of evolution. As Killian spoke, he enlarged the suspended image, honing in on a specific neural endpoint. To Pepper's astonishment, this endpoint twitched, subsequently giving rise to a neural fiber. Behold my project, he declared, which aims to rectify the genetic deficiencies that humanity has long endured. What you see before you is a real-time depiction of my brain. Oh my goodness. Although Pepper lacked expertise, she possessed a fundamental understanding. Thus, she earnestly inquired, what impact does this have on individuals? I mean, in every aspect. Certainly, in terms of physical prowess and psychological resilience, it has the potential to render individuals far superior to their former selves. As Killian elaborated, an aggressive intensity gleamed in his eyes, compelling Pepper to instinctively step back to evade his imposing presence. Chapter 13. The new draft of the blade, gazing at the brain imagery, radiant like the stars of the cosmos, Pepper couldn't help but marvel at the creator's ingenuity. Her inquisitive expression left Killian, who had once sought her affection, utterly captivated, birthing a rather audacious notion. Now that he had transformed into something exceptional, a scientist, a wealthy blonde Adonis, a superhuman, he viewed himself as flawless compared to any affluent heir. However, what I wish for you to see is this, Killian said, zooming in on the brain image, revealing a void. This represents the unknown that resides within our brains, symbolizing the future of our evolution. This is precisely what I just described, truly becoming better. After retracting the 3 eggs, he endeavored to speak in a tantalizing tone. Yet, Pepper pondered for a moment before asking, what methods are employed? Is it surgery or something else? Chemical agents, akin to hacking, infiltrate the human genetic chain and then re-encode it. How's that sound? Killian eagerly anticipated Pepper's endorsement, hoping to prove himself superior to Tony. While Tony's armor could only be authorized by him, his ultimate plan was destined for all of humanity. I'm sorry, but despite the brilliance of your research, it appears more akin to creating human weapons. Therefore, I must express, I had thought the executor of the transformation, Stark Industries, would alter their strategy somewhat. Yet, it remains the same, though I cannot say I'm not disappointed. Killian lamented to Pepper. He then leaned in and planted a kiss on her cheek, whispering, we shall meet again, Pepper. The car is ready. Shall we depart now? Wait a moment. I forgot my belongings. It will be quick. Startled by the sudden turn of events, Pepper felt a twinge of embarrassment when Happy's timely arrival caught her off guard, as she was not keen on him witnessing the preceding moment. However, it is evident that her hopes were dashed. As one of Tony's few confidants, he had already informed Tony of the situation. In a rather blunt manner, he conveyed that the woman he could not afford to lose was now with another man, observing the workings of that man's mind. This man was a scientist, one whom Tony had previously rejected, accompanied by a rather shifty-eyed lackey. Out of caution, or perhaps for other reasons, Happy felt compelled to investigate these 2 individuals thoroughly. He could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue should Tony experience heartbreak, perhaps a tumultuous stock market accompanied by rampant acts of terror. After capturing the license plate of their vehicle with his phone, Happy proceeded to arrange for Pepper's car. Jarvis, compare the video of Huang Ming's battle in New York with the recent combat footage. Create a new file. Upon learning that Pepper might have been charmed by a handsome man, Tony sent Huang Ming off to procure Christmas gifts under the pretense of punishment. The most egregious aspect was that this detestable capitalist had somehow maneuvered into becoming his guardian. He had not yet married, still behaving like a child. As Huang Ming piloted the armor, he grumbled about Tony's new nightclub suit, which, aside from its flamboyant color scheme, boasted an impressive weapon system featuring missiles and machine guns. Although currently locked, the experience of buying Christmas gifts while in the armor was likely unique to him. Sir, my comparative analysis indicates that the prototype of the blade armor significantly restricts Mr. Ming's mobility, Jarvis reported. Tony poured himself a drink, considering it a means of relaxation after 72 hours without sleep, while a small thought crossed his mind. If I drink and operate the suit, does that count as driving under the influence? The connections in the armor were somewhat lacking, particularly at the joints. They did not merge as intended, but rather resembled the coverage of Mark 42. This was the primary reason for the restricted movements, suggesting an integration of the upper and lower sections. That makes sense, he acknowledged. Simultaneously, it was clear that Mr. Ming possessed a unique acceleration technique, capable of reaching speeds of 120 kilometers per hour without propulsion. Thus, the armor could be designed to be lightweight, enhancing his agility, especially given Mr. Ming's robust physique. Tony raised his glass, signaling Jarvis to proceed. My recommendation for the new blade armor is to prioritize lightweight construction, reduce weapon load, and ultimately optimize the propulsion system for rapid, agile maneuverability at close range. After a brief calculation, Jarvis promptly presented a new overall scheme for Huang Ming's armor, including its initial design. This time, the blade was doubled, perhaps out of concern that Huang Ming might lack sufficient weaponry. Let us proceed, as you suggested. Let us begin, Tony declared with a clap, summoning Adai, the adorable robot, to assist. Jarvis then fulfilled his loyal duty. Sir, you have been awake for 72 hours, and you have a date shortly. Oh, damn it. Let's save it for next time, Tony exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. Thanks for the reminder. Otherwise, Pepper would tear me apart. It is my utmost pleasure to collaborate with you. After Jarvis spoke, he thoughtfully turned on the television, revealing a video of Tony experimenting with Suit 42, coincidentally showcasing the moment it was shattered. Naturally, it swiftly transitioned to a news broadcast, leaving Tony with no grounds to admonish Jarvis. The screen illuminated the notorious figure of the moment, the terror mastermind known as the Mandarin. This gentleman has been dubbed the American Nightmare Post-Laden, unleashing chaos upon any American he encounters without hesitation. He has orchestrated 3 significant explosions, resulting in numerous civilian casualties. Tony, disheartened, lamented the fact that he had recently reduced his involvement in the Middle East, only to witness the emergence of such a menace. Did they underestimate my prowess against these Middle Eastern fiends, the Terminators of Terror? Resolute, he resolved that the second practical test of the blade would indeed take place in the Middle East, with himself overseeing the operation to prevent Huang Ming from causing any further complications. Oh, how tiresome it is to play the Guardian. I'm back. No sooner had Tony entertained the thought of Huang Ming than he heard his voice. He then observed Huang Ming, adorned with a pleasing and ingratiating expression, proclaiming that this time Pepper would surely be satisfied, and they would all share a delightful memory tonight. Is that so? However, I've just decided to send you to Rhodes for the evening, and perhaps you could inquire about a few matters on my behalf. Tony, noting Huang Ming's exaggerated expressions, decided to share a rather exasperating truth. Want to eavesdrop? Not a chance. I'll go see what is first. By the way, remember to bring a visual phone. We might need to hold a video conference tonight. Tony's final remark carried a double entendre, punctuated by a cheeky whistle. Chapter 14. A decision to assist. Observing the exuberant Tony, Huang Ming couldn't help but sigh, pondering whether he had supplanted the role of the little spider or merely complemented that of the little Pepper. Shaking his head vigorously, he concluded it must be the little spider. There was no other possibility. Then Tony's voice resonated. This gift is splendid, truly reflective of my style. However, I believe I must demolish a wall tomorrow. Though Tony had been slightly vexed moments ago, he now expressed heartfelt sentiment. But for my dear, such trivial expenses are inconsequential. I happen to need a large floor-to-ceiling window. This ostentatious display of wealth and brazen affection elicited a desire in Huang Ming to swiftly find a girlfriend to alleviate the impending atmosphere of romantic sentimentality. Oh, by the way, my dear boy, aren't you supposed to be heading to Rhodes now? You needn't return home tonight. Just enjoy your time with Uncle Rhodes. There it was, the direct push to usher him away, a clear indication of acute anxiety, resembling a foolish, love-struck individual. Perhaps remaining single was indeed preferable. With this thought in mind, Huang Ming activated his suit and soared towards Colonel Rhodes' residence, eager to distance himself from this impending stench of romance. Spotting Pepper's car along the way, he chose to accelerate past without a greeting. Oh dear, was he truly unable to part ways with the suit, even for a moment? Pepper assumed it was Tony, clad in his suit, out on a date night, while she herself had just concluded her work and was in need of companionship. Upon returning home, I shall instruct Jarvis to grant me communication access and give him a thorough reprimand. However, as soon as I reached the doorstep, Pepper caught sight of the towering rabbit plushie, which bore the inscription, "Pepper, Merry Christmas." Although she exclaimed, "This is utterly insane," the laughter dancing in her eyes and the joy swelling within her heart betrayed her delight and surprise. Meanwhile, Colonel Rhodes, having just concluded the calibration of his war machine, discovered upon returning to his residence that an armored suit had already been parked in his designated space. Well, it appears my good friend is aware of Colonel Rhodes' recent melancholia and has come to keep me company. With a cheerful demeanor, Rhodes opened the door, only to be taken aback by the sight of Huang Ming. "Oh, it's you, Ming. Did Tony punish you, prompting you to run away from home?" In response to Rhodes' jest, Huang Ming candidly revealed the truth. He and Pepper were engrossed in a moment of intimacy, and I felt it inappropriate to linger. Thus I came to seek your company. This assumption, that he was single and without any engagements, left Rhodes somewhat exasperated. That scoundrel is truly unreliable. However, he had grown accustomed to such situations, and with his recent busyness, he had little opportunity to pursue romantic interests. All right then, what shall our little warrior play? A duel in our suits? It was Rhodes' first time spending time with Huang Ming, and he felt a tinge of awkwardness, striving to bring up something of interest. After much contemplation, he settled on this idea. Besides, if any damage occurred to the suit, Jarvis would undoubtedly report it, providing Tony Estate with an unexpected twist, which Rhodes found rather amusing. Well, Mr. Stark has matters to attend to and will be joining us for a video conference shortly. Huang Ming promptly declined Rhodes' suggestion, recognizing that even with the limited weaponry of the war machine, Rhodes would stand no chance against him. Without a meat shield to absorb the brunt of the attack, Huang Ming had ample opportunity to close the distance before Rhodes could react. Not to mention, he had recently acquired new remote combat techniques. Upon hearing this, Rhodes became curious. You're dating yet still want to have a video conference with me? Is this a display of affection? That seems rather excessive, considering we can't even be friends anymore. Is there something urgent at hand? Huang Ming pointed directly at the news on the television, which was currently broadcasting the President's announcement regarding the War Machine's role in the assassination of Mandarin, now cleverly rebranded as the Iron Patriot. That name isn't too shabby. Indeed, this situation has become quite troublesome. Rhodes feigned ignorance to the latter part of Huang Ming's statement, running a hand through his hair in frustration. This individual orchestrated the explosive events with no remnants left behind, as if the explosion materialized from thin air. Tony has recently developed numerous new suits. Perhaps he could assist you. Huang Ming continued, echoing Rhodes' sentiment, but then recalled Tony's anxiety. However, I think you should truly encourage him to rest. He hasn't slept in nearly 72 hours. 72 hours? Has he overdosed on medication? Rhodes abruptly rose to his feet. I'm not certain. He is perpetually anxious and seems to be racing against something. Huang Ming understood Tony's plight, but could not openly disclose it, as Tony's development was paramount. He feared that speaking prematurely might lead to unforeseen complications. Is that so? I will make sure to have a proper talk with him. As soon as Rhodey finished speaking, a video call from Tony came through. Hey, brother. That kid hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? If he has, don't hold back on my account. The video displayed Tony in excellent spirits, entirely contrary to Huang Ming's description. He appeared as if he had just completed an invigorating workout. No, he's doing just fine, Rhodey replied, casting a glance at Huang Ming, thinking, that little rascal dared to deceive me. Oh, by the way, Tony, he mentioned you wanted to discuss something with me? Yes. I wanted to inquire about the situation regarding the Mandarin. What does the military intend to do? Tony directly asked. With Huang Ming's prior context, Rhodey felt little surprise. Only a sense of resignation as he replied, that is classified information, Tony. Come on, I've encountered plenty of your classified material back in high school. All right. The number of explosions he admitted to isn't 3, but rather 9. Moreover, they are mysterious explosions where no explosives can be found. Rhodey was already troubled by this, and considering Tony's access to resources, revealing this information seemed to carry more benefits than drawbacks. I can provide you with a state-of-the-art detection program. However, the name Iron Patriot is rather, well, traditional. Upon hearing that name, Tony felt an overwhelming urge to mock it, questioning whether the military's minds had been scrambled by energy blasts. Okay, thank you. This is the second time today I've received praise for a new name. Rhodey sighed, pouring himself a glass of soda to soothe his wounded spirit as Tony's detection program was promptly sent. Ming, are you there? I've decided that regarding the Mandarin situation, the three of us will tackle it together. Tony called out, prompting Huang Ming to turn the camera towards him. Then, Tony continued. You know, Rhodey can be a bit careless at times. I'm indispensable. Listening. Rhodey interjected loudly. However, I truly appreciate your willingness to help. But let us keep the kids off the battlefield. Rhodey remained concerned that Huang Ming might struggle with a Middle Eastern environment, despite having endured the trials of the New York battle. After all, he was still just a child, a young lad. Meanwhile, as the trio discussed their plans, Happy had stumbled upon something of value. Killian's bodyguard was stealthily approaching a bustling square, glancing around as if searching for someone. They must be meeting up. I knew there was something amiss. Chapter 15. The Catalyst, realizing his deduction was correct, Happy's first priority was to gather evidence to validate his claims. He wanted those who had complained about him to see that he was more than just a security officer who could identify badges. Killian's buzz-cut henchman awaited the arrival of his target, only to sense that someone was following him. Turning around, he spotted Happy feigning interest in a nearby shop. Did he truly think everyone was a fool? As he contemplated teaching Happy a lesson, his target happened to arrive. He decided to complete the transaction before dealing with Happy, dismissing him as merely an insignificant nuisance. However, had he known what was to transpire next, he would have likely treated Happy with utmost respect, ensuring his safe departure. You have arrived a tad late. This is not my fault. It is those damned police who seem to ensure that the streets are deserted at night. Faced with the inquiries of Killian's buzz-cut henchman, the hooded man shrank back, too intimidated to retort, his eyes betraying his fear. TCH, what a coward. Happy captured the scene on his phone, simultaneously deriding the man who dared not retaliate, despite their similar physiques. Well, I shan't waste my words on you pitiful creatures. The buzzcut showed no inclination to engage in conversation, merely gesturing for the man to sit down. This was a fresh commodity, rare in every conceivable aspect. The buzzcut snapped open a small box in his hand, relishing the moment as he inhaled deeply. Is that so? How splendid. By the end, the hooded man's voice quivered, resembling a desperate addict seeking to procure drugs from a dealer. The longing in his eyes was palpable, and Happy observed it keenly through his phone. What on earth is that? However, recalling that they had come to discuss chemical agents earlier in the afternoon, Happy instinctively linked Killian's crew to drug trafficking. The transaction between the buzzcut man and the hooded figure was brief, merely a cursory glance at the quantity of the substances before it concluded hastily. The buzzcut man, whom Happy intended to follow, vanished swiftly into the crowd, compelling Happy to head directly towards the hooded man, ultimately colliding with him. Seizing the opportunity, Happy deftly snatched a vial of the substance from the hooded man's pocket. Without waiting for a reaction, he maneuvered away, turning a corner and nonchalantly whistling. It was that simple. You truly are foolish. Greetings, I just saw you yesterday. The buzzcut man appeared suddenly before Happy, blocking his path with a mischievous grin. Apologies, but I have no interest in you. So kindly retract that repugnant smile. Although discovered, Happy felt assured of his superiority over this ambiguous character, given their physical comparison. My karate and judo instructors are both black belts. Is that so? How fortunate. Bam! Before the buzzcut man could finish his sentence, Happy delivered a powerful punch that shattered his nose. Judging by the outcome of that strike, Happy was indeed truthful. The nasal bone was askew, yet the buzzcut man merely shot a fierce glance, turning his head back, while the injured area began to glow with an orange hue, gradually mending the wound. Your karate instructor is impressive. Perhaps you could introduce me sometime. What do you say? Ah, dear Lord, I am about to kneel. This was the first thought that crossed Happy's mind before he was sent flying, soaring nearly 10 meters, crashing through a table and lying on the ground. Happy found himself questioning life. What on earth is happening in New York lately? Is it a masquerade ball or a monster convention? The surrounding crowd, startled by the sudden eruption of violence, screamed and scattered, though a few daring souls brandished their phones, ready to tweet. My goodness, man, you just soared 3 meters high? That was incredible. A young black man animatedly recounted to the prostrate Happy the astonishing feat he had just witnessed, expressing admiration that he had survived such a fall. This provided Happy with a modicum of comfort. As the man with the buzz cut approached slowly, the young black man hurriedly made his exit. It is one thing to assist others in moments of joy, but it is an entirely different matter when confronted with someone capable of hurling a person 10 meters away. He promptly called the police for his friend, reassuring him, "Hang in there, mate. Help is on the way." However, the authorities had yet to arrive. The hooded figure, having procured the drug, eagerly opened the vial and inhaled its contents. A sound of ecstasy escaped his lips, accompanied by a look of indulgent bliss, complete with drool and snot. One might truly question what he had just consumed. Yet soon, he realized something was amiss. A surge of intense energy and excruciating pain overwhelmed his senses. His skin began to crack, emanating an orange-red glow. Meanwhile, the buzzcut man, who had just shattered Happy's right hand with a punch, sensed the sudden surge of energy behind him. "What the hell?" he shouted, leaping to the safety of a flower bed. He assumed a standard prone position, with the soles of his feet facing the epicenter of the impending explosion and his head turned away, lying flat against the ground. Boom! In a very instant, the buzzcut man completed his maneuver. A searing wave of explosive energy engulfed a third of the square. The remnants of the blast radiated outward from the center. In the aftermath, the only one able to stagger away was the buzzcut man, limping and slowly regenerating his limbs. Happy, being farther from the epicenter, suffered comparatively less damage and retained some vital signs. 3 minutes post-explosion, Mandarin's video resurfaced online. "I am everywhere. Even if you believe you are safe within your fortress. Have you received my Christmas gift? Dictators, do you like it?" In the video, Mandarin maintained his bushy beard, dark sunglasses, and cold demeanor. However, the American populace now experienced the tangible terror he instilled. Instantly, the internet across the nation erupted, and reporters from major television networks frantically pursued any potential means to neutralize Mandarin's threat. Simultaneously, the crime rate surged several percentage points nationwide, especially in New York following the explosion. Bang! How many fools are there, believing it is their time to reign? Huang Ming was currently patrolling the streets of New York, clad in nightclub attire, apprehending those who seized the opportunity to commit crimes. Within just half an hour, he resolved 4 robberies and 6 cases of assault. This was Rod's intention. The citizens of New York needed a pillar of confidence. Meanwhile, Happy was urgently transported to the nearest reputable hospital for emergency care. Upon hearing the news, Tony immediately boarded a private plane and raced to the hospital in a sports car to check on Happy's condition. The following day, upon seeing Happy unconscious in a hospital bed, the doctor informed him that he was not yet out of danger. Tony's fury towards Mandarin ignited within him. As he prepared to leave, reporters waiting downstairs spotted him and swarmed around. Mr. Stark, what are your thoughts on this act of terrorism? Mr. Stark, is it true that one of your employees was injured?" Tony, feeling exasperated by the incessant questioning, seized a microphone and addressed a reporter. "Is this being broadcast globally? Can that bearded clown see this?" The taken-aback reporter nodded in affirmation. Tony then directed the camera closer, exclaiming, "Hey, that has quite a forceful grip. All right, this name is genuinely a challenge to pronounce. Yet, in light of your indigenous status, I shall pardon you. Now listen closely. I am Tony Stark, Iron Man. You have incited my wrath. Remember this face. It is destined to become your lifelong nightmare. If you possess the courage, confront me like a man and spare the innocent." With his anger palpable, Tony forcefully slammed the phone to the ground before driving away from the hospital. Chapter 16. The Light Knight Armor and Maya. "Oh, how I admire your confidence." Killian observed Tony's furious expression on television with a sense of satisfaction, absolving the troubles caused by the buzzcut man. There would not be a second chance. Since a declaration of war had been made, it was time to grant him an opportunity to shine. "Understood, boss." The buzzcut man turned to execute Killian's directives. As he watched his subordinate depart, Killian was flooded with memories of fireworks on a rooftop 13 years ago. Accompanied by the biting cold, the recollection ignited a fervent energy within him. Soon, a pure orange-red glow began to ascend his face, accompanied by a bolder plan forming in his mind. If one is to act, one must strive for excellence. This is what you taught me, Tony. Summoning another aide. A long-haired beauty, Killian whispered his intentions, instructing her to proceed with arrangements that were certainly not as innocuous as inviting Tony to dinner. "How is Happy faring, Mr. Stark?" Huang Ming inquired upon returning to Freedom City. Though his interactions with Happy had been limited, he held a certain fondness for the lovable, rotund figure. Despite the 300% increase in employee complaints since Happy took on the role of security chief, it represented a reform that addressed the core grievances of the staff. A loathed security chief was, after all, an effective one. Well, the situation is not ideal, but the doctors believe he can be saved. Tony sighed, feeling a twinge of self-reproach for having let his guard down recently. Had he remained vigilant, Perhaps Happy would not be in this predicament. Tony was once again enveloped in the anxiety that followed the Battle of New York. JARVIS. Pull up reports on similar incidents. Additionally, reconstruct the scene based on the residual materials and surveillance footage. Understood, sir. Noticing Tony retreating into his frenzied work mode, Huang Ming reluctantly returned the nightclub exhibit to its display case, allowing JARVIS to perform maintenance and adjustments. It was then that he spotted the new blade armor. What is this? A new blade? Huang Ming couldn't resist reaching out to touch it, murmuring to himself. Indeed, as the helmet activated, a voice distinct from JARVIS emerged. Scanning initiated. Iris confirmed. Shape verified. Voice print authenticated. Earprint recognized. Commencing registration. Blade activated. What shall I call you? Huang Ming expressed his astonishment and excitement at the incorporation of an intelligent program into his battlesuit. Who wouldn't desire a sophisticated AI assistant akin to Jarvis, both stylish and functional? You may call me Achilles, or feel free to rename me. He mused. That name seems rather unwise, Huang Ming thought, not wishing to be struck down in his debut like the legendary warrior Achilles. After rummaging through his mind for renowned warrior names, he finally settled on, let us call you Seraphar, a name steeped in honor. Understood. Information registration complete. Seraphar responded as the various components of the battle suit illuminated in succession. Huang Ming then realized that the new blade was not a singular entity, but rather a combination of 42 distinct parts, each more intricately designed, lending an overall sense of flexibility even greater than its predecessor, and with a dual blade configuration at the back. Would you like to test the light cavalry blade? Seraphar inquired. Absolutely. Huang Ming eagerly agreed, and instantly, the entire battle suit elegantly unfolded and arranged itself on the table, awaiting his donning. As you have yet to receive the subcutaneous sensor injection, we will proceed with manual donning for now. With a series of clicks, Huang Ming swiftly donned the entire light cavalry suit, which retained its black and white color scheme, but was notably lighter, allowing for greater joint mobility. Moreover, the data from the panel indicated that the propulsion system appeared even more agile. Do you like it? This is the newly completed model I had intended to present to you in a few days, Tony remarked, having approached after observing Huang Ming testing the new attire. Oh, Mr. Stark, my apologies. I merely meant to say that this suit is impressive, and Seraphar is quite remarkable, Huang Ming replied, slightly flustered. Tony waved his hand, signaling his understanding. Seraphar, is that the name of your intelligent program? Quite an apt choice. Thank you. I've granted Jarvis limited access, but not complete control. I can still lock the suit via Jarvis to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident, Tony warned, his eyes conveying a sense of caution. Any leads on the Mandarin? Huang Ming quickly shifted the topic, eager to evade a lecture from Tony. Well, there's indeed a situation in Kuwait that bears a resemblance to the recent events, Tony replied, suddenly recalling Huang Ming's last encounter. Oh, and it resembles the adversary you faced previously. Good heavens, I hope I haven't destroyed the blade. At that moment, a strikingly beautiful woman approached, her demeanor fraught with urgency. Both Tony and Huang Ming observed her through the camera. It was Maya, the scientist who had invented the extremist virus, and one of Tony's many fleeting romantic entanglements. Excuse me, do you have an urgent matter to discuss? If you need an autograph, this young man beside me can assist, Tony quipped through the intercom. Listen, Tony, I know who the Mandarin is. Maya's words prompted Tony to invite her in without hesitation. All right, now that we have information, the floor is yours. Before she had even taken a seat, Tony pressed. Go ahead, tell me about the Mandarin. It seems you have truly forgotten me. That is somewhat disheartening, Maya replied. Maya first made a jest, only to realize that the two men present wore no smiles. Very well, my boss Killian is indeed the Mandarin, she continued speaking, sitting up straight as Tony finally recalled who this alluring beauty before him was. The Swiss scientist who discovered the deadly virus. The commonality among these explosions was the extreme heat, with no trace of explosives to be found, reminiscent of my research from years past. Maya articulated her perspective, Killian invited me to join back, then precisely because he recognized the feasibility of this project. Well, I shall tentatively accept your assertion, but why? Tony directly queried. A scientist lacks neither funds nor female companionship. Is it merely a matter of boredom that compels one to engage in acts of terror? Am I interrupting something? At that moment, Pepper's voice emerged from behind, instantly rendering the atmosphere awkward. Huang Ming perceived that a meeting between an ex-girlfriend and a current partner, if mishandled, could easily escalate into a domestic dispute. Allow me to introduce, this is Pepper. Huang Ming promptly stepped in to diffuse the tension. Pepper, this is Maya, a scientist. And aside from being a scientist, I suspect there may be more than a mere professional connection with this gentleman. Pepper approached Maya and extended her hand, greeting. Hello. Tony felt a chill run down his spine. Unbeknownst to them, several armed helicopters were en route to Freedom City. Chapter 17. The Attack, Part 1. Noticing the situation was amiss, Huang Ming decisively declared, I'll head downstairs to work. Do carry on with your discussion. Goodness. The intensity of the glances exchanged between the two women during their handshake could rival that of a fierce confrontation. Hey, Tony attempted to call out to Huang Ming, but found himself at a loss for words. Just a student who had recently survived the New York battle, who knew how many of his teachers had made it through. What work could there possibly be? Yet, upon catching the look from Pepper, he hesitated to continue and could only awkwardly clap his hands and offer a sheepish smile. Have you found a place to stay? Should I consider moving out? Pepper approached with the demeanor of someone asserting, Am I hindering your pursuit of romance? Am I not enough? This left Maya feeling rather perplexed, wondering why she felt compelled to interject. Thus, she spoke up, don't misunderstand. We merely spent one night together. Ha. It often happens, Pepper responded with a smile rather than anger. Don't speak. Tony shot a glare at Maya, inwardly lamenting his need to placate her, feeling his anxiety creeping back. Listen, darling, this mess is a result of my past indiscretions. Now, my heart holds no one but you. Is that so? Pepper replied, her gaze drifting toward the garage laboratory. Weren't you recently cuddling with your armor rather than with me? You've become remiss in your submissions lately, yet now you claim I occupy your thoughts? Perhaps you should first resolve world peace. Pepper tapped Tony's arc reactor with a tone of feigned lament. Sarufal, bring out the subcutaneous sensors. I want to administer an injection now. From a moment Huang Ming spotted Maya, he felt as though he had forgotten something significant. The longer one lives in this world, the quicker the memories of the previous one dissipate, akin to sand being washed away by a small flood. Shall we proceed with the injections sequentially or simultaneously? Salyafar inquired, maneuvering the robotic arms in the laboratory, each equipped with a syringe. Even Adai held one in his hands, brimming with excitement. His rudimentary intelligence always found joy in participating in such endeavors. Let us inject together. My eyelids have been twitching incessantly. It does not feel quite right. Very well. But my diagnosis indicates that you are experiencing a case of sporadic eyelid spasm. Is that so? Then I shall hiss ouch, that stings. As Huang Ming spoke, Adai took the lead and directly injected the subcutaneous sensor. This injection site on the posterior could use some improvement. A single needle is bearable. But what of a dozen needles at various unexpected locations? That would be quite painful. You didn't even give a warning, Huang Ming remarked. In moments of unpreparedness, the pain of the injection tends to diminish, Salyafar replied. Huang Ming was rendered speechless. The lack of preparation was indeed the most agonizing aspect, was it not? It is the 21st century, and one still clings to such archaic methods. Warning! Warning! A high-temperature source is rapidly approaching, as Huang Ming contemplated imparting further wisdom to Salyafar. The warning jolted him into realization of a crucial oversight. Without hesitation, he swiftly gestured with both hands. The Blade Knight armor immediately split open and enveloped him, seamlessly integrating into his form as the dual blades secured themselves on his back. Boom! The sound above, accompanied by the impact and collapsing floors, bore down upon him. Damn it! Huang Ming cursed, instinctively engaging his armor and adopting a superhero stance to shatter the floorboards just in time to see Tony directing the 42 suit, which was affixed to Pepper in a moment of crisis. Get everyone out. Ming. Without a second thought, Huang Ming seized Maya, who had been rendered unconscious by the tremors, and soared outward. As for Pepper, witnessing her beloved in peril, she seized the opportunity for survival, propelling herself forward to assist Tony in demolishing a section of the floor. I will protect you. Jarvis, ensure her safety. What? No. Boom, boom, boom. 3 helicopters hovered outside Freedom City, relentlessly unleashing their payload of missiles, evidently intent on leaving the inhabitants with no opportunity for retaliation. With sufficient ammunition, one might imagine they would unleash a bombardment reminiscent of Van Frit. Stay here, Huang Ming exclaimed, casting Maya aside before charging back into the fray. He was aware of the impending chaos, but surely they could not have so many air-to-ground missiles. Were they intent on exterminating every rodent and cockroach alike? Sir, Miss Pepper is safe. Then let us engage fully. Tony, now reassured, called back the 42 suit. Simultaneously, Huang Ming emerged from the smoke, hefting a floorboard towering over 2 men, and hurled it with great force at one of the helicopters, imbued with a subtle, almost imperceptible power of thunder. Battle skill, Stormhammer. Boom! The opponent's pilot had yet to execute an evasive maneuver before being struck down. Meanwhile, the 2 aircraft nearby had already activated their Vulcan cannons, unleashing a relentless barrage towards Tony. Under the relentless fire, Tony found himself at a disadvantage. As the Mark 42 was newly crafted, its systems still far from perfected, requiring Jarvis to activate them. As a result, he was forced to retreat, sparks flying, relying solely on mobility to mitigate the incoming fire. After Huang Ming dealt with 1 aircraft, he attempted to stabilize his flight posture, only to be reminded by Seraphar that the flight systems remained unstable and could not be activated in time. Cursing under his breath, he found that the thrusters beneath him had ceased to burn, sending him into a free fall. In midair, Huang Ming struggled to adjust his orientation, aiming at the hovering attack helicopter above, applying full thrust to the propulsion system. Boom! The immense thrust propelled him parallel to the helicopter, reducing the distance significantly, and he drew forth his combat knife. The weapon system had not been unlocked, but a warrior's instinct is to slash and charge. Familiar with the propulsion force, Huang Ming erupted once more, launching himself like a missile towards the target. The pilot of the helicopter had just begun to initiate evasive maneuvers when the belly of the aircraft was exposed. Without hesitation, Huang Ming gripped his knife tightly, his inner fury surging like a tidal wave. You dare to touch my longtime ally. With a decisive strike, he cleaved through the helicopter as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. The aircraft was split in half, and with a sudden crash, Huang Ming collided with the mountainside, damaging the last load-bearing pillar of Liberty City. The remaining helicopter, intending to retreat, fell victim to Tony's energy cannon. However, Liberty City had suffered catastrophic structural damage, ultimately collapsing into the sea. Jarvis, are you not done yet? Tony plummeted into the ocean, grappling with the water pressure, the relentless debris raining down, and an overwhelming force pulling him down. He could almost hear his suit groaning under the strain, accompanied by a wave of helplessness, loneliness, and madness. Sir, please maintain steady breathing. It will be over soon. Jarvis, Tony shouted, nearly at the brink of despair. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the wreckage, a brilliant blue light emanated from his suit. The flight system was activated. With a roar, Jarvis engaged the full power, following the last set path Tony had established. Chapter 18, Assault, Part 2, Tony. Pepper watched in anguish, her heart torn at the sight before her. Just as she contemplated calling Rhodey for assistance, a steel gauntlet emerged from the cliffside. Hearing the commotion, Pepper felt a surge of hope. Huang Ming. But upon seeing the color of the gauntlet, a tinge of disappointment washed over her. Huang Ming, having climbed up from the cliffside by sheer will, lay there gasping for breath. The effort was not merely physical. Avoiding the falling debris was a monumental task, akin to a game of hopscotch. Are you all right, Ming? Pepper rushed over, concern etched across her face. In this moment, there were few she could genuinely rely on, and Huang Ming was one of them. She had attempted to call Rhodey, but the line had gone unanswered. The ever-kind Coulson is no longer with us, which is indeed a lamentable loss. I am unscathed. Our priority must be to safeguard the female scientist, for I believe she possesses valuable knowledge. Huang Ming gestured towards Maya, who had just regained consciousness and was now coming to terms with the fact that she had survived a missile attack without any protective gear. She could boast about it the next time she visited a bar. Next, I need to find a place to recharge the battle suit and take a moment to recuperate. Huang Ming caught his breath and instructed Seraphar to assess the damage to the suit. Jarvis successfully activated the flight system of Unit 42 and granted Seraphar additional permissions. This enabled Huang Ming to make repairs at the Stark Group headquarters. However, the question arose, how would they leave without a vehicle? Maya inquired, clearly apprehensive about being suspended in midair, as it would not only be uncomfortable but also unflattering. The suit sustained a 30 damage, primarily to the propulsion system, with minor damages elsewhere, while the human body bore multiple abrasions. After delivering the report, Seraphar issued a warning. A vehicle was rapidly approaching, equipped with weapons. The vehicle arrived. Truly a competent transport captain. Huang Ming secured his helmet and drew the twin blades from his back. Pepper, take her and find a safe hiding spot. We have unexpected guests, he instructed. Without hesitation, Pepper grabbed Maya and led her behind a rock, her expression tense as she anxiously covered her mouth, fearing that any sound might disrupt him. 500 meters. Clang, 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 clang. Listening to Seraphar's distance report, Huang Ming began to sprint in quick, measured steps. As he reached his maximum speed, he timed it perfectly with the enemy vehicle navigating up the slope. With a powerful push-off, he leaped, blades reversed in his grip. The adversaries barely had time to curse before Huang Ming kicked through the glass, plunging his blades from the front seat to the back. Without a glance at the interior, he propelled himself again, crashing down like a striking jaguar onto the second vehicle, seizing the driver's head and neutralizing all three occupants in one swift motion. Bang, bang, bang. The three individuals in the third vehicle finally realized the ferocity of Huang Ming's assault. They hastily exited, unloading their magazines in a frenzied attempt to suppress him. One of them, seizing the opportunity while Huang Ming raised his hand to shield his helmet from gunfire, pulled out a grenade, removed the pin, and tossed it. Boom! Flames erupted from the explosion, cracking the earth beneath. Huang Ming was propelled back by the force of the blast, leaving 2 craters in his wake. The three, emboldened by the success of the grenade, eagerly retrieved their own grenades with the intent to throw them. With a fierce wind tearing through the flames and smoke, Huang Ming charged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the first man, who had been gleefully shooting. He then snatched the grenade from one of their hands, stuffing it back into his grasp, and with a swift throw, sent him tumbling through the air, terror etched on his face. Now it's just you left, darling. In a shocking turn of events, the final assailant, driven by madness, pulled the pin from his grenade, intending to rush towards Huang Ming in a desperate bid for mutual destruction. Yet, in an instant, a flash of silver light pierced his vision, culminating in a deafening explosion, a final spectacle of crimson hues and flames. Huang Ming retrieved the flying knife he had previously hurled, now serving as a storm hammer, and messaged Seraphar to inform Little Pepper, "It's safe now. You can come out." Concurrently, videos and news reports of the Mandarin's destruction of Tony Stark's residence rapidly spread across television networks and websites nationwide. I know where you are, yet you remain oblivious to my whereabouts. Do you enjoy my hospitality, Americans? With Iron Man himself now under siege, America plunged once more into chaos. Protests erupted against the atrocities and governmental inaction. Meanwhile, Rhodey, frantic to check on Tony's condition, intercepted a signal from the Iron Patriot indicating the Mandarin's location. "Just you wait, you scoundrel," he exclaimed, activating his suit and swiftly heading towards the signal, all the while reporting his movements to his superiors. "Come on, Colonel Rhodes. I trust you will appreciate the surprise I prepared for you," Killian remarked cheerfully after sipping his drink, relishing in the destruction of anything associated with Tony. He was now intent on personally pursuing the most significant person in Tony's life. "What exactly are you doing?" Little Pepper questioned as she drove to pick up Maya. Huang Ming sat in the back seat, on alert for any imminent threats, suspecting that Killian had come personally this time. I came to remind him that the Mandarin is indeed my boss, Killian, Maya stated, but it was too late. Her revelation startled Little Pepper. What? Killian is the Mandarin? Although I lack concrete evidence, based on my years of working for him and the Mandarin's recent acknowledgement of the bombing incidents, I am 80% certain of his identity, Maya deduced, earning a thumbs up from Huang Ming in the back seat. But are you sure you didn't uncover this while assisting him with the extremist virus experiments? Little Pepper fell silent, her expression one of disbelief, as she contemplated the credibility of Maya's assertions. By the time they arrived at her building, she remained mute. I'll wait for you downstairs, hurry. Huang Ming signaled to Little Pepper, who instantly understood and hurriedly pulled Maya upstairs. After they ascended, Huang Ming unsheathed his twin blades with a swift motion. Come out, for I am filled with rage today. Facing the floral decor downstairs, Huang Ming felt his anger rise, enveloping his weapons and tinting the silver blades with a crimson hue. Little Pepper burst through the door, nearly colliding with Killian, who stood merely 3 steps away. As she opened her mouth to scream, he seized her by the throat. How are you, Little Pepper? He inquired, before tightening his grip and rendering her unconscious. He then cast a calm glance at the terrified Maya beside him. I'm not, Maya stammered before succumbing to her fear and fainting. Killian stepped outside, observing Huang Ming engaged in a fierce battle below with a disdainful smile. Accompanied by Little Chili and Maya, he departed from another direction. Huang Ming, fully aware of Killian's presence above, was resolute in not disrupting the carefully memorized plot. He knew Little Chili would ultimately be unharmed, as long as he focused solely on confronting the 5 enraged red dogs before him. He hoped his fire resistance was sufficiently high. Chapter 19. Feeling a bit thrilled? It was advised to discard any unusable firearms to lighten the load. After analyzing the situation on site, Sarufel offered a candid suggestion. Huang Ming executed a backward leap, evading the barrage of 5 fireballs aimed at him. Discard. With a swift halt, he wielded his dual blades, sensing that this time, the Berserker was unlike the previous one. In terms of strength and speed, it was evident that he was significantly overmatched, likely due to Killian administering a higher potency of the Berserker virus. What's wrong? Are you afraid? Taunted one of the bald men, who had earlier displayed bravado. You were quite formidable a moment ago, weren't you? 1 against 5. Let us see your Chinese martial arts, kid. The other 4 nodded in agreement, their mocking laughter resonating. They were wholly confident in their current superiority, claiming they could take down Hulk himself. Oh dear, underestimated, aren't we? At this moment, Sarufel Huang Ming realized an important truth. Never attempt to provoke a warrior in the midst of battle, for his fury knows no limits. Boom! The thermal weapon armor on his light knight suit was instantly ejected, toppling 2 unsuspecting berserkers to the ground. Huang Ming's rage manifested as a crimson aura enveloping his armor. With a thunderous crash, the ground bore only a small crater, as Huang Ming charged directly at the mocking bald man. Yet, a berserker obstructed his path, chest glowing red as he inhaled deeply, swelling with breath. With a fierce roar, he exhaled a torrent of searing flames, engulfing Huang Ming as charge. The warrior's advance did not waver. Executing a left-forward sidestep to evade the flames, he lowered his posture like a spring compressed to its limit, crossing his dual blades before him. An odd sensation washed over the onlookers, as if time had momentarily paused in that fleeting instant. Boom! This time, the sound was even more thunderous, as the enraged Huang Ming broke the sound barrier, vanishing from their sight. They witnessed the bald man momentarily freeze, before his body was suddenly torn apart as if by an invisible hand. Re-emerging, Huang Ming brought forth a shockwave that shattered the asphalt beneath him, leaving a large crater. Below lay a water pipe, which burst forth with a torrent of rushing water. Take him down. The remaining 4 shouted, surging forward without regard for overheating, their fury ablaze. Come on. Huang Ming pressed forward, charging at the 4 adversaries. With the momentum of his assault activated, his rage transformed his dual blades into a vivid crimson, flames of fury igniting as the warrior surged ahead. Absorbing a powerful punch to the chest, his left-hand blade executed a decisive strike, cleaving the foe in 2. Immediately following was a surge of wrath enveloping him, as his right hand wielded the battle blade in a sweeping motion. From his point of origin, Huang Ming conjured a tempest of steel. The technique, known as the whirlwind slash, transformed his fury into a searing storm, mercilessly tearing apart the three adversaries before him. In that instant, it resembled a display of iron fireworks, sparks flying. Those that landed upon the puddles on the ground hissed and released steam, saturating the entire area. With a clang, the technique known as the shockwave was unlocked, rendering pain meaningless beneath the divine presence. The timing of this technique's activation was impeccable, achieving a fusion level of 45. Observing that two of his opponents could barely stand, shimmering with a crimson glow amidst the mist, Huang Ming stomped forcefully in their direction, unleashing a wave of fury that coalesced into a shockwave. The two were abruptly struck as if by a 100-ton hammer, sent hurtling through the air. One, positioned precariously forward, was utterly obliterated by the ferocious energy. However, this series of explosive maneuvers left Huang Ming's battle attire, save for his helmet, battered and marred, with a significant gash in his chest revealing charred, oozing wounds. He had lost yet another blade, leaving him with only his right-hand weapon. Coughing, he mused on the fragility of his weaponry, noting for future reference to wield an axe instead. Acknowledged and recorded. Yet, I believe it prudent for you to seek medical attention for your wounds. It is not over yet. There is more to come. Just as Huang Ming finished speaking, the bald man, who had been the first to be torn apart, surprisingly recovered and sluggishly approached Huang Ming. I nearly perished, but fortunately, you left one for me to replenish myself. He raised his left hand, revealing a severed hand of his companion, which was swiftly absorbed. Huang Ming recalled the capabilities of the despair virus, though the details eluded him. Now, he found himself flanked by the two resurrected warriors, their temperatures having soared to 2,000 degrees, their torsos transformed into glowing orbs of fire. Remove all but the gauntlets and helmet now, Huang Ming bellowed, kneeling to evade the dual punches closing in on him. The detached chest armor was violently shredded by his foes, and the bald man, regaining his senses, delivered a sweeping kick. Huang Ming executed a roll to evade, losing only his leg armor in the process. In North America, winter reigned during the days surrounding Christmas, yet the three present felt none of its chill, all bare from the waist up. Huang Ming, in particular, appeared flushed, evidently concentrating his fury within. As white mist billowed around him, the technique, pain ignored, enveloped him. His entire being resonated with rage, and his pain receptors dulled, leaving only an insatiable thirst for combat. Yes, the berserk state had been activated. His body began to swell, muscles bulging, veins coiling like serpents. Finally, a dark gray metallic sheen emerged upon his skin, signifying the descent of the divine. The helmet and gauntlets expanded, his eyes, mingling violet and gray, fixed upon his adversaries. The bloodline of the Titan progeny amplified the divine descent, augmenting him to a colossal stature of 2.5 meters. The bald man and his companion gazed in astonishment at Huang Ming's transformation. This fellow had injected himself with the sister serum of the desperation virus, the apocalypse virus. Despite their surprise, the two seasoned soldiers exchanged a knowing glance and determined their strategy. The bald man gathered his strength and unleashed a jet of flames, while his companion flanked from the side, intending to sever Huang Ming's head with his searing crimson hands. However, to their dismay, a figure emerged from the flames, delivering a knee strike that sent the bald man flying. Thud! Upon landing, he swiftly twisted his waist, enveloped in thunderous energy, and hurled his battle blade, a storm hammer. The overwhelming force was unstoppable, the trajectory of movement impossible to perceive. In the blink of an eye, the flanking warrior, akin to being struck by a cannonball, had his upper body explode in a shower of gore, while his lower half collapsed to the ground, rapidly cooling. Damn it! The bald man charged forward, leaping across 10 meters. He unleashed a powerful punch that knocked Huang Ming back, leaving 2 crimson imprints on his body. The intensity was such that even a divine being's skin would have melted. Huang Ming steadied himself, bellowing as he rushed forward. The bald man, undeterred, brandished a thick pipe from the ground. The two engaged in a frenzied exchange, devoid of technique, purely relying on their regenerative abilities to surpass each other's defenses. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed as Huang Ming, in a moment of clarity amidst his fury, swept the bald man's pipe aside with a punch. He then unleashed a powerful kick that sent him flying, followed by a sprint and leap. As the bald man landed, Huang Ming descended upon him with an unstoppable force, delivering a fatal blow that shattered the bald man's skull. Immediately afterward, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him, ignoring the pain as his divine essence began to fade. The myriad aches from his injuries struck Huang Ming's nerves like a heavy blow. Ah! The excruciating pain compelled him to scream, his cries resonating around him. Kneeling on the ground, his head resting against the floor, he gasped for breath, his body trembling slightly. Having never endured such agony in 2 lifetimes, he found himself softly sobbing. Damn it, it hurts so much, but why does it feel somewhat exhilarating? Chapter 20, Accepting the Invitation, a what? Awakening. Huang Ming discovered himself lying in a hospital room that felt oddly familiar. A quick glance revealed Fury, seated in a chair beside him. Clearly having been rescued by the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Do you feel any discomfort, little Hulk? Fury inquired, pulling his chair closer to Huang Ming's bed. His remarks stemmed from witnessing Huang Ming's battle the previous night. The once won 7-meter young man had suddenly transformed into a massive gray figure, engaging in a fiery duel. Goodness, I truly miss the days of a normal Earth. Thank goodness. But could you please ask that beautiful woman outside not to look at me like that? It's a bit unsettling. Huang Ming pointed at a coffee-haired beauty outside, who was gazing at him with fervent admiration. Sporting a single ponytail, her eyes sparkled with a peculiar light, green to be precise. Yet, Huang Ming couldn't help but notice her alluring lips. This was his first thought. Oh, are you referring to Simmons? She was indeed aware that you requested treatment here after your injury, as she harbored a keen interest in you. Fury glanced back, causing Simmons to hurriedly cover her face and flee. Would you like me to provide you with her phone number? It would be quite beneficial. But this is hardly the time for such discussions. How long have I been unconscious? Huang Ming's inquiry rendered Fury momentarily speechless. You know this is not the appropriate moment to awaken and immediately gaze upon a beauty. Now you choose to bring it up. Thankfully, you are not one of my subordinates. Otherwise, I would have dealt with you more harshly. 10 hours. It is now 9:00 a.m. Fury responded promptly. As an agent must always maintain a keen awareness of time, especially for someone of his caliber. However, I advise against your involvement, as your battle suit has been severely damaged. As he spoke, Fury retrieved a safe from beneath the bed and opened it, revealing the damaged helmet of the blade. Beep. The helmet scanned Huang Ming's face, illuminating and activating instantly. The voice of Seraphar echoed, stating, "The battle suit is critically damaged. Combat records have been saved. An optimization of the suit and weapon design is underway." Huang Ming quickly pressed a switch inside the helmet, projecting the contents. All I remember is excruciating pain. Everything else is as hazy as a blackout. Allow me to assist in your recollection. You were discarded at the hospital entrance by a blue van, covered in blood. According to the diagnostic results, nearly all of your muscle fibers were torn, but the most critical injuries were several third-degree burns and internal trauma. Fury recited Huang Ming's injury report with a serious gaze. I'm unaware of how you acquired these abilities, but it appears you are not yet capable of controlling them effectively. Understand that all uncontrollable power is perilous, and thus I extend an invitation for you to become an auxiliary member of S.H.I.L.D. and undergo training at the S.H.E.L.D. Academy. Fury's proposition plunged Huang Ming into contemplation. Reflecting on his limited battles, he realized that his victories were primarily due to sheer force, and when that failed, he resorted to unleashing his rage, fighting instinctively. He recognized his lack of understanding and control over his own power, which was his newfound insight. Initially, he had hoped to rely on the intelligence system of his iron suit to better manage his abilities, yet thus far, the suit had proven more restrictive than helpful. This could be attributed to Tony not being a professional combatant. After a brief moment of reflection, Huang Ming acquiesced to Fury. Very well, I accept your offer. However, I must first assist Mr. Stark before I can pursue training. Fury contemplated for a moment before agreeing to Huang Ming's stipulation. While immediate training would have been ideal, securing such a valuable asset was already a significant achievement. Recently, he had sensed a shadow lurking within S-H-I-E-L-D. When he attempted to investigate further, he found that the trail had been abruptly severed. Thus, he required a dedicated combat team under his command, with Huang Ming being his second recruit. The first, of course, was the diligent and amiable Coulson. Should you require any assistance from me, feel free to ask. For now, rest. I have matters to attend to. After achieving his objective, Fury departed with a cool remark. In truth, the only serious expression he possessed resembled that of a certain impoverished soul with lifeless eyes, a fact that remained unalterable. Huang Ming, slightly amused, quickly accessed his panel to assess his current situation. Upon inspection, he discovered that his fusion progress was already halfway completed, though no additional combat skills had been unlocked. Nevertheless, his strength had increased to 150. As he flexed his hand, he felt as if he could shatter the very air around him. It seemed the blade armor, designed as a foundation, was no longer suitable for him. Contemplating this, he began to formulate new ideas for armor that would better suit his combat style. After gauging his body, he noted only a slight pain in his chest. Otherwise, he felt fit. He promptly donned his helmet, intending to seek out Fury for some information and weaponry. Upon exiting, he unexpectedly collided with Simmons, who had been lurking just outside the door. With the beauty in his arms, Huang Ming felt a stir in his heart, but quickly stepped back, apologizing. I'm so sorry. I rushed out and didn't see you. Are you all right? His concern was genuine, as he was uncertain about his ability to control his newfound strength of 150 and didn't want to cause her any harm. Oh no, I'm fine, Simmons managed, clutching her wrist while pondering how this boy could possess such formidable strength, feeling as if she had nearly been crushed by a steel plate. Yet, the more she reflected, the happier she became. My paper will finally be completed. If you have nothing pressing, I'll take my leave, Huang Ming noted, observing the slight redness on Simmons' wrist. But time was of the essence. He planned to take her out for a meal later. He recalled that Simmons was a member of Coulson's team, and also part of S-H-I-E-L-D. As soon as he finished his thought, he sprinted away. What? Simmons exclaimed, having just been contemplating how to spend her scholarship after her paper was finished. A gust of wind passed, and she looked up to find Huang Ming had already dashed far away, prompting her to shout in frustration, "Humph, that guy is truly insufferable." Salufar, please dial Pepper S number, Huang Ming instructed, needing to ascertain the current progress of events. As expected, no one answered Pepper's phone, nor Maya's. Meanwhile, Jarvis was silent, as if devoid of power. This was Salufar's report. Relieved to learn that everything was proceeding as planned, Huang Ming sighed. Thank goodness, it's not too dire. Upon leaving, he hailed a taxi to Stark Tower, simultaneously entering his requirements for new weaponry into Salufar's system, requesting assistance in procuring a weapon remotely, and contemplating the possibility of seeking Fury's help if that failed. As for the combat suit, he thought a jest, considering Stark Industries was a titan in military technology. He had long wished to experiment with Kevlar. However, unbeknownst to Huang Ming, his actions were closely observed by a beautiful woman in a blue pickup truck at the intersection across from the hospital. At last, I'll call a live one. I want to let you escape this time, she declared as she started her engine and followed him. Chapter 21. Ashes and Oaken as a taxi driver navigating the treacherous streets of Hell's Kitchen, Adu possessed experiences unparalleled by his peers. Unlike them, he was not merely a vessel for mundane existence. Their lives were as monotonous as a bowl of plain water, predictable to the point of being able to anticipate the next day's monotony with eyes closed, taking longer routes, swindling passengers, and concluding the dreariness with yet another hamburger. Consequently, Adu honed a remarkable skill in observation. Hey, my friend, there's been a vehicle tailing us for quite some time. Huh? Huang Ming, upon hearing this, turned a glance back. To his astonishment, a blue van was indeed following them brazenly. It maintained a distance, so close it disregarded the very basics of surveillance. Was this a test of intelligence? What had he done to provoke such attention? In a moment of realization, Huang Ming recalled something Fury had mentioned. Oh, it was she who saved me. This blue van was unmistakably associated with one of his deities. Sky, equipped with a password lock coupled with global positioning. It was a computer genius capable of taking on the millions of devices employed by S.H.I.E.L.D. After a brief contemplation, Huang Ming discerned the reason for her pursuit. She had finally located a living individual who might be a suspected superhero. An opportunity to unveil more truths. Do you need my assistance to shake her off? Or perhaps some weaponry? Adu inquired, his excitement palpable. Initially, he had anticipated a mundane day in Manhattan, intending to complete his shift and return home, but it appeared he had stumbled into something extraordinary. Upon hearing Adu's words, Huang Ming's forehead creased with lines of incredulity. My good sir, what are you suggesting? Why do you speak so nonchalantly about evading a vehicle? And what is that peculiar maneuver of twisting the steering wheel? Are you not perhaps channeling the essence of the Fast and Furious franchise? Have you transcended dimensions? And offering weaponry services? What sort of taxi driver are you? As Huang Ming turned back to ponder the matter, his hand inadvertently brushed against a hard object. Upon inspection, his eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, there truly are weapons. Indeed, as one who makes a living in Hell's Kitchen, it is quite normal to carry firearms. Adu nonchalantly declared, revealing a spare gun from beneath the seat. Huang Ming's expression coalesced into astonishment. Who was this hardcore driver? Why did he speak of such matters with such glee, like a child brandishing a new toy? You're out here on a secret mission tonight, aren't you? No need for weapons. Just help me shake her off, Huang Ming replied wearily, yet with the intention of befriending an extraordinary individual. For Hell's Kitchen was indeed a cradle of talent. Oh, by the way, what is your name? I'm called Adu. My friend. My phone number is conveniently located behind the seat, he said. Huang Ming glanced back to find it was indeed true, but Adu, in true taxi driver fashion, began to boast. I also offer specialized transportation services. Whether you wish to deliver goods or transport something illicit, I have services available. With a discount of 20%, he chuckled. First, help me shake off the car behind us. Huang Ming felt utterly incapable of voicing his frustrations. The term black meat for delivery was a euphemism that reeked of dubious dealings. Why would I involve you in such matters? I am, after all, a pure and innocent youth of a new century, completely untainted by such activities. Nevertheless, Huang Ming discreetly noted Adu's number on his phone. Brace yourself. A massive force pressed Huang Ming against his seat, eliciting a gasp. Adu then demonstrated a driving prowess that seemed almost supernatural, swerving, drifting, and shifting gears, all while explaining the significance of each maneuver. Initially, Huang Ming's expression mirrored the horror one might feel upon encountering a specter for the first time, but gradually, he acclimated to the chaos. Is the driver on drugs? Driving feels akin to dancing at a club. Sky slammed the steering wheel. In a mere act of turning, the other car suddenly accelerated, weaving wildly, to the point where she could no longer even detect its exhaust. Goodbye. Next time, I'll treat you to a drink. Adu had already reached Stark Tower, cheerfully bidding farewell to Huang Ming. He had enjoyed his day immensely, exhilarated by the thrill of speed. Meanwhile, Huang Ming stood in a daze, waving goodbye, feeling as though his feet barely touched the ground. With every turn, he could hear the taxi's components groaning, as if they would disintegrate with the next burst of acceleration. Sir, your heart rate is elevated. Would you like me to administer a sedative shortly? Seraphar inquired with concern. This jolted Huang Ming back to his purpose. He hurried into the designated elevator, unlocking it with his iris, and addressed his helmet. Seraphar, is everything ready? The weapons will be prepared in 3 minutes. However, the battle suit is ready for you to collect on the top floor. As the elevator doors opened, Huang Ming beheld the sleek Kevlar battlesuit. Seraphar had also prepared choices in yellow camouflage and solid black. Considering the Middle Eastern setting, Huang Ming donned the yellow camouflage and swiftly made his way to the laboratory on the top floor. There, they were crafting a new weapon design he had recently conceived. Although Tony had designed two exceptionally sharp blades, they lacked the satisfying feel he desired. He sent a message to Director Fury, requesting recent intelligence regarding Mr. Stark. Director Fury has already dispatched the documents while you were en route, came the response. Through email? How do you know my email? Huang Ming regretted the thought immediately. It must be trivial for the king of spies to acquire a common person's email. Fury likely had all his secrets memorized, grabbing two Glock 19s as secondary weapons. Seraphar reminded him that the first weapon was now ready. Huang Ming quickly requested its delivery. This time, he had designed two heavy weaponry pieces. Moments later, the lab doors opened to reveal a matte-finished large blade that caught his eye. It is a straight knife, single-edged, emulating the style of the Tang Dynasty's Zhan knife. The black blade, along with the handle, is seamlessly formed, with only a faint glimmer of sharpness visible along the edge. The cutting tip is designed in a manner that evokes a sense of dread, a fierce presence that looms ominously. At the rear of the handle, a counterweight has been added to maintain balance. Gazing upon such a weapon, Huang Ming felt that with his 150 points of strength enhancement, he could truly demonstrate his prowess. As for the second weapon, it requires more time. The double-edged axe is rather challenging to handle. After finishing his statement, Seraphar handed over a binding rope for Huang Ming to wrap around the handle. Well then, let us proceed directly. After all, these are merely prototypes. We can refine them upon our return. What shall we name the weapon? Ashbringer and the Awakens axe. Sir, Director Fury has arranged for the flight to Tennessee. Once you don your helmet, the vehicle he arranged will be waiting downstairs. Huang Ming did not delay, although this was Tony's tale of growth. He had his own reckoning to settle with Killian and his crew. Moreover, Maya was a talent that must not be lost. Chapter 22. Assembly. Tony now regretted his earlier decision to declare war on Mandarin. Perhaps he should have quietly amassed wealth, gathered intelligence, and approached the village discreetly, avoiding any gunfire. Ultimately, pinpointing the location and resolving it with a single, long-range guided missile would have sufficed. Alas, youthful arrogance had led to this predicament, leaving him helplessly leaning against the car, enduring the relentless torment of anxiety. His breaths grew heavier, yet the oxygen intake remained unchanged. At that moment, Tony wished fervently for Huang Ming's presence. At least he could provide a scolding to alleviate his symptoms. Of course, having Pepper around would have been even better. The mere thought of her brought him a modicum of comfort. At least this time, she had not been drawn into the chaos, which was a relief. It was then that the voice of young Harry from Tennessee echoed through the phone. Are you all right? Technician? Perhaps, but I don't feel very well. Tony's fingers dug into the crevices of the car, striving to prevent himself from succumbing to unconsciousness from overwhelming tension. In moments of extreme fear, one either faints or resists. Anxiety, however, shifts all your resistance to the other side of the scale. This explains why some girls remain motionless when faced with harm. Hey, listen to me. I am listening. You said you were a technician. Yes, so? Then why not try to create something? Harry's last remark struck Tony like a heavy hammer, leaving him momentarily stunned. Indeed, why had he not tried to create something? He was the architect of Iron Man, not the suit itself that defined him. The suit does not forge itself. The core exists solely within him. Without him, that suit is nothing but a hollow shell. With Tony Stark, however, Iron Man truly comes to life. You are right. Why not create something? After a moment of reflection, Tony found his breathing had eased. The fear in his eyes transformed into resolve, as he no longer recoiled from the tormenting shadows that had plagued him. A true stronghold is first and foremost defined by the strength of one's will rather than by external appearances. Only when one's will aligns harmoniously with their power can one truly be considered formidable, regardless of their skills. Enlightened by clarity, Tony drove directly to Miami, having discerned the location of the Mandarin. However, before embarking on this mission, he needed to craft some weaponry and secure a good night's rest. Ever since his struggle with anxiety, his sleep had been fraught with turmoil whenever he closed his eyes. Visions of traversing wormholes with a nuclear bomb and his suit depleting its energy plagued him, leaving him engulfed in solitude, helplessness, and a profound sense of emptiness, as if a pair of hands were choking the very breath from his throat. Meanwhile, armed to the teeth, Huang Ming had boarded the aircraft prepared by Fury, lamenting that it was not a Quinjet but merely a mundane transport plane. Yet, upon entering, he swiftly transferred piloting control to Seraphar, opting for automated navigation while closely monitoring Jarvis's movements. "You might be in for a surprise, Mr. Stark," he mused, gripping the formidable Ashbringer. This time, he eagerly anticipated a confrontation with those desperate warriors, unencumbered by the limitations of his previous encounters. Moreover, even without divine intervention, the bloodline of the Titan had fully awakened within him, flowing vigorously from their last battle. Bloodline, Titan descendant, permanent enhancement of endurance by 20, strength by 50, significant resistance to ailments, bleeding, and toxins, coupled with a tenacious will that provides formidable defense against mental assaults. Proficiency in heavy weaponry increases accuracy with two-handed arms. Resistance to fire and frost enhanced by 20. At this moment, Huang Ming feared but one thing: losing control and inadvertently eliminating the final adversary, which would rob Tony of his opportunity for retribution. However, the immediate priority remained to rescue Pepper. Fortunately, he had previously injected a locator into her, feeling a sense of relief, though uncertain if the extremist virus would incinerate the device during its transformation. Nevertheless, as long as Seraphar was still receiving signals, it was a good sign. Huang Ming hoped it would turn out to be a trap. That way, Ashbringer would not be rendered useless. "Sir, Miss Potts's signal has been interrupted. Has the transformation begun?" he queried, promptly setting the destination to the last known signal source and accelerating forward. Tightening his grip on his weapon, he felt the hunger of his blade, eager for action. As Huang Ming raced to rescue Pepper, unbeknownst to him, Tony was also at her location, oblivious to how close he truly was to his beloved. Had he known, he would have dismissed the Mandarin and any other threats with disdain. Thus, Tony, emboldened and resolute, unleashed the full extent of his military training, employing stealth, surprise attacks, and makeshift electric gauntlets crafted from stun batons to dismantle the security measures laid by the Mandarin as if they were mere illusions. Tony navigated through numerous challenges until he finally confronted the Mandarin. "I am truly a ray of sunshine on the beach," along with the old captain. At this moment, Tony felt an overwhelming urge to curse. He had toiled arduously, battling with the Human Torch and dealing with a burglary at home. After enduring the biting cold for an extended period, now he was being informed that he was merely an actor. Tony was tempted to exclaim, "Would you kindly refrain from involving me in your performance?" Frustration coursed through him. After all this trouble, it turned out to be Killian. Had he known earlier, he would have donned his suit and swiftly dealt with him, sparing himself from this ordeal. Just as Tony hesitated on whether to pull the trigger on this thespian, the Mandarin's pupils suddenly constricted, rendering him momentarily frozen. Tony swiftly turned, preparing to shoot, only to be knocked unconscious by the buzzcut man who had injured Happy. "Did you say anything to him?" the buzzcut man asked coldly. "No," the Mandarin replied, casually opening a can of soda, his expression relaxed, yet internally flustered. "You should have triggered the alarm," the buzzcut man warned in a low tone, his displeasure evident. "He's merely a puppet. Do not be overly arrogant. Isn't there nothing to worry about?" The Mandarin shrugged nonchalantly, taking a refreshing sip from his drink before turning to continue his revelry with the beautiful women. The buzzcut man suppressed the urge to act violently and decided to take Tony down to show him to the boss. Bang! Huang Ming leaped over the wall, cautiously scanning his surroundings and discovering that the security had already been neutralized. "Am I in a scripted scene?" he pondered, but obediently pressed the side of his helmet, requesting, "Report the possible locations of the signal source in depth." "Understood, sir," came the response. Meanwhile, within the castle, Tony, now conscious, spotted a familiar silhouette. Maya? Chapter 23. Desperate Tony Maya was in a quandary. As a scientist, she should feel elated that her project had garnered investment. Moreover, she should be pleased that numerous volunteers were eager to participate, greatly benefiting her research. Yet, the grim reality was that her work was being exploited for terrorist activities, and its current state was entirely due to the genius standing behind her, the Iron Man with whom she had shared a fleeting night. "How do you feel?" she asked, turning back with genuine concern. However, To Tony, this sounded like mockery, a victor's derision towards the vanquished. He raised an eyebrow. Not bad, just like last time. Creaking on a bed. Huh. Even if you say that, my experiment has succeeded. Many will benefit now, Maya asserted. But before she could finish, Tony vehemently retorted. Do you consider those walking pressure cookers a success? They remain uncontrollable grenades, exploding among the crowd at their whim. Is that what you call success? Your science teacher must be resurrecting. Then help me improve it, genius, Maya replied, placing an old car in front of Tony, revealing the equation he had left behind years ago, one of the core elements driving the extremist virus project. This sudden impulse to laugh struck Tony, as he reflected on a carefree night a decade prior, which today delivered him a heavy blow. Do you wish to unravel this equation? By all means, consult your mathematics teacher, Tony remarked with a sardonic chuckle. Oh, Tony, I must admit I find your demeanor rather unappealing now, came the voice of Killian, who entered with the triumphant smile of a conqueror. Indeed, witnessing his longtime adversary, who had once humiliated him and had been brimming with confidence, now reduced to a pitiful state akin to a wild dog, helplessly bound before him, filled Killian with an exquisite sense of satisfaction. He held the power to determine the fate of his foe. What a splendid feeling it was. Iron Man, the superhero, the savior of New York, Tony Stark, the genius of the age. It could be said that Killian's heart brimmed with exuberance at that moment. Tony, do you recall that New Year's Eve when you toyed with me as if I were a fool? What I learned that night has left me eternally grateful, Killian said gleefully as he retrieved equipment from his briefcase. It was despair. Watching the merrymakers below, I genuinely considered leaping from the balcony to end my life. What a pity you didn't stand your ground. That is not a commendable habit, Tony quipped, to which Killian merely smiled in response, aware that what he was about to reveal to Tony would be utterly captivating. For someone on the brink of despair, he was remarkably magnanimous. To express my gratitude for imparting such an invaluable lesson, I have a gift for you, he proclaimed, as a projection materialized, revealing Pepper, injected with the extremist virus. Her expression filled with anguish as she struggled desperately. It seemed she was calling out Tony's name, and if luck did not favor her, she would soon explode. But before that, she was to endure a wave of excruciating pain. Killian, with feigned benevolence, elaborated on Pepper's plight. Tears welled in Tony's eyes as he averted his gaze from Pepper's suffering, his loathing for Killian intensifying. Noticing Tony's expression of utter despair, Killian decided to deliver another blow. Ah, you also enlisted a companion, yes? He is quite formidable. You bastard. The words nearly escaped Tony's lips in a feral snarl. Oh, it's nothing. I merely hope he remains unharmed amidst the onslaught of 5 extremist soldiers, Killian replied nonchalantly, but Tony was engulfed in a profound sense of hopelessness. He was acutely aware of the terror posed by the extremist soldiers and held a pessimistic outlook regarding Huang Ming's fate. Meanwhile, Huang Ming, having knocked out a guard with a swift strike, suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose, muttering, "Damn it, who the hell is thinking of me at a time like this?" However, based on the coordinates provided by Serafar, he had already searched 2 floors, and aside from incapacitating a few security personnel, he had found little else. All right, Tony, I no longer wish to engage in idle chatter. I have but one question for you. Killian, who had been amiable a moment ago, suddenly pinched Tony's mouth with malice and demanded, "How much do you require for the stipend? What sort of benefits do you desire?" "Release him," Maya's voice rang out, abruptly interrupting Killian's malevolent intentions. She brandished a syringe filled with a dire virus, threateningly stating, "Injecting just half of this will undoubtedly lead to my demise. And should I perish, what will you do if you suddenly overheat?" "Oh, Maya, you truly make this a difficult situation for me." Killian released Tony, signaling his intent to refrain from further actions. His tone was laced with distress, appearing as though he struggled to articulate his thoughts, which caused Maya to lower her guard. Bang! Seizing the opportunity while Maya was unprepared, Killian swiftly shot her down, then turned to Tony and remarked, "Just what I needed, a high-ranking position. What do you think? Consider it." With that, he strode away, but the gunshot provided Huang Ming with a location. He had been lamenting the lack of conversation partners. He promptly instructed Serafar to pinpoint the source of the sound, which indicated a room on the upper 3 levels. Removing the Ashbringer from his back, Huang Ming ascended. During his recent search, Seraphar alerted him that Pepper's signal had lit up elsewhere, prompting him to abandon his pursuit and instead seek Tony, only to unexpectedly encounter a buzzcut man working for Killian around the corner. "Hey, have you had breakfast?" Huang Ming greeted with a smile. "Oh, thank you for your concern. But I thought..." Before he could finish, a gust of wind swept in, and the buzzcut man managed to retreat only a half-step before succumbing to Huang Ming's blade, which had cleaved through his chest. Just as he was about to scream, Huang Ming swiftly reversed his wrist, delivering a lethal upward strike. The man was sent flying, leaving only his twitching lower half on the ground. Indeed, this method of dispatching foes was quite satisfying. Huang Ming charged forward with his weapon drawn. As the buzzcut man was sent soaring, the dire virus within him activated, causing a frenzied regeneration, including the throat that Huang Ming had severed with his second strike. Yet, before he could fully recover, Huang Ming was upon him, raising his blade overhead, stepping forward to crack the ground beneath him, and delivering a downward cut. Rage surged through the Ashbringer as the technique cleaved the buzzcut man into pieces on the spot. Bang! The Ashbringer, with unrelenting momentum, struck the ground, creating a crater as if the earth had been bombarded, leaving a sizable pit where the blade had landed, along with a half-meter-long impact trench. However, this commotion captured Killian's attention, who was preoccupied with dealing with Rhodes. "Go check what is happening. Is Stark attempting to escape? If that's the case, shoot him on sight." "All right, Colonel Rhodes, I don't have the time to play with you anymore," Killian declared as he intensified his firepower, scorching the Iron Patriot's armor until it glowed red-hot, causing Rhodes inside to endure unbearable heat, perspiration pouring from him. Simultaneously, the armor's safety alerts sounded, and with a sudden pop, it ejected him. However, due to severe dehydration, Rhodes lost his footing and crashed into a wall, losing consciousness. Observing this, Killian disregarded the fallen Rhodes, donned his attire, and commanded his subordinates, "Let us go forth and become the kings of the Western world, to dominate all." Chapter 24, Fractured 42. Well, this appears to be an opportune moment for me to make my mark. Having dealt with the buzzcut man, Huang Ming arrived at the level where the gunfire had erupted, perfectly missing Killian, who had taken a different path. In the thermal imaging of Seraphar, this layer appeared to be more heavily guarded than others, and within it hung a person. Mr. Stark, of course, I am aware. Thus, we must devise a subtle strategy. Huang Ming gently drew the Ashbringer from behind and then retrieved a flashbang he had just procured from downstairs, preparing to pull the pin. "Sir, if you intend to do this, you must traverse the corridor within 5 seconds." Seraphar dutifully displayed the terrain map on Huang Ming's helmet panel. The scan results revealed a landscape reminiscent of a hammer, its tail elongated and its head broad. The corridor was the most vulnerable and concentrated area for attacks. And at that moment, Huang Ming had not donned his armored suit. "Fear not, I am well aware of my limits," Huang Ming assured, biting down on the pin and pulling it swiftly, tossing it aside as he raised the Ashbringer defensively before him. Boom! An ambush. Chaos erupted within, and those who were caught directly in the light clutched their eyes, writhing on the ground in agony. Only a few, with their backs turned, managed to escape unscathed. But as they turned to draw their weapons, a shadow, accompanied by a whistling wind, charged into the corridor, cleaving down one of the security personnel who had just raised his firearm. Ah-tot-tot. Bang! The security personnel, reacting swiftly, unleashed a barrage of bullets. Noticing the imminent danger, Huang Ming quickly used the Ashbringer as a shield, darting to evade their fire. His head was of no concern unless there was a sniper. Otherwise, the mere 9mm bullets posed little threat to his helmet. However, his body armor was another matter entirely. Within mere seconds, as Huang Ming took cover, he felt a sharp sting at his back. "Look at him. The rest of you surround me," one leader commanded, directing two to keep watch over Tony as the others swiftly changed magazines and formed a semicircular formation to encircle Huang Ming's position. "Sir, the majority of the adversaries have approached. Only 2 remain by Mr. Stark's side," Seraphar continued to report, also detecting the activation of 42, which was rapidly approaching. "Expected to arrive in 5 seconds. Suddenly, a clear sound of a pin being pulled resonated from Huang Ming's position, startling the leader into a loud exclamation, only to discover it was not a grenade, but a smoke bomb. As smoke billowed forth, Seraphar activated infrared vision and enemy markers. Huang Ming charged out from his cover, the white smoke swirling around him as he surged forward, the matte-finished Ashbringer slicing through the air with a chilling whistle of death. As the smoke dissipated, Tony stared in astonishment at the young man he had so highly regarded, especially with a bloodied black blade in hand. "I'm pleased to see you unharmed, but your first bloodshed seems a bit excessive." Huang Ming could not help but roll his eyes, recalling how Stark had been unperturbed when he had been hacking aliens in New York, yet now seemed startled by his dispatching of terrorists. "Mr. Stark, much has transpired. I originally came to track Miss Potts' signal, but ended up rescuing you." Huang Ming unfastened Tony's restraints, then surveyed the room where he had been confined. As expected, he spotted the unfortunate Maya lying on the steps, barely clinging to life. He couldn't help but marvel at her indomitable will to survive. "This is all my fault, Ming," Tony murmured, recalling the disturbing images Killian had shown him, a sharp pain piercing his heart as though a knife twisted within. Observing Tony's profound sorrow, Huang Ming felt compelled to inform him that Pepper was still alive. "Actually, I just received a signal from Miss Potts. If your subdermal sensor isn't malfunctioning, that's impossible. Stark Industries never produces inferior products," Tony interjected, a flicker of hope igniting within him. Turning around, he noticed Huang Ming attending to Maya's wounds, leading him to question, "Are you interested in her?" "Goodness, of course not," Huang Ming exclaimed, exasperated by Tony's insinuation. Yet, his hands remained steady as he extracted the bullet from Maya's body and administered a dose of adrenaline. "No, I merely believe she possesses exceptional talent. We should allow her to atone for her past mistakes. Consider her expertise in biochemistry, and how foolishly Killian has exploited her for so long." Suddenly, Tony grasped Huang Ming's intentions. This young man aimed to assemble a small team of skilled individuals. Indeed, the future was uncertain, and it was prudent to prepare for any eventualities. Reflecting on this, Tony grew perplexed. "I've been calling for so long. Why hasn't the suit arrived yet? Even if it's operating at half power, it should have made it by now. Mr. Stark, I believe we should conduct another search. Salyafar just informed me that the Iron Patriot has taken off from here." Huang Ming's warning made Tony acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If Rhodey wasn't inside, then who could it be? Killian? That would truly spell chaos for the world, given the madman's volatile nature. "Keep an eye on her. I'm going to check outside," Tony declared, rushing out the door, only to be greeted by a pile of familiar components basking in the sunlight. My heart is weary. It would be far less taxing to assemble a screwdriver than to deal with this. The suit, 42, predictably fell apart before Tony's eyes. Resigned, he gestured with both hands, and the suit, responding to his command, swiftly assembled itself. This time, it remained intact. "Hello, sir. It is a pleasure to see you again." "Aha, ye arve. S. It feels wonderful to be back in the suit." After saying this, Tony waddled down the stairs, reflecting on his earlier awkward movements, quickly adding, "I'm in aside from this one. After all, it is a prototype. One should not expect too much JR. Rationally concluded. Currently, the energy levels stand at 30, which is insufficient for flight. As Tony was eager to take to the skies, JR. promptly intervened, forcing him to continue his awkward descent. Meanwhile, Rhodey, having regained consciousness, subdued a security guard before extracting his phone and dialing Tony's number. "Tony, we're in serious trouble. I understand, but may I inquire if you're communicating with me while donning your battlesuit?" Tony entered and confronted Rhodey, who, though slightly taken aback, exchanged a silent glance with Tony that conveyed a sense of urgency. "What time is it?" "This is no time for jokes, my friend. Follow me. I wish to introduce you to someone." "Who?" "The Mandarin. Chapter 25. Have you mutated?" "So this is the individual who has ensnared us, nearly compelling me to issue a public apology to the media?" Rhodey could hardly fathom Tony's revelation. This disheveled old man, appearing as if he were high beyond reason, was the very same cold-hearted demon from that video. Huang Ming, behind them, discreetly took out his phone to capture a photograph. intending to flaunt it on Twitter once this ordeal concluded. In truth, I am an actor. Oh, not a mere extra, but a legitimate stage performer, said Trevor, who cheerfully introduced himself and attempted to extend his hand to Rhodey. However, observing the barrel of Rhodey's gun, he hesitated and took a small sip of his drink. Am I permitted to eliminate him? Rhodey inquired earnestly, turning back to Tony, who responded with a look of understanding. He then positioned himself slightly away from the two to prevent Rhodey from delivering a severe beating to the Mandarin. After all, they needed to extract some intelligence. And given Trevor's demeanor of confessing in hopes of leniency, Tony found it somewhat challenging to act against him. Speak, share what you know, or I shall stitch your face to your... Well, you get the idea, Rhodey threatened, pressing his gun against Trevor's chest, making it clear he was not jesting. Huang Ming, standing behind him, waved a needle and thread he had procured from who knows where. This truly frightened Trevor. At his age, being stitched together was not an appealing prospect, though he still considered himself capable. Oh, I'll tell you. There seems to be a large ship involved. Yes, they plan to commandeer a vessel. Is that all? Rhodey's expression darkened as Huang Ming began to open a sewing kit, even preparing to sterilize the needle with a lighter. His gaze was fixated on Trevor's lower half, which was rather unsettling. Hey, it's the 21st century. Treating prisoners humanely is the correct policy. Coercive tactics are impermissible, and we must uphold humanitarian principles. Oh, wait, there's more. Let me think. Trevor banged his head in frustration, his voice trembling. He initially thought this was a jest, yet now they were genuinely threatening him with needle and thread, not to mention the presence of anesthetics. Was this what humane treatment entailed? People, when pressed to the brink, could resort to anything except solving math problems. By the way, what other plans do they have? What battle suits will they employ for their nefarious deeds? Trevor's question sent shivers down the spines of both Tony and Rhodey. Tony urgently queried Rhodey, You aren't planning to tail any significant figures, are you? Huang Ming, gritting his teeth, looked on anxiously, eager to divulge more information. By the pants of the Almighty, their target is Air Force One, the president. Rod was utterly astonished. First, he had been lured into a trap by a false location, and then public attention was deftly diverted to Tony's battle against terrorists, perfectly concealing his own plans. Moreover, New York had recently endured a fierce conflict, a time when crime rates and various organizations were quietly on the rise. The SHIELD was overwhelmed with fury, even calling the deceased. Poor Coulson. Air Force One? When? Tony inquired anxiously, realizing that if anything were to happen to the president, it would plunge America into chaos. At that moment, Huang Ming coincidentally switched the television from a soccer match to a news channel, and Tret looked on with a face full of regret. Yet Huang Ming reassured the two anxious individuals nearby, I believe this is it, and it's getting a bit late. The screen displayed a report about the president's upcoming visit, with the Iron Patriot boarding the plane. Oh dear, Rod thought, feeling a sense of despair wash over him. His mind racing with the headlines of the future. Iron Patriot sinks Air Force One. President perishes. If there were a God at that moment, Rod would surely be earnestly seeking forgiveness, praying for the president's safety. Hey, buddy, it's not time to despair yet. I can scan for Air Force One, Tony said, patting Rod's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. God? Rod stammered, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Tony, upon hearing this, briefly wore a strange expression before reflecting that, indeed, sometimes wealth felt akin to divinity, especially since he had satellites above. He was, after all, a genius of this era, a hero. Thus, theoretically, Rod had not erred in calling upon divine intervention. Meanwhile, Huang Ming worried whether the poor Colonel Rod would suffer a great rise and fall and end up losing his mind. Oh, I have a speedboat I can lend you, Tret remarked casually, reclaiming the remote to continue watching his match, his demeanor undisturbed by the gravity of the situation. Huang Ming admired the actor's calmness, appreciating his dedication to his craft, which had indeed led to accolades. The general populace of America was left in a state of panic, armed when stepping out, and reducing their travel plans, much to the chagrin of the tourism minister, who had developed blisters from stress. You finally made yourself useful. Huang Ming said to Tret before abruptly shutting off the television and smashing the screen with an elbow. No way you're stealing my TV time. Minutes later, Rod reported via phone to the vice president about the imminent threat to the president, only to find that the vice president, already compromised by Killian, would not report upward, but instead patiently celebrated his daughter's birthday, having lost a leg in an accident. Truly, it was a lamentable state of parental devotion, fighting against the world for the sake of their children, regardless of the consequences. Meanwhile, Tony was patiently waiting for his suit to charge while also pondering when Huang Ming had become so volatile. "Can I say that your outfit is truly tacky?" Tony inquired. "I have no choice. My suit is broken," Huang Ming shrugged, expressing his exasperation. "Besides, I was ambushed by 5 desperate warriors and ended up in the hospital for quite some time. I only came here because I agreed to serve as a consultant for Fury." Huang Ming was genuinely frustrated. It was only during the fight that he realized the suit had somewhat constrained him. Although he had improved the flexibility of the joints, limitations still persisted. "All right, I will settle this score with that chief when we return." Tony, with a serious demeanor, addressed Huang Ming, stating, "However, you must first clarify what exactly is going on with you. I have no desire to cultivate a Hulk." It was evident that he was deeply dissatisfied with Huang Ming's recent display of violence, which was excessively gruesome. "One strike and it shatters. Is this akin to a human projectile?" Huang Ming replied, "This is not the result of mutation, merely a slight enhancement of a warrior's skills." As he spoke, he clenched his fist, a crimson aura of rage enveloping it, burning like flames. Tony was momentarily astonished, exclaiming in disbelief, "Come on, you claim this isn't from mutation? Is it truly possible for a human to reach such heights?" Even Rhodes, having concluded his conversation, regarded Huang Ming with skepticism, as he was a bona fide soldier of the US military, questioning why he lacked such capabilities. "Well, this is anger. It resides within each individual, though few can harness it," Huang Ming felt compelled to explain. Yet as he did, both Tony and Rhodes appeared even more bewildered. "Anger? You mean to say that such energy arises from mere irritation? I have experienced anger before, but never with such ferocity. Are you suggesting that your temperament is so narrow-minded or volatile that it could annihilate the world?" Huang Ming clarified, "It is not the simplistic anger you might comprehend, although that is indeed one source. Anger is more a synthesis of body and will, a fusion of courage, honor, and desire, distilled into an energy that significantly amplifies a warrior's capabilities." Regrettably, Tony and Rhodes still exchanged glances, conveying their disbelief. "Very well. Let us pause the educational discourse here and deliberate further upon our return. For now, we must rescue Mr. President. Please prepare me an unoccupied room," Tony interjected, gesturing to Rhodes to arrange accommodations. Shortly thereafter, the 42 took flight towards the location of Air Force One for the rescue mission. Meanwhile, Rhodes sat beside Huang Ming, offering consolation. "In truth, there is nothing wrong with mutation. As long as your heart remains steadfast, you are still human, and we will support you." Chapter 26. The Dockyard Battle, Part 1. If one were to inquire about the happiest day in a person's life, Killian would undoubtedly declare today as that day. The goddess he had long pursued had miraculously survived the extremist virus, becoming a perfect human like himself. At that moment, the most powerful individual in the Western world was suspended in mid-air by him, and soon he would deliver a magnificent performance for the world. As the director of this spectacle, he was on the verge of acquiring dominion over the West. It was truly a moment worthy of a celebratory glass of Lafite. On the other hand, Tony's speed continually escalated, yet he still could not surpass the prepared Killian. By the time 42 reached Air Force One, Killian had already executed his plan, leaving behind only a throng of staff and one extremist soldier. After a fierce struggle, the exceptional armor of 42 was ultimately compromised, rendered inoperative by a train collision. Well, the suit was an unexpected setback, but at least I accomplished half of the mission. As Tony Rhodes and Huang Ming infiltrated Killian's dock, they found themselves reflecting on their earlier actions. They had indeed gone to rescue others, and while they succeeded, they regrettably failed to save the most crucial individual. Though aware that he was merely justifying his own mistakes, both men felt a palpable tension in the air. Listen, Tony, I harbor no ill will towards you. Moreover, you performed admirably. No one would cast blame upon you. However, this is a covert operation, so please refrain from overthinking, all right? Rhodey patiently reassured Tony, while Huang Ming nodded in agreement. Leave Miss Potts to me. I will ensure her safe arrival before you, rest assured. Huang Ming sensed that Tony's anxiety was more about Pepper's safety. Since the afternoon, when he had Jarvis reconfirm the accuracy of the signal source, Tony had nearly flown directly to rescue his beloved, though the president had asked him to wait. It was Rhodey who, nearly resorting to his weapon, persuaded Tony to first aid the president. Although unsuccessful, the trio had already devised a two-pronged rescue plan en route. All right. Tony inhaled deeply to steady himself, then suddenly grasped Huang Ming's hand. Your Glock is fully loaded, right? You won't go berserk and turn Pepper into a real chili pepper, will you? Huang Ming, rendered speechless, could only respond with a raised middle finger, expressing his unwavering confidence in not messing things up. Tony awkwardly chuckled and patted Huang Ming's shoulder before continuing to delve deeper with Rhodey, as they beheld the president suspended above the oil tank. Both Rhodey and Tony concluded that Killian surely did not intend for him to engage in high-altitude tightrope walking or bungee jumping. Tony, cover my six, Rhodey instructed. All right. I've got him in my sights. Good. Salufar, recheck the signal and relay it to Jarvis. Observing that Tony's team had reached the gantry, Huang Ming decided to create some commotion to provide them with cover. Understood. Miss Potts is located 300 meters to the left, 200 feet high. Position marked. Salufar promptly tagged a chili pepper icon, and Huang Ming immediately disengaged the safety on his flashbang, throwing it. Boom! Enemy engagement. Quickly. Two teams, follow me. You keep watching. The once tranquil dock erupted into chaos, akin to boiling water, as numerous personnel were mobilized by Huang Ming's flashbang. The two teams of beleaguered warriors descended from above, with searchlights converging near the flashbang, significantly reducing the guards surrounding the president. Rhodey couldn't help but silently commend Huang Ming, but Tony interjected. Should he engage? Do we need to provide fire cover? Oh, no. Tony, calm down. That's our cover. Look, that kid has already vacated his original position, just like a little leopard. Rhodey, frightened, turned to restrain Tony's firearm and praised Huang Ming for diverting his attention. Upon hearing this, Tony proudly tilted his head, of course. Who do you think trained him? Meanwhile, Huang Ming, clad in black, utilized his extraordinary physique to swiftly strike from the shadows. In a mere 27 seconds, he covered the 300-meter distance, then, spotting his target, leapt to seize the railing, using his core strength to vault over. He landed with a roll to dissipate the impact and minimize noise. Observing an adversary facing away, he stealthily approached, his hands deftly seizing the foe's neck in the darkness. Snap. He gently laid the body down and retrieved the dagger from the fallen. Continuing his ascent, a guard across the way caught a faint sound of footsteps and turned to investigate. Huang Ming's acute perception detected the movement. With a swift flick of his left hand, he sent the dagger flying, producing a brief, sharp sound that sliced through the air. The dagger pierced directly through the guard's Adam's apple, the blade protruding from the brainstem, pinning him to the column behind. The commotion attracted the attention of another individual, who approached and exclaimed, "Goodness, a mob assassin?" Immediately, he shouted into his communicator, "This is Mike. We have an enemy incursion. An enemy incursion. They are skilled in knife ambushes." After relaying this, Mike alerted the guards on Huang Ming's side, requesting assistance in turning on the searchlights to survey the surroundings. However, the searchlights were activated by guards who were not allies. Seizing the opportunity as the three individuals near Little Chili lowered their heads to listen to the communication, Huang Ming stealthily approached from behind and snapped one man's neck with a soft crack. The remaining two immediately readied their weapons, turning to fire. In response, Huang Ming hurled the Ashen Reaper and lunged forcefully at another guard. Thud! Snap! Bang! The guard struck down by the Ashen Reaper managed to pull the trigger, alerting the others to the presence of the enemy. In the darkness, the flashes of gunfire and the sounds of explosions drew immediate attention, like sharks sensing blood. They swiftly converged on Huang Ming's location. A soldier guarding Little Chili emerged to assess the situation, while a disgruntled Killian, interrupted from his stream, also stepped out to see who dared to provoke danger. "Tony, it's time for us to act. Take out the searchlight behind us, and I will deal with the squad ahead," Rhodey instructed as he and Tony crept closer to the president. Just as they were on the verge of success, Huang Ming's position was compromised. Rhodey decisively stood up and targeted a pre-selected enemy, firing 3 rapid shots that felled the foe. "Leave it to me." Tony, in a suave motion, spun around and unleashed a flurry of shots, but they all went awry. "Tony Stark," Killian shouted. Noticing that the heat emanating from Tony's newly risen form had melted the railing he was gripping, he swiftly seized the communicator from his subordinate, commanding everyone move out. "Eliminate the enemies on the right side. Remember, tear them apart." "Tony, who taught you to shoot?" Rhodey complained as he and Tony found themselves pinned behind a metal crate, with numerous enemies advancing towards them. "You wouldn't hit anything either," Tony muttered under his breath. Rhodey abruptly stood and fired, taking out the searchlight, thus striking back at Tony. This also provided him a chance to assess the number of enemies, prompting him to exclaim, "I wish I had my suit right now." At that moment, Tony received a report from JARVIS about the near completion of cleanup efforts in Freedom City. "Hey, brother, remember when you called me a god?" Tony replied with a smug grin. JARVIS understood Tony's intentions. "Sir, are you requesting the party protocol?" "Of course. It's Christmas Eve. We must throw a party." Raising his hands high, Tony provided positional guidance for the suits. Rhodes, slightly puzzled by Tony's actions, noted that in moments of peril, an individual who could maintain such a carefree demeanor was either foolishly fearless or had considerable support. Thus, Rhodes found himself feeling a sense of anticipation. "Sir, a suit has been activated. Would you like assistance in acquiring one?" Just as the desperate warrior, having recently exited the door, was about to strike Huang Ming, he decisively declined. "No, tonight I intend to fight with abandon." Meanwhile, the same desperate warrior had just repaired the arm that Huang Ming had broken with a single punch. Chapter 27, The Battle at the Port, Part 2. Apologies for the error in the previous chapter's title. It should have referred to a port. Rhodes glanced curiously towards the direction Tony indicated, and upon seeing the swiftly approaching lights, he uncertainly inquired, "What are those?" Tony confirmed, and to Rhodes' astonishment, the lights split into numerous beams. "Were those?" he exclaimed, in a spectacular display that left a multitude of onlookers dumbfounded. Dozens of suits made a stunning entrance. This perfectly illustrated the essence of warfare. It is fundamentally about wealth, and unfortunately for others, I, Tony Stark, am not lacking in that regard. "Merry Christmas, brother," Tony replied in a roundabout manner, then promptly issued a command to JARVIS to eliminate all desperate warriors. Before JARVIS could act, however, an explosion erupted from Huang Ming's platform, shattering the overhead beam of the Dragon Gate, flames soaring into the sky, and debris raining down. The scattered parts knocked down several unfortunate souls, and one suit was even pierced through by a steel pipe. "Tony, I am ready. Give me a suit." Rhodes eagerly rubbed his hands together, but Tony simply replied, "Sorry, they only recognize me. You'll have to settle for your patriotic president." Subsequently, the nightclub suit descended, piloted directly by Tony himself. Now it was a truly equitable battle. The suits dispersed, engaging in fierce combat with enemies throughout the port, unleashing energy cannons, small missiles, and machine guns in a barrage of firepower. As for Huang Ming, after ensuring Pepper's safety, he sent a security signal to Tony. Otherwise, the earlier explosion would surely have driven Mr. Stark to madness, re-entering the battlefield wielding the ashen emissary. Tony managed to keep the majority of enemies occupied on the right side, significantly easing Rhodes' task of rescuing the president. On the left, enemies attempted to regroup, only to be intercepted by Huang Ming, who confronted the two squads with a single-handed grip on his blade. "You are surrounded by me." The two squads, consisting of 12 individuals, exchanged glances, and one leader signaled to his subordinates to ensure Huang Ming was dealt with, leaving 4 to confront him while the rest continued onward. The four men spread their arms wide, resembling scions transforming, as the energy of the desperate virus surged over them. The intense heat radiating from them began to melt the ground beneath their feet. The leader, sensing the shift in energy behind him, prepared to scoff in disdain, only to be interrupted by the sounds of several loud bangs and a splattering noise. Then there was Huang Ming shedding his shirt, his upper body glowing crimson and emanating white steam, a low, menacing chuckle escaping his lips as white vapor continuously erupted from his form. Fury raged violently within him, saturating the black ashen messenger in a vivid crimson, akin to an iron ingot ablaze. Though momentarily stunned, the instincts of the former soldiers compelled them to transform and stand shoulder to shoulder. For insufficient, then let it be 8. A low chuckle escaped Huang Ming's lips as he took several strides, honing in on the leader shielded by the crowd. With a forceful step, he surged forth like a cannonball. A thunderous boom echoed as the ground fractured beneath him, his form encased in a blazing aura of red fury, resembling a fiery line racing towards the 8 orange embers. He sliced through the first 2 individuals, reaching the heart of their formation, his front foot firmly planted as he halted abruptly, twisting his waist to swing his blade. Harnessing the immense kinetic energy, he executed a sweeping attack that shattered the unprepared leader. Lowering his head and baring his shoulders, he thrust forward again, crashing through a hand that sought to impede him. As he broke free from encirclement, he pivoted, raising his blade high for a downward strike, pressing his advantage. Boom! Bang! The ashen messenger cleaved through his adversaries, leaving a small crater in the ground. Yet Huang Ming's momentum faltered momentarily, allowing 2 desperate warriors to seize the chance. They struck him with twin punches to the chest. Despite the protective fury, the overwhelming force forced Huang Ming to slide back several steps, causing him to taste blood as he coughed up a mouthful of congealed crimson, likely exacerbating his previous injuries. Seeing Huang Ming bleed, others surged forward with the 2 at the rear clasping their hands together, gathering energy within. Soon, 2 energy orbs coalesced in their grasp, aimed directly at Huang Ming, a tactic designed to ensure mutual destruction, confident in their comrades' regenerative abilities while leaving their opponent vulnerable. Come on, let us make it worthwhile, Huang Ming roared, advancing rather than retreating. The power of thunder surged through the ashen messenger as he hurled it towards the incoming energy projectiles. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms before him, a metallic gray hue coursing over his skin as he grew to a towering height of 2 meters, a divine presence made manifest. The 2 desperate warriors, undeterred by Huang Ming's transformation, advanced and struck his blocking arm, producing a sickening crack followed by a resounding thud. Ignoring their pain, they pressed forward, delivering a pair of soaring dragon punches that sent Huang Ming flying. Yet behind them, their comrades were engulfed by the prematurely detonated energy orbs, collapsing heavily injured, one even impaled by the ashen messenger, with only its lower half remaining. Before recovery could ensue, the untouched duo absorbed the remnants of their fallen allies, their forms swelling to match Huang Ming's stature, their skin fissured and glowing with an orange radiance. Rising, Huang Ming shook his numbed hands, squatting into his starting position. He fixated intently on the pair's comrades, still concocting bombs behind them. In a team battle, eliminating the damage dealers is a universal strategy. Seizing the moment while the 2 remained unaccustomed to their newfound power, Huang Ming transformed into a gray-red arrow, piercing swiftly towards their rear. On the path forward, there lies an ashen messenger, drawing forth his blade and charging ahead, denying his adversaries any chance to retaliate. In the midst of their fear and confusion, he transitions from motion to stillness, from swiftness to slowness, delivering a powerful horizontal slash. His seething wrath transforms into a tempest, a whirlwind strike that rends 2 foes asunder. Only then does Huang Ming turn with composure, his blade aimed at the remaining 2 desperate warriors, perceiving their final roars as mere attempts to bolster their own crumbling courage, akin to a feeble creature puffing up in the presence of a natural enemy. Meanwhile, Tony's skirmish escalates even more fiercely than Huang Ming's. The red silk fish, the heartbreaker, the skeleton, the assault, and the knight armors are all ensnared and torn apart by the desperate warriors and their allies, ultimately resorting to self-detonation to take down more foes. The battle between Tony and Killian has been exorbitantly costly, with Killian having shredded at least 3 of Tony's suits since the onset, wielding the power of the extremist virus to maintain the upper hand. The battlefield, a once thriving port, is now engulfed in flames. Fuel tanks ablaze, collapsed gantries scattered about, and the ground riddled with craters. It is clear that this port will remain unusable for years to come. Initially, the damage was contained, but after Rhodes rescued the president and returned to assist, everything spiraled out of control. The Iron Patriot, armed with a plethora of weaponry, has showcased its destructive prowess and combat capabilities to devastating effect. Look at you, cowering your suit. My stage has been obliterated by your hands. Killian roars in fury, once more shredding Tony's armor. Why do you always target me? Why do you persist in this? Whether in the past or now, Tony Stark, Killian bellows, unleashing a searing flame that melts a suit attempting to aid Tony. This time, you have no decoy. Killian gazes at Stark, cornered at the end of the high bridge, a thrill of vengeance swelling within him as the extremist virus within him thrums with delight, his chest aglow with an orange-red luminescence. Sir 42 is approaching swiftly from behind. Jarvis reports in a timely manner, and Tony feels a surge of hope. The prodigal son has finally returned. Victory is still far from certain. He gestures, summoning 42. An acceleration follows, crashing into the bridge's railing with a resounding clang. Tony rolls his eyes in exasperation, while Killian regards Tony's last desperate struggle with pity. I appreciate your comedic performance. With that, he closes in on Tony, poised to settle a long-standing grudge. Chapter 28. The most expensive fireworks, don't mention it. I have always been quite humorous. Tony laments the awkwardness of the moment, but as he sees Killian leap down, he immediately drops to one knee, his weapon poised at Killian, executing the standard pre-flight maneuver of a fighter jet's ground crew. Jarvis, suit our distinguished guest. Complying instantly, the 42 suit assembles around Killian at Tony's command. With a resolute expression that signifies a true man never looks back at the outcome, Tony declares, "Let's have a fireworks display, Jarvis." No. The clang of Killian's roar is muffled beneath his mask as the suit's thrusters engage in reverse, forcefully pinning him against the gantry. The countdown to death ignited by J.A.R.V.I.S. echoed mockingly in his ears. Before he could even begin to feel fear, the reactor on his suit malfunctioned severely, causing the energy units throughout the armor to flicker. With a thunderous roar, he felt the scorching heat of the explosion behind him, propelling Tony to leap from the towering gantry over 200 feet high. The nearby quantum armor swiftly rushed to catch him, but just as the suit was nearly complete, another violent explosion erupted behind him. A swiftly spinning shard of metal sliced through most of the quantum suit, leaving only an arm, a leg piece, and half of the chest plate to complete the armor. Consequently, Tony found himself dodging amidst the collapsing gantry, narrowly avoiding a flying oil drum on one side, while a searing piece of metal hurtled toward him from the other. His left-hand propulsion system urgently activated to evade the danger. However, his back was struck by a wildly thrashing steel cable, shattering the chest plate into a shower of fragments. Just then, the propulsion unit on his leg finally kicked in, propelling Tony rapidly towards the ground. J.A.R.V.I.S. In this critical moment, the suit's AI, a steadfast ally in adversity, supported the only remaining relatively intact suit, the Hercules armor, through various obstacles. Just before Tony made contact with the ground, it engaged its ejection function, leaping up to help mitigate some of the impact. Understanding the cue, Tony activated the left-hand propulsion to cushion his descent. It seems my creations are indeed reliable. He lay amidst the wreckage of the shattered Hercules armor, praising the suit he had once conceived for transporting fine wine, expressing gratitude for the alcohol, for Lafite, and for rum. "Sir, would you like me to report the current damage assessment?" Suddenly, amidst the roaring flames, a figure emerged, charred and limping, yet quickly regaining composure. It was Killian, who had just endured the explosion of the Mark 42. "I told you I am perfect. You cannot defeat me." Before Killian could utter another word, he was kicked back into the flames with a swift motion. It was Huang Ming who had resolved the last two dire threats. Colonel Rhodes, having neutralized the enemy, descended as well, weapons drawn and aimed at Killian. "I'm sorry, sir, but you are under arrest for conspiring to assassinate the president." From the inferno, only a defiant arm was raised in response. Bang! Boom! Rhodes fired a modified version of the ex-wife's lover, exclaiming, "Glad you resisted arrest." This audacious maneuver nearly left Huang Ming wide-eyed. Was American law enforcement always this brutal and whimsical? Fortunately, I am a law-abiding, patriotic citizen and aim to be an exemplary student. Despite the overwhelming circumstances, Killian's indomitable spirit resonated through the flames, transforming him into an incandescent embodiment of fury. With eyes shining like gold, each footfall upon the ground released a noxious sludge more repugnant than human waste. It seems I must take charge of the situation. Huang Ming intended to prepare a stormbreaker to eliminate Killian, only to discover the presence of the extremist virus carriers. Eliminate them. Just then, Tony's suits detected both Killian and the approaching pepper pots. The extremist virus within their bodies triggered a response within the suit's programming. Two of the suits swiftly flew towards Pepper, prompting Huang Ming to exclaim in alarm as he turned and charged forward, delivering a lethal strike that destroyed one suit. With his other hand, he hooked the chin of another suit and forcefully slammed it to the ground, following with a brutal stomp. Ye arve is. Ye arve. Is. Tony exclaimed, realizing his earpiece had fallen during the earlier commotion. He hurriedly picked it up, preparing to issue a command to halt the previous instructions. At that moment, Rhodey's voice came through, pleading for assistance. "Are you planning to have a barbecue with the Patriot?" Turning around, he witnessed the unfortunate Colonel Rhodes being mercilessly pummeled by the deranged Killian, while three shredded suits lay nearby. Having rescued Pepper, Huang Ming knelt, unleashing his fury at his feet, generating a powerful counterforce that propelled him forward. He traced a graceful arc through the air, exuding an unmatched might. With a twist of his wrist, Ashburner sliced diagonally from Killian's right shoulder to his left rib, cleaving him in two. "This fellow is growing increasingly formidable. It appears my suit requires a redesign." Has JARVIS recorded this? Tony watched in astonishment as Huang Ming, with a valiant leap, covered nearly 30 meters in a mere 3 seconds to slay Killian with a single stroke. Oh no, the resilient Killian rose once more, declaring, "I am perfect." Huang Ming swiftly spun, wielding Ashbringer in a sweeping arc, the axe's armor-piercing design brutally shattering Killian's skull as if it were a clove of garlic. Even Rhodey began to harbor doubts about Huang Ming's nature. "Tony, are you sure this guy hasn't ingested the Hulk serum?" Tony glanced at Rhodey, uncertain himself. But now the priority was clear. Before Rhodey could fully comprehend the situation, Tony had rushed to support the still frightened Pepper Potts. He then bestowed a deep kiss upon her, conveying all his apologies and affections accumulated during this time. Initially apprehensive about burning Tony, Pepper soon succumbed to the depths of his kiss. After the kiss, Tony tenderly remarked, "Actually, I have a Christmas gift for you, sweetheart." Yes, sir, initiating clearance mode. Boom, boom, boom. Not only were Rhodey and Huang Ming treated to a generous serving of romance, but they also witnessed what might be the most extravagant fireworks display of their lives. Tony's remaining suits, under JARVISS control, began to systematically self-destruct above the harbor. Meanwhile, Tony decided it was time to take a well-deserved rest. But first, he had to confront the long-evaded issue of the shrapnel within his body. Observing the suit-generated fireworks, Huang Ming sighed in relief. "Ah, at last. I can truly enjoy life." Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he had yet to experience the original trajectory of his life, constantly embroiled in various incidents. And he still hadn't found a girlfriend. Chapter 29, Mobile Armor Repository. My heavens, your speed at that moment utterly surpassed that of Bolt, rivaling my Harley-Davidson, exclaimed Tony in the laboratory, and this was not the first time. Over the past few days, he and Huang Ming had been watching the battle footage recorded by the armor. The more Tony watched, the more he believed that this young man from New York, once clad in spandex, was undoubtedly a formidable giant, perhaps infused with vibranium genetic serum. How is it that you can maintain your composure amidst such profound rage? Accompanying them was Dr. Bruce Banner, the strongest yet gentlest of the Avengers. Observing Huang Ming during that final explosive moment beneath Pepper's building, he noted how, at the last instant, the fury in his eyes transformed into clarity, a stark departure from his previous wrath. This piqued his curiosity, for when it came to being consumed by anger, he considered himself a spokesperson. "Do you know the Ghost Wolf?" Dr. Huang Ming casually remarked, leaving Banner bewildered. Despite his 7 doctoral degrees and a recently pursued license in psychology, as he strained to connect the mythological tales of the Ghost Wolf to the control of anger, he recalled a saying from World War II about the Ghost Wolf Legion, a group of merciless warriors with the technology behind them now lost to time. In truth, this merely required some minor warrior techniques. Huang Ming gestured with his fingers to illustrate a point, yet our astute Dr. Banner appeared increasingly perplexed, starting to question whether he was as out of touch as Captain America. Warrior technique? What sort of warrior? A Ghost Wolf warrior? Banner mused, bolstered by his 7 doctoral degrees. Huh? The Ghost Wolf is indeed a warrior, a powerful and admirable one, replied Huang Ming, his tone filled with respect. He was a man who dared to confront his inner weaknesses and fears, a man whose mere presence inspires boundless courage, a king who, even in the face of ultimate threat, remains unyielding. For Azeroth, in fact, mastering anger is a sophisticated skill that I have yet to fully grasp, but I can impart some foundational knowledge to you. Now, gentlemen, the spiritual training session is not our theme for today. We have come to design a new suit for this young man, along with additional defensive measures. Tony crossed his arms, listening with a hint of exasperation. That's enough. I unearthed this kid, and now he seems to have more engaging conversations with you. Software can easily spiral out of control. Let us focus on hardware issues instead. Yes, I believe that Tony's current suit may no longer be entirely suitable for you. Banner initiated his perspective, pulling up images of ancient Chinese armor alongside medieval European knightly armor. I believe what you truly need is something akin to this, disparate yet unified. A suit of armor-style Iron Man suit, and we could even create 2 sizes. Indeed, we could design various components with differing functionalities to adapt flexibly to circumstances. In that case, we are not merely discussing a suit of armor, but rather a mobile armor repository. Tony immediately endorsed Banner's idea and began to set the tone for brainstorming solutions. Huang Ming listened, feeling a sense of familiarity. Could this be the inception of the anti-Hulk armor? Perhaps we could utilize satellites, he ventured to suggest, his heart already bubbling with joy. He adored his cinematic habits. Splendid. Are you suggesting we use satellites for storage and receive them by sending coordinates? Tony raised an eyebrow, approving of Huang Ming's notion while feeling somewhat gratified. The lad indeed possessed some intellect. However, the retrieval of equipment post-battle posed a dilemma. This was standard gear, not emergency equipment. Despite his words, Tony had already resolved to proceed with that idea. In fact, it could be modified to function like a supply ship, designing the armor repository as an aerial support device operated by intelligent programming, potentially enhancing combat capabilities. As Dr. Banner spoke, he began sketching on the screen, swiftly crafting a blue, gem-like, 3-dimensional rhomboid apparatus, the central section capable of opening and extending supportive firepower or mechanical arms, while the armor components were stored in the upper and lower sections. Tony scrutinized it, feeling it was not entirely to his liking. I think it could be improved this way. He waved his hand, severing the tips of the upper and lower sections, transforming the once unified structure into a series of small compartments, each corresponding to a labeled component. The lower section would house the standard armor and various weapons, and he altered the color scheme to a striking gold and crimson, then applauded his efforts with a nod of satisfaction. I have a small request. I hope the weapon's propulsion device is detachable and recyclable, Huang Ming mused, envisioning that if the weapons were to fly over, they would need to be designed for aerial functionality, which, although flashy, could adversely affect their performance and quality. A recyclable and detachable design would indeed be preferable. Tony and Banner exchanged glances, finding no significant issues with the suggestion. After all, it was not their money at stake. Tony had plenty to spare. Thus, Huang Ming, who felt superfluous standing, was promptly ushered out of the laboratory by Tony, instructed to find somewhere else to amuse himself without disrupting their work. With no other choice, Huang Ming returned to his previous school, Chung Technology High School, to gather his belongings as he was set to train at S.H.O.D. Academy. Although Fury assured him that all necessities would be provided, even down to underwear, Huang Ming, recalling Simmons' behavior, was reluctant to rely entirely on their supplies. What if he were entranced and subjected to dissection one day? He casually activated a suit from the garage. Indeed, while Tony had obliterated the series, Pepper, after the recent ordeal, had come to understand Tony's actions and permitted him to retain the armor. Moreover, Tony's anxiety had seemingly improved, had it not? Recently, Little Chili has been engrossed in the establishment of a new company, a biotechnology firm, with Maya, the chief scientist who was rescued, at the helm. For the time being, the company is registered under Little Chili's name, to be transferred to Huang Ming when he turns 18. With such delightful sentiments, Huang Ming opted for his old companion, the knight's suit. Although cradled in the harbor, Tony still upgraded it, embellishing it with various bold letters and cheeky phrases. Not only does it enable swifter flight, but it also allows him to manipulate the lights of Stark Tower, initiating a nightclub revelry mode. Whoosh! I must catch you this time. As Huang Ming soared into the sky, Sky, who had been vigilantly waiting outside Stark Tower, bit into her hamburger with fervor. With a swift acceleration, she pursued him in her charming little blue truck. Chapter 30. Campus Chronicles. America is a nation abundant in automobiles, and every American teenage boy yearns for a car as a rite of passage into adulthood. As an Asian youth, Huang Ming once envied this automotive culture, but now, donned in his battle suit on the way to school, he observed the myriad luxurious cars trapped in congestion below. Regardless of one's social status or educational background, everyone silently endures the mounting tension in the air, awaiting the moment when someone will inevitably honk their horn. Sir, Director Fury's call. Put him through. Huang Ming sighed inwardly at Fury's urgency. This man harbors a profound skepticism, or perhaps a disquieting sense of unease, convinced that everyone in the world could be a terrorist, especially those with capabilities. It was rumored that he was fervently advancing some inside initiative, a tidbit Tony had shared with Huang Ming. Hello, Director. What can I do for you? I just wanted to remind you not to forget to report in. Your break is nearly over. Fury's tone retained its characteristic irascibility, prompting Huang Ming to silently curse the man with a grimace. Of course, I haven't forgotten. I'm merely retrieving some personal items from school. Personal items? Do you really need to wear the iron suit for that? Are you planning to blow up the school? Fury, ever the exemplary agent, maintained his skepticism towards anything out of the ordinary. Indeed, no one would normally wear a battle suit to school. However, that was in the past. Fury might have forgotten that there was someone who relished donning the suit for meetings, indulging in KFC, and sipping coffee during everyday activities for Mr. Stark perceives it merely as a mode of transportation, albeit a rather extravagant one. Because I don't have a driver's license, and I don't know how to drive, Huang Ming replied with resignation. Having been an orphan and a gaming enthusiast and streamer, the expenses of tuition and living costs were already substantial, leaving no room for a car. It was rather amusing that Tony had never considered whether he could drive. With the suit, who needed a car? Though some sports cars are indeed quite striking, could they possibly rival the allure of the iron suit? Fury was momentarily at a loss for words, as he happened to hold Huang Ming's file, which clearly indicated that he lacked a driver's license and had been a mere invisible presence on campus before the battle in New York, often subject to ridicule. During the tumultuous battle in New York, one could not help but marvel at the sheer combat prowess displayed, leading Fury to suspect that Huang Ming might be a runaway experimental subject or an observation entity from some clandestine laboratory. Surely, he couldn't be an extraterrestrial. After Huang Ming hung up the phone, he spat disdainfully. As he neared the school, he opted to shed his combat suit, entrusting its control to Sarufal. Although the suit was quite ostentatious, he believed it prudent to maintain a semblance of humility. He had seen those who, upon winning a lottery worth millions, boasted extravagantly, only to be besieged by an array of distant relatives, an aunt's cousin's neighbor's brother, all seeking a share of the windfall, with no mention of repayment. Strolling through the campus, he observed the ebb and flow of students, some engaged in laughter and play, others reciting passages from books, while groups huddled together, gossiping about the latest campus intrigues. Huang Ming felt as though he were in another era, catching glimpses of his once youthful self. Though he outwardly appeared as a mere 16-year-old, the wisdom reflected in his eyes belied his age, hinting at the maturity of someone in their 20s. He longed to linger in this serene moment of youthful innocence. His demeanor exuded a subtle melancholy or perhaps a hint of worldly wisdom, perfectly complemented by a ray of sunlight that graced his face, bestowing upon him a halo of ethereal gold. The experiences he had endured had etched a resolute and austere expression upon his visage, captivating the attention of several adolescent girls who paused to admire him, including a few of his classmates. "Hey, isn't that Ming? He seems to have grown even more handsome," remarked a blonde girl excitedly, tugging at her companion's arm. A girl with sun-kissed skin and flowing brown hair, who was fit and radiant, gazed at Huang Ming, her eyes lighting up. "And it appears his physique has improved. Has he been working out? Oh my, Lena, what else with those sharp eyes? You do realize you belong to Hans, don't you?" The blonde teased, playfully poking Lena's side. Clearly, the conversation had shifted from Huang Ming to their playful banter. "Hey, Luna, watch your words. If Hans hears this, Ming might find himself in trouble," Lena cautioned, aware of her possessive boyfriend's temperament, hastily covering Luna's mouth. Unfortunately, their exchange was overheard by Li Sheng, a Korean classmate who had previously been a target of bullying. However, after aligning himself with Hans, the school's imposing football team center, he swiftly ascended to the ranks of the bullies. He treated those who had once suffered as he did with equal cruelty, frequently devising schemes. And Huang Ming was among his primary targets. The rationale was simple: being of Asian descent, if not him, then who else would they torment? After all, he was unlikely to retaliate. Thus, this fellow swiftly crouched down, avoiding detection by Lena, and scurried around the corner, making his way to the football practice field. There, amidst the hulking figures in training, he leaped and shouted, "Hans! Hans! Look, your little follower has come to shine your shoes." As Hans's teammates erupted into laughter. Imitating a comical clown, they whistled and guffawed at Li Sheng. Meanwhile, Hans, a towering figure standing at 185 meters, regarded the scene with indifference. He had long grown accustomed to Li Sheng's antics, and often this diminutive fellow managed to bring a modicum of joy into his life, even tending to his sweat-soaked jersey and shoes, akin to a diligent servant. "Speak your mind, but be warned. If it's something tedious, you know the consequences," Hans declared, striding over with an air of disdain. He raised an eyebrow in a menacing manner, causing Li Sheng to instinctively shrink back a step. Hesitantly, he recounted the incident with embellishments. "Oh, so, after his gym visit, he believes he can command respect in this school?" Hans's jealousy flared up upon hearing this. Regardless of whether the individual in question was Huang Ming, any boy who garnered Lena's admiration would surely learn who wielded authority at this institution. Fueled by rage, Hans stormed towards the academic building. "What a useful fool," Li Sheng spat, hastily following to avoid becoming the target of Hans's ire. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Ming was preoccupied with tidying his locker, oblivious to the approaching trouble. At the same time, Sky, unaware of the disturbance, was searching for Huang Ming. Chapter 31. I do not wish to fight. Just as Huang Ming, having finished organizing his belongings, was about to depart, he sensed an increasingly anxious breath behind him. Clearly, the individual encroaching upon him was inexperienced, failing to mask the sound of their footsteps. Despite the bustling crowd, Huang Ming's sharp instincts had already locked onto the source. At that moment, a hand reached out, brushing against his clothing. Turning around swiftly, "Gotcha!" Huang Ming exclaimed as he seized the wrist of the intruder, confidently speaking in Mandarin. To his surprise, it was a girl, who appeared momentarily startled but soon composed herself. Miss Kia. Nice to meet you, Wang." "Thank you. But my name is Huang Ming, not Wang." How may I assist you? Though this girl had once been one of Huang Ming's idols, and a prominent one at that, he maintained a necessary caution. After all, this beauty was a computer whiz, and he had no desire for his information to be disseminated indiscriminately. You might find this hard to believe, but I must tell you, you are in danger. I want to help you. Sky did not let Huang Ming release her hand. Instead, she stepped closer in a flirtatious manner, creating an illusion that Huang Ming was embracing her. The fragrance emanating from her made Huang Ming's heart flutter, prompting an involuntary urge to sneeze. Is that so? May I inquire as to the nature of the danger? I believe I should be able to manage it. The first thought that crossed Huang Ming's mind was the possibility that certain biological research institutions had set their sights on him, or perhaps the military super soldier development team, led by General Ross. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Sky. Are you trying to imply that you are a superhero, endowed with formidable abilities and backed by Tony Stark? Sky said with a hint of disdain, then glanced around warily. It's not convenient to talk here. Follow me. With that, she turned and grasped Huang Ming's hand, leading him away. Hey, Huang Ming, being pulled along, dared not resist too forcefully for fear of harming the girl in front of him. He was aware that his current strength, as determined by Tony's immediate physical assessment upon his return, could easily overwhelm an elephant with a single punch. All right, I will follow you, but please let go of my hand. I can walk on my own. As he spoke, he waved his free hand upward, signaling to Seraphar not to worry about his safety. Otherwise, should Seraphar conclude that Sky posed a threat, a single energy blast could result in the premature loss of a crucial talent from Coulson's small team. At this moment, an enraged Han stormed into Huang Ming's classroom, seizing a nearby individual and bellowing, "Where's Ming? That reckless fool, where has he hidden?" I don't know, the person stammered. "Get lost." Hans shoved the person aside effortlessly. Meanwhile, someone rushed out to fetch Lena. "Hans, good heavens, what's gotten into you? What are you doing?" Lena was utterly infuriated by her boyfriend's unwarranted aggression in her classroom, as she found herself questioning how she had ever been attracted to such a brutish character. "Where's Ming? That scoundrel you praised. Is he too cowardly to face me?" Han shouted directly at Lena, who then began to comprehend the situation. She caught a glimpse of Li Sheng snickering behind Hans, instantly realizing he was the instigator. "Li Sheng, you scoundrel, buffoon, coward." Lena marched over and delivered a sharp slap. Li Sheng was momentarily stunned, instinctively preparing to retaliate. However, Lena swiftly delivered another slap, truly awakening him. A surge of rage ignited within him. That wretched girl. His previously flushed cheeks deepened in color, as shame and anger gnawed at his reason. Yet, he dared not strike back, for Hans would undoubtedly tear him apart. Just then, Li Sheng spotted Huang Ming hastily passing through the corridor. He leapt up excitedly, exclaiming, "Hans, it's Huang Ming. That scoundrel just walked past the corridor." He asked, trying to escape. With a fierce tone, Li Sheng sought to vent his pent-up anger, thinking that once Hans acted, he would topple a trash bin on a Huang Ming's head for sweet revenge. That scoundrel 1T, get away. Hans' eyes blazed as he overturned several desks and chairs, charging out like an enraged bull. Lena's complexion instantly paled, and as she observed Hans in such a state, she could hardly fathom the treatment Huang Ming would endure shortly. Meanwhile, the exuberant Li Sheng had already cheered and followed suit, his jubilant demeanor repulsing all who beheld him, reminiscent of a mangy dog that had unexpectedly discovered a bone. As Huang Ming walked, he suddenly became aware of a commotion behind him, accompanied by furious shouting. The sound of heavy footsteps running echoed, and his first thought was, "There's a fight. Should I join the fray?" Moments later, he heard someone angrily bellowing his name. "Ming." The tone was akin to a lover's betrayal, as if Huang Ming had sent an intimate photograph to the speaker. Today, Huang Ming felt utterly speechless, yet he acted swiftly, stepping to the left while tugging at Sky, who was walking ahead. In the next instant, a gust of wind carrying a powerful stench of sweat rushed past him. "How foul! How revolting!" Sky remarked. Yet, she hadn't considered that during her high school years, she too had been fond of such hormone-driven boys. Hans, missing his target, immediately slammed on the brakes, turning around with a menacing tone. "Ming, you're dead today. No one can save you." I'll shove your head into your backside. This audacious threat startled Sky. However, Huang Ming remained unfazed, asking, "What have I done to provoke you, Hans? I haven't been to school for nearly a month. It's simple. You seduced Lena, you little brat." Li Sheng's obnoxious voice piped up from behind Huang Ming, as the conniving little figure dragged a desk to block Huang Ming's path. Upon seeing this loathsome Korean, Huang Ming immediately grasped the situation. It was likely this troublemaker who had instigated discord to satisfy his twisted sense of gratification. "Hans, I have no desire to fight you." Huang Ming's words sounded casual, yet to Hans, they were a provocation. "Is that so? I'm quite eager to witness the fruits of your fitness regimen." With that, Hans lunged forward and threw a punch. "Hans, go for it. Knock him out." Li Sheng watched in astonishment as Huang Ming erupted, seizing Hans by the neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Hans lay there like a defeated dog, his tongue lolling out. As he instinctively uttered the last two words, he saw Huang Ming slowly approaching. Just as he intended to retreat, he collided with the desk. Cold sweat poured down his back, and he could feel himself drenched. "Ming, we are both Asians. Please don't." Huang Ming shook his head at the nearly incontinent man and turned to leave. Li Sheng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking he had been saved. However, just as Huang Ming turned around, he executed a swift kick, sending Li Sheng sprawling. "I apologize. I couldn't restrain myself." Li Sheng skidded down the corridor, ultimately crashing into the wall, and promptly vomited his lunch. Chapter 32. "You're in grave danger. Let us go," Huang Ming urged, pulling a stunned Sky along as they hastened away from the corridor, which had become overwhelmingly pungent. Certainly, a multitude of equally astonished classmates remained behind, though some astute individuals had already grasped their phones to capture the moment, intending to craft a splendid post for Twitter later that evening. The most astonished of all were Lena and Luna, who had just arrived, their mouths agape in disbelief. At that moment, Sky, with her hand being held, felt a flutter of anxiety in her heart. After witnessing Huang Ming's strength, she began to worry about the possibility of an unfavorable discussion. If he were to turn his aggression toward her, she knew she would be utterly defenseless. Had that boy just stolen a glance at my chest? With that thought, Sky tightened her coat around herself, acutely aware that adolescent boys were prone to impulsive mistakes. Yet, she also reflected that Huang Ming wasn't half bad-looking. Amidst this inner turmoil, Huang Ming led Sky to her little truck and asked, "So, what is it you wish to discuss? Or perhaps you'd like to enjoy a cup of coffee while we talk?" "Oh no," Sky exclaimed, suddenly flustered by Huang Ming's question, her face flushing as she stammered. "I'm at the coffee shop around the corner up ahead." When Huang Ming glanced in the direction she pointed, he found a Chinese restaurant instead. The Panda fast food establishment looked back at Sky with a puzzled expression, but the beautiful girl, realizing her error, held her head high and maintained eye contact with him. "All right, Serafar, let's stop there," Huang Ming decided. "What? Who are you talking to?" Sky inquired just as a sleek armored suit came to a halt in front of Panda fast food. Sky immediately leaped with excitement. "Can I try it on? Just for a minute? I want to fly, I'll just stay inside." She had long wished to experience Iron Man's suit, as Tony Stark was undoubtedly privy to a wealth of classified information. Isn't that precisely what the Tide organization does? Unearthing the truth and exposing the despicable faces and excuses to uphold the rights everyone deserves. Having finally encountered it, Sky was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. She even contemplated whether to sacrifice a bit of her allure to make an impression. Given Huang Ming's earlier demeanor towards her, she believed this tactic might yield considerable success. "Sir, should I inform this woman that her identity cannot be verified through the suit?" Serafar reminded Huang Ming, who had initially considered allowing Sky to try it on, pondering that perhaps it could leave a favorable impression. However, after further reflection, he dismissed the idea, recognizing the suit's immense value and that it was not his to grant access to, unless he obtained Tony's approval. "Apologies, but the suit only recognizes me. An authorization must come from Mr. Stark." "Fine, you miser," Sky retorted, huffily jogging into the restaurant, where she promptly ordered 2 cups of coffee. Huang Ming followed her, feeling utterly perplexed. Was an affinity for irritation a shared trait among females? Once seated, Sky immediately turned serious and said, "Don't think I'm joking. You are genuinely in grave danger." "All right, you keep mentioning how perilous my situation is," Huang Ming replied, genuinely intrigued by her concern. "So, who exactly is plotting against me? Is it the military or a mysterious organization? Why do you wish to assist me?" Huang Ming inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. If Sky were to respond with a mere display of goodwill, he would politely sip his coffee and take his leave. Who could he deceive? They had only known each other for a few hours. "It's S-H-I-E-L-D. Sky offered a response that took Huang Ming by surprise, rendering him momentarily speechless as he stirred his coffee. Noticing his hesitation, Sky divulged her recent discoveries. "Originally, your information could have been found in the American Citizen database, but now it has been completely encrypted and with multiple layers of encryption. I interpret this as a measure to protect your personal information from those with ill intentions." Huang Ming glanced at Sky, clearly suggesting that while it was understandable for a national agency to investigate his information, Sky's inquiry seemed unwarranted. As a law-abiding citizen who typically trusts official authorities, Huang Ming felt compelled to voice his doubts. "My goodness, is that truly how you perceive it?" Sky exclaimed, taken aback by Huang Ming's perspective. "Are you not aware that those who are erased from records are initially declared deceased in the data? If your information cannot be found, what might happen to you? In time, those in charge may simply release revised information, and you would vanish from existence. So, what can you do to help me?" Huang Ming asked. "I can assist you in re-registering all new information, allowing you to reclaim a legitimate identity," Sky replied, falling silent to let Huang Ming ponder her words. When she confirmed her silence, he pressed on, "What is the cost?" Sky hesitated momentarily, then felt a surge of excitement. She was about to recruit a superhero for the organization. "It's quite simple. I will bring you into the spotlight. The more attention you receive, the safer you will be, much like Iron Man. However, you must join our team, and I will provide you with technical support." Her eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she laid out her proposal. Huang Ming found the conversation amusing and decided to play along. "What sort of support can you offer?" He gestured toward the Iron Man suit outside, making his intentions clear. "I'm currently mingling with the affluent, and this is quite a substantial ally." Sky, observing his gesture, recalled her own financial constraints and felt a twinge of insecurity. "I can arrange a position for you in my independent office," she said softly, flashing a flirtatious glance, exuding confidence that she was far more intriguing than any suit of armor or Iron Man himself. Her low-cut outfit accentuated her figure, making her proposition even more enticing for Huang Ming, who, after all, was still single. "You have an independent office? It appears your organization is quite formidable," he remarked. "Of course. I also possess my own laptop, and the office has a dedicated, high-speed connection." Sky enumerated the best features of her modest workspace, eager to impress him. The mindset reminiscent of a child proudly showcasing their favorite toy amused Huang Ming, rendering the situation rather entertaining. "Thank you for your kindness, Sky," he expressed his gratitude, which immediately cast a shadow over Sky's demeanor. Witnessing the transformation of his former idol into a more endearing figure akin to a little girl, Huang Ming continued, "I am not rejecting you. Rather, my education has taught me that it is prudent to avoid seclusion with a beautiful girl." Sky's excitement surged once more. "So you agreed?" To which he replied, "Not quite." Her enthusiasm deflated as she lowered her gaze. Huang Ming chuckled, adding, "However, I did not decline either. Here is my phone number and email. Perhaps I might seek your assistance in the future." After scribbling down his contact information, Huang Ming, amidst the cheers and applause of a gathered crowd, soared away in his battle attire towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Chapter 33. You are unsuitable to be a spy, uncertain of what knowledge awaited him at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy. Huang Ming felt a flicker of anticipation. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Compared to the exceptionally intelligent prodigies, his average intellect would likely lead him towards training as an action specialist or field operative. This prospect intrigued him, for the tactical maneuvers of a warrior typically followed a straightforward two-step approach: charge forward and strike. "Sir, Mr. Stark has sent a message requesting that you pick up a package while passing by Stark Tower," Salufar informed him before recalibrating the flight path. As for S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, Fury had merely instructed Huang Ming to report to the 3-arc wing building first, after which someone would escort him to the academy. The air of mystery surrounding the arrangements piqued his curiosity, but he decided to delay his arrival a little longer, motivated only by the desire to repay a favor and undergo training. With this thought in mind, Huang Ming descended directly onto the platform outside Stark Tower. Before he could remove his battle suit, he spotted 43 approaching, holding a long rectangular case. "Mr. Ming, Mr. Stark has asked me to deliver this to you and conveyed that you need not endure any imposition over there, as he will support you," Jarvis relayed. Evidently, while Tony remained occupied in his laboratory. "Noted," Huang Ming replied, taking the case and turning to leave, only to pause and address Jarvis. "Oh, by the way, Jarvis, please remind Mr. Stark to take care of himself and to be mindful of Ms. Potts' emotions. You understand." Although he knew Tony had overcome his anxiety, as a man burdened by the curse of intelligence, he was unlikely to find true stability. "Understood. I will make a note of that in the daily execution orders," Jarvis responded, having become increasingly sophisticated and humane following Tony's enhancements. Huang Ming mused that if Tony were to integrate a vague judgment algorithm into Jarvis, perhaps Ultron would have manifested sooner. Yet he dismissed the thought. Why stir up unnecessary trouble? Inside, you will find the Ashbringer and the previous Chitauri combat knife. Salufar informed him through the interface on the case. Huang Ming found this amusing, contemplating that perhaps he was the only one attending school with such impressive transportation and dangerous weaponry. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he suddenly recalled a brief encounter with Simmons, the girl who had reacted to him much like a startled deer confronted by a wolf. Suddenly, he found himself somewhat anticipating the life that awaited him at S.H.I.E.L.D. Meanwhile, in the office of the director at the Triskelion, Fury summoned his capable assistant, Hill. "Has everything been arranged?" he inquired. The codename for Huang Ming was already established, along with an impressive level 8 clearance. It seemed Fury was quite determined to secure this newcomer. "Yes, sir. Sentry will oversee his training," Hill replied, which pleased Fury greatly. Sentry was a seasoned veteran of S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives, assuring both experience and loyalty. And do try to align his schedule with Simmons," Fury added, recalling the hospital surveillance footage he had seen that day. "Sir, are you implying?" Hill left the question unvoiced, but her meaning was clear. Was it a ploy of seduction? Would it be effective on a 16-year-old boy? Fury sensed his subordinate's skepticism, yet he remained resolute. Proceed with that plan, ideally incorporating field training or urban combat courses. This statement caused Hill's eyes to widen. After all, field training required overnight stays. "So, you're quite adventurous in your approach," she remarked. Coughing to clear his throat, Fury attempted to offer further explanation. But the three-dimensional display in the office reported that Huang Ming had arrived. With a flourish of his trench coat, Fury declared, "Let us go and meet our new recruit." Upon reaching the ground floor, Fury's expression turned slightly exasperated. "Are you planning to blow up S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, Iron Boy?" Huang Ming quickly emerged from his suit, a hint of drool still lingering at the corner of his mouth. The flight of his suit had been managed by Salufar, leaving Huang Ming bored enough to fall asleep. "Oh, my apologies. I can only pilot this," he stated, a truth that left Fury at a loss for words. Much like a fighter pilot claiming expertise in aviation but ignorance of driving a car. "Very well, let's not dwell on that. I will arrange a vehicle for you." "There is no need to bring the suit," Fury said with a touch of resignation, then proceeded to introduce the woman beside him. "This is Hill, my most trusted deputy. You may discuss anything with her." Hill nodded briskly at Huang Ming, leaving him with a first impression of her as composed and efficient. "Now, gather your personal belongings and follow me." Fury produced a watch-like device and pressed a button, resulting in an autonomous vehicle arriving shortly thereafter. The group entered, with Hill at the wheel. However, the interior of the vehicle only allowed views through the front windshield and 2 front windows. The rest was shrouded in a thick fog. "Well, the confidentiality measures are indeed effective," Huang Ming thought, suppressing his curiosity. Yet, Fury's interest peaked at the sight of the box Huang Ming carried. When he had previously lifted the backpack, he had surmised it contained merely a change of clothes. What is in there? A musical instrument? Oh, not at all. It is something Mr. Stark requested I bring, Huang Ming replied, opening the box, causing two gleaming blades to flash in Fury's eyes. As the temperature inside the vehicle seemed to drop dramatically, a new Ashbringer, more closely aligned with the original design, stands before me. The blade features a notch 2/3 along its spine, adorned with a smooth, gleaming surface reminiscent of fish scales. At the rear, a silver pin tip cone serves as a counterweight. While the intricately designed handle is both aesthetically pleasing and comfortable to hold, neither too coarse nor excessively slippery, its exquisite and fierce presence completely overshadows the adjacent katana. Are you certain you wish to bring a weapon to school? Upon seeing it, Fury instinctively felt the need to safeguard Huang Ming's possession. Who knows what might happen if this young lad were to lose control of his abilities and unleash chaos with that blade. Such a loss would be utterly unacceptable for SHILD. Thus, even though the likelihood of such a scenario unfolding seemed slim, Fury deemed it prudent to intervene. After all, what business does a child have with a sword? Is that not allowed? I promise I won't take it out recklessly. Huang Ming tentatively inquired. Of course, it is not permissible. You may entrust it to your instructor for safekeeping. Only after you have completed their training will you be allowed to reclaim it. Given your current circumstances, I believe this to be the wisest choice, Fury stated with an air of finality, leaving Huang Ming no room for negotiation. However, curiosity piqued, he asked, so what will I be learning? Various skills for agents? Fury assessed Huang Ming with a discerning gaze before regrettably replying, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but you may not be suited for the role of a field agent, as the responsibilities and knowledge required are quite extensive and may not align with your capabilities. He then took hold of Huang Ming's case, stating, I have arranged for you to be mentored by a seasoned veteran of the operations team, who will teach you how to harness the powers you currently possess. Oh, is that so? That would be splendid, Huang Ming exclaimed with delight, as this was precisely what he needed. Lately, his character template fusion progress had stagnated at 53, indicating a potential limit reached, necessitating a consolidation of his existing abilities. However, it soon dawned on him that Fury's words implied a certain disdain for his intelligence. What a scoundrel! Given the fact that they were within SHIELD's territory, Huang Ming could only stifle his grievances and silently vow to one day dismantle this place. Chapter 34. The Eggman. The atmosphere within the vehicle was oppressively dull, the kind of silence that could stifle even the most persistent fly. Fury remained reticent, eyes closed in contemplation, while Hill focused intently on driving, showing no inclination for conversation. Huang Ming made several attempts to initiate dialogue, but each effort was met with Fury's disapproving glare, clearly perturbed by the interruption to his thoughts. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Huang Ming succumbed to sleep. After an indeterminate duration, he was roused by Fury's voice instructing him to disembark. Rubbing his eyes, Huang Ming discovered they had arrived at a location reminiscent of an Air Force base, complete with several Kuan fighter jets stationed on the runway. Strangely, there was no sound from Seraphar in his earpiece. It seemed external networks were inaccessible here. Before them stood a scarred man with a notch in his left ear. Former team leader, now combat instructor at SHIELD Academy, reporting for duty, sir. Sente stood tall in his black combat uniform, his posture impeccable and his breathing steady, exuding the unwavering resolve of a soldier. Observing him, one cannot help but feel that he epitomizes the essence of military discipline. Whether standing or seated, even in a wheelchair, the indomitable aura of a battle-hardened warrior commanded Huang Ming's respect. Greetings, Sente. This time, I have brought you a new recruit. Fury indicated Huang Ming with a nod before patting his former subordinate on the shoulder. I hope you can train him into a formidable warrior. Tell me, can you accomplish this? With a firm salute, Sente responded, Absolutely, sir. Excellent. I leave him in your capable hands. How you train him is up to you. He possesses the potential of a super soldier. Fury concluded the exchange with a definitive tone before disregarding Huang Ming, departing with Hill in their vehicle, leaving Sente and Huang Ming to regard each other in silence, a tall figure scrutinizing a shorter one. Huang Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment under Sente's gaze, as the intensity of being observed by another man evoked thoughts beyond mere combat. As Huang Ming contemplated speaking, Sente gestured for him to follow, leading him into a spacious room furnished merely with a few sandbags and a rack for boxing gloves, clearly a combat training facility. Could he be attempting to intimidate me? Huang Ming pondered, recognizing the age-old tradition of seasoned soldiers showcasing their prowess to newcomers. Don't misunderstand. I have no intention of intimidating you, Sente rasped, his voice rough and grating like sandpaper. Instead, I wish to gauge your capabilities. He removed his combat uniform, revealing a torso marred by numerous scars, the majority of which were battle-worn. But my strength might be somewhat significant, Huang Ming cautioned, wishing to provide a preemptive warning to avoid alarming Sente. However, Sente, already warming up, merely smiled faintly. Combat is not solely about strength. At times, excessive power can become a hindrance. With that, he executed a swift kick, striking a nearby sandbag with a resounding crack, sending it flying against the wall. All right then, Huang Ming responded, shedding his own shirt to reveal a well-defined physique, muscles taut and devoid of any excess fat, adorned with a fist-sized scar on his chest. Sente regarded him with a glimmer of appreciation, recognizing that Huang Ming's physique was forged through experience rather than mere gym workouts. Suddenly, Sente's demeanor shifted, his focus sharpened as he approached with a poised stance. Sente's movements were lightning quick, and before Huang Ming could fully register the change, Sente's fist filled his line of sight. Reacting instinctively, Huang Ming ducked and sidestepped, attempting a counter hook, but miscalculated and swung empty air, inadvertently losing his balance due to his own force. Sente, with a deft retreat, narrowly evaded Huang Ming's attack, then leaned back, shifting his weight to his rear foot, launching a Spartan kick with precision. With a resounding thud, Huang Ming was sent sprawling by a powerful kick from Sent, a sharp pain radiating through his abdomen. He slid across the floor, struggling to regain his footing, but before he could assume a defensive stance, Sent charged forward, delivering a vicious hook to his midsection. Momentarily stunned, Huang Ming found himself reeling as another punch struck his face. Stumbling backwards, he quickly retaliated with a sweeping punch, hoping to disrupt Sent's rhythm. Yet, Sent deftly evaded the attack, slipping in with rapid zigzag steps, launching a relentless barrage of heavy punches upon Huang Ming's torso and head. As Huang Ming attempted to retreat with a backward leap, Sent pressed the attack, denying him any respite, and aimed a piercing punch directly at his face. In Sent's estimation, Huang Ming was nearing his limit. Unexpectedly, Huang Ming managed to seize Sent's fist with a single hand, his stance precarious as he gasped for breath. That felt exhilarating, didn't it? Now it's my turn, he declared. A flicker of surprise crossed Sent's eyes as he attempted to retract his fist to regain his composure, but it felt as though it were trapped in an unyielding vice. In that instant, years of combat experience warned him of the impending danger, a chill racing up his spine. The once beleaguered Huang Ming transformed from a wounded pup into a ferocious wolf, a surge of formidable strength yanking Sent off his feet. Suddenly, darkness engulfed Sent as Huang Ming delivered a headbutt, forcing him to release his grip, following that with a shove and a kick. He sent Sent crashing backwards with a resounding impact. Fueled by rage, Huang Ming unleashed an earth-shattering stomp, sending shockwaves through the room. With a deafening crash, the floor erupted, and Sent instinctively curled into a ball, only to be propelled into the wall by an overwhelming force. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, Huang Ming erupted into action, closing the short distance with astonishing speed. Fury enveloped his fists, crimson with power, creating a howling wind that constricted Sent's breath, as if a boulder weighed heavily upon his chest. With a single, mighty blow, Huang Ming shattered the wall of the training room, simultaneously liberating Sent. As Sent landed, he sprang back, instinctively grasping Huang Ming's chin and executing a shoulder throw to subdue him, wary of Huang Ming's potential for sudden aggression. Such occurrences were not uncommon, frequently arising among overconfident newcomers, unable to grapple with the harsh realities of combat. Following that encounter, Sent discerned Huang Ming's weaknesses and assigned him a task: to practice striking a sandbag while holding an egg. The sandbag was equipped with a force sensor, requiring Huang Ming to deliver 100 punches, each with a force of 300 pounds to pass the test, 3 times a day, with any broken eggs to be consumed by him. After all, following his physical training, Huang Ming needed to replenish his nutrients and energy. Thus, within a mere 3 days, Huang Ming consumed nearly 2 boxes of eggs, with the unmistakable aroma of eggs lingering in his flatulence and burps. He also became well-versed in 100 culinary methods for preparing eggs. The only solace amidst this was the occasional visit from Simons, who sought to obtain the data from his physical training and could help him digest some of the eggs. A tale known as the Egg Madman or Egg Boxer began circulating within Shield Academy. Chapter 35. The Rhinoceros Man. After devouring an indeterminate number of eggs and securing the title of Egg Terminator, Huang Ming joyfully discovered that his role template fusion progress had finally ascended to 58. Although no combat skills had been unlocked, the transformations he had experienced over the past fortnight imbued him with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment in his physique, and he had become considerably more adept at controlling his anger. "Hey, it's time to collect your saliva sample again," exclaimed Simmons, rushing towards Huang Ming with palpable excitement. Simmons' current state mirrored that of characters brimming with various statuses. Since their last encounter, she had remained in a state of exhilaration, undoubtedly propelled by the remarkable data Huang Ming provided, which significantly accelerated her research and academic progress. Before Huang Ming could utter a word, Simmons pinched his mouth and deftly inserted a cotton swab. "Could you let me do it myself next time?" Huang Ming furrowed his brow in resignation, clearly accustomed to this situation. The most outrageous instance had been during an outdoor training session when this girl had insisted on collecting his bodily fluids. Upon hearing her request, Huang Ming had nearly lost all composure and abandoned her on the spot. It was evident that scientific research cannot be measured by conventional standards. "All right, I'll be gentler next time," Simmons replied with satisfaction as she stowed the cotton swab away, then rummaged through her bag to produce a candy. "Here, enjoy this as a reward. I made it myself in the lab. You won't find this flavor anywhere else." Although Huang Ming suspected that this confection was primarily crafted to test his body's resistance to certain substances, he found a fried chicken-flavored candy to be a rare and delightful treat. "I must head to my cold weapon combat training now. Until next time," Huang Ming hurriedly bid farewell to the perilous girl. Yet, Simmons clearly wished to linger a bit longer, as she found Huang Ming intriguing, not only for his physique, but for his personality as well. "Is it already that time? According to the schedule, you have 5 more minutes until your next class. Wow, you've even got the class timetable down to the minute. But today, Ms. Natasha is the one instructing me." Huang Ming fabricated an excuse to extricate himself from the conversation. "You know how busy Ms. Natasha is. I must arrive early to ensure I don't miss her guidance." Who knew where the renowned Black Widow was currently executing a mission? All of Huang Ming's combat classes were conducted by Center, who was quite proficient in cold weapon combat, claiming to have taken up research out of boredom after retirement. "All right, you may go," Simmons replied, a hint of disappointment evident in her tone. "Oh, by the way, Fitz is actually a decent guy," Huang Ming called back after taking a few steps away. Having noticed Fitz lurking in the corner, eavesdropping on their conversation, clearly anxious about potential complications. Truth be told, Simmons was indeed captivating. Yet Huang Ming felt no romantic inclination towards her. Soon, donning his weighted suit and wielding a training longsword, Huang Ming gazed with excitement at Center, who had just entered the classroom. Although he still faced more defeats than victories, Center's wins were not easily obtained. The combat training between him and Huang Ming mandated that Huang Ming must don a weighted suit, refrain from using any abilities, and engage solely in bare-knuckle fighting. Having witnessed Huang Ming unleash his fury with weapons firsthand, Sente resolutely established this rule. Otherwise, Huang Ming could easily dispatch him without employing any technique. However, today, Sente was not clad in his usual training gear. Instead, he calmly informed Huang Ming that today's combat training was suspended due to an external assignment requiring his involvement. Sente then turned and retrieved a box from outside the door. Huang Ming's weapon kit, which had previously been confiscated by Fury. You are permitted to utilize weapons for this mission, Sente stated in a composed yet authoritative manner. Instantly, Huang Ming understood that this assignment might not be a walk in the park. What kind of formidable individual are we dealing with? Surely, it cannot be someone of Captain America's caliber? Sente held Captain America in high regard, often admitting that he could not surpass him in combat. Thus, Huang Ming directly raised this point, hoping for a benchmark for assessment. If it were Captain America, it would be manageable. However, Sente's words only served to heighten Huang Ming's anxiety. How could a novice like me confront someone even more powerful than Captain America? Surely, you jest. To clarify, the reason Captain America was deemed manageable was due to the strategies we had in place to counter him. However, when it comes to genuine danger, Captain America poses a greater threat than the target of this assignment. So, who exactly are we dealing with, Commander? Huang Ming boldly inquired, wishing to avoid speculation. To this, he heard Fury's voice, is a low-intelligence brute clad in hardened skin. Fury then strode away briskly, his trench coat billowing behind him. Huang Ming found himself admiring the director's ability to wear such attire year-round, pondering whether his wardrobe consisted solely of that coat. Hardened skin? A brute? Indeed. According to reports from our sources, this hardened skin is nearly impervious to blades and bullets, resistant to extreme temperatures, and possesses shock absorption capabilities. Furthermore, it enhances the wearer's stamina, speed, and strength. As Fury spoke, Huang Ming began to suspect that someone might have pilfered Tony's Iron Man suit to wreak havoc, as Fury's description bore striking resemblance to the capabilities of the armor. We have designated him with the code name, Rhino Man. Fury uttered a name that left Huang Ming in shock. Isn't this individual a foe of Spider-Man? Isn't it too early for him to make an appearance? With a tumult of thoughts racing through his mind, Huang Ming asked, do we have any information about the wearer, Commander? Certainly. He is a thug affiliated with a mob, a rogue known as Lev Kovich, of mixed American and Russian descent. He is irritable, impulsive, and enjoys causing destruction, Fury concluded. With this knowledge, Huang Ming finally exhaled with relief. As long as it wasn't the notorious Rhino Man, he could manage. Perhaps this individual was merely an experiment. Nevertheless, it was a stroke of luck to find someone so compatible with the mission. The world is indeed a peculiar place. Understood. What was my task? Huang Ming inquired, his eyes brimming with excitement. After a month of anticipation, he was finally poised for a proper fight. He could almost sense the weapon box vibrating, as if the Asha messenger was eager for battle. It's quite simple. Eliminate the thug and retrieve a portion of his battlesuit. Fury's orders left Huang Ming somewhat perplexed. Why was he instructed to take only a portion instead of the entirety? Following this, Fury added, to ensure the success of your mission, the post-battle collection will be entrusted to Simmons and Fitz. Your sole responsibility is to eliminate the enemy and ensure he doesn't rise to consume any hamburgers. Yes, sir, Huang Ming responded loudly, though internally he felt quite helpless. He hadn't anticipated that this field operation would involve those two scientific zealots. It was likely that Simmons would establish a new database and template to observe him after witnessing his true combat prowess, and he would become even more fervent in collecting all manner of samples from him. Huang Ming sighed resignedly to himself. Life is indeed arduous. Chapter 36, The Armor Repository completed. Departure is scheduled in 15 minutes, with a Quinjet assigned to transport you. After issuing his orders, Fury departed, presumably to monitor progress in the command center. As the instructor, Sen had intended to say something, but after a moment of hesitation, he merely placed a reassuring hand on Huang Ming's shoulder. What was this? A consolation? Huang Ming found himself at a loss for words at Sen's rather heavy-handed form of encouragement. Just as he was about to return to his quarters to prepare, he stepped outside to find the exuberant Simmons and the anxious Fitz trailing behind her, both laden with bags, especially Fitz, who was dragging a combat suit secured with straps. Clearly, Simmons was thrilled about the field operation, while Fitz's enthusiasm remained uncertain, as he believed that such tasks would not necessitate the involvement of research personnel. Hey, I just acquired the information regarding our mission objective, and it reminded me of something I once attempted to create that you might find useful. Without hesitation, Simmons tossed an item towards Huang Ming, then rummaged through her belongings, ultimately producing several small green spheres. Huang Ming examined the objects in Simmons's hand, reminiscent of the firecrackers he played with in his childhood. Powerful anesthetic smoke bombs. The dosage can lull 5 elephants into slumber in an instant. Excellent for treating insomnia, though you might experience a slight headache afterward. Hearing Simmons mention side effects left Huang Ming wide-eyed. What kind of experiments had been conducted to yield such a vicious concoction? He quickly deduced that the unfortunate test subject must be the panting Fitz. I must clarify that this time, we are only responsible for collecting residual materials post-operation, not for combat support, Fitz stated bluntly, reluctantly tossing the combat suit behind him to Huang Ming. It features a detachable armor design, with double-layered reinforced titanium alloy panels for the legs, chest, and abdomen, and triple-layered polyester mesh integrated at the joints, providing resistance to blades, shock absorption, excellent flexibility, and high maneuverability, all while being lightweight. Huang Ming stood in stunned silence, carefully inspecting the black armor in his hands, which felt quite comfortable to the touch. Fitz, noticing Huang Ming's reaction, grew somewhat irritated. Without a word, he swiftly fitted an arm guard onto Huang Ming's slender arm, the piece snapping into place seamlessly without hindering his movements. Simmons shot Fitz a disapproving glance, then gently nudged him aside, taking it upon herself to don Huang Ming with the remaining components of the armor. Fitz, visibly irritated, pressed his lips together in silence, while Huang Ming, feeling rather embarrassed, raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. However, once donned in the battle attire, Huang Ming felt an exhilarating sense of freedom. It was the most liberating outfit he had ever worn, offering no sense of constraint while providing robust protection. A mere stroke of a dagger against it yielded nothing more than a slight sting. What do you think? My utilization of your data was not in vain. I have meticulously designed this suit, Simmons declared with pride. Fitz, feeling a twinge of discomfort at Simmons' boast, muttered softly beside him, "The materials were all my idea." "Thank you." Simmons, Huang Ming responded, glancing at Fitz. The latter, caught off guard by the gaze, felt a touch of embarrassment, unsure of where to place his hands. Yet Huang Ming stepped forward and embraced him, saying, thank you, my friend. This suit is fantastic." Huang Ming spoke the truth. It fit snugly, flowed elegantly, and boasted a low reflective quality that prevented excessive warmth. Fitz, taken aback by the embrace, blushed and hurried off to the assembly point, forgetting even the items he had brought. Huang Ming found Fitz unexpectedly amusing, and it was no wonder he had captured Simmons' heart in the end. He impulsively picked up Fitz's gear and jogged to catch up, as Fury had allotted only 15 minutes for the preparation. He was keen to avoid being late for the assembly, grasping the Ashen Harbinger in one hand and Fitz's equipment in the other. Simmons leapt onto Huang Ming's back, requesting him to carry him to the meeting point. With little time to ponder, Huang Ming worried about what new mischief Fury might devise as a punishment for tardiness. Upon boarding the aircraft, they underwent a brief debriefing. The engines roared as they soared towards their mission destination, San Francisco. Inside the Quinjet, Fury, via video link, outlined the primary challenge of the mission, luring the target from the bustling city center to a more secluded area. A confrontation in a crowded locale would undoubtedly result in significant casualties, leaving Huang Ming at a disadvantage. However, they acknowledged that Li Cowich was an impulsive individual, which could be exploited to their advantage. Simmons suggested a provocative gesture, a middle finger directed at the target, followed by a swift retreat towards the shore. Fitz added that they must not run too quickly, providing intermittent humiliation along the way to ensure that the rhinoceros man lost his composure and developed a profound hatred for Huang Ming, one so intense that he would wish to tear him apart. Huang Ming listened, feeling a wave of confusion. Was it him they wished to tear apart? Fitz's enthusiasm was palpable, nearly causing him to spit as he spoke. At that moment, Seraphar managed to establish communication with Huang Ming, saying, "Sir, Mr. Stark has left a message stating that the suit repository is ready, equipped with the conventional suits and your design, the Golden Axe." Hearing Seraphar's voice once more filled Huang Ming with elation. Yet, his exuberance left Simmons perplexed. "Who are you talking to?" he inquired, with Fitz nodding in agreement. Oh, it's my intelligent assistant program, Seraphar. I couldn't contact it while at the academy, Huang Ming explained. Huang Ming elucidated the situation and, in passing, sought permission from Sarufal for Fizz to establish a communication channel. Is it the one designed by Mr. Stark? I have long wished to inquire how he resolved the algorithmic conundrum. May I have a glimpse into it? Fizz, brimming with enthusiasm, proclaimed his fervent admiration for Tony. Perhaps next time, as we are already nearing our target. Meanwhile, Sarufal retrieved some information regarding the target, a pitiful creature who, apart from being a gangster's enforcer, was also a forgiven giant. His wife had suffered grievous injuries due to their discordant marital life. Subsequently sentenced to prison, he emerged to find himself the father of a 3-month-old son. Sir, the suit repository will arrive in 3 minutes. At that moment, Sarufal was piloting the crimson and gold suit repository, racing from Stark Tower at high speed. JARVIS promptly reported to Tony, who, while vacationing in Hawaii with Pepper, languidly instructed, ensure all data is recorded, and do remember to capture the visuals. I wish to enjoy a good film this evening. Understood, sir. At this juncture, Likovich had just awakened from a night of heavy drinking. His large hand, akin to a fan, slapped his head as the lingering alcohol gnawed at his neural pathways like a serrated saw. This induced considerable irritation, and in frustration, he smashed his fist through a grimy wooden door, creating a gaping hole. Curse that car horn! I shall dismantle it today. With a violent kick, he shattered the door, and as the afternoon sun approached its zenith, it illuminated his form. Beneath the sunlight was not the fair skin of a Caucasian, but rather a wrinkled, gray hide that enveloped Likovich, revealing only his face, which was crowned with a robust steel horn. From a distance, he resembled a humanoid rhinoceros standing at an imposing height of 8 meters. Chapter 37. I heard you are bulletproof, yeah? Do not stifle yourself. Do not overthink. Just as the rhinoceros was tormented by a throbbing headache, a cacophony of electrifying guitar riffs erupted within his rented apartment. The anguished cries resonated with the irony of contemporary youth rock and hip-hop culture, encapsulating the frenetic yet bewildered essence of postmodern youth. The fervent howl of the music ignited a fiery passion within the rhinoceros, to the point of smoke billowing from his nostrils. Bang, bang, bang. The rhinoceros forcefully battered the door, ultimately breaching the recently reinforced metal security door of his cynical neighbor. Instantly, the raucous music ceased, and a thin man, irate, flung open the door, brandishing a handgun, and with a tone he deemed menacing, exclaimed, "Which fool dares to disrupt my creative process?" With a flourish, he cocked the gun. "Do you think that toy will intimidate me?" The deep voice of the rhinoceros resonated from above the thin man's head, revealing that it was not the swift onset of darkness that had obscured the sunlight, but rather the colossal figure at the doorway blocking it. The wind is suitable for soaring, yet the blinding light obscured the thin man's view, inducing psychological pressure. He tightened his grip on the gun. "Hey, big guy, that door was expensive." The rhinoceros man exhaled 2 plumes of white smoke from his nostrils, offering no response as he seized the thin man's collar and lifted him off the ground. This action terrified the thin man, who screamed and frantically fired his gun at the rhinoceros man. The acrid scent of gunpowder ignited by the bullets only intensified the rhinoceros man's fury. It did not exacerbate the pain in his head. The bullets struck his thick hide with a muffled thud before losing their momentum and falling to the ground. "Thank you for the massage. Thus, I have resolved to be gentler with you," the rhinoceros man whispered cruelly into the thin man's ear, enunciating each word with a deliberate calmness. No sooner had he finished speaking than he slammed the thin man's head against the wall, resulting in a splatter of tomato sauce and soybean milk across the surface. Indifferently, the rhinoceros man wiped his hands on the lifeless body of the thin man, reveling in the thrill of the slaughter, which alleviated the ache in his head. Impressive, akin to the moment you crushed your ex-wife's lover's testicles, came Huang Ming's mocking voice from behind the rhinoceros man, causing the latter to turn with furious eyes, bloodshot and seething. "Do you dare to repeat that, boy?" he growled. "I must say, your ex-wife possesses a remarkable physique. I can only imagine her prowess in bed," Huang Ming continued. his words trailing off before the rhinoceros man unleashed a furious roar and charged at him. Huang Ming leaped aside, watching as the rhinoceros man barreled into his apartment, toppling various objects and stirring up a cloud of dust. A tall, dark silhouette turned, and the rhinoceros man's deep voice echoed. "I care not who you are or what your intentions may be. Today, you shall become fish feed beneath the Golden Gate Bridge. I eagerly anticipate it. I hope the fish prefer lean meat over fatty." Huang Ming continued to provoke the rhinoceros man, relentlessly eroding his reason. At that moment, Seraphar reminded him that the battle suit would arrive in 1 minute. The rhinoceros man could no longer contain himself and surged forward towards Huang Ming in the corridor. The horn on his forehead gleamed ominously, resembling an out-of-control train racing towards its target. Huang Ming initially considered evading, but then thought better of it. Such an opportunity to test his strength was rare. He inhaled deeply, grounding himself, his anger swirling around him, taking on a form reminiscent of flames. Extending his right hand, he met the rhinoceros man's charge, a force equal to his own surging through his body. The screeching sound of soles against the floor echoed as Huang Ming was pushed backward, sparks flashing and smoke billowing from beneath his shoes. His back collided with the wall, and the rhinoceros man barely managed to halt his momentum. "You possess considerable strength. How about this?" Before he could finish, the rhinoceros man lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Huang Ming's waist and crashing through the wall, sending both of them into a free fall from the 6th floor. In midair, they had only time to exchange a punch before making intimate contact with the ground. Huang Ming rolled a few times to dissipate the impact, while the rhinoceros man, relying on the suit's ability to absorb shock, landed firmly on his feet, causing the earth beneath them to tremble. He merely bent his knees slightly and leaned forward, continuing his relentless advance toward Huang Ming. The commotion here has drawn a considerable crowd. Huang Ming recalled Frey's instructions and swiftly turned to run towards the Golden Gate Bridge. He remembered a nearby forest, sparsely populated, which could serve as an ideal battleground. The Rhino Man, having missed its target, looked up to see Huang Ming already around the corner and immediately gave chase, clearing a path by swinging its fist at anyone in its way. "Ming, that fellow is just 10 meters behind you and gaining speed." Simmons' anxious voice crackled through the communication channel, while Fitz, beside him, nervously operated the drone they had designed together, tracking the engagement of the two combatants. He also intently examined the map to select the optimal route for Huang Ming. After the upcoming turn, crashing through the wall will lead to an abandoned factory. "All right, Seraphar, how's it looking on your end?" Huang Ming called out, then leaped forward with a burst of speed, shielding himself with his arms as he crashed through the wall. Rolling into the factory Fitz had mentioned, he waited for the dust to settle. Once it did, he found himself surrounded by scattered debris in an expansive space, roughly the size of 2 basketball courts, devoid of any obstructive equipment except for some support pillars. Location locked. The armor depot is directly above you. Huang Ming looked up to see it hovering about 10 meters overhead. "Ming, you forgot your weapon," Simmons exclaimed upon noticing the Ashbringer left in the aircraft, hastily instructing the pilot to draw closer for a drop. "No, Simmons, I have weapons, rest assured." Huang Ming reassured him, simultaneously commanding Seraphar, "Disarm." With a soft thud, one of the hatches of the armor depot opened, and a retro-styled, separable battle suit emerged, followed by a magnificent double-bladed axe. The junction of the blades was designed in the shape of a skull, its eyes glowing a menacing red, while the axe handle resembled a vertebra, transitioning to a standard grip at the end, which was equipped with an armor-piercing cone. "Why aren't you running, you little pest?" The Rhino Man, having been thrown aside, crashed through the wall, emerging from the dust with a chilling remark. But as it focused, it realized it stood before a black-armored warrior wielding a double-bladed axe that reached his shoulder, the blades glimmering with a piercing cold light, evoking a sense of discomfort to the eyes. Huang Ming reveled in this suit of armor, a helmet with a beastly visage, linked armor plates, and spikes protruding from the ends of the shoulder guards, all while gripping the golden battle axe. Pointing at the Rhino Man, he spoke through the helmet's built-in speaker with a cold, mechanical tone. "I've heard you are impervious to blades and bullets. What about this axe?" He took a step forward, lowering his stance, resembling a metallic beast fixated on its quarry. Though the Rhino Man displayed a moment of surprise. Its confidence in its own strength and armor prevailed. It pounded its chest with a resounding thud, shouting, "Come on," and then charged forward. In contrast, Huang Ming remained silent, simply preparing for a countercharge. In a striking display of black and gray, the two figures charged forth, stirring up the accumulated dust from the ground. Reminiscent of two tempests colliding upon the sea, where one either devours the other or is utterly destroyed, with no alternative path available. Chapter 38. Children spitting in fights clashing with a resounding force. The aftermath of their collision sent ripples through the dust, visibly expanding as it swirled upward. In an instant, the sharp horn on Huang Ming's left shoulder shattered under the immense impact, while the Rhino Man's horn merely sustained a fissure. This revelation surprised Huang Ming, for his horn was forged from chromium metal. It should have been impervious unless faced with vibranium. Before the Rhino Man could celebrate, Huang Ming's left shoulder sank rapidly, followed by a swift upward thrust. With a powerful impact, he pushed his opponent back a step, loosening his grip on the axe handle to pivot his wrist and drive the armor-piercing spike deep into the Rhino Man's abdomen. "Thief!" Huang Ming exclaimed as the spike penetrated, despite the thick battle attire that offered some resistance. The Rhino Man, in pain, retaliated with a punch to Huang Ming's helmet. The sound of metal striking metal echoed, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Huang Ming staggered back a few steps, and just as he regained his footing, a shadow darted towards him. He swiftly raised his axe in defense. The Rhino Man, exhibiting remarkable combat instinct, leaped forward without taking a breath, and with a spitting motion, launched a thick gob of phlegm that struck Huang Ming's visor. Though hindered by the helmet, the nauseating loogie compelled Huang Ming to recoil slightly. "Damn it, is this how you fight?" he muttered, feeling as if he were dealing with a child. Immediately, the Rhino Man tackled him, sending them both crashing to the ground. With fists the size of cauldrons, he rained down blows upon Huang Ming, each strike resonating like the clang of a blacksmith's hammer, interspersed with more spat attacks. As the adage goes, even the most beautiful visage becomes mundane with prolonged observation. After enduring the relentless spitting, Huang Ming found it increasingly manageable to disregard the offensive act. When the area around his face became overwhelmingly viscous and smeared with a yellow-green hue, he summoned his resolve, timing his counterattack as the Rhino Man swung his fists. With precision, he struck the Rhino Man squarely on the nose, causing a deluge of tears and blood to erupt. The Rhino Man's grip loosened, and as Huang Ming delivered another heavy blow to his abdomen, he was sent reeling backward. Rising swiftly, Huang Ming wiped his face and scrubbed it against the ground, exclaiming, "You filthy beast! With so much spittle, you must be brimming with rage." At that moment, Huang Ming's fury ignited. Enveloping his entire black battle attire in a crimson, flame-like aura, grasping his golden battle axe, he stepped forward, the impact of his footfall resonating through the air. With a thunderous charge, he surged forth, scattering the dust in his wake, creating a swirling pathway of debris. The Rhino Man, caught off guard, was sent flying by Huang Ming's relentless advance. As the other shoulder blade spike was shattered simultaneously, it left a deep gash on the Rhinoceros Man's battle attire, causing a spray of crimson blossoms to erupt into the air. Huang Ming swiftly flicked his left hand, sending steel cables shooting forth to ensnare the waist of the Rhinoceros Man, pulling him forward by half a step. In an instant, Huang Ming yanked back fiercely. Enveloped in wrath, he unleashed a rising dragon punch that sent his adversary careening away. He then squatted low, his inner fury surging, and leapt into the air. His valiant ascent conjured a smoky dragon, soaring above the Rhinoceros Man. Channeling his rage, he smeared it across the axe blade, infusing it with a deep crimson, serrated pattern as he activated his battle technique. He raised his weapon overhead for a fatal strike, bringing the axe down upon the Rhinoceros Man's chest. With a thunderous crash, the Rhinoceros Man plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater, and before he could rise, Huang Ming deftly spun midair. As he descended, he charged forward, propelled by immense kinetic energy. The fury enveloping him struck the Rhinoceros Man like a fiery meteor, resulting in a resounding impact. The axe blade gleamed ominously as it traced a perfect arc, slashing into the rhinoceros man's abdomen from below. Like a heavy hammer, it sent him flying, while the rage imbued in the axe blade tore through the rhinoceros man's attire, exposing a belly marred with gaping wounds. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, clutching his stomach and gasping, "Hiss, you have truly angered me." The torn fabric of his battle attire began to writhe and heal. Huang Ming noted this peculiar regenerative trait, reminiscent of venom, as it seemed to burrow into the rhinoceros man's body to aid in healing his wounds, evoking thoughts of another of Spider-Man's notorious foes. What an odd occurrence. Perhaps in San Francisco, that entity had long since arrived on Earth. With this in mind, Huang Ming resolved to have Sylvanas mark this location for future endeavors. The characteristics of such a creature as Venom could indeed prove advantageous for crafting battle attire. Meanwhile, the rhinoceros man had completed his regeneration, his eyes ablaze with fury as he charged at Huang Ming, employing the same tactic once more. Observing the aggressive advance of the rhinoceros man, Huang Ming smirked disdainfully. "Let me impart a lesson. The same maneuver is futile against a Saint Seiya." He flung the axe outward, grasping its end, and his fury surged upward, enveloping the weapon until it culminated in a fiery red blaze at the axe's blade. As he pivoted his shoulder, his wrist slightly rotated. The golden axe traced a semicircle above his head just as the rhinoceros man entered his striking range. A torrent of feral energy erupted forth, suffocating his opponent's breath. At that moment, the rhinoceros man was engulfed by an emotion named fear, his pupils dilating, heart racing. Memories of past frantic escapes from life-threatening street chases resurfaced. Realizing retreat was no longer an option, he faced the suffocating pressure of Huang Ming's golden axe, the flames of his wrath igniting a searing sensation within his lungs. With a resounding crash, a tremendous blow shattered the horn of the rhino warrior's armor, subsequently cleaving through the helmet as though it were but a clove of garlic, the axe blade embedding itself within the skull. The fury that followed erupted within the rhino warrior, utterly dismantling its form, as Huang Ming refrained from invoking divine intervention, aiming instead for a more thorough impact akin to that of a giant strike. "You may descend to collect the spoils, but do prepare yourselves mentally. The scene is rather, shall we say, sanguinary," Huang Ming gently warned over the communication channel. The culmination of rage not only ruptured the armor, but also left the rhino warrior's exterior marred with gaping wounds, blood spraying profusely. Do remember to clean your armor upon return, and ensure it undergoes 3 rounds of disinfection. Also, the touch of air freshener would be prudent. He concluded his report before promptly issuing commands to Sarufal. The recent spectacle was indeed nauseating. To engage in combat at such an age while resorting to spitting was rather juvenile, and one could only imagine the mess had it occurred near a lavatory. Chapter 39. Are they all test subjects? With the task accomplished, Huang Ming requested Sarufal's assistance in removing the armor, or more accurately, the armor plating. The originally designed integrated steel suit, while enhancing protection and accommodating a plethora of weaponry, significantly hampered mobility and agility. Thus, this iteration of armor embraced a modular design, reminiscent of ancient armaments, crafted in separate components rather than a singular unit, essentially a modern reinterpretation of classical armor. The aerial armory descended to a suitable altitude, and as the armor Huang Ming wore sensed its release, it detached, subsequently being retrieved by small robotic transports released from the armory. Boom! Just as the armor fully disengaged, an instinctive urge prompted Huang Ming to evade, yet he was struck squarely in the chest by a shockwave, rendering his breath labored and tearing his combat suit. Several shards of alloy embedded themselves into his flesh. "Oh dear, what a pity! I hadn't anticipated your resilience," quipped a black man, clad in a distinctly hip-hop style, his black leather jacket adorned with a cacophony of metallic rings. Sporting technologically advanced metallic gloves, he emerged from the shadows with an expression of mock regret, his tone comical. "Is this all the strength you possess? Even a mere massage would surpass this," Huang Ming retorted nonchalantly, all the while extracting the fragments from his wounds and retrieving a band-aid from his waist, preparing to apply it. Now it was the black man's turn to be speechless. Brother, we're engaged in combat, and you're tending to your wounds with a band-aid? Do you truly believe such a trivial item can remedy those lengthy lacerations? Are you jesting? Sir, the design of those gloves bears a distinct resemblance to the weaponry of the Chitaurians, Sarufal reported after scanning the armory's device, which caught Huang Ming off guard. How has this individual emerged now? The shockwave gloves and the black man, save for the color disparity. Should he not have remained dormant for another 8 years? Yet here he is creating chaos. Those gloves, however, pique my interest. I shall claim them. Huang Ming, with a swift motion, brandished his axe, preparing to collect a trophy while simultaneously imparting a lesson to the individual before him on the consequences of reckless violence. A display of utter ignorance towards the law. As the figure of Jing Tong prepared to unleash his palm cannon, energy coalescing within his gauntlet and aimed directly at Huang Ming, he was acutely aware of Huang Ming's prowess in close combat. Thus, he waited for Huang Ming to shed his combat attire before attempting a sneak attack. With the power of the gauntlet, he believed he could vanquish Huang Ming from a distance, subsequently seizing the hovering disc that could dispense battle gear. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Ming executed a leftward shift followed by a swift leap to the right, evading Jing Tong's impending strike. A thunderous explosion resonated as the ground erupted like it had been struck by artillery, sending debris swirling and obscuring the air with dust. In this tumult, Jing Tong cloaked himself in a blinding display. Huang Ming transformed into a sleek shadow, slicing through the haze, his golden axe raised above, ready to deliver a fatal blow upon Jing Tong. The clash of bone on bone echoed sharply as Jing Tong's feeble defense crumbled against Huang Ming's might, crashing him to the ground. The force of the impact caused Jing Tong to release his shockwave, fracturing his own scapula in the process. What a pitiable fool, daring to withstand the assault of a warrior wielding an axe. Even a drunken monk would think twice. Huang Ming observed the once arrogant Jing Tong now writhing on the ground in agony, his pallor betraying his suffering. Gasping for breath as if he had emerged from the depths of a river, desperately pressing against his wounds, his forehead pushing against the floor as if trying to burrow into it. Drowning in waves of pain, Jing Tong could only emit incoherent groans, tears and saliva marring his face as he gasped for relief, a futile effort that only left him dizzy and seeing stars. Suddenly, the sound of arrival echoed as Fitz was the first to leap from the aircraft, rushing over only to be greeted by the sight of chaotic splatters of graffiti, nearly causing him to regurgitate his last meal. What on earth happened here? He exclaimed, bewildered. Simons, trailing closely behind, fixed his radiant gaze upon Huang Ming, entirely disregarding the suffering Jing Tong sprawled on the ground. How did you accomplish this? He inquired, his excitement palpable. Well, the explanation is somewhat intricate, but I need to deal with this first, Huang Ming replied nonchalantly, gesturing towards Jing Tong. Fitz, could you assist me in dismantling this gauntlet? Huh, of course, Fitz exclaimed, his enthusiasm unwavering as he examined the device. This is merely a crude prototype of a simple assembly. Hearing this, Jing Tong felt faint. Could you not display a modicum of humanitarian spirit? Treat your prisoner with some grace. I believe I can still be salvaged. Please, overlook my gauntlet. I can even provide you with socks afterward. Fitz, frowning slightly, appeared conflicted. This individual seems to possess some degree of mobility. Should we consider? This suggestion resonated deeply with Jing Tong, who, momentarily forgetting his pain, fervently nodded in agreement, almost shouting, "Yes, yes. I'm still in the game." The young man possesses a kind heart. Thus, I have resolved to gift you socks this Christmas. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming snapped his fingers and replied, understood. With a glance filled with both horror and hope, he set down his axe, shook his hands, and crouched down. With a sudden crack, Huang Ming delivered a powerful punch that shattered the shoulder blade of his terrified opponent, who let out a scream before rolling his eyes back and losing consciousness. Fitz, observing nearby, was drenched in cold sweat. I meant to bind him hand and foot, not to smash his bones. Such behavior lacks civility. Yet Simmons gazed at Huang Ming with fervent intensity, her eyes locked onto him. Had it not been for the need to manage the scene, she would have lunged at him to further examine his physique. This mission had indeed yielded significant insights. Simmons felt she was on the verge of grasping how an ordinary human could inflict such tremendous destruction. Suddenly, a shrill whistle pierced the air, reminiscent of an eagle swooping down on its prey with breathtaking speed. A dark silhouette on the ground transformed in an instant, enveloping the area. The target was the unconscious figure of terror. Huang Ming shouted as he leapt forward to pull Fitz aside, barely avoiding disaster. In a split second, a colossal metallic eagle claw descended like a watermelon being crushed, turning terror into a grotesque mass of flesh. "Oh no!" Fitz cried, his face splattered, the taste of rust flooding his mouth, accompanied by an unidentified substance sliding down his throat. After an anguished scream, he erupted in a fit of violent retching, as if he might expel his very insides, only to have them washed clean before being returned. Huang Ming watched, feeling sympathy for Fitz. That experience was undoubtedly excruciating. More importantly, it was evident that the assailant was a vulture, and terror had been eliminated. It seemed he was merely another experimental subject from before the first generation. Much like the rhinoceros man. Chapter 40. Fury as curiosity. After tidying up, Huang Ming chose to selectively disregard the now overly curious Simmons, who was brimming with scientific zeal. He assisted the pale and ashen Fitz onto the aircraft, ensuring he collected fragments of the rhinoceros man's battle suit, directing the small robots in the suit repository to gather some parts. He also sent Terror's gloves back to the laboratory with Sarufal, for he now had his own laboratory. A solitary doomsday virus would surely not suffice. He needed to incorporate additional projects. Meanwhile, upon returning to his base, Adrian wore a grim expression as he contemplated the troublesome Jack, whom he had twisted into a knot. Had he known earlier, he would have conducted a thorough interview with this scoundrel. Damn it, did he think he was a god simply because he acquired some equipment? Fortunately, Adrian had decided to accompany him due to unease. Otherwise, those insufferable government officials or wealthy individuals might have uncovered something, jeopardizing the precarious structure he had painstakingly built. "Oh, boss, that fellow was thrown into the washing machine." A young man, bearing a complexion akin to that of the infamous Jack, approached with a blend of jest and earnestness, inquiring about the situation. As one of the earliest followers of Adrian, Herman felt compelled to alleviate the palpable tension in the air. After all, this was the first instance of internal strife since the organization's inception. How audacious of that fool to contemplate robbing someone from the Stark Group, perhaps even targeting one of Stark's esteemed individuals. Such reckless folly. Upon sensing the unspoken message from his old comrade, Adrian decided to make an example of this individual, who had nearly jeopardized their collective safety. It was imperative to illustrate that while they remained vulnerable, they must navigate their existence like rats in the sewers, all yearning for a better life. He emphasized the necessity of humility until they could amass strength, or else they would end up like the unfortunate Jack lying on the ground. "Boss, have you properly disposed of those gloves? They could prove quite useful," inquired a chubby fellow, raising his hand, clad in protective goggles, with hands soiled from grease and a cluttered workbench before him. He was easily identifiable as the technician among the group. "Indeed, but only one pair remains. By the time I arrived downstairs, they had already begun dismantling the gloves," Adrian replied, his tone softened towards the rotund Pierce, recognizing the MIT prodigy's pivotal role in product development. Reflecting on the moment he had defended Pierce from his tormentors, Adrian felt vindicated. The world seldom rewards the malevolent. After all, just one will suffice, as that was a prototype, and I did not fully comprehend some of the mechanisms before Jack seized it. Although the chubby man spoke with utmost seriousness, Adrian discerned the hidden implications within his words. Narrowing his eyes, Adrian clapped his hands to command the attention of everyone present. "Listen closely, everyone. This includes all of you. Do not dare to bully Pierce, or I shall turn you into tomato sauce." He continued, "Herman, you must accompany the shipments. Do not leave my old comrade behind. I refuse to face any further needless complications." With that, Adrian departed, while the eager chubby fellow surveyed the room before returning to his work, captivated by the prospect of the impact gloves. Have you allowed the logistics personnel to engage in combat? In the airport, Sente was the first to encounter Fitz, who staggered in with vacant eyes and an expression of utter despondency, resembling a green recruit who had just witnessed death and was now confronted with a bowl of tofu pudding. There was a lingering doubt as to whether the informant had erred. Now even the logistics personnel were involved. Not quite. There was a minor incident, and Fitz consumed some forbidden tomato meat chunks. Please, spare me, Fitz exclaimed, immediately clutching his throat and retching on the airport runway upon hearing Huang Ming's description. He desperately dug his fingers into his throat, attempting to expel the nauseating sensation, but all that emerged was a stream of clear liquid. Admittedly, though the taste was unpleasant, one could grow accustomed to it, as Sente reassured Fitz with his own experience, only to find Fitz's distress intensifying. Even Simmons, standing nearby, could not bear to watch and hurriedly assisted him towards the medical room, likely for a gastric lavage. Come on, the director is waiting for you at the meeting, Huang Ming remarked, somewhat taken aback. Was he being summoned for another mission? Surely not. He had been led to believe he was there to learn, not to be subjected to child labor. Besides, even non-staff members deserve certain rights. The exploitation of his labor felt like an egregious manifestation of capitalist bureaucracy. Despite his frustration, Huang Ming found solace in the fact that, after this period of training, his integration progress had reached 60. While he still lagged behind in experience and skill, on a data level, he felt he could hold his own against Captain America. The conference room door stood ajar, allowing Huang Ming to catch sight of Fury's smooth, bald head, starkly contrasting against the white walls. From the sound of his footsteps, Fury was already aware of Huang Ming's arrival, yet he awaited the customary report before speaking. How do you feel about this mission, rookie? While it was a standard procedure, Huang Ming harbored deep resentment towards Fury's authoritative demeanor, particularly given the likelihood of being assigned a task shortly. Very well, sir. The target has not exceeded my limits, Huang Ming replied. Upon hearing this, Fury swiveled in his chair to face him, his solitary eye reflecting a mix of admiration and scrutiny. Reports from his agents indicated that the target possessed the strength to wrestle a rhinoceros, akin to a humanoid armored vehicle. The assertion that he had not surpassed his limits piqued Fury's consideration of whether it might be prudent to have Captain America accompany him. It appears Sente's training has truly unlocked your potential, Fury remarked, his curiosity about Huang Ming's extraordinary strength growing. How could an ordinary human, unenhanced by drugs and not a mutant, possess such power? This was not a mystical land of the East, where ancient warriors and practitioners were said to have such abilities. However, considering Huang Ming's Asian heritage, Fury found himself questioning the possibility of connection. Well, I have explained this numerous times. It stems from my anger. With that, Huang Ming demonstrated, as he had before Banner, how he concentrated his anger in his hands. Yet now, the anger had coalesced into a more vibrant, fiery essence, seemingly brimming with untapped potential. This anger was not merely a product of rage. It was a manifestation of a warrior's indomitable spirit forged through training and combat. Thus, while other powers may have limitations, as long as a warrior's fighting spirit endures, this anger knows no bounds. Anger? Gazing at the crimson flames flickering in Huang Ming's palm, Fury could sense the roaring power and indomitable spirit contained within. Although it seemed somewhat mystical, he felt it nonetheless. As a seasoned veteran, he believed that such strength was likely concealed deep within his own body, or perhaps within the depths of his soul. Is this something that can be taught? I mean, if you were to teach, there would be no taboos, right? After all, you are of Eastern descent. Chapter 41. Should I officially join? Upon hearing Fury's inquiry, Huang Ming found himself at a loss for words. Logically, he should be able to impart knowledge. Yet he sensed that only individuals like Hulk and Captain America could truly comprehend the essence of rage, one a quintessential berserker, the other possessing a combat will of the highest caliber. Both were exceptional warriors, while it would indeed be challenging for others to grasp such concepts. Seeing Huang Ming momentarily silent, Fury assumed that perhaps it was genuinely beyond his ability to teach. It's fine, I was merely asking casually. After a moment's thought, Fury considered another possibility and tentatively inquired, "If you need to consult with elders or similar figures before responding, I can wait." Recalling the elusive Eastern powerhouses he had encountered in the past, Fury felt that his subordinates' investigations might have been somewhat lacking. After all, it was improbable for an ordinary person to suddenly acquire such strength without reason. Such fortune is hard to come by. Huh, elders? Oh, right, Huang Ming responded, following Fury's lead. But such a reaction led Fury to suspect that perhaps there were no elders behind him after all. The agent's investigations were indeed correct. Huang Ming's power had appeared quite abruptly. Fury then recalled Simmons, who had recently taken a keen interest in studying Huang Ming. He silently resolved to pay close attention to Simmons' research progress and outcomes. It might prove to be a card he could wield in the future. However, the reason I summoned you today pertains to another matter. Fury wrapped his fingers on the table to bring Huang Ming back to focus, then continued. You are an auxiliary member and should not ordinarily have access to this information. Therefore, I must first ask you, would you like to formally join us, HIELD, and become one of us? Fury gazed earnestly at Huang Ming, genuinely hoping for his inclusion in SHIELD, as it would bolster his hand in the face of increasingly bizarre circumstances. I apologize, but this is not a decision I can make. I must consult with Mr. Stark first, Huang Ming replied, startled, quickly using Tony as a shield. He had accepted the role of an auxiliary member only because of the 2 times Stark had saved him. Should he become a formal member? Amidst the ensuing chaos and intrigue following their jovial banter, Huang Ming felt ill-equipped, even with knowledge of the plot, to navigate the complexities of these agents. Very well. This matter is indeed significant. You may take a few days to consider it and provide me with your response upon your return. However, I sincerely hope you will join, for I can offer you what you desire and help you become even better. Huang Ming's answer fell within Fury's expectations, leading him to abandon the intention of revealing further matters to Huang Ming, postponing it for another time. Given the circumstances, I regret that I cannot disclose the upcoming matters to you. You may return to rest now, and kindly close the door on your way out. Thank you. Fury spoke enigmatically, yet Huang Ming could somewhat discern the matter at hand, as the timing seemed quite appropriate. However, with a holiday on the horizon, he thought, why not? Joining SHIELD was an impossibility. Despite the abundance of talent and the pleasant discourse, true freedom was elusive. Come forth. It is regrettable that one of your team members may be lost, Coulson. Shortly after Huang Ming's departure, Fury addressed the solitary figure within the conference room. No sooner had his words faded than a section of the wall slid open with a hiss, revealing a man with a receding hairline, yet a warm smile and resolute gaze. None other than Coulson, who had met his demise at Loki's hands during the Battle of New York. He retained his familiar demeanor, clad in a finely tailored suit that exuded an air of steadfastness and old-world charm. That is no cause for regret, Director. I have a premonition that there will certainly be a place for him within the team I intend to assemble. Coulson expressed a perspective divergent from Fury's. This took Fury by surprise, prompting him to gesture for Coulson to elaborate on his reasoning. You may find it hard to believe, but this time my judgment relies on intuition, Coulson admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. In the past, he had been meticulous, but since recovering from his severe injuries and enjoying an extended leave granted by Fury, he felt an inexplicable shift within himself. His physical prowess seemed to surpass his former capabilities, perhaps a lingering effect of Loki's scepter. He mused as a means of self-comfort. Intuition? Very well. I hope my most esteemed subordinate hasn't dulled his wits during his sabbatical. Your application is approved. You may select your own team members, and I shall arrange for your transportation, Fury replied, his skepticism lingering as he suspected Coulson had not fully regained his former self. As Coulson prepared to depart, Fury turned back, assuring him, trust me, you will find the vehicle to your liking, and I have wagered on your intuition. Coulson felt a spark of anticipation. Though unbeknownst to him, his hand left an emblem resembling an inverted, distorted cross upon the table before exiting the conference room. Perhaps Coulson's resurrection was intertwined with something beyond the ordinary. Meanwhile, Huang Ming, freshly organized, was conveyed to the 3 Arc Wings Tower by Center. During the journey, Center commended Huang Ming's performance in battle, suggesting that he no longer required oversight in his training and could practice independently, seeking further combat experience to hone his skills. This remark made Huang Ming feel that his status as a temporary worker would linger for quite a while. However, he perceived no detriment in this. For a warrior's growth necessitated the baptism of blood and fire. Additionally, he had brought along the combat suit designed by Fitz and Simmons, which, though in need of repair, would undoubtedly receive superior upgrades in Tony's laboratory. Oh, our exemplary student is on holiday. Upon emerging, Huang Ming was greeted by Tony's delighted voice, filling his heart with warmth. The acknowledgement from someone as proud as Tony, who regards him as a protege, undoubtedly instilled in Huang Ming a sense of belonging and security amid his initial confusion. Ultimately, Tony grapples with anxiety. Huang Ming nearly lost control during the fierce battles in New York, which was in essence a manifestation of his own anxiety. I didn't expect you to come. I thought it would be Varian and the nightlife that would fetch me, Huang Ming exclaimed joyfully after giving Tony a hearty embrace. Tony made a playful face, remarking, I had no choice. I was also reluctant to come, mainly because someone urged me. The implication was a directive from Pepper Potts. Yet Huang Ming could discern that Tony was merely indulging in his habitual pride. All right, let's take you back first, and then we can have a proper discussion about your school life, Tony said as he gestured for Huang Ming to get into the car. Upon returning to the penthouse of Stark Tower, Huang Ming recounted his experiences at SHLD Academy to both Tony and Colonel Rhodes, who had come seeking amusement. He also conveyed Fury's esteem for him and the invitation extended, while importantly inquiring how he should respond. After listening intently, Tony's expression turned serious, almost veering left into the laboratory to don his armor and confront Fury. How dare he attempt to take advantage of what I discovered and the resources I painstakingly provided? You think being a global organization makes you formidable? The presidential elections in the United States still rely on my support. I'm also a distinguished sponsor for the NYPD and a former supplier of weaponry for the National Guard and the U.S. military. He scoffed at the idea of someone who looked as if they hailed from Africa daring to encroach upon his wealth as an American. Rhodes, however, held a different perspective. I believe you should continue with your current role for now. That is not what I meant. Don't be rash. Tony, Rhodes quickly interjected, raising his hand to signal his allegiance to Tony. What I mean is that this young man requires further honing, and SHLD is notoriously a place of frequent mishaps. He could gain significant experience there, just as he would with you. Is that so? I don't share that sentiment. I can offer similar opportunities for savior-like missions. Moreover, these involve actual armed conflicts of low to moderate intensity. They're thoroughly authentic battlefields. Tony's assertions left Rhodes at a loss for counterarguments. As a military man, he was well aware of the extent of U.S. military involvement in the Middle East, and Tony indeed had the capability to secure Huang Ming a position to combat crime there with government support. Moreover, the crux of the matter lay in the training methodology Huang Ming had undergone, which involved striking a sandbag with an egg. Apologies, is this a lesson in juggling? If there's a lack of strength and control training, we have far more scientific methods to address this. Tony's tone was elevated, as he considered Huang Ming's experiences at SHLD to be a sheer waste of time, an utterly futile endeavor. He then picked up his phone, tapped a few times, and presented the information to both men. I have purchased a gym. Jarvis will design a transformation program based on the training you have experienced, which will take no more than a week. Observing Tony's expression, which conveyed an air of effortless confidence, Rhodey felt that this was a friendship meant to endure a lifetime. Huang Ming, captivated by Tony's commanding presence, finally grasped why wealthy individuals found it so easy to pursue romantic interests. Under such a forceful and straightforward approach, few could hold steadfast to their convictions. Not to mention the women. He nearly found himself wanting to kneel and call him father. Well then, in that case, Huang Ming ventured cautiously regarding Fury. What should I say? I'll take care of it, Tony interjected. And what about the academy? No need to go there. Indeed, those with ample wealth exuded an undeniable charisma. At that moment, Both Rhodey and Huang Ming found themselves momentarily rendered speechless by Tony's overwhelming aura, resorting only to applause and raised hands in agreement. Rhodey was already contemplating whether he should consider an early retirement to join Tony's small team. Rumor had it that their head of security was still hospitalized, and he believed he could step in. As for Pepper, she felt no emotional upheaval, even harboring a desire for a drink. Nevertheless, she did bring in champagne and juice. All right, gentlemen, today is a joyous occasion. Let us raise our glasses in celebration before discussing these bothersome matters. With 3 flutes of champagne and 1 glass of orange juice, Huang Ming suddenly became acutely aware of the disadvantages of his youth. Oh dear, how could this possibly be considered a trouble? Tony remarked, planting a kiss on Pepper's cheek and whispering in her ear. In my view, there are no troubles here, only minor issues. Very well, my all-purpose gentlemen. Cheers! To commemorate Ming's return, both of them, doused in a metaphorical shower of affection, lifted their glasses, while J.R.V.S. conveniently directed most of the lighting toward Pepper and Tony. This display made Huang Ming realize that even in the realm of high-tech, there were innovative methods to woo a partner, intelligent courting. After the drinks, Pepper returned to her work. Had Huang Ming not returned, she would still be in the CEO's office handling affairs at that hour. By the way, regarding your mention of a small team, take a look at these 2 individuals. You should recognize them. With a wave of his hand, Tony summoned a holographic display that revealed personnel profiles of a couple Huang Ming had first encountered during his mission with the Warriors of the Abyss, when he had aimed to reclaim their Chitauri energy weapons. Huang Ming was taken aback to discover that Tony had enlisted them into the laboratory. Indeed, Benny and Claire. Benny possesses remarkable talent in developing those alien gadgets, while Claire can certainly alleviate some of Pepper's burdens. After all, she is my girlfriend, not yours. To Huang Ming, the emphasis lay in the latter half of Tony's statement. Tony then displayed the analysis report of the items Huang Ming had sent Seraphar to retrieve. The technical jargon regarding the Rhino Man was beyond Huang Ming's comprehension, but Tony's interest lay elsewhere, specifically with the glove. A brilliantly conceived design. It utilizes the energy impact principle of Chitauri technology combined with the concept of impact grenades. I had JARVIS run simulations, and with further optimization, it could easily demolish an entire building. Tony held high hopes for the glove, and from his tone, Huang Ming surmised that it might already have been integrated into the battle suit. After all, the company responsible for reclaiming the Cherida was one he had founded. Oh my! This world is becoming increasingly incomprehensible, Rode instinctively exclaimed. In the past, terrorists were merely armed with bombs and guns, but now their arsenal has expanded significantly, including extraterrestrial weaponry. He was genuinely contemplating writing his retirement application. The Earth is perilous. He yearned to escape to Africa. It was fortunate that he hadn't been shattered like a cookie. Tony shot Huang Ming a reproachful glance, clearly unable to accept his recklessness. Huang Ming could only shrug, adopting an attitude of nonchalance. After all, he had been ambushed, and that axe was indeed quite heavy. He needed to catch his breath after using it. It would be far more convenient to wield the ashen messenger. In truth, he mused that while a heavy weapon like an axe might be effective against hulking foes like the Rhino, it was far more suitable to engage agile targets with swords. Thankfully, there was an arsenal. Huang Ming felt relieved, but suddenly he pondered a troubling question. If he did not attend the academy, would he truly have to engage in counterterrorism in the Middle East? Imagining a scene of armed confrontations while he charged forth in armor, brandishing a sword, he sensed an air of tragic heroism. Oh, by the way, who designed that combat suit you brought back? The concept is quite commendable. Rode appreciated Tony's interruption of Huang Ming's continued musings. Rode, standing nearby, wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, if it could be mass-produced, I believe it would be an excellent product with numerous orders. Rode spoke earnestly, yet the listeners appeared utterly bewildered. Huh? What is happening? Am I being put in charge? Am I to engage in business with the U.S. military? Huang Ming's mind was in turmoil, yet he glanced questioningly at Tony, who merely smirked. Just as you understand, and you must acclimate to such matters. All right? After all, you're also part of a laboratory in a tech company. The implication was unmistakable, As the rightful owner, it was time for him to utilize his company's products to gain recognition and secure profits. Chapter 43. A taste of Hell's Kitchen. As Huang Ming exited Stark Tower, he was taken aback. Tony casually tossed him a key, stating that he had purchased a house in Hell's Kitchen for him. Indeed, it was during their earlier conversation that the purchase was made. The homeowner even offered a delivery service, leaving Huang Ming both impressed and slightly exasperated. Although residing there meant he need not worry about his safety, he certainly did not relish the idea of someone entering his home while he slept, especially as an Asian in America, where crime rates against Asians are alarmingly high, and even more so in a place like Hell's Kitchen. The thought of a thief slipping in during the night would severely disrupt his slumber. Yet simultaneously, Huang Ming eagerly anticipated encountering community superheroes such as Daredevil, Jessica, Iron Fist, and Luke Cage in that area. He needn't fret over a lack of combat experience. Rather, he should be concerned about how to avoid attracting more trouble. Perhaps he should simply establish himself there and dominate the street scene. Reflecting on the nostalgic allure of the past, Huang Ming yearned to explore the vibrant streets of America. However, this time, Tony Stark had imposed restrictions, denying him the use of the armored suit. Instead, he was limited to enhancing the existing attire of Fizz and was provided only the Ashbringer and a pair of Tang swords. Yet, after much persuasion, Huang Ming was granted permission to wield the gauntlet that could launch steel cables, which also concealed a small shield within. After braving the brisk wind for a few moments, Huang Ming resolved to inspect the house first. He also determined that he must acquire a driving license, for not being able to drive was indeed a significant drawback. If one were to inquire why he had not learned earlier, the answer was simple: to avoid the license collecting dust and merely serving to accumulate demerits for others. He had decided to wait until he could afford a car before enrolling in driving lessons. Consequently, he flagged down a taxi, and upon entering, he was greeted by a familiar aroma of curry. Coupled with the outdated decor and seating, an unsettling premonition washed over him. To his surprise, the driver turned around with an enthusiastic greeting. "Hey, it's you again, brother. What can I do for you this time?" Indeed, it was none other than the notorious driver from Hell's Kitchen. "Hey, dude, what a small world we live in," Huang Ming exclaimed. "Please take me to First Avenue on 34th Street. Adu's excitement surged, having previously experienced the thrill of being pursued while driving Huang Ming. He was now heading to Hell's Kitchen, a setting reminiscent of a blockbuster film. With his eyes gleaming and hands firmly gripping the steering wheel, Adu eagerly inquired, "What brings you there?" "I'm quite familiar with the area and know many people." Huang Ming, anticipating future complications, decided to confess where he resided. Adu's eyes sparkled with a mischievous glint, akin to spotting a stunning beauty in a bikini on the streets of India. He pressed the accelerator, exclaiming, "Welcome to Hell's Kitchen. Brother, trust me, you're going to love it. It's exhilarating and wild." Thus, the notorious cab drivers of New York reemerged, rekindling the frustrations of the city's patrol officers. The taxi careened through traffic, provoking sudden stops from countless vehicles and inciting outrage from pedestrians, who hurled soda cups, pizza slices, and half-eaten burgers in their wake, all while taunting the police with their disdainful driving skills. Huang Ming, securely fastened in his seatbelt and gripping the overhead handle, braced himself as Adu, caught up in the thrill, executed a tire-squealing spin in front of the officers, infuriating them to the point of consuming stress relief medication, especially as Adu managed to escape. Still shaken, Huang Ming could not resist asking, "So, my friend, is this the style in which you always drive?" Adu replied nonchalantly, "What? Oh, of course not. I drive quite steady as my performance on a lady's bed. I just couldn't resist teasing those bastards. After all, such opportunities are as rare as discounts on top-tier escorts." To which Huang Ming retorted, "What on earth? Do you have an affinity for the red light district? I'm still just a kid, you know." Huang Ming, overwhelmed by frustration, silently screamed within, vowing that had he not been in the car at that moment, he would have surely twisted Adu's head off. One absurd metaphor. Fortunately, he had finally arrived at his apartment. "Farewell, my friend. Call me if you need anything," Adu said as he left his number behind, departing while Huang Ming seethed with the desire to thrash him. With a flourish, he drifted around the corner, casually tossing a bag of trash from the car window, which landed perfectly in the bin. One must admit, the lad's driving skills were indeed impressive. As Huang Ming wandered around his neighborhood, he discovered it was cleaner than he had anticipated, perhaps due to its marginal location. Yet, a faintly unpleasant odor lingered in the air, and the hurried pedestrians as dusk approached, along with the roaming delinquents, reminded Huang Ming that this place was far from the serene fade it presented. Upon exiting the vehicle, he felt the weight of several hostile gazes upon him, and one individual, sporting a mouthful of yellowed teeth, even made a slitting motion across his throat. Tony had secured for him a quaint 4-story building, with Huang Ming residing on the topmost floor. Tony mentioned that he would be moving in some training equipment and gear, effectively establishing a small hero stronghold. The ground floor was rented out to an African-American man who ran a breakfast shop, with the rent being remarkably low, as he was not reliant on that income. This arrangement had garnered immense gratitude from the gentleman, who bore several scars across his eyes and vowed not to disturb Huang Ming. However, on the very night Huang Ming moved in, commotion erupted nearby. While he was not the target, the ruckus succeeded in waking him. One voice struck him as oddly familiar, prompting him to gear up and descend with his broadsword in hand. To his surprise, he encountered the same African-American friend, who was peering out the window with a shotgun in hand. "Ethan, what is going on?" Huang Ming inquired. "Oh, what are you planning? If it's for self-defense." "That's a reliable choice," Ethan remarked, glancing at the broadsword in Huang Ming's grasp and lifting his firearm in suggestion. In this age of firearms, wielding a melee weapon seemed foolish to Ethan. After all, they were in America, where guns spoke volumes. "It's nothing serious, just a few junkies harassing a girl. And, well, that girl is quite attractive," Huang Ming responded. At that moment, Sky regretted following Huang Ming to Hell's Kitchen. Awakening in the midst of the night, she discovered someone attempting to pry open her van. Upon investigating, she found 3 pale, snot-nosed addicts. Initially intent on robbing her, they were suddenly captivated by Sky's allure, akin to wolves spotting prey. However, without hesitation, Sky kicked one down and swiftly secured the door, preventing their entry. "Curse that wretched girl. I swear I'll make her pay," shouted one of the assailants, whose piercing cries roused Huang Ming from his slumber. Recognizing the voice, he felt a twinge of exasperation at Sky's presence. Regardless of who was trapped inside, he knew he had to intervene. With a decisive click, he opened the door, and before Ethan could fully process what was happening, Huang Ming had already stepped outside. "Good grief!" With a scornful exclamation, he hurriedly closed the door and rushed over, intending to pull Huang Ming back. However, Huang Ming had already approached the group of addicts, shouldering his Tang Dao, and cleared his throat. "I say, you ruffians, have you any idea how you disturb my sleep?" One of them, startled, recoiled slightly, but upon realizing he was confronted by an Asian, straightened his chest and took a few steps closer, menacingly pointing a finger at Huang Ming's chest. "Go home and suck on your mother's milk, little monkey, or beware of visiting the hospital to see your little garden come morning." The others erupted into raucous laughter. Yet, one sharp-eyed individual spotted Ethan in the background and quickly attempted to signal his companions to retreat. But suddenly, a flash of brilliant light swept before them, accompanied by a chilling sensation in their throats. Then the world spun, their vision darkened, and with a gust of wind, 3 bodies collapsed, their heads severed cleanly from their bodies. Ethan, witnessing this, nearly had his eyes pop out. In an instant, 3 lives were extinguished, all with a single stroke. Remembering the words spoken just moments before, he felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that the seemingly innocent occupant of the floor above was not a mere lamb, but a formidable beast. "It's all right now. Come out," he called. Chapter 44. Sky's arrival the following morning. As Huang Ming gazed at the girl on his bed, her smooth back exposed, her features a playful blend of wildness and allure, coupled with an enticingly curvaceous form, he felt a pang of regret for having intervened to save her the previous night. This woman was far too domineering, utterly indifferent to the care of minors. She was nothing short of a beast. After all, he was still underage. Unbelievably, she had commandeered his bed, forcing him onto the sofa. Standing there, contemplating the absurdity of life, Huang Ming felt utterly helpless. He had yet to relish a good night's sleep on a comfortable mattress, only to be ousted onto the sofa by a woman who was not even his girlfriend. The regret weighed heavily on his heart. As he contemplated whether to seize the opportunity to capture some compromising images for future leverage, he suddenly heard Sky's languid voice rising from the bed. "What's the matter? Can't the little boy hold back?" Sky lay gracefully on her side, propped up on her chin, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Sunlight streamed through the window, filtering through her hair and illuminating the pillow, momentarily leaving Huang Ming entranced. Yet, he quickly shook off his reverie. He could not afford to lose. Rubbing his hands together, he slowly approached Sky. As Huang Ming drew near, the confidence that had initially shown in Sky's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, her breathing becoming slightly erratic. Nevertheless, she maintained a forced smile. Finally, as Huang Ming's hand brushed against the sheets, Sky's pupils contracted, and when she saw him reaching out, she could no longer hold her composure, exclaiming in a flustered panic, "Hey, that's me." In the next moment, Huang Ming swept both her and the sheets to the floor, returning to his own bed, basking in the morning light and the lingering scent on the pillow, continuing his slumber. For now, he merely awaited Tony's response. If favorable, he would return to high school. If not, he would head back to SHILD. Either option posed no detriment to him, merely differing in the degree of inconvenience. "Is this how you Easterners treat women?" Sky exclaimed in anger as she stood up, indignantly giving Huang Ming's backside a swift kick. "Lying before you in my undergarments, I am met with your singular desire for slumber, a mere wish for sleep. Is it my physique that lacks allure, or my voice devoid of seduction?" At this moment, Sky's thoughts have spiraled far from their original intent, consumed by doubts regarding her own charm. We, as Easterners, are gentle towards women, yet there are exceptions for those who stalk and subsequently banish one to the sofa. Huang Ming, upon finishing his statement, reaches for another pillow to embrace for comfort, believing it would aid his rest. However, Sky snatches it away and strikes him on the head with it. "You will undoubtedly struggle to find a girlfriend," she retorts. "This is not your concern, is it, dear beauty? Besides, I believe you should contemplate how to repay me for my kindness." With a lingering morning grumpiness and the remnants of a restless night, Huang Ming glares. Exasperated, he finds himself bemused by the notion that he owes Sky anything, as if she had rescued him from the clutches of a brutish man the previous night. At that moment, a knock at the door disrupts their sudden, awkward, and tranquil atmosphere. It is Ethan, the proprietor of the breakfast establishment, who has risen early to attend to his business. He hears the commotion from upstairs and muses on the vigor of youth, noting that after a night of revelry, they still yearn for more in the morning. Judging by the sounds emanating from above, it seems the girl initiated the engagement, perhaps with her lips. He patiently waits a moment longer before knocking again, deliberately amplifying his footsteps to avoid catching Huang Ming and Sky off guard. "Boss, I have prepared breakfast for you both, my special sandwiches and replenishing milk," he announces, emphasizing the restorative qualities of the milk. Huang Ming, upon hearing this, springs from the bed, strides to the door, and flings it open with a scowl. "We did not engage in any indiscretions last night. Please do not misunderstand. And thank you for the breakfast." With a slam, the door shuts forcefully behind him, leaving Ethan perplexed. From Huang Ming's expression, it was evident that he was merely irked by the morning disturbance. He shakes his head in bewilderment. The youth of today, truly incomprehensible. As the saying goes, the anger from a quarrel ignites quickly but fades just as swiftly. While enjoying breakfast, Sky begins to comprehend her overstepping, yet pride prevents her from voicing it. Thus, she tentatively pokes Huang Ming's arm with her finger. "Hey, are you still upset?" "No, merely at a loss for words," he replies. "All right, I sincerely thank you for last night." Sky hesitates, then cautiously asks, "May I stay with you?" Huang Ming, upon hearing this, abandons his breakfast and looks up at her intently. "Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I am simply seeking accommodation. However, if your rent is exorbitant, I would much prefer my little truck," she clarifies, taking a sip of milk before continuing. "Fine, you may stay on the second floor, but you must tidy up after yourself. I shall not assist. Additionally, please pay 3 months' rent in advance." Huang Ming elongated his voice, causing Sky to feel a twinge of anxiety. However, upon hearing his agreement, she sighed in relief, only to become tense again when he mentioned the need to pay 3 months' rent up front. She had genuinely begun to appreciate this place. Although it lacked the comfort of a small van, at least it was free from the persistent intrusion of wandering souls. How much would that cost? Let us adhere to market rates. The monthly rent is 1,800, but considering you are my friend, I can offer it for 1,200. While this price seemed reasonable, Huang Ming overlooked the fact that they were in Hell's Kitchen, where the housing costs had not yet escalated to such heights. His cited market price reflected that of Manhattan. For Sky, who subsisted on hamburgers and hot dogs, washing them down with cheap or complimentary coffee, such a sum was simply untenable. Thus, feeling disheartened, she prepared to leave. Observing her demeanor, Huang Ming recalled how dangerous it could be for her to encounter a situation like last night again. All right, I'll lower it to 800 and allow you to defer payment. Yes, I knew you would agree, Sky exclaimed, turning with joy, leaping in delight, and kissed Huang Ming, momentarily oblivious to her attire of mere undergarments. This action undeniably ignited a spark within Huang Ming, causing his cheeks to flush. He quickly turned away, muttering, I need to use the restroom. Yet, the prospect of cohabiting with a beautiful woman filled him with excitement. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, he couldn't help but strike a few charming poses. Upon emerging, he discovered that Sky had already begun to pack. Her belongings were remarkably minimal, just 3 outfits, a laptop, and a set of recording equipment. The spare undergarments were haphazardly bundled together. This provided Huang Ming with an insightful glimpse into the life Sky had previously led, prompting him to seriously doubt whether she would ever repay the 800. He mused silently that perhaps she had no intention of doing so. The likelihood of this possibility seemed alarmingly high, and he felt he had fallen victim to Sky's charm. Yet, the thought of casting her out was unbearable. After all, it was far more pleasant to behold a beautiful woman than to spend time with his male friends. Thus, he chose to overlook this minor detail and decided to let Sky stay. What would transpire thereafter remained uncertain. However, Huang Ming sensed that he might be unable to escape participation in the Special Operations Unit 616 that Coulson was soon to organize. Chapter 45, Peterson, New York, a city of wonders. Within this bustling metropolis reside individuals of all kinds, including some who could be considered monsters, alongside heroes who strive to save the world. For most ordinary citizens, SHIELD remains a rather enigmatic agency established to safeguard the relationship between the mundane world and the extraordinary, serving as the bastion of justice and aiding humanity in adapting to this newly emerging reality. Simultaneously, New York is a battleground for many, a place where survival is a relentless struggle. For anyone aspiring to thrive through their own efforts, the laws of the urban jungle are unforgiving. The rapidly advancing era and technology ruthlessly discard those unable to keep pace, regardless of their fervent desire for a better life or their admirable qualities, such as kindness, optimism, and ambition. Peterson had never harbored such intense self-loathing for his youthful choices, having squandered his time in the company of frivolous companions rather than acquiring a tangible skill. Consequently, he found himself relegated to earning a living through sheer physical labor, a futile endeavor now that machines had rendered his strength obsolete. He loathed those infernal mechanical arms. Why couldn't they have waited a few more months before making their appearance? Had they done so, he might have secured a promotion and been able to buy his son the coveted Iron Man toy. Ace, I promise I will get you that for your birthday this year, Peterson assured as he squatted down solemnly before his son. As a father, he was determined not to let negativity seep into his son's life. Yet, the perceptive Ace cautiously remarked, but you don't have any money, right? Honestly, I don't really want it that much. I was just looking. Nevertheless, the desire gleaming in his eyes betrayed him. Hey, don't worry. I'll find a new job soon, Peterson replied, extending his fist toward Ace. What are we? Team, Ace responded, tapping his little fist against his father's. A gesture that lifted Peterson's spirits, which had been dampened by the weight of his worries. Each completion of this ritual signified their unwavering commitment to promises made. This time it was about a toy, and he intended to earn it in return. Truly, nothing brought parents greater joy than witnessing their child flourish. Yet, Peterson felt a twinge of uncertainty regarding this promise. He rubbed his right forearm and then embraced his son as they made their way home. To save money, they had relocated from Queens to Hell's Kitchen, and returning home before nightfall was sound advice, one derived from the unfortunate experiences of countless victims of muggings and assaults. Regrettably, the heavy foot traffic that day caused delays in the subway service. Upon arriving in Hell's Kitchen, Peterson and Ace were greeted by desolate, empty streets, the streetlights casting a feeble yellow glow. It was then that the unsavory elements who thrived in the cover of darkness emerged to revel in their nocturnal escapades. By day, New York belonged to order. By night, it succumbed to chaos, and this truth resonated most profoundly in Hell's Kitchen, where its denizens rarely stirred before dusk. All right, let us move quickly. If anything happens, just stay behind me, okay? Peterson urged, mustering his courage as he walked forward, firmly grasping his frightened son's hand. Ace, overwhelmed by fear, had never witnessed the eerie quiet of Hell's Kitchen at night. Suddenly, a crack and a thud echoed from a nearby alley, where Huang Ming, clad in a black combat suit, had just intervened in a violent robbery. A group of thugs had been assaulting an elderly couple returning home late. In mere moments, he had incapacitated them. As for the terrified couple praying for divine forgiveness, he could only shake his head in disbelief. Well, perhaps these individuals are husbands, sons, or brothers to some, driven to crime by the harshness of life. Yet, when they choose to engage in criminality, they must accept the inherent risks. As adults, one should not invoke the burdens of family. It is the despicable capitalists who must bear the consequences of their actions. This is the umpteenth time tonight that Huang Ming has lost track of how many crimes he has thwarted. Whenever a cry for help resounds, he rushes to the scene. Yet the haunting echoes of despair persist, intensifying amid sporadic gunfire. He cannot help but marvel at the relentless spirit of the night demon, who balances the life of a lawyer by day and a vigilante by night, truly an ironclad individual. You bastards! An enraged voice cuts through the chaos, prompting Huang Ming to don his mask once more. Whoever you are, your friend, the Blade, is here. Following the directions of Seraphar through his earpiece, Huang Ming navigates several intersections, only to witness an immensely powerful figure hurling 2 trash bins at those obstructing his path, with a smaller figure closely trailing behind. Upon closer inspection, he realizes they are 2 African Americans. Had it not been for Peterson's call, he might have mistaken them for a single entity, akin to a cloak of the Sorcerer Supreme acting heroically. Surveying the scene, it is evident that the Irish gang, known for preying upon the vulnerable, is behind this disturbance. 2 of its members have drawn their weapons, a clear indication that gunfire has already erupted. Otherwise, their anger would not be so palpable. Huang Ming cannot afford to hesitate. Should a child be harmed, the repercussions would be dire. With a swift draw of his blade, he charges forward, under the cover of night. His dark combat attire goes unnoticed until the sonic boom of his assault stuns those present, halting their actions in shock. Peterson instinctively shields his son with his body, only to feel a gust of wind above, accompanied by the whistling of air as if a blade had sliced through. What the hell is that? Damn it, a monster! Shoot it! Kill it! The Irish gang members cry out in fear as a shadowy specter, or perhaps the Grim Reaper, materializes, brandishing twin blades and unleashing a silvery veil that conjures a vortex of death. Huang Ming plunges into their midst, and with a single sweeping strike, none of the gang members remain standing. Those still alive tremble in terror, scrambling away in silence, while 2 unfortunate souls nearby are torn apart by his wild fury. Curse you wretched fiends! As Peterson regains his composure, he storms toward one of the incapacitated gang members, crushing his neck underfoot, then smashing the ground with a powerful fist, ready to wield a brick against the others. But Huang Ming blocks his path with his blade. Enough! A lesson is all that is needed. You have sustained no injuries. Have you? Peterson glares fiercely at him, a familiar surge of orange energy coursing through his veins. These scoundrels deserve to die. They should not have frightened my son. I believe you now pose a greater threat to your son than they do." As soon as these words escaped his lips, Peterson immediately jolted awake and composed himself. Without expressing gratitude to Huang Ming, he turned and swiftly departed, cradling the frightened ace in his arms. Observing Peterson retreating into the distance, Huang Ming admired his protective affection for his son, yet his thoughts wandered to another matter. That individual must surely be a product of the Centipede Project, wouldn't it? Chapter 46. A Girl's Invitation. Upon returning to school, Huang Ming finally grasped the sensation of being a figure of prominence. As he was subjected to curious glances and hushed whispers throughout the day, the speculation revolved around his prowess in combat, whether he had a girlfriend, and if she was indeed Lena. The gossip index at Zhongqing High School surged significantly that day, and even after classes concluded, he received several invitations from female classmates seeking assistance with their assignments. After marveling at the open-mindedness of Western countries, Huang Ming politely declined all offers. However, halfway through his departure, he found himself turning back helplessly. "All right, how long do you intend to follow me, if you desire an outcome?" Before he could finish, Lena emerged from her hiding place with charming candor, taking him by surprise. Initially, he thought Hans, still embittered from their last encounter, sought revenge, only to discover it was a lovely girl instead. "Hey, do you have time to grab something to eat over there?" Lena's slightly bashful invitation left Huang Ming feeling unexpectedly elated. How could the school beauty or class goddess ever have initiated a date with him, unless it was for assistance or to copy homework? Noticing Huang Ming's hesitation, she quickly added, "I've broken up with Hans, so there's no need for any awkwardness." "Huh? Oh no, I'm merely caught off guard. Let us go. It's on me." Huang Ming responded promptly, realizing how rare such an opportunity was in life and that he must seize it. As for her breakup, it was of little concern to him. He simply wished to relish his youthful days, and if some beautiful memories could be created, he would certainly not refuse. Upon hearing Huang Ming's agreement, Lena joyfully linked her arm with his, and the image of them laughing and chatting while heading toward the snack shop was truly delightful. However, from her vantage point at the street corner, Sky viewed the scene with disdain, her teeth clenched as she relentlessly tugged at the greenery by the roadside. Damn it! That bastard! Little lecher! Blind fool! Cowardly wretch! She found it difficult to ascertain the nature of her feelings for Huang Ming. Was it mere possessiveness, dependency, or genuine affection? One thing was certain. Upon witnessing that scene, she genuinely wished to purchase a cup of coffee and douse that little scoundrel with it. His expression of smug enjoyment was nothing short of that of a scoundrel. "You'll soon learn the consequences tonight, you damned fool." With that, Sky left a trail of green leaves and a small, tortured sapling in her wake. A pitiful sight, indeed, as the season meant for lush greenery had prematurely encountered the desolation of winter. Achoo! Huang Ming suddenly felt a chill on his back and sneezed. Could it be that last night, escapades had left him vulnerable to the cold? However, with the goddess by his side, such trivial matters could be pondered later. Lena had invited him out this time to apologize for the incident that occurred previously, although it was Li Sheng who had exaggerated the situation and instigated the conflict. The root cause remained with her, prompting her desire for a private apology. In truth, there was no need for guilt, even if it had not been for her. Li Sheng would likely have found another excuse to bully him that day. Huang Ming remained indifferent, for it was truly not the girl's fault. Moreover, both Hans and Li Sheng had received their just punishments for that incident, and thus Huang Ming chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, he was no longer dealing with schoolyard bullying, as he now had people of his own to manage in his company. "Really? Then I can rest easy," he replied. "I was concerned that with you not attending school afterward, the chance for an apology might never arise. After all, that scoundrel Li Sheng's uncle is still a member of the school board." At this, Lena truly brightened, clearly having been troubled by the situation for quite some time. She was indeed a lovely girl. Huang Ming wished he could say that he had Tony Stark backing him, but to be honest, at this stage, he had no one capable of truly assisting him. Just as he contemplated saying something amusing to enhance their rapport, a sudden explosion erupted from a nearby building, plunging the street into chaos. The high rise that had exploded billowed thick smoke, and even Huang Ming, seated in a snack shop moments prior, felt the violent tremor. Hastily settling the bill, he grasped Lena's hand and led her to a safe corner, soothing her fears as he gazed into her eyes, softly instructing, "Stay here and do not move. I will check the situation." He then pushed through the crowd toward the site of the incident, at which point he encountered Peterson, someone he had met previously. The building that had exploded held a different significance for Peterson. After ensuring his son was safe, he swiftly made his way to a back alley. Clenching his fists, he struck the wall with a resounding thud, creating a dent, and using this leverage, he climbed upwards, ready to rescue those trapped inside. However, upon rushing into the inferno, he found that someone else was already present, engaged in a standoff with a fiery figure. In another room, a woman was imprisoned, and it was evident that the fiery being was obstructing the rescuers' efforts. Peterson shouted, "Hey, I'm here to save you." Huang Ming, hearing Peterson's call, finally confronted the flaming entity before him. As he entered, prepared to break down the door to rescue, the fiery figure lunged at him from the flames, only to be kicked away. Yet, each time he attempted to move, the fiery figure would pounce back, entangling him. Peterson's timely arrival transformed Huang Ming's gaze into one of fierce determination. With a resounding thud, Huang Ming unleashed his raw physical strength, crashing through the charred floor and delivering a powerful punch to the fiery being. The force of his blow tore through the creature's hand, and to his astonishment, the severed limb began to writhe as if attempting to regenerate. Yet, Huang Ming's hook punch was already on its way. The sheer force persisted, the gust generated by the punch dispersing the flames at the point of impact, revealing the opponent's body, which had been entirely charred. The sound of tearing fabric echoed urgently as Huang Ming delivered a hook that cleaved the fiery figure in two. He then pivoted, executing a side kick that sent the fiery entity crashing against the searing wall with a resounding thud. "Let us go," Huang Ming called to Peterson, who, understanding the cue, leapt through the opening Huang Ming had created, plummeting nearly 10 stories. The ground shattered beneath the immense force of his landing, yet Peterson merely bent his knees, absorbing the impact and the recoil. The carotid artery beneath his hood pulsed with a torrent of scalding orange blood. As those below prepared to cheer and rush forward to embrace Peterson, they found him placing the rescued damsel down before swiftly retreating into an alley. However, his visage was captured by Sky, who was recording the scene on his phone, his features now clearly imprinted in Sky's memory. This time, he could not afford to fail. Sky hurriedly gathered his belongings, discreetly following behind. Chapter 47. Old Gunner Ethan. By the time Huang Ming returned to his residence, dinner was drawing near. Upon entering, he was greeted by Sky's grim expression, revealing his mood at a glance. Unlike his usual routine of tidying up the breakfast shop, Ethan was seated, continuously massaging his waist and shaking his head, his gaze towards Huang Ming tinged with a hint of reproach. Nevertheless, he felt quite satisfied with his performance that day, embodying an extraordinary valor. "What's wrong? Did you strain your back?" Huang Ming teased Ethan, winking mischievously. Ethan, though tempted to retort, found himself puffing his chest with pride, recalling how Maria had behaved so docilely, asserting, "It's nothing. I'll be fine by tomorrow." Sky, standing nearby, chimed in with a sarcastic tone. "Did you come back after a fun night with your little girlfriend? Not staying over?" The acidity in his words nearly made Ethan's teeth ache, prompting him to draw in a sharp breath while casting a disdainful glance at Huang Ming, deliberately stepping away to signal that he had no association with such a scoundrel. Huang Ming, taken aback, could only respond with exasperation, realizing that the conversation had taken an unfortunate turn. What should have been a delightful date had been marred by the fire. Had it not been for that fiery adversary, he would have long concluded the evening. Don't mention it. A sudden explosion nearby ruined everything, Huang Ming lamented as he slumped down in defeat. Yet this only thrilled Sky, who struggled to suppress her delight, but ultimately couldn't hide her smile. "Really? That is quite unfortunate. I passed by there and saw some truly stunning girls." Her tone brimmed with glee, entirely devoid of any semblance of sympathy. Huang Ming, gazing at her with vacant eyes, remarked, "If you wish to console someone, I suggest you stow away that gleeful grin. If you want to laugh, then do so, it matters not." Haha, my apologies, it was unintentional. But I must tell you, amidst the explosion, I captured footage of a superhuman who should rival your prowess. Sky could not help but chuckle at Huang Ming's comment, but quickly composed herself and began to share her discoveries from the day and how she had been tracking the subject. Unfortunately, she had lost the trail upon reaching the vicinity. Do you not have the footage? Ethan, who had been silently leaning against the wall, found the situation quite amusing and boldly declared, I can recognize anyone from around here. If they're newcomers, I can even enlist the help of my old associates to gather information. Ethan spoke with conviction. As a seasoned veteran of Hell's Kitchen, he had survived countless gang wars, and the channels of information he controlled were beyond anyone's imagination. Upon hearing this, Sky's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grabbed Ethan's arm and shook it. Really? Ethan, you mustn't deceive me. Are you truly that impressive? Noticing the admiration and enthusiasm in the young woman's eyes, Ethan feigned annoyance. Of course, my dear. Old Ethan is quite resourceful. Now, lose that incredulous tone and show me this fine young man. Sky nodded eagerly and quickly retrieved her phone, opening the video and fast-forwarding to Peterson's face. Ethan extended the phone outward, squinting his eyes, his mouth agape, chin raised high. After a struggle, he finally discerned Peterson's features, though they seemed somewhat familiar yet new. After returning the phone to Sky, Ethan tapped his fingers on the table, suddenly recalling where he had seen the man before. Huang Ming leaned in for a closer look and recognized him as the individual he had saved alongside today, noting a resemblance to the centipede warrior from that memorable night. With Sky's account in mind, he confirmed that this was indeed the person from their encounter. Watching Ethan transition from confusion to clarity, Sky eagerly inquired, have you remembered? Who is he? Where does he live? What are his family's circumstances? Her words flowed like a rapid-fire barrage, matching the pace of any seasoned rapper. Ethan found her enthusiasm amusing. I have only seen him once. He came into the shop with his son for breakfast not long ago. He paused, reflecting on that moment. Yes, I recall they ordered a single breakfast, suggesting they might be a bit financially strained. They even asked me for the cheapest rental information available, which I provided. With that, Ethan rose to fetch a small advertisement from the counter, which happened to feature a rental listing. No furniture, no hot water, single room, shared toilet and bathroom. Sky read aloud from the flyer. She had lived in such accommodations before, during times of financial hardship. Beyond the listed details, there were unmentioned issues of safety, as late at night, intruders often attempted to break in. Nevertheless, this information was sufficient for her to persuade Peterson. Oh, by the way, he mentioned his name as Peterson. His son was quite polite, so I ended up giving them an extra breakfast. Ethan added, oblivious to the fact that the seemingly casual gesture had extended to a superhuman, equally formidable as Huang Ming. He mentally commended himself for that generous act. With this information in hand, I can ascertain his approximate location. Excited, Sky was about to dash upstairs to begin her investigation, but Huang Ming stopped her abruptly. Are you going to invade someone else's privacy again? To be honest, Huang Ming found such behavior quite distasteful. Had it not been for Sky's apparent lack of malice, and the fact that she was a striking beauty, he would have certainly taken action. Would he have reacted the same way had it been a man? Am I not being prudent for his safety? You know how easily he could attract the attention of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Sky began, but was quickly interrupted by Huang Ming, who retorted with a glare. If you know that, then why are you stopping me? Every minute counts and increases the danger. The resources S.H.I.E.L.D. can access far exceed mine. Huang Ming felt a sense of helplessness. The focal point was not here, after all. Did she truly believe that everyone was as chivalrous as he? Investigating someone while claiming it was for their own good seemed to him a reckless endeavor, as if she craved more headlines for tomorrow's newspapers. I know Peterson. I've seen him, and I am aware of his abilities because I was at the fire scene this afternoon, rescuing people alongside him. Huang Ming urged her with exasperation. It would be better to confront him directly, now that you have the address, especially with a know-it-all like Ethan around. Upon hearing his name, Ethan promptly patted his chest, asserting, leave it to me, it's just a phone call. He then produced an old-fashioned mobile phone and dialed a number. Amidst a coarse exchange of pleasantries regarding the female members of the recipient's family, he acquired the information Sky sought. He concluded the conversation by promising to take the other party out for a good time next time they met. He then wrote down Peterson's current address and handed it to a somewhat dazed Sky. Having always operated solo, she had never considered such an approach and was momentarily taken aback by the advantages of teamwork as she accepted the note. The following day, when Huang Ming returned from school, Sky was nowhere to be found. Ethan informed him that around noon, Sky had spotted Peterson returning to the factory where she worked. She had severely injured the team leader, caused damage amounting to tens of thousands of dollars, and resulted in a certain industrial accident, prompting her to rush out in search of Peterson, claiming he was in real danger this time. Huang Ming felt a surge of urgency. During his time at school, he had suddenly remembered that Peterson was the catalyst for the S.H.I.E.L.D. storyline, which meant Sky was about to be ensnared by Coulson's manipulations. Initially, Huang Ming had thought it best to respect the narrative, considering that Sky had matured and grown stronger through these experiences. However, the thought of the challenges and people she would encounter later filled him with unease. It was clear that he had to intervene. Salufar, locate Sky's position. After issuing the command through his earpiece, Huang Ming swiftly ascended the stairs, donning his gear with determination. Just as he was about to leap from the window, Ethan called out from behind, "Boss, can we skip the jumping? I already knew about it. Have a little compassion for an old man trying to nap." Huang Ming was a loss for words. If he had known earlier, why had he not spoken up? Did he think that this habit of entering and exiting through windows was amusing or cool? It was rather exhausting, after all. With a clang, Huang Ming opted to leap from the window. Who among us lacks a temper? Yet, Ethan astonishingly refrained from revealing his identity for monetary gain, indicating that this African-American gentleman genuinely yearns for a life of seclusion and enjoyment. "Sir, Miss Sky's location is in constant flux. You require a mode of transportation." Based on the map projected from Serifar onto the panel, Sky is currently approaching New York Central Station. Calling the cab driver. "Hello, this is Adu Transport. Do you require delivery services for goods or individuals, or perhaps something more clandestine? I also offer package deals, ammunition resupply, or professional burial services." Adu's cheerful, curry-flavored accent leapt into Huang Ming's ears. This fellow certainly had a diverse array of services, truly befitting someone thriving in Hell's Kitchen. "Adu, it's Ming. Are you available? I need you to take me to Central Station post-haste." "Oh, it's you, my friend." Upon recognizing Huang Ming's voice, Adu's tone soared with excitement. Huang Ming feared he might burst into song and dance at any moment. "Of course, no problem. I've recently upgraded my ride to impress my cousin. Speaking of which, you know my cousin, right?" Huang Ming promptly terminated the call, irritated that Adu had diverted to discussing his cousin, clearly influenced by some loquacious and flirtatious character. However, when Adu appeared before him, opening the car door, Huang Ming heard him exclaim, "Let me tell you, my cousin is truly..." After enduring a relentless 12-minute bombardment of cousin anecdotes from Adu, Huang Ming finally arrived at Central Station. Who knows how Adu managed to reach the station within that time, while simultaneously explaining the intricacies of Indian marriage customs and extolling the voluptuous beauty of his cousin, particularly her ample posterior? Huang Ming was left speechless. "I'm not interested in that." Upon disembarking, he witnessed numerous panicked pedestrians screaming as they fled the waiting hall. Just as he intended to leave, Adu skillfully retrieved a handgun from beneath his seat with a snap, confidently tucking it into his waistband. He then donned a khaki bulletproof vest, more beige than black, and patted Huang Ming's shoulder with a tone reminiscent of Xinjiang lamb skewers. "Friend, this is quite the spectacle. Come, let us stand shoulder to shoulder in battle." "Ah, truly. Thank you," Huang Ming thought inwardly, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He harbored doubts that this Indian gentleman drove a taxi merely for the sake of excitement. Was it customary for a yellow cab to deliver ammunition amid gang shootouts, purely for the thrill of blood and fire? Inside, Peterson held Sky hostage, confronting Coulson. Although Sky claimed to be there to assist him, that deceitful wretch dared to trick him. Just as he agreed to accept help, Coulson arrived on the scene. This woman was undoubtedly attempting to placate him, only for those detestable capitalist lackeys to seize him. The mere thought ignited his fury, intensifying the heat within him. At this moment, Sky felt as if her back were pressed against a blazing fireplace, the heat searing painfully into her skin. Even more distressing was Peterson's utter disregard for her ability to breathe. The grip around her neck began to feel like a branding iron. Gradually, her vision grew hazy, a sign of suffocation, and she yearned for Huang Ming to rescue her, realizing she should never have ventured out alone. "Mr. Peterson, please calm down," Coulson urged, acutely aware that Sky was on the brink of collapse. He quickly devised a strategy to divert Peterson's attention. "Do you understand the consequences of your escalating rage? Hundreds of innocent lives will be affected by your actions. That's what you forced me into. I merely seek a legitimate job." Enduring the exploitation and ridicule from that imbecile day in and day out, laughing at his self-important jokes while still managing to smile. "Yet, a month's pay barely sustains my son and me," Peterson bellowed in fury, lamenting the injustices he faced. "You often speak of perseverance leading to a way out, of holding steadfast to one's principles for fortune to arrive, but I have never felt such despair as I do now. This situation is a product of your making. With your sweet words serving only to achieve your ends, you capitalists bound for hell. But have you considered your son, Ace? He is nearby. Do you want him to be caught in this turmoil?" Coulson struck a chord within Peterson's heart, causing his movements to falter slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Sky gasped for air, reveling in the intoxicating sensation of unimpeded breathing. "I am not a worthy father. I cannot provide him with the toys he desires. I feel utterly useless." The thought of his son plunged Peterson into deep despair, momentarily cooling the fiery tempest within him. The guilt of fatherhood lashed at his soul, and the image of Ace's obedient, understanding gaze, proudly presenting his report card, rekindled a flicker of strength within him. The serum from his centipede device surged anew in his veins, more forceful this time. "I won't allow you to harm him." With a violent motion, Peterson flung Sky aside, his arms outstretched. Coulson could clearly see a radiant line of fire racing from Peterson's arms, enveloping his entire being in an orange blaze. Like a warrior from desperate times past, yet with a newfound steadiness and fury, Peterson stood. The floor beneath him melted under the intense heat, emitting wisps of smoke. "My son, oh, this guy is truly formidable." Although Adu lowered his voice in the vast expanse of the hall, it stood out like fireflies in the night or embers floating in an unlit restroom. Beside him, Huang Ming had no time to cover his mouth and could only step forward helplessly, astonished to witness Peterson's transformation the moment he entered, while Adu raised his voice dramatically. Seeing Sky collapsed and unconscious on one side, Huang Ming felt a twinge of concern, but was somewhat reassured. Coulson had yet to begin his manipulations, leaving him a chance to snatch her away. If necessary, he could always send another hacker from the Tide organization to him later. Huang Ming could guarantee that this hacker's skills would surpass those of Sky. Chapter 49. Only children make choices, sir. I can't wait any longer. Ward, who had been aiming his sniper rifle for some time, was now anxiously hoping that Coulson would acquiesce to his request. To him, it seemed that Peterson had lost all potential for negotiation. It would be better to simply end it with a single shot, and he was confident that he could ensure the bullet would not cause an explosion. His organization had never ceased its research on the dire virus. Coulson understood that words would no longer yield effective results. He could not wait for Simmons and Fitz's stabilizing serum. Reluctantly, he acquiesced to Ward's request. Truth be told, he felt a deep sympathy for Peterson, believing him to be a fundamentally good person who had been driven astray by the chaotic state of the world. He merely needed a chance, but alas. "Adu, can you interfere with that sniper?" Huang Ming passed a note to Adu, who, upon reading it, brightened with confidence and revealed a slingshot from his waistband. He then extracted a lump of mud from his shoe's heel, spat on it, and fashioned it into a ball, aiming it at the shooting Ward. Ward had initially intended to target Peterson's head, as the enhanced scope revealed that most of Peterson's energy was concentrated there. However, once transformed, Peterson began to dart erratically, eventually halting at his heart. At this moment, Ward slowly positioned his finger on the trigger, preparing to fire. Bang! The sounds of a loud shot and a soft thud resonated almost simultaneously, yet Ward's bullet merely grazed Peterson's shoulder, failing to pierce his heart. This was due to Adu's specially crafted projectile, which had adhered to Ward's gun muzzle and emitted a peculiar odor. Observing that Peterson had only sustained a shoulder wound and was rapidly healing, Coulson crouched down, drew his handgun, and unleashed a rapid succession of shots aimed at Peterson's heart. However, the bullets melted upon contact with the intense heat emanating from Peterson's body, merely scattering a few sparks. "Damn it," Coulson muttered under his breath, then executed a roll to the left to evade a barricade hurled by Peterson. Taking cover behind a pillar, he fired several more rounds at Peterson. From above, Ward noted Coulson's predicament and quickly adjusted his aim, suppressing his instinctive revulsion, racking the bolt of his rifle for a burst of 3 shots. The large-caliber bullets caused Peterson to stagger momentarily, creating several openings in his form. Seeing the effect of his shots, Ward was poised to seize the opportunity to finish Peterson. But Adu brandished his handgun, unleashing a barrage of suppressive fire in Ward's direction. He aimed not to harm, but to distract, showcasing the formidable tenacity he possessed in their previous street conversations. Instinctively, Ward crouched down and drew his own handgun, preparing to retaliate against this insufferable adversary. With exceptional skills as an agent, Ward swiftly conjured a mental map of the personnel distribution in the lobby. In a single breath, his gaze sharpened, and with a clean, decisive movement, he rose and made rapid adjustments based on a mental blueprint he had envisioned, quickly locking onto Adu. However, in a surprising turn of events, Huang Ming leaped forward, seizing Ward's armed arm. With a powerful tug, Huang Ming hurled Ward across the room, akin to tossing a crumpled paper ball, slamming him against the wall with a resounding thud, rendering him unconscious. Coulson, cornered and with no escape, witnessed this scene and felt a surge of frustration, thinking, "What on earth are you doing here? The S-H-I-E-L-D has saved you twice." Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Huang Ming charged at Peterson, employing a technique that allowed high-level warriors to propel themselves forward with explosive anger, a skill requiring mastery over the use of rage. Misjudging this explosive force could lead to disaster. Thus, Huang Ming elegantly kneeled into Peterson's back, propelling him through the thick wall of the lobby and out to the nearby bus stop. This commotion startled those who had assumed they were safe, prompting them to scream and flee once more. "My friend is truly formidable," exclaimed Adu, who had narrowly escaped death at Ward's hands, excitedly trailing behind Coulson. He recalled Huang Ming's earlier words, "Distract." Peterson, emerging from the debris, let out a primal scream and charged at Huang Ming. The once orange hue of his form had now transformed him into a blazing torch, his skin cracked and ablaze, resembling a furious fire monster rushing towards the panicked crowd. With a swift motion, Huang Ming picked up a hefty brick from the ground, its origin unknown but undeniably substantial. Infused with the power of wind and thunder, he unleashed the storm hammer, striking Peterson on the head with a deafening impact. The immense force yanked Peterson's body backward, causing a loud crack as his neck contorted from the sudden violent motion. With a resounding crash, Peterson fell to the ground, yet energy continued to coalesce within him. According to the readings from Sarufal, his serum had descended into utter chaos, with the centipede device filtering various super energies that rampaged through his body, tearing and reassembling him in a frenzied manner. Remarkably, this bizarre and agonizing transformation achieved a fragile equilibrium. Huang Ming crouched low, and at the peak of his tension, unleashed both power and fury in an explosive surge, propelling himself across the 10-meter gap between them. The tremendous force violently displaced all nearby debris, clearing a perfect circular space. At the apex of his parabolic arc, he raised his twin blades, flames of anger igniting around him, their cold gleam shimmering in the air. With a thunderous impact, Huang Ming's formidable momentum struck Peterson like a cannonball, swiftly suppressing the energy that had surged forth with Peterson's awakening. Subsequently, wielding dual blades, the rage-tinged swords blossomed into a vivid red flower between them, sparking embers as the surrounding ground was scorched and pockmarked. Yet, Huang Ming showed no sign of halting his relentless assault. Gradually, the radiant arcs of his blades completely engulfed Peterson's figure. Even as Coulson believed Huang Ming had reduced Peterson beneath him to mere slices of hot pot lamb, Simmons and Fitz arrived, breathless, exclaiming, Sir, the stabilizing agent's bullets. To shoot them in, Coulson patted Fitz on the shoulder, gesturing towards the frenzied Huang Ming. My goodness! Fitz gasped, covering his mouth in astonishment, a long-buried sensation creeping back into his throat. Meanwhile, excitement illuminated Simmons's eyes as he seized the bullets from Coulson, launching them with a running start. If Ming shatters this and injects it into that man, it will stabilize the reaction. His exuberance, akin to a bride welcoming her groom home, momentarily startled the recently awakened Sky, who pondered how many girls this rogue had charmed. The flower of blade light shattered in an instant as Huang Ming leaped, deftly catching the bullet Simmons had thrown with a black gauntlet. Below, Peterson's suppressed reactions surged forth with alarming speed. First, his injuries mended instantaneously, followed by a bulge forming at his heart, violently expanding as the energy within threatened to breach his corporeal limits. Huang Ming, plunging the bullet into Peterson's heart, witnessed the intense heat melt its exterior. As the blue stabilizing agent activated, swiftly radiating a calming azure glow that quelled Peterson's rampaging energy. However, he had already succumbed to unconsciousness from the searing pain. Huang Ming then gazed at his burnt gauntlet, adorned with 2 or 3 blisters on his fingers, wincing in pain. Well, although I have no idea why you felt the need to intervene personally, we must take this man with us. He poses a certain danger. Coulson approached from behind Huang Ming, presenting his credentials. This is our first meeting. I'm Coulson. Stark may have mentioned me. His standard introduction, coupled with the smile of a quintessential good guy, evoked a nostalgic feeling in Huang Ming, particularly as they both shared a rather poignant hairline. Apologies, but this man cannot be taken. Although stabilized, he remains perilous. I can heal him, Huang Ming countered, bemused. I've gone to great lengths to help this gentleman survive his enhancement, and now you wish to reap the rewards? Absolutely not. The Doomsday virus is a matter for specialists and patent holders on my end. Oh, and that girl is also under my protection, so she will accompany me as well, Huang Ming declared, gesturing toward Sky, who stood nearby. Initially, he contemplated a potential dilemma of choice, but upon arriving at the scene, he comprehended a profound truth. Only children make choices. We adults take it all. Chapter 50. The girlfriend and the safety supervisor. Upon hearing Huang Ming's words, Coulson's expression darkened immediately. The man I just let go of, and now you intend to seize a player I hold in high regard. Do not presume that Stark's support renders you extraordinary. Yet the circumstances compelled him to temporarily acquiesce and seek an alternative resolution. Huang Ming was advancing towards him, and with each step, Coulson felt the temperature around them rising, making it difficult to breathe. If this was not merely an illusion caused by his recent holiday, then the distorted air surrounding Huang Ming was indeed real. Very well, you may take him, but I will report to Director Fury. I trust you will act wisely, Coulson declared, extending his hand to halt Huang Ming's approach, realizing that the tone of Huang Ming's words was far from conciliatory. At Coulson's words, Huang Ming instantly tempered his anger. Beside him, Simmons finally liberated herself from the suffocating sensation, gasping for air. She had never witnessed Huang Ming in such a formidable light, instilling a sense of dread that left her too paralyzed to flee, forced to stand in despair as he drew nearer, seemingly ready to conclude matters himself. We are leaving, Coulson said, supporting the weakened Simmons while casting a meaningful glance at Huang Ming. As they passed by Sky, a sudden realization struck him. Could it be that the young man had taken an interest in this girl? Sky, in turn, regarded Coulson, recognizing the allure of his formal invitation, which offered substantial benefits, whether in uncovering her true identity or acquiring confidential information for their organization. However, Sky opted to remain behind, watching them depart, before approaching Huang Ming, rubbing her sore neck. You were really impressive just now, but what did you mean by that last remark? She had only caught the phrase "my people," and considering the scene and Huang Ming's displayed authority, she couldn't help but ponder further. After all, women tend to be quite perceptive in such matters. Yes, it means exactly what you think it does, Huang Ming teased. Do you truly know what I'm thinking? Sky rolled her eyes playfully, feeling a sense of secret delight, yet still yearning for clarity. Are all Eastern men so indirect and evasive? Just say what you mean. I loathe having to guess your thoughts. As she spoke, Her tone became noticeably playful, prompting Huang Ming to suppress a laugh. However, given the peculiar situation involving a naked man concealed beneath them, he decided against it, as it might awaken him and lead to an undeniably awkward moment. Let me be forthright then. I am uncertain of the precise nature of my feelings, but during our journey here, I promised myself that I would not allow you to leave. Before he could finish, Huang Ming's lips were silenced by another pair, soft and inviting, accompanied by a playful little tongue. In a quintessential climactic scene reminiscent of a standard commercial blockbuster, the male protagonist vanquishes the monstrous foe, only to be met with a tender kiss from the enchanting female lead. Together, they joyfully embark on their journey home, poised for deeper connection. However, the inexperienced Huang Ming, caught off guard by such an unexpected display of affection, finds himself momentarily unsteady. Before he can savor the moment further, his foot inadvertently lands upon Peterson, who emits a blood-curdling scream, leaping from the rubble in a state of disarray. Unconcerned with his attire, a crowd gathers on the bustling street beside the central station, their smartphones capturing the chaotic scene of a frantic African-American man wielding a small stick. Many women gasp in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, while some bolder souls lick their lips, contemplating inquiries about his address or phone number. Huang Ming, filled with regret, gazes at the exuberant Peterson and feels an overwhelming urge to kick the rascal, whose cries resemble that of a pig being slaughtered. He muses, should he choose to intervene, it will be swift and decisive. Observing the playful glint in Sky's eyes, he tentatively suggests, shall we continue? Perhaps not, young lad, but there will be opportunities. Sky teases unabashedly, placing particular emphasis on the words young and opportunities, igniting a passionate response within Huang Ming. The youthful exuberance is palpable, as he longs for the promise of those opportunities to materialize. Very well, let us attend to the matter at hand, Huang Ming declares, pulling Sky close and planting a forceful kiss upon her lips. As she looks on in bemusement and resignation, he casually retrieves a filthy rag from the debris and tosses it to the now-aware Peterson. Gratefully, Peterson hastily wraps it around his exposed areas, only to inadvertently rip it, revealing a portion of his posterior, which elicits another wave of laughter and playful whistles from the onlookers. In the meantime, Adu, driving his formidable vehicle, leans out of the window and calls to Huang Ming and the others, friends, the jubilant Adu is here to take you home. His cheerful demeanor reflects his enjoyment of the day's events. Peterson, eager to escape, accelerates and performs a flawless dive through the open passenger window, his movements swift and clean, prompting another round of gasps from the crowd. Regaining his composure, Peterson gazes incredulously at his own hands, while Adu excitedly pats him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Hey, my friend, your delivery skills were absolutely phenomenal. Care to join me in this endeavor? I can hardly believe it myself." "Do you believe it?" Peterson replies slowly, his eyes and mouth widening in disbelief. "Oh my God, I'm simply incredible." Huang Ming and Sky, having entered the vehicle after conveying their destination to Adu, hear Peterson's jubilant exclamation. Huang Ming retorts, "It is not solely my merit. Otherwise, you would have already become a firework. And let us not forget, you injured my girlfriend. A debt yet to be settled." The display of affection from Sky was well received, as he bestowed a delicate kiss, causing Huang Ming to sit up straight, brimming with determination to engage Peterson in discourse. Although Peterson had recently been under the chaotic influence of a potent serum, he was acutely aware of the events that had transpired. Upon reflection, it was indeed Huang Ming who had valiantly suppressed and depleted the imminent explosive energy. Had it not been for him, he would have never been able to see his son, little Ace, again. The mere thought of his child softened Peterson's gaze. After enduring life and death struggles, he now comprehended the essence of what truly matters. "Thank you, truly," Peterson uttered with a quiver in his voice, the depth of his emotion eliciting a knowing smile from Huang Ming. "I have started a company, and I am in need of personnel at this moment. If you are willing, you could join me as the head of security." Before Peterson could express any reluctance, Huang Ming swiftly provided him with an irresistible reason. "I can sponsor all expenses for little Ace to complete high school. After all, The inheritance left by Huang Ming's parents was ample for such expenditures. Moreover, with the recent connections forged through Stark and Rhodes, Huang Ming's laboratory had secured a substantial military order regarding individual combat suits. Chapter 51. A gentle reprimand and new serums. After listening to Coulson's report, Fury turned around, a fierce glint flashing in his solitary eye as he vociferously questioned Coulson. I can scarcely believe what I am hearing. I provided you with the finest logistical support and granted you the autonomy to select your team, with all procedures expedited. And this is the response I receive? Have you left your intellect behind during your leave? Sir, at that moment, I was unable to restrain Huang Ming's formidable force and had no choice but to allow him to take the girl, Coulson explained. He understood that his superior was not interested in excuses, but felt compelled to clarify his decision to compromise, for he wished to avoid witnessing Fury's true fury. Having spoken, at least the focus of his ire had been diverted. That is precisely why you stand before me now, rather than mopping floors. Fury shot Coulson a piercing glance. Pausing momentarily as if in bewilderment, as he queried Coulson, I provided him with the finest combat training, enabling him to master his own fighting style. And his first act of gratitude was to obstruct my subordinates from performing their duties, even threatening them with force. Sir, it may be related to the recent investments made by Stark Industries in a particular company, Coulson replied, pressing a button on the table, causing the screen to illuminate with the data he had previously gathered. He gestured with a pointer to indicate Breton Biotech, a technology firm recently established in collaboration with a mysterious laboratory by Stark Industries, primarily focused on genetic biology and bionic technology. Furthermore, this company and laboratory are under the stewardship of the current president, Ms. Pepper, although they publicly claim to be under temporary management. Moreover, the establishment of these two companies coincided with the deepening relationship between Huang Ming and Tony Stark. Recently, Stark himself, alongside Colonel Rhodes, successfully secured a military contract for individual combat suits, which received a remarkably positive response for frontline soldiers. Our task force, too, has recently been outfitted with the same equipment. At this point, Coulson paused, retrieving a combat suit from beneath the table and presenting it to Fury for inspection. Upon examination, Fitz from the action team confirmed that the design was indeed based on the combat suit Huang Ming had previously worn to confront the Rhino. Coulson observed Fury as he sat in contemplation, clearly sensing that his report had instilled an unsettling premonition in him. Are you implying that the little tiger is beginning to showcase its fangs to the world? It is highly likely. Coulson provided a vague assessment, yet he believed Fury had come to the undeniable conclusion that Huang Ming would neither join S.H.I.E.L.D. nor be controlled by others. That young man was assimilating all the assistance he had previously received, slowly transforming it into his own strength. This development was likely orchestrated by Stark, who had long desired for the Avengers to operate independently of S.H.I.E.L.D. Call Natasha back. If he wishes to flaunt his power, we must see if this little tiger can indeed safeguard his prey, Fury commanded Coulson. Initially indifferent toward Skye, he now recognized that this was not merely a question of choice, but rather an issue that everyone was beginning to overlook or forget. S.H.I.L.D. is the foremost line of defense for safeguarding the world's security, and they are the legitimate authority. Coulson was not surprised by Fury's decision. As for Skye, he was not prepared to relinquish her easily, for she was one of the most gifted girls he had ever encountered. Perhaps she was still quite naive, yet she possessed the capability to rival S.H.I.E.L.D.'s millions of devices with just a laptop. And only a handful of individuals had managed to leave her with any trouble, especially considering her identity had been concealed. Meanwhile, Huang Ming remained oblivious to Fury's initiation of a minor punitive plan concerning him. Even if he were to find out, it would be of little consequence. This was an inevitability, as long as he had not formally joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Such a file would persist. He now gazed in distress at the beauty resting upon his chest, recalling how this little vixen had been quite wild the previous night. She had abruptly appeared in the middle of the night, slipping into his bed clad only in lingerie, initiating a lengthy kiss accompanied by her wandering hands. Huang Ming, aflame with both excitement and desire, had anticipated a more intimate exchange, only for her to cheekily declare, "My relative has come to visit." Before snuggling up to him with a mischievous grin, the poor novice nearly shed tears at the unexpected turn of events, almost descending the stairs to procure a few fast food delivery numbers from Ethan. Yet, as he looked down at Sky, curled up like a small kitten in his embrace, he found it all somewhat surreal. "I have a girlfriend now. The Tide has summoned a formidable hacker organization, and the daughter of the leader of the otherworldly race possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate vibrations." One cannot help but feel a surge of exhilaration at the mere thought of these developments. Yet, there lingers a twinge of concern for the mother of his girlfriend, a woman who endured unimaginable torment before her tragic demise. Well, as they say, where there's a will, there's a way. He decided to put those thoughts aside. With a resigned sigh, Huang Ming inadvertently roused Sky from her slumber. This enchanting young lady, rubbing her sleepy eyes, inquired in a somewhat hoarse voice, "What are you pondering so early?" Suddenly, she felt a warmth in her abdomen and shyly added, "What mischief are you up to, little boy?" With that, she nuzzled closer, having discovered that Huang Ming's scent was rather pleasant. Huang Ming, caught off guard by Sky's playful antics, widened his eyes and fervently reminded himself, "Maintain a clear mind. Remain unfazed by adversity." Then, with a swift motion, he playfully smacked Sky's pert bottom, warning, "Behave yourself, be cautious, or else once your relatives depart, I shall give you a thorough reprimanding." He even nudged his waist forward, signifying his resolve to follow through on his words. "All right, I won't tease you further. Do you have any plans for today?" Sky, however, was not inclined to continue the flirtation. She feared Huang Ming might mistake her for one of those frivolous girls. It was merely the thrill of having a charming boyfriend that led her to tease him. As for any intimate encounters, they would best be left to the whims of circumstance. "Nothing much, really. After school, I intend to take Peterson to the laboratory to familiarize ourselves with the environment. And you should accompany us. After all, you are destined to be the future matriarch. It's essential for you to understand the family business," Huang Ming remarked. Yet, in truth, he was more eager to seize the opportunity for a comprehensive examination of Sky, hoping Maya might uncover some hidden clues. Additionally, he had a plan in mind. Maya had been optimizing the despair virus for some time. With the assistance of Tony's equations and the superintelligence of Sarufal, a new generation of the virus had been developed, safer and more stable than its predecessors, albeit with somewhat diminished transformative effects. Huang Ming, possessing the Titan bloodline, did not require the injection, but Sky could certainly benefit from trying it. Moreover, he intended for Tony and Rhodes to also receive this new serum. Given the formidable challenges that lay ahead, possessing a robust physique would be of paramount importance. Of course, bringing Peterson along was also an opportunity for Maya to investigate what made him unique, as he managed to achieve balance amidst a chaotic amalgamation of energies. Chapter 52. The Punishment Planet S. AHLD. In the Triskelion, within the director's office, Natasha, recently summoned back from a different assignment, was perusing the dossier on her new mission target provided by Fury. Although somewhat perplexed as a top-tier agent, she understood one crucial principle. The less one questions the intentions behind a superior's orders, the longer one tends to survive. Fury patiently granted her 3 minutes to absorb the information before tapping his desk and stating, as someone with level 10 clearance, "You should be privy to a matter of level 7 clearance. Although I had intended to inform you later, a minor incident necessitates an earlier briefing." As he referenced the minor incident, he gestured towards the file in Natasha's hands. "Let us proceed. Come in." The latter part of the sentence is clearly not directed at Natasha, prompting her to turn and glance towards the opening sliding door. "Long time no see, Natasha." It was Coulson, and Natasha could scarcely believe her eyes. She quickly turned to Fury, seeking confirmation, for she had witnessed Coulson's lifeless body with her own eyes. And now this man, who was supposed to be dead, stood before her, greeting her with a smile. "Ah, well, I just took a little respite on Tahiti. After all, having your heart pierced is indeed quite painful," Coulson explained, noticing Natasha's expression, which was akin to seeing a ghost, casting doubt on her perception of reality. Such occurrences had been repeated countless times during his initial days, both a bittersweet familiarity and a painful reminder. It was merely a severe injury. Why do you all assume I've returned from the dead? You look just as you did before. Steve and the others will surely be delighted if they find out, Natasha said, stepping forward to embrace her old comrade. As a seasoned warrior, she cherished her comrades in arms more than anyone else. However, regrettably, as this was a Level 7 classified incident, the news must remain tightly sealed. All right, enough reminiscing. It's time to get down to business, Fury asserted, tapping the table. Immediately, a plan labeled reprisal emerged on the display above. The objective was clear, to remind the adversary that D's position was not to be trifled with. Given the significant threat posed by the target, I have a sign sent to lead a 6-member strike team, with you as the commander, and Coulson's team will also provide support for your operation. Observing Huang Ming's performance during the battle in New York against the Rhino, Natasha easily understood Fury's rationale for placing her in command and providing ample manpower. The target could be described as a fusion of a youthful Captain America and the Hulk. Facing such a formidable opponent alone would be quite troublesome and could potentially lead to countermeasures from the adversary. Understood, Natasha replied solemnly, following Coulson to his team's aircraft. Upon nearing, she overheard Fitz and Simmons engaged in a heated argument. My goodness, how can you use such a weapon? Are you trying to kill Ming? Simmons shouted, pinning a pair of gauntlets beneath her, preventing Fitz from retrieving them. The gauntlets bore a striking resemblance to those used by the Rhino during their previous confrontation. Yet, one could not help but admire Fitz's ingenuity. Having merely seen the structure of those gauntlets, he had returned to design a similar weapon. No, Simons. These gauntlets aren't lethal. They can at most only knock him out. Given Ming's impressive physique, Fitz argued earnestly. He had reviewed Simmons' data on Huang Ming's physical attributes and found that his strength, speed, and reflexes far surpassed those of Captain America, the known super soldier, leading him to confidently assert that the shock gauntlets would merely break a few of Huang Ming's bones at most. That is still unacceptable. No matter how sturdy he is merely human. Resonance targets the vulnerable internal organs. I would rather you use my proposal. Simmons, straining to shout, suddenly felt a shadow loom above her, followed by an unsettling sense of weightlessness. Before she could utter a scream, she found herself standing firmly before Coulson, accompanied by a strikingly alluring woman. I am quite curious to hear your proposal, especially since you were so adamant about preventing them from using that gauntlet. Coulson, arms crossed and with a serious demeanor, regarded Simmons. He was acutely aware that his assembled team consisted primarily of novices in need of guidance, yet he had never anticipated facing embarrassment before an old colleague. Even with his typically calm disposition, he was stifling a rising frustration. Yes, Director, you must see this. Upon hearing Coulson's words, Simmons rushed to the control screen and began operating it, revealing a 3-dimensional model of a human figure on the large display. While Fitz had indeed been correct about Ming's remarkable physical strength, Simmons, after analyzing his samples and training data, discovered that, fundamentally, Ming remained an ordinary human. The reason for his impressive might, however, was intriguing. Simmons's observations piqued Natasha's interest, prompting her to activate the communication device on her wrist to relay the information to Fury in real time. Simmons retrieved a new set of analytical data, specifically a combat video of Huang Ming from the previous day. The source of his extraordinary strength lay in the transformative and augmentative effects of the high temperature, high destructive energy that enhanced his physique, granting him unimaginable power in a remarkably short span. Fascinating. Your analysis indicates that this energy is generated within his body, Natasha remarked as she observed the thermal imaging of the human model. It vividly illustrated the energy Huang Ming utilized, emanating from within him in a continuous stream from the onset of the battle, and notably intensifying as the fight progressed, ultimately rendering the entire thermal image a profound crimson. Thus, for this operation, I have devised this, a high-concentration spray of cobra venom, which can significantly slow Ming's movements or even weaken him. Simmons presented a deep green capsule to Coulson. In other words, we can subdue him with gentler methods and impart a lesson without resorting to such violent measures. She then retracted the gauntlet slightly. However, Ward, positioned behind Simmons, seized the opportunity to stealthily tuck the gauntlet behind himself. Harboring a grudge against Huang Ming for the earlier incident, his animosity was likely compounded by the lingering scent from Adu, which had necessitated 2 showers to eradicate. "Let us prioritize your plan, but keep Fitz's equipment as a backup," Coulson said, glancing at Natasha, who nodded in agreement, indicating her lack of objections, provided he could manage the internal discord within his team without it impacting the evening's operation. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Natasha, the commander for tonight's mission. However, I must clarify that I am not as accommodating as Coulson." This statement was directed at Simmons, acknowledging that while her analysis was reliable and her capabilities commendable, such attributes did not grant her license for recklessness. The formidable reputation of Black Widow instilled a sense of caution in the young team members. Simmons intended to voice more, but was abruptly pulled into the laboratory by Fitz. "Listen, Simmons, I am aware of your fondness for Ming. However, you must have noticed the way Ming gazes at that girl." As soon as Fitz uttered these words, he quickly covered his mouth, regretting his revelation, yet feeling compelled to speak. Observing the sudden silence enveloping Simmons, he tentatively touched her arm, saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Simmons shrugged off Fitz's hand, turning her back to him. I know, but I feel both unwilling and perplexed. Perhaps you truly do not comprehend." Fitz silently mused to himself. Chapter 53. The Arrival of S.H. ILD. Originally intending to take Sky to the laboratory after school, Huang Ming received a message from Maya just as classes concluded. The street where the laboratory is located had experienced a power outage due to a truck carrying specialized equipment overturning, with the current backup power fully allocated to research. A comprehensive examination was temporarily unfeasible. Nonetheless, Maya indicated that she could send Sky samples for a preliminary check. Consequently, Huang Ming reluctantly opted to return home. Just as he finished collecting the samples with the robot and sent them off, Ethan, who had just concluded a phone call, approached him with a grave expression, informing him that a gang would be encroaching on their territory to collect protection fees, specifically a notorious South American gang known for their violent tendencies. Huang Ming felt somewhat resigned, thinking to himself, why does everything converge on this day? Thus, after dinner, he installed cameras around his street and instructed Sky to assist Sarufal in real-time monitoring from within her room. Should the gang be detected, they were to alert him immediately. Meanwhile, he positioned himself at the highest point of the street, keeping a vigilant eye on the intersection, as he surmised that these brazen gang members would typically arrive in force, possibly flaunting their presence with signal flares. On the other side, Natasha had already infiltrated the street where Huang Ming resided, discreetly observing him through binoculars from a concealed vantage point. After receiving confirmation of Coulson's arrival, Natasha checked the command screen to ensure that Coulson's team was indeed circling above. A charming smile graced her lips as she thought, "Ready to play a game, boy? Let the operation commence." With a swift command, fully armed Coulson, Ward, and May, donned in tactical descent suits, leaped from the cargo hold, their objective being to secure Huang Ming's residence in the shortest possible time. Ward and May, both excelling in combat, were equipped with Fitz's specially crafted gauntlets, while Coulson carried a magazine of Serpent's venom rounds, limited in quantity due to the urgency of their mission. Meanwhile, a somewhat bored Sky finally noticed a change in the surveillance footage displayed in the upper left corner of her screen. She promptly magnified it and exclaimed, "Ming, can you hear me? They're here, 15 of them, armed with automatic rifles. Be careful." Although she was confident in her boyfriend's abilities, Sky felt the need to offer a word of caution, recalling his formidable prowess in past battles. "Yes, I see them too. They certainly do not bother to conceal their movements," he replied. Huang Ming secured his helmet and mask, then leaped into the air. The steel cable shot from his left gauntlet, its tip equipped with an adhesive device, firmly grasping the exterior wall of the building. Using this momentum, he swung across a distance of several dozen, even 100 meters, executing a 360-degree flip in midair before landing atop another building. The shock absorber mitigated most of the kinetic energy, allowing him to roll upon landing to dissipate the remaining force. The sounds produced throughout the maneuver were nearly imperceptible. However, Upon spotting the gang members directly below him, Huang Ming's pupils constricted slightly. Their equipment was far from typical for gangsters. Aside from the outer circle of individuals dressed in ordinary attire, the inner circle was clad in specialized combat gear, lacking helmets, but donning a layer of simple camouflage over their tactical suits. It was no wonder that Sky had misjudged the situation. This was not merely a territorial dispute, but rather an impending conflict. The individuals below were led by Sentei's operational team, while the outer circle comprised agents summoned to provide cover. Suddenly, Sentei's wristwatch emitted a beep. After checking the display, he quickly signaled for communication. The target was directly above, and the operation was officially underway. He donned his combat helmet, prompting the other team members to follow suit and simultaneously pat the shoulder of the agent in front of them. The latter understood immediately and charged forward, executing a standard tactical cover maneuver, which made Huang Ming's eyes twitch with concern. These were definitely not gang members. Observing the direction of their advance, he quickly assessed the situation. Sky, get out. Hurry and let Ethan escort you through the back door. He shouted urgently into the communicator. In this scenario, who else could it be but Shield? All these coincidences were orchestrated to ensure he wouldn't appear in the bustling city, thus avoiding greater losses. If they wish to engage in this game, then let them try. Huang Ming was no longer hesitant. He could not allow them to seize his girlfriend. With a determined stride, he charged forward, moving with a speed that surpassed even the agents, intending to intercept them before they could reach their target. However, unbeknownst to him, Sentei had already locked on a Huang Ming's figure with his sights. Bang! A rush of wind whipped past Huang Ming as he swiftly executed a leftward jump, raising his arms to brace for any potential explosive shockwave. To his surprise, the grenade released a rapid plume of smoke, obscuring his line of sight. Just as he contemplated changing his route, he heard a series of explosions below. Boom! This time, it was not a smoke grenade, but several stun grenades that surrounded him, enveloping him in an intense flash of white light. Fortunately, Sarufel reacted promptly, switching to a different vision mode, allowing Huang Ming's sight to remain relatively unobstructed, though a vexing green to continue to dance in the center of his view. Out of sheer frustration, he leaped from the rooftop, shooting the steel cable in an attempt to pursue in the same manner as before. Open fire. However, the operational team, anticipating his every move, emptied their magazines under Sentei's command. The relentless barrage of high-intensity rubber bullets struck Huang Ming's back, calves, and arms, shattering several plates of armor on his battle suit. He felt waves of searing pain coursing through his body. Most crucially, the interruption from Sentei prevented Huang Ming from executing his maneuver, causing him to crash directly to the ground. Alternate suppression fire. As Huang Ming landed, still struggling to rise, he was immediately engulfed by a storm of bullets. The approaching agents were closing in on his location, and urgency gripped him. Ignoring the potential consequences of further injury from the onslaught of the tactical team, he resolved to endure their fire. A surge of burning rage erupted within him. With a mighty leap, he launched himself into the air, shattering the ground beneath him. Boom! Like a crimson meteor, he traced a graceful arc through the sky, covering a significant distance before crashing down in the path of the encroaching agents. His eyes, now a fiery red, were filled with fury as his fists clenched tightly. With dual blades crossed before him, he glared defiantly at the agents. Do you fools intend to end up in the hospital? Chapter 54. A renewed clash in minute had passed since Huang Ming had urged Sky to flee, yet his earpiece remained silent. He wished to convince himself that Ethan had hurriedly taken Sky away, accidentally leaving the earpiece behind, but the likelihood was slim. If the adversary could dispatch such a large contingent to confront him, they would undoubtedly have also divided forces to capture Sky. For the first time, Huang Ming felt the suffocating weight of operating without a small team. It seems you have succeeded, Sentei, Huang Ming shouted towards the opposition, his voice resonating through his mask. From the few commands he heard, he recognized Sentei's distinctive tone. It was only under the command of such a seasoned veteran that he found himself so thoroughly subdued. This marked the second time he had suffered under Sentei's hand. "Sir, the battlesuit vault is approaching." Salufar alerted him. This was Sky, who, after hearing Huang Ming's warning, had not fled directly, but had instead activated the battlesuit vault through the permissions granted by her boyfriend. She vividly recalled Huang Ming mentioning that the vault was located near Stark Tower. Given the current situation, it was clear that the two of them could not handle it alone and would need to seek assistance. "Commander, an aerial object is rapidly approaching your location," Fitz reported to Natasha from the aircraft's radar. Meanwhile, a suddenly alert Simmons, her eyes reddened, hurried to the control panel to retrieve satellite surveillance footage. Upon magnifying the image, she realized it was Ming's battlesuit vault. He had activated the equipment from Stark Tower, indicating that Tony Stark was likely already aware of the situation. Listening to their reports, Natasha glanced back at the captured Sky. What a clever girl. Sky looked at the strikingly beautiful woman before her, an instinctual fear gripping her. She desperately recalled the information she had studied from S.H.I.L.D. files, finally fixating on a name, Black Widow. "It seems you know far more than I had anticipated. You are quite the asset, which explains why Coulson sought to recruit you." Natasha was somewhat taken aback to hear Sky pronounce her moniker. Her presence often graced various gatherings, yet few could swiftly connect her alias with her identity. As she spoke, she meticulously adjusted her gear, aware that she needed to take action. Otherwise, should casualties arise, it would no longer be a mere disciplinary measure. "If I agree to join you, does that mean Ming will be safe?" Sky called out to Natasha just as she was about to leave. However, she merely paused momentarily before shutting the door, offering a final remark before it closed completely. "He will suffer less, but a spanking is still inevitable." Sky, upon hearing this, felt a slight sense of relief. Sente stepped out of the lineup and removed his helmet. "I never thought I could keep this from you, but my mission is to hold you back." With that declaration, Sente instructed the other team members to lower their weapons and step back, clearing a space. Coulson had already conveyed the intel, and simultaneously, Ward and May appeared behind Huang Ming, each wielding a metallic gauntlet. Sente then ripped open the upper portion of his combat suit, revealing a gray battle outfit underneath. Huang Ming instantly recognized it as the same attire worn by the Rhino Man during their previous encounter, and he found it rather ironic that Sente would use the weapon acquired from that mission against him tonight. Noticing the playful glint in Huang Ming's eyes, Sente's neck shimmered with a red light, revealing his astonishment as he remarked, "Actually, there's more. Those two are merely contingency plans." The light was unmistakable to Huang Ming. It was the Cataclysm virus. Sente had undergone its transformation and adapted remarkably well, combined with his formidable combat experience. He could easily be considered the strongest opponent Huang Ming had faced thus far. Bang! As Sente's words echoed, Huang Ming charged forward, his fury surging as he closed the distance with a flash of red light, bringing down his blade in a lethal strike. Rather than retreating, Sente advanced, stepping in to seize Huang Ming's wrist, reducing the space between them to that of their previous bout. Huang Ming swiftly thrust another blade, but Sente evaded by twisting his waist, countering with an elbow strike. Thud! The elbow sent Huang Ming staggering back, yet Sente roared and continued his pursuit. Unexpectedly, a powerful shockwave sent him flying. It was Huang Ming's seismic wave. He had not forgotten the last time Sente gained the upper hand, and seeing his attack succeed, he pushed off the ground with renewed vigor, charging once more. His fiery rage enveloped him, resembling a ferocious lion pouncing upon its prey. With a flurry of strikes, Huang Ming wielded his twin blades in a whirlwind of motion, each slash landing relentlessly upon Sente. The surrounding ground was torn apart by the unleashed fury, akin to the claws of a beast rending its victim, while Sente could only curl up to minimize the area exposed to the onslaught. Gradually retreating, he finally seized an opening in Huang Ming's assault, enduring 2 strikes before delivering a powerful punch to Huang Ming's chest. As he repelled Huang Ming once more, Sente swiftly reached for his tactical belt, activating 2 gleaming silver knuckle dusters that responded to his command. Subsequently, he lunged forward, delivering a powerful straight punch that struck Huang Ming's chest once more. At the moment of contact, the Finger Tiger unleashed a formidable electric current. Huang Ming, Caught off guard by the shock, nearly dropped the knife he held. Seizing this opportunity, Sentei unleashed a flurry of combination punches, momentarily suppressing Huang Ming with the aid of the electric charge, suggesting a glimmer of potential victory. However, before anyone could revel in the excitement, Sentei suddenly felt as if a heavy hammer had struck his chest, followed by a surge of intense electricity coursing through his body. With a thunderous strike, Huang Ming, enduring a fierce sensation of paralysis, slashed at Sentei with his warblade, the blue lightning illuminating the blade as it tore through the fabric of Sentei's battle attire, leaving a gaping wound that revealed bone. Then, the pent-up rage that had been suppressed for so long was unleashed in a torrent. As he stomped down with a force that crushed the ground beneath him, the terrifying pressure descended like a hammer, shattering the street surface, sending debris flying. Sentei was overwhelmed. Pinned to the ground, bloodied and battered, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. Yet, Huang Ming's assault was far from over. His fiery wrath continued to roar, his strikes becoming frenzied. The dual blades danced, leaving only afterimages behind, appearing to be a chaotic outburst of rage. The blinding blade light engulfed Sentei entirely, relentless force crashing down upon him and his surroundings. Ward and Mei rushed in from behind, their gauntlets striking fiercely against Huang Ming's surging fury. Chapter 55, 1 against 2. The rising anger collided violently with the shock waves generated by the confrontation, causing Huang Ming's movements to falter for a fleeting moment, dispersing the wrath he had just unleashed. Yet, in the next instant, he pivoted and slashed horizontally, the dissipating fury swirling back to sweep toward Mei and Ward. Instinctively, Ward raised his gauntlet to block Huang Ming's strike, but to his shock, Simmons shouted over the communication channel, "No, don't block it." With a crack, Huang Ming cleaved through the gauntlet, striking Ward's arm with brutal force, the pain penetrating to the bone, eliciting a cry from the battle-hardened warrior. Mei, having miscalculated her position, managed to retreat just in time. Seeing Ward in dire straits, she lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Huang Ming's wrist, the sudden and tremendous force causing him to relinquish his weapon. Mei swiftly crouched to catch the warblade, then propelled herself forward, slashing at Huang Ming to force him back. "Fall back. I'll handle him," she declared, positioning herself in front of Ward. Although Huang Ming was unarmed at that moment, Mei sensed that her chances of victory were slim, especially with Sentei unconscious just a few paces away. Though she was unaware of his condition, the ground around him, shattered into intricate cracks, suggested that he was in no better state. "I don't believe you can stop me. For the sake of our shared heritage, tell me who is leading tonight," Huang Ming said, delaying his attack, the fury that had once enveloped him now merely a faint red shroud draped over his form. However, in Mei's eyes, Huang Ming in this state was even more perilous than before. She gradually lowered her body, the tip of her blade aimed at Huang Ming. "I'm sorry, but I have nothing to divulge. Then I shall have to inquire again later." Huang Ming twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, and the simmering anger within him reignited. Meanwhile, Fizz and Simmons detected an object approaching Mei's location at an alarming speed on the radar. "Sir, the Ashbringer has been delivered." Seraphar maneuvered a small robot from the armor bay to transport the Ashbringer down. "Mei, there is something above you." Just as she heard her teammate's warning, an extremely sharp sound pierced the air, the blade slicing through with great velocity. Mei suppressed her instinct to look up and instead lunged forward, delivering a flurry of strikes, each faster than the last, aimed at Huang Ming's hands and feet. Yet, to her surprise, Huang Ming did not evade. Instead, he shielded his head with both hands, enduring her assault. The clang of metal echoed from his body as the rage that had radiated from him was suddenly drawn back within, replaced by a formidable and robust aura, reminiscent of a divine being descending. Beneath the full-face helmet, his eyes glowed with a violet light, and the skin exposed outside his armor transformed to a gray hue. Even the wild fury within him now obediently heeded Huang Ming's command. With a swift motion, Mei leapt back just in time to evade the approaching howl above her. A broad-bladed Tang knife grazed past her, embedding itself in front of Huang Ming, who grasped the hilt, fingers tightening around it, and then withdrew the blade, pointing its tip directly at Mei and the newly arrived Natasha. An indescribable yet palpable ferocity surged from Huang Ming. The true spectacle had only just begun. Mei and Natasha stood shoulder to shoulder, feeling Huang Ming's overwhelming presence. And for the first time that night, they retracted their earlier underestimation of this boy, bracing themselves seriously for the arduous battle ahead. The rubble beneath Huang Ming's feet erupted, and a wild inferno of wrath surged from every corner of his being, rapidly enveloping his form and weapon, the explosive force tearing his shirt to shreds. As the protective armor was completely blasted away, Huang Ming channeled the surging power within him into the earth, embracing the primal instinct of a warrior. Charge! The boy, initially regarded by many as merely a pawn, unleashed his true might at this moment. Amidst the roaring crimson flames of fury, the blade sliced through the air, the fury-imbued tip aimed squarely at Natasha. Before Mei could fully comprehend the situation, she felt an intense heat beside her, and in an instant, it was as if she had been struck by a speeding, out-of-control vehicle crashing through a nearby wall. Meanwhile, Natasha, caught in the direct line of Huang Ming's assault, narrowly evaded the deadly blade at the last moment by sidestepping, but could not escape the punch that followed, as Huang Ming delivered an uppercut that struck her chin. The violent pain did not deter Natasha from seizing the opportunity to counterattack. Riding the momentum of Huang Ming's force, she executed a backflip, the steel plating of her boots colliding with Huang Ming's chin in retaliation. With a powerful blow, he staggered backward, though Natasha fared worse. Despite her genetic enhancements, she was still sent flying by Huang Ming's overwhelming strength, igniting a seething fury within her that resulted in secondary injuries. Natasha coughed up blood and crashed through the wall, swiftly maneuvering to Huang Ming's rear. A swift slash struck his back, sending sparks flying, yet she did not cease her assault. With a deft twist of her wrist, she executed another diagonal strike at the same spot, finally carving a deep wound into the center of his back. Huang Ming, reeling from the devastating blow, stumbled forward, while Natasha, having caught her breath, launched herself forward with a flying kick that sent him sprawling. Mei pursued relentlessly, leaping with her blade in hand, seamlessly transitioning. She executed a downward slash, but Huang Ming, barely steadying himself, managed to raise his weapon in a hasty block. Nonetheless, the urgency of his defense allowed Mei's strike to press down upon him, landing a blow on his shoulder. With a clang, Mei, seeing her attack parried, attempted to shift from a slash to a thrust. However, Huang Ming, having regained some composure, thrust upwards, forcing her back several steps. Then, with the momentum of a charging bull, he launched forward, sending Mei hurtling through the air, her consciousness fading like a leaf caught in a brisk autumn wind, landing far away on the ground. As Huang Ming advanced once more, Natasha drew her specially crafted dual pistols. The sound of gunfire erupted, yet Huang Ming, calculating the distance, harnessed the remaining momentum of his charge, unleashing his fury upon the ground. The warrior's most ferocious technique, the valiant leap, carved a red arc through the air, akin to a tiger descending a mountain. The energy from his heroic jump culminated in a devastating strike, crashing down upon Natasha's position and unleashing a shockwave that violently tore apart the surrounding earth. My goodness, is she still alive? Fitz gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before him. As a mere human exhibited the destructive power akin to that of a large-caliber howitzer. Meanwhile, Coulson, having just treated Ward's injuries, witnessed the chaos unfold and unhesitatingly turned to ascend the stairs, opening Sky's door. The situation is spiraling out of control. You are the only one who can stop him. If this continues, we may face an outcome no one wishes to see. Suddenly, amidst the smoke and dust, a billowing cloud of noxious green mist erupted before Huang Ming. Although Varian quickly activated the air filtration system in his helmet, Huang Ming still inhaled some, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him, and his fury began to wane. With a swift motion, Natasha's strikes resumed. With her left shoulder marred by a gruesome wound, she activated her electric gauntlet and unleashed a flurry of powerful punches upon the temporarily weakened Huang Ming. With all her might, she targeted the softer, more vulnerable areas of his neck, abdomen, and chest. Chapter 56. The conclusion. At this moment, Huang Ming found himself compelled to endure the onslaught, clearly realizing that the cloud of smoke had been conjured by Simmons. Only she possessed the knowledge of the precise dosage of the paralytic toxin that could render him feeble and disoriented. This was not the first time. During his tenure at S.H.I.E.L.D. Academy, the scientifically fervent heroine had once slipped a hefty dose of the toxin into his sandwich while he was momentarily indisposed in the restroom. Now, the sensation of electric currents coursing through his body, coupled with Natasha's relentless barrage of punches, was overwhelming. Though genetically enhanced, her strength was somewhat obscured among a cadre of superhuman males. In a fit of chaos, Huang Ming was caught off guard, and a punch from Natasha sent his helmet flying, leaving him directly exposed to the noxious green mist. He felt a heavy blow to his abdomen, yet the electric shock provided a fleeting clarity. He instinctively held his breath, summoning the remnants of his sluggish fury, which finally manifested as faint sparks of lightning upon his fists. Without hesitation, he struck the ground with a thunderous blow. The sudden discharge of static electricity dispersed the smoke and momentarily staggered Natasha. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Ming leaned on the ashes of his fallen comrade, struggling to rise, and unleashed a desperate swing of his blade. In that pivotal moment, Coulson's gunfire struck Huang Ming's weapon, the force of the bullet momentarily halting his movement. Natasha took advantage of the situation, retreating just enough to evade a more grievous wound, though she still bore a minor gash across her abdomen. Had the circumstances been different, she might have faced a far graver fate. Yet, she could not withstand the onslaught and succumb to unconsciousness, while Huang Ming's wrath raged uncontrollably within her. As Sky emerged, she beheld the ravaged street and the barely upright Huang Ming, his torso exposed and teetering on the brink of collapse. Her vision blurred in an instant, and in that fleeting moment, her scarred and solitary heart was wholly mended by his presence. She dashed toward him recklessly, disregarding the still-burning fury that enveloped his form, and threw herself into his embrace. "Does it hurt? Are you all right?" she implored. Huang Ming gently caressed Sky's tear-streaked face, and in that moment, he realized that her heart was irrevocably his, just as his had long been hers. With a swift motion, he pulled Sky behind him and defiantly gazed at Coulson. "I cannot hand her over to you, but I am willing to join your ranks." Though Coulson yearned to acquiesce, Fury had issued a directive at the commencement of the operation forbidding any attempts to recruit Huang Ming. It was clear that he sought warriors of their own volition, not those coerced in his service. "Do you still believe tonight's mission is for your girlfriend?" Coulson holstered his weapon and gestured for the remaining operatives to assist Scent, May, and Natasha to safety for medical attention. The operation was designated retribution. Coulson gazed intently at Huang Ming, his serious demeanor conveying that the primary objective of tonight's operation was, in fact, Huang Ming himself. This was the individual who, just 2 days prior, had obstructed a mission, injured S.H.I.L.D. agents, and harbored Sky, who was wanted by the organization. Such actions were nothing short of a blatant disregard for S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority. Moreover, he had once been a part of S.H.I.E.L.D., making his betrayal all the more egregious. Reflecting on his recent behavior, one could certainly classify him as a potential antagonist, which justified this punitive action. Coulson continued his discourse, recounting his numerous encounters with individuals possessing extraordinary abilities, individuals who, upon suddenly gaining power, felt emboldened to challenge the world. While Huang Ming had yet to fully embrace such a mindset, his recent conduct indicated concerning tendencies. "Have you all been conspiring since this morning to intimidate me?" Huang Ming, upon hearing this, felt his fighting spirit wane. Initially, he had assumed that after the events of 2 days ago, Fury would dispatch someone to interrogate him or to deliver a stern reprimand. Instead, he was met with an unceremonious display of force intended to coerce compliance. "Your interpretation is not unfounded," Coulson remarked. "But I prefer the phrase to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Since the Battle of New York, many have come to believe that the world has changed. leading to increasingly reckless behavior. Defying authority has become a means of flaunting power. As he spoke of the current state of affairs, there was a hint of weariness in his voice. He longed for the days when criminals were merely ordinary. Yet, observing Huang Ming, who had once been just a high school student, now capable of besting 2 elite agents and a seasoned veteran, Coulson had no doubt that if this continued, the boy could easily overwhelm them all. I have conveyed S.H.I.E.L.D.S. stance. I sincerely hope you refrain from further indiscretions. I do not wish for you to become a target in our operations again. Coulson extended his hands, signaling that he bore no ill intent, and approached Huang Ming with caution. Regarding your girlfriend, S.H.I.E.L.D. maintains a special talent roster, and she will be documented accordingly. Additionally, she will need to wear a tracking device as part of standard procedure. To prevent Huang Ming from misunderstanding and losing his temper, Coulson elaborated further. Does this mean you will no longer recruit Sky into your team? Huang Ming inquired. Indeed, for your anger is truly formidable, and I would prefer not to be torn to shreds one day, Coulson replied with a light-hearted jest, before producing a tracking bracelet and placing it in Huang Ming's hand. You may examine it. Should she wear it and remain law-abiding for 3 years, all prior theft-related offenses will be expunged. As Huang Ming scrutinized the bracelet, he inquired in a low, serious tone, and what is the cost? Naturally, it entails that when we require technical support, we will refer to that roster to summon the necessary individuals. Rest assured, field operations will generally not involve her. Although surprised by Huang Ming's sudden shift in tone, Coulson continued to explain patiently. In truth, Coulson's heart yearned for the name of Huang Ming to appear on that list, though it was evidently impossible. However, according to the psychological assessment from S.H.I.L.D., in the event of a significant crisis, this young man would instinctively rise to the occasion and address the issue without needing to be summoned. Well, are you all hosting a party here tonight? Tony's voice suddenly echoed from above, devoid of his usual playful banter and laced instead with dissatisfaction. As he descended slowly, they noticed several severe abrasions on his Iron Man suit. You know, I lifted a ship in the Pacific today. It felt incredibly exhilarating. Yet, upon witnessing the scene here, I realize I'm still quite young. Mr. Stark, Huang Ming began, but Tony interrupted him with a raised hand, casting a surprised glance at Coulson. Let me guess. Is this grand spectacle tonight an attempt to rescue you from the depths of hell? The sight of Coulson, resurrected from the dead, was something Tony had not anticipated. Jarvis had informed him earlier that the suit's hangar had been activated, and the location he flew to bore S.H.I.E.L.D.'s identification code. Upon reviewing the footage, he was met with the spectacle of Huang Ming engaged in a fierce battle with Black Widow. Thus, having just returned home from a rescue mission, he flew over to ascertain the situation, keen to prevent any unnecessary casualties, fully aware of Huang Ming's combat prowess and S.H.E.L.D.'s capabilities, especially under Natasha's command. However, seeing Fury's trusted aide, Coulson, standing before him once more was unexpected. No, there was merely a misunderstanding between us, which has now been amicably resolved. It is also a pleasure to see you again, Tony, Coulson said, shaking Tony's hand, succinctly summarizing the evening's events. Tony, incredulous, grasped his hand. I truly did not expect to encounter you. I thought I might just pass through. Well, yes, I did die at that moment, but only for 8 seconds or perhaps 40 seconds before being revived on Tahiti, Coulson explained with a hint of resignation. Yet, Tony's arrival undeniably lightened the atmosphere, allowing Coulson to finally set his anxious heart at ease. After all, a negotiable presence had finally arrived. Fall back. No more chatting. Fury's stern voice crackled through the earpiece, directed at everything that had transpired that night, particularly Huang Ming's performance. This not only compelled a reassessment of Huang Ming's threat level, but also solidified his resolve to establish a super team to combat the dire virus. Chapter 57. The Chinese restaurant in the 2 weeks following the conflict, New York remained relatively uneventful. Hell's Kitchen, although still chaotic, began to circulate the moniker of the Nightblade, rumored to possess 4 hands, move with remarkable speed, and emanate a crimson glow. During this fortnight, several mid-sized gangs have been uprooted, prompting the smaller factions in Hell's Kitchen to band together in solidarity. After Coulson's departure that evening, Huang Ming recounted the events to Tony, enduring a lengthy lecture and a scolding for his presumptuousness. Tony admonished him that even if he was eager to assert himself and form his own team, it was imperative to proceed with caution and maintain a lower profile for a time. To confront a global organization of violence with a singular individual is akin to an egg challenging a stone. This organization, immense in its scale, is equipped with countless advanced technologies and a plethora of skilled personnel. The recent punitive initiative serves as a testament to this. Although their members may not overpower you, they can certainly ensnare you in a web of exhaustion and distress through various means. From intelligence to equipment, personnel, and logistical support, they utterly dominate you. A mere minor character in their narrative. Tony's words illuminated Huang Ming's realization that he indeed requires a team, or rather, an organization that can provide him with support and mutual benefits. Hence, he contemplated the Hongmen, a gang that has woven countless legends in the hearts of Chinese people both domestically and abroad, leaving an indelible mark on the historical narrative of China. Undoubtedly, it was Huang Ming's primary choice, especially given his pressing need for intelligence support. After enlisting Ethan's assistance to uncover the Hongmen's contact point in Chinatown, Huang Ming ventured alone to Manhattan's Chinatown. As he stepped onto the familiar street, the resonant tones of his homeland, the traditional architecture, and the hanging red lanterns enveloped him in a warm embrace, deeply satisfying his intrinsic sense of belonging. Taking a deep breath, even the aroma of freshly steamed buns wafting through the air brought him a sense of tranquility. "Hey, young man, don't block the way if you're not buying." The owner of a breakfast stall, noticing the sudden appearance of a youth striking a pose reminiscent of Shawshank's Liberation, looked skyward, silently pondering if he had encountered a fool. He waved his hand, urging Huang Ming not to impede his business. Yet, those words struck a chord within Huang Ming, making him yearn to turn back and invite further reprimand from the owner. Fortunately, he restrained this impulse and, with a forced smile, inquired, "Excuse me, how do I get to the China restaurant?" I didn't expect your Cantonese to be quite good." The owner complimented him before enthusiastically providing directions. "The China restaurant is just straight ahead, then take a left. The largest restaurant is right there. Would you like to buy some buns? They're fresh out of the steamer." After navigating through the enthusiastic proprietor, Huang Ming couldn't help but marvel at the diligence of the Chinese. With 2 bags of buns and 2 bags of soy milk in hand, he mused that if Wall Street were filled with such individuals, the business owners would surely be overjoyed. The China restaurant was not far. Its palatial F.A.A. and the prominently displayed sign with gold lettering on a red background unmistakably eye-catching. However, upon reaching the entrance, a small attendant blocked Huang Ming's path, pointing to a sign on the wall. "Sorry, sir, we do not allow outside food." This proclamation turned Huang Ming into the center of attention at the entrance, as those who came to savor dim sum were, at the very least, members of the middle class. They observed him with a mix of curiosity and amusement, their eyes gleaming with intrigue. This isn't tea for me," Huang Ming replied, extending his breakfast offerings. "These are for my brothers. I have matters to discuss with your manager." Upon hearing the words, the receptionist's expression faltered, as he suspected that this individual might be here merely to toy with him. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Yao. The person offers a sincere gesture for the sake of your brothers. Kindly accept it." Huang Ming's statement elicited laughter from those observing the situation. While it is customary to bring a gift when visiting someone for assistance, it was indeed a first to present breakfast. The receptionist was on the verge of erupting, but was suddenly caught off guard when Huang Ming leaned in and whispered, "If there are parents or siblings, and after 100 years they return to the earth without funds for burial, should a white silk appear, seeking help, let it be known that those with wealth shall contribute money, and those without shall lend their strength. If deceit is suspected, let it be disregarded, lest they face the wrath of 5 thunders." Upon hearing this, the receptionist immediately altered his demeanor, inquiring, "Which faction do you belong to?" Although Huang Ming's words did not explicitly reference any particular group, he had inadvertently invoked one of the 36 O's, prompting the need for clarity. Huang Ming, bewildered by the question, hesitated. Which faction? How about the bubble hall? Yet, noting the seriousness of his inquiry, he steeled himself to continue. I genuinely seek your leader for a matter of importance. What matter? The receptionist's eyes glinted ominously as he gestured behind him. Those patrons enjoying their morning tea paused, exchanging glances and notifying others, some retreating to alert additional individuals. The atmosphere grew palpably tense as the low pressure coalesced. This was an unfortunate necessity. Without solidarity, Chinese individuals abroad were prone to bullying, especially considering the recent audacity exhibited by individuals of similar complexion from Japan. The Hand Association ninjas. Huang Ming's heart raced at the unfolding scene, fearing an imminent altercation. After all, they were compatriots, and should a fight ensue, it would indeed be regrettable. One does not strike their fellow countrymen. Come with me. Upon hearing the mention of the Hand Association, the receptionist signaled for his companions to remain composed while guiding Huang Ming into the inner hall. Entering the establishment, all eyes were upon Huang Ming, with some raising their fists in a clear display of intimidation. The receptionist relayed a brief account of the situation to an individual stationed by the door, who then glanced at Huang Ming before proceeding to report within. After a brief interval, the messenger emerged, parting the curtain to address Huang Ming, Deputy Mountain Leader. Please invite the guest to discuss matters. As soon as the words were spoken, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated, with those who had prepared for confrontation returning to their seats to resume casual conversations as if nothing had occurred. Huang Ming exhaled in relief, grateful that he had enlisted Ethan and Sky to gather recent intelligence on the Hand Association prior to his arrival. Upon entering, Huang Ming was greeted by a robust voice. Young brother, you appear quite youthful. I wonder what insights you might share regarding the Hand Association. Turning towards the source, he beheld a middle-aged, rotund man clad in traditional attire, casually twirling a string of prayer beads. With a round face and a beaming smile, he radiated warmth and joviality. The surroundings were adorned with traditional Chinese wooden furnishings, complemented by the fragrant smoke wafting from a lit incense burner. To offer guidance would be presumptuous. I merely happen to be aware of the recent activities and intentions of these young Japanese. Huang Ming stood respectfully as he responded. Although the gentleman across from him exuded a friendly demeanor, there was an aura about him that suggested he was a dormant lion. Behind him stood a slender young man, seemingly of a similar age to Huang Ming, who radiated an even greater sense of danger, akin to a ferocious tiger poised to pounce. Chapter 58. Testing the waters when faced with the challenge of initiating conversation with an unfamiliar individual. One can seek a common topic of humanity or even a shared consensus to discuss. For instance, upon encountering a Chinese person and finding oneself at a loss for words, one might engage in conversation about Japan, thus establishing a foundation for dialogue that could last 3 days and nights, potentially leading to the exchange of WeChat contacts. As a group that places patriotism and love for their nation at its core, the Hongmen Society's sentiments towards the invaders of yesteryears are far from cordial. Even Japanese visitors to Chinatown dining at the Chinese restaurant may not experience overt discrimination, yet the atmosphere often evokes a sense of resentment, as if they lament the absence of an additional mouth to feed. The title Huang Ming had just uttered sparked a modicum of goodwill in the deputy leader. Oh, young friend, have you come to deliver a message? The deputy leader gestured for Huang Ming to take a seat, instructing the young man behind him to pour a cup of tea for Huang Ming. Haha, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Zhang, and my friends affectionately call me Uncle Zhang. His robust voice resonated with warmth, reminiscent of a jovial uncle from one's childhood who would laugh heartily while playfully swatting your backside. My surname is Huang, with the given name Ming. Before Huang Ming could articulate his purpose, he was interrupted by Uncle Zhang's hearty laughter, leaving him perplexed. Curiosity bubbled within him as he wondered why his name had provoked such mirth. Noticing Huang Ming's bewildered expression, Uncle Zhang chuckled, wiping away tears of laughter. Ah, forgive-moi. Young Huang, are you aware of the meaning of your name? In mere moments, he had been affectionately dubbed Little Huang. Huang Ming felt a tinge of exasperation but remained oblivious to the underlying meaning, shaking his head to indicate his lack of understanding. Could it be that there were customs or anecdotes within the Huang Ming that related to his name? Or perhaps a humorous tale featuring a character who shared his name? Such thoughts flitted through his mind. I heard from someone outside that you arrived with 2 bags of buns and soy milk intended for the brothers, Uncle Zhang continued. Huang Ming nodded in acknowledgement, yet his confusion deepened. Uncle Zhang elaborated. The character Ming in literature refers to an inscription, and you are truly being considerate. Haha. This was followed by another bout of laughter, leaving Huang Ming unsure whether to laugh or react otherwise. The man's sense of humor was quite peculiar. One must always be polite, as taught by one's parents, Huang Ming replied, attempting to align with Uncle Zhang's whimsical tone, then adopting a serious demeanor. I have come here to seek collaboration with your esteemed organization, an endeavor that promises mutual benefit. After articulating his purpose for coming, Huang Ming finally relaxed, falling silent as he quietly observed Uncle Zhang, awaiting his response. Uncle Zhang, having paused his manipulation of the prayer beads, squinted his eyes further, a lingering smile gracing his lips. However, at this moment, his demeanor had transformed entirely, an aura of formidable power, reminiscent of the weighty years following a tempest of bloodshed, emanated from him. It was akin to a slumbering lion king awakening atop a mountain peak, surveying his territory, not aimed directly at Huang Ming. Yet he could palpably sense an oppressive aura akin to a knife at his back. Since we were discussing collaboration, my young friend, you ought to be aware of our customs, Uncle Zhang remarked. What customs? Huang Ming and Uncle Zhang exchanged glances, a simmering rage beginning to circulate within Huang Ming. His body tensed and poised for action. In that moment, he felt capable of matching Uncle Zhang's imposing presence. Noting Huang Ming's readiness and extraordinary aura, a flicker of appreciation appeared in Uncle Zhang's eyes. It is quite simple. We need to test your caliber. With that, Uncle Zhang struck the table with a resounding clap, an unseen energy enveloping the room, isolating it from the outside world while safeguarding its contents. At that moment, a young man behind Uncle Zhang suddenly surged with a dark energy. Wang Gang, please enlighten me. The name evoked in Huang Ming a desire to inquire whether this individual had a rival named Ji Xiaolan. However, before he could voice his curiosity, Wang Gang launched himself across the table towards Huang Ming, his fist clenched, dark energy swirling around it. Simple and direct, the punch aimed straight for Huang Ming's face, the sound of roaring beasts faintly echoing from his fist. In an instant, a fiery aura enveloped Wang Gang's fist, and with fervor in his eyes, Huang Ming prepared for battle, prompting Wang Gang to exclaim excitedly, "Come on!" The clash of black and red occurred in a heartbeat, followed by a soft thud. Wang Gang was sent reeling backward, his feet crashing into the wall, creating 2 sizable holes. Huang Ming, seated in his chair, found himself sliding back a few inches, the chair emitting soft cracking sounds. However, Wang Gang's fist trembled slightly, revealing the balance of power, a fleeting encounter that resulted in a swift separation. Just as Huang Ming prepared to rise for another bout, Wang Gang's eyes burned with the spirit of combat. Uncle Zhang swiftly raised his hand to intervene. Enough. We have discerned the measure of your capability. Now, let us discuss matters regarding the hand union. Huang Ming resumed his seat, but as he did, the chair audibly splintered beneath him, creating an awkward atmosphere. Uncle Zhang chuckled. Youngsters can be quite reckless. This is an antique from the Qing dynasty, capable of enduring much. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming felt compelled to offer compensation, for Uncle Zhang's tone conveyed genuine concern for the chair. He also admired the protective measure that had withstood their combined force without collapsing. A momentary lapse of control had led to this mishap, and with an awkward scratch of his head, he noticed Uncle Zhang gesture dismissively, indicating that it was of no consequence. Huang Ming then proceeded to share what he knew. Recently, the band of Japanese has been particularly audacious because they are in search of a dragon bone, intending to summon their so-called deity, Heikong. Moreover, he was simultaneously engaged in the nefarious trade of human trafficking, wildly expanding his workforce, which also implied preparations for sacrificial offerings. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang could not help but draw a sharp breath. Those little devils truly never learn from their mistakes. This matter must be addressed. Otherwise, when it befalls our people, it will be disastrous. They possess little humanity. Initially, Uncle Zhang had thought that the recent surge in activity among the Japanese was merely due to the drug trade. He was astonished to discover that it involved human trafficking. So, little Huang, how do you intend to collaborate? Are you going solo? Uncle Zhang pondered that, given Huang Ming's demonstrated capabilities, seizing control of the Japanese territory should be feasible, yet how to allocate the spoils was of utmost importance. It was essential to prioritize the interests of the lesser party before those of the greater, lest they form an alliance only to be betrayed later. A scenario that was all too common. Chapter 59. Enter Kunlun at last. They had passed the test, and Huang Ming breathed a silent sigh of relief. For dealing with these large organizations was truly no easy feat, however. As the saying goes, past grievances must be swallowed for the sake of future satisfaction. The Brayton Biotechnology Company. Feel free to investigate this enterprise. Although Ms. Pepper is currently the representative, the true owner shall be I, and I also possess a biotechnology laboratory. Huang Ming spoke with unwavering confidence, as this was the foundation upon which he would propose his terms for collaboration. Yet what I lacked were personnel and intelligence. Surely, the all-knowing Huang Ming must be aware of the recent conflict that transpired in Hell's Kitchen. As soon as Huang Ming's words fell, Uncle Zhang immediately understood. He instructed Wang Gang to verify the authenticity of the information Huang Ming had just shared, then gestured for Huang Ming to come closer, as if he wished to share a secret. Huang Ming, somewhat puzzled, leaned in, only to hear Uncle Zhang speak earnestly. Little Huang, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you are rather impulsive. For the sake of a woman, it hardly seems worth it. Upon hearing this, Huang Ming felt a tinge of embarrassment. Uncle Zhang's tone was reminiscent of a family elder inviting you for tea, patiently analyzing your situation, ultimately conveying that being overly infatuated is unwise. All right, Uncle Zhang, Huang Ming replied, feeling somewhat awkward yet amused at the realization of such a simplistic definition. He had expected a more profound standard. However, aside from her earlier capriciousness and immaturity, Sky had grown into someone quite dependable. Uncle Zhang did not allow Huang Ming to finish, closing his eyes and nodding continuously, saying, I understand. Youth is often clouded by the folly of love. How wonderful it is to be young. At that moment, Wang Gang entered, lifting the curtain and breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Yet he was also curious as to how, in just a few minutes, Uncle Zhang had transformed into one reminiscing about his youth, eyes misty and gazing into the distance. Perhaps age had rendered him more emotional, but as a younger generation, he refrained from voicing this thought and quietly handed over the information he had gathered. Oh, here it comes, let me see. Little Huang, just wait a moment. Uncle Zhang then took out a pair of glasses, breathed onto the lenses, wiped them clean, and donned them to have a clearer view. Meanwhile, Huang Ming was astonished by the swift intelligence of the Huang Min and felt reassured that his decision to seek collaboration was indeed wise. He cast a curious glance at Wang Gang, intrigued by the dark energy he had just exhibited, secretly speculating whether it was some form of internal power. Noticing Huang Ming's persistent gaze, which seemed to shimmer with intensity, Wang Gang suddenly recalled that this individual had grown up in America and wondered whether he had adopted any notions from this side. He furrowed his brow and took a few steps back, avoiding direct eye contact with Huang Ming. After all, some matters, while not inherently discriminatory, could still be somewhat unsettling when confronted directly, just as Wang Gang could no longer endure Huang Ming's penetrating stare. Uncle Zhang let out a soft breath after reviewing the entire document. He found it hard to believe that the young man before him was ahead of the Xiao Huang. Let's discuss the terms. Since we are to collaborate, we will provide personnel and resources. What do you intend to offer in return? Surely, it cannot be just you alone. It would be more beneficial for you to join the Hongman. Uncle Zhang jested. I intend to collaborate using products from our laboratory, specifically those that are completed and have undergone testing, Huang Ming clarified, wary of being misunderstood as seeking experimental materials. Furthermore, I can facilitate the entry of our scientists to jointly develop projects, with direct sharing of the project data. Upon hearing this, Uncle Zhang's breath quickened. Really? He inquired, uncertain. Although the homeland has grown powerful and caught up with developed nations, their technological reserves remain advanced in certain areas, particularly in biotechnology. The prospect of shared projects could provide invaluable technical experience for the homeland. Indeed, Uncle Zhang, I'm also Chinese. Although I grew up in America, I do not take such matters lightly, Huang Ming affirmed, which caused Wang Gang to regard him with newfound respect, realizing that one should not judge by appearances. He silently commended Huang Ming for his patriotic fervor. I can sense your sincere love for our country, Uncle Zhang said, somewhat excited, yet he did not immediately agree. Such matters require careful consideration. It is not merely a child's game to be taken at face value. Given the substantial conditions, allow us to deliberate. In 2 days, I shall send someone to inform you of our decision. Very well, I shall await your favorable news, Huang Ming replied, bidding farewell. Take care, young friend. I have matters to attend to, so I cannot see you off further, Uncle Zhang said. No worries, you are busy, Huang Ming assured him. In the end, it was still that same young attendant who escorted Huang Ming out, but his expression had shifted from earlier. This time, he regarded Huang Ming with greater respect. He discerned from Uncle Zhang's tone that this young man was indeed one of their own, or at least not an adversary. He even apologized for the earlier incident. In the small room of the Chinese restaurant, only Uncle Zhang and Wang Gang remained. Uncle Zhang tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought. Gongzi, what do you think of Huang Ming's strength? Do you think you could defeat him? Upon hearing this, Wang Gang meticulously recalled the punch he had exchanged with Huang Ming. Observing the slight redness and swelling on his knuckles, he gravely remarked, it's a 2-to-8 situation. I possess 2 parts while he has 8. I cannot match his strength. Oh, does your 2% chance of victory pertain to unsealing that particular seal? Uncle Zhang, taken aback by Wang Gang's assertion, opened his eyes wide in surprise. Despite Wang Gang's youth, at present, the only one in the loyalty hall who could secure a definitive victory over him was the Mountain Master. Even to defeat Wang Gang would require considerable effort, and once Wang Gang unsealed the seal, the outcome would become uncertain. Indeed, Uncle Zhang, unless I can unseal the Songlong Qi, I stand no chance against him, Wang Gang replied candidly, extending his fist for Uncle Zhang to inspect. This is the injury I sustained from our exchange. Were it not for my internal energy protecting me, my wounds would be far more severe. Uncle Zhang gently brushed over the swollen area, carefully attuning himself to the residual energy of Huang Ming lingering there. What a domineering energy! I dare say, even the fiery internal energy pales in comparison. Uncle Zhang marveled at the fierce residual anger within Wang Gang, a sensation he had rarely encountered, save for in the presence of esteemed practitioners of fiery internal energy. Do you think anyone from the inner Kunlun could surpass him? Uncle Zhang continued his inquiry. The world is well aware of a place in the East known as Kunlun, famed for its ancient Chinese martial arts heritage, regarded as an entity not to be trifled with among global organizations. However, what they truly fear is the inner Kunlun, whose enigmatic veil has yet to be lifted. The true extent of its formidable warriors remains shrouded in mystery, with countless attempts to infiltrate resulting in utter futility. Wang Gang pondered the youthful generation of inner Kunlun before shaking his head. I am uncertain, but perhaps Zhan could do it. He practices the sword arts, and in terms of offensive prowess and dominance, I cannot rival him. This statement prompted Uncle Zhang to nod in agreement. Acknowledging that Zhan could indeed be considered a standout among the younger generation of inner Kunlun in recent years. Zhan will be emerging for trials in a few days. Perhaps we should invite him here, Uncle Zhang suggested before departing, needing to organize his thoughts to report to the Mountain Master. Such matters were not to be taken lightly. Chapter 60. The ninja gathering in the new week. The residents of Hell's Kitchen suddenly sensed a refreshing breeze blowing through the long stagnant mire. The Chinese restaurant in Chinatown intended to establish a branch in this area, along with other Chinese enterprises planning to open subsidiaries. Some rather pessimistic residents speculated that the Chinese had lost their minds, daring to venture here to earn a living and pursuing legitimate business. Had they been incited by the Jewish community? Meanwhile, those suffocating under the chaotic and debauched atmosphere of Hell's Kitchen ignited a newfound hope, yearning to seek a livelihood once these enterprises were established. Most of these individuals were disabled, including many who had once been affiliated with gangs. After experiencing the ostentatious and self-important life of gangsters, what they desired most was to live out the remainder of their days in peace. However, the sudden actions of the Chinese community have aroused the vigilance of the local gangsters, indicating that they perceive a subtle threat from what could be construed as overstepping boundaries. The most troubled among them is Emperor Jean of Hell's Kitchen. While surprisingly, those manipulating the arms trade, the Russians, find themselves quite pleased. They even brought 2 trucks of vodka to offer to the construction workers, repeatedly exclaiming the camaraderie between China and Russia. What exactly does Zhang Diqing intend to do? In a dimly lit room, an elderly voice softly posed this question, resonating with a certain rhythm, seemingly directed at herself. In truth, it was aimed at the middle-aged man in a suit standing in the room, while the questioner, clad in a fitted black qipao, appeared aged and diminutive. Yet her eyes sparkled with a dangerous, serpent-like glint. Her origins are shrouded in mystery, seemingly connected to Kunlun. Yet what truly unsettles the man is that his grandfather had dealings with this lady in his youth. Now, as he has reached middle age, her appearance remains unchanged. And those who attempted to investigate her background have mysteriously vanished, leaving behind only a surname, Gao. Very well. My subordinate will immediately investigate this matter thoroughly. Upon hearing Madame Gao's voice, the middle-aged man broke out in a cold sweat. He had witnessed firsthand her methods towards those who failed in their duties, and he had no desire to experience them himself. Let it be, let it be. It's likely that nothing significant will be uncovered. Madame Gao waved her hand, halting the man's actions. Then, leaning on her cane, she stood, blending completely with the shadows of the dim corner. Perhaps it would be best for the children to pay a visit tonight. After all, they are old friends. It would be impolite not to greet them. The middle-aged man glanced up but could only discern the glint of her fierce eyes in the darkness. He dared not hesitate. He nodded deeply and respectfully retreated to execute Madame Gao's directives. After a brief pause, a question suddenly pierced the silence of the room. What exactly do you intend to do? Huang Ming. That night, Huang Ming, who had been stationed at the construction site of the Chinese restaurant for 3 consecutive nights, nudged the elbow of his companion Wang Gang, who was dozing nearby. Hey, want to place a bet? Wang Gang turned to glance at him before returning to his slumber, knowing full well it was yet another wager concerning whether someone would show up that night. In support of Uncle Zhang's judgment, he had already lost his pocket money for 3 consecutive evenings. Unfortunately, he declined to continue gambling that night. Meanwhile, Sky, who was also monitoring the surveillance feeds, suddenly noticed a chaotic signal flow nearby, as if someone were frequently communicating or jamming signals. She quickly pulled up the monitoring footage, but saw nothing unusual on the road. The eerie silence unnerved her. Suddenly struck with inspiration, she exclaimed, Salufar, switch to thermal imaging mode. Heavens! The resulting image startled her. What had appeared as an unremarkable road was now teeming with crawling heat sources, resembling small bumps protruding from the surface. In haste, he seized the communicator. Ming, there are numerous individuals or entities approaching you. The entire street is filled. Upon hearing Sky's warning, Huang Ming rose, stretching his limbs, and hoisted the ashen harbinger onto his shoulder. Looks like we have some action, brother. As Wang Gang opened his eyes, a surge of dark energy erupted from within him. Together with Huang Ming, they stepped out of the construction site and onto the seemingly deserted street, where an overwhelming presence enveloped them. Wang Gang took his stance, declaring, one on each side. No sooner had he spoken than he surged forward, and a blue-clad ninja sprang from the ground, revealing his disguise, and aimed a lethal strike at Wang Gang's face. In an instant, the blade, though swift, met the swiftness of Wang Gang's fist, which pierced through the ninja's chest, reducing him to a cloud of ash. This sound echoed like the first domino falling, prompting countless ninjas to reveal themselves and charge at Wang Gang. Meanwhile, Huang Ming did not rush headlong into battle as Wang Gang did. Instead, he crouched low, channeling his rage into the earth. Leaping into the air, he soared to the center of the street, where, upon landing, his fury coalesced beneath his feet. With a mighty stomp, he unleashed chaos upon the ground. Boom! Like a cannonball strike, the pavement shattered, and all ninjas within a 5-meter radius were obliterated into ash. Yet, more blades glinted from the shadows, slicing from all directions toward Huang Ming. Enveloped in rage, he pivoted around the point beneath him, wielding the Ashen Harbinger in a sweeping arc. A fiery ring of fury erupted, a whirlwind slash. The blade shattered, ash raining down, yet many fearless ninjas continued to advance upon Huang Ming. Embracing their audacity, he kicked one down and charged forward with the Ashen Harbinger, where the enraged energy surrounding him proved fatal to the ninjas who dared to engage. The only remnants they left behind were their tattered garments. Wang Gang, on his side, clashed his fists together and roared, his protective internal energy swelling. With a powerful push from his feet, he transformed into a black arrow, piercing through the night. A tiger's roar echoed, and the ground beneath him cracked as if plowed by a bulldozer. The ninjas of the Hand Association crushed beneath him. What kind of monster is this? The middle-aged man from the afternoon, now responsible for leading the team, witnessed the terrifying prowess of Huang Ming and Wang Gang and immediately contemplated fleeing. To him, only the elite, blood-clad ninjas could hope to encircle these two. To eliminate them would likely require the intervention of Lady Gao herself. A sharp sound of a sword echoed, melodious like the wind whispering past, and in that moment he lost all claim to life. A streak of azure, sword energy cleaved his body in two. The cut exquisitely smooth, with not a drop of blood yet spilled. The momentum of the sword energy continued, slicing through the ground and shredding the bodies of ninjas, heading straight for Huang Ming. Before the energy reached him, the stinging sharpness had already made its presence felt. Turning swiftly, the blade raised above his head. Fury concentrated upon the Ashen Envoy. He struck downwards against the oncoming sword aura, delivering a fatal blow. The crimson rage collided with the surging cerulean sword energy like a steadfast rock against the relentless waves of the sea. The sharp sound, akin to the shattering of glass, resonated through the air, instantly sweeping away the lurking ninjas caught in the fierce aftermath. As the sword aura dissipated, the anger gradually receded within him. Huang Ming then heard Wang Gang's excited exclamation, "Zhang Ge, what brings you here? Didn't Uncle Zhang say you'd arrive in a few days?" Chapter 61. You are unworthy to battle me. Huang Ming glanced at the individual Wang Gang referred to as Zhang Ge. He appeared remarkably composed, clad in a simple, fitted gray tracksuit, wielding an elegantly archaic sword. The sharp brows and bright eyes evoked in Huang Ming a sense of understanding he had not previously grasped. Indeed, some individuals seemed destined for such a term. With his striking visage, Huang Ming mused that if this person were to venture out during the day, he would undoubtedly captivate countless admirers. Due to the early resolution of my matters, my master permitted me to embark on this journey ahead of schedule. Uncle Zhang extended a strong invitation, so I made my way here and fortuitously arrived just in time. Zhang Ge spoke, his voice melodious, not the deep, mature tone one might expect, but rather a gentle, jade-like quality that was immensely pleasing to the ear. Yet, from the outset, his gaze remained fixed upon Huang Ming, who was observing him intently. Wang Gang, brimming with excitement, hurried over, first embracing Zhang Ge warmly before leading him towards Huang Ming. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Huang Ming, whose prowess surpasses my own. I would estimate we are nearly equal." Turning to Huang Ming, he continued, "This is someone I greatly admire, Lu Zhan, the foremost among the younger generation of Inner Kunlun." The title elicited surprise from Huang Ming, prompting him to regard Lu Zhan with renewed interest. Despite his curiosity regarding Wang Gang's mention of Inner Kunlun, wondering if such a place existed within the Marvel Universe, he hypothesized a connection to Kunlun itself, perhaps indicative of a relationship between the outer and inner sections. Lu Zhan, upon hearing Wang Gang's introduction, merely smiled, tacitly accepting the title of foremost. However, he too was intrigued by Huang Ming, having received commendations about him from Uncle Zhang, who noted that Huang Ming's strength rivaled his own, making him a suitable candidate for Lu Zhan's training. "Greetings. Uncle Zhang has spoken highly of you in his correspondence." Lu Zhan extended his hand, a faint aura of sword energy enveloping it, which did not go unnoticed by those present, nor did he attempt to conceal it. Understanding the intent behind this gesture, Huang Ming reciprocated, grasping Lu Zhan's hand firmly. The clash of sword energy and anger erupted once more within a confined space, neither party gaining the upper hand, resulting in a mutual dissipation. Lu Zhan was astonished by Huang Ming's physical strength, while Huang Ming was taken aback by the sharpness of his sword energy. However, Lu Zhan, through this tangible encounter, reaffirmed his previous observations of Huang Ming's combat abilities, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Indeed, he still had some deficiencies. A true master, Huang Ming pondered, filled with curiosity about the extent of Lu Zhan's prowess. Thus, he candidly expressed, although it may not be appropriate to propose this upon our first meeting, I would like to engage in a friendly spar with you. His excitement and fighting spirit were unmistakably evident, while Wang Gang, standing nearby, was equally exhilarated, having been intrigued by the dynamics of strength between the two since his encounter with Huang Ming. Upon hearing Huang Ming's request, Lu Zhan exhibited no hint of surprise. He had anticipated such a proposition. However, he regarded Huang Ming with earnestness and declared, though it may come off as rude, "You are not yet worthy of engaging me in combat." This statement rendered Wang Gang momentarily speechless, while Huang Ming's expression hardened, fury igniting in his eyes. He sensed the disdain behind Lu Zhan's words, which further fueled his indignation. It was the first time he had experienced such blatant contempt, a public affront that stung deeply. Suppressing his voice, he retorted, "May I inquire as to why?" Lu Zhan gazed at him intently, a deep sense of regret evident in his eyes. "Let me pose you a question. When a pauper suddenly acquires $1 million, what becomes of him?" Wang Gang, upon hearing this, began to grasp Lu Zhan's implication and turned his gaze toward Huang Ming. He would likely squander it all, indulging in every desire he previously yearned for. Huang Ming articulated slowly, already calculating the implications. It was clear that Lu Zhan referred to him as the pauper, a once inconspicuous individual who had suddenly been bestowed with immense power. Thrust into the spotlight of the New York battle and the ranks of the ultimate warriors, with various factions vying for his allegiance due to his newfound strength. "Do you now comprehend my meaning?" Lu Zhan observed as Huang Ming descended into contemplation, beginning to understand. Huang Ming was akin to the pauper flaunting his wealth without possessing the corresponding abilities to sustain it. Yet, Lu Zhan had no intention of letting this opponent slip away. He recalled a treasured artifact he had brought with him from his sect, pondering that perhaps it could render Huang Ming whole. Wang Gong, listening intently, found his interest in facilitating their duel waning. He had been captivated by Huang Ming's displayed strength. Lu Zhan's revelation had overturned his previous estimation of their capabilities. Realizing that upon unlocking the seal of the Azure Dragoness energy, he could contend with Huang Ming on a more balanced footing. "Brother Zhan, where do you intend to go next?" Wang Gang speculated that Lu Zhan, disenchanted with the opponent he had been so eager to promote, might retreat to seek challenges among the ancient masters back home. However, Lu Zhan's forthcoming words reignited his anticipation. "I possess a means to make you whole," Lu Zhan asserted earnestly, his gaze locked on Huang Ming's, devoid of jest, revealing his sincerity. "What method?" Huang Ming, now aware of his own shortcomings, recognized that while their impact on him was currently subtle, facing a stronger adversary in the future could herald catastrophic consequences. This flaw was simple to articulate but daunting to rectify. It is the indomitable spirit that one should possess as a warrior, the heart of a fighter. With unwavering resolve, the warrior strides forward, with paradise to the left and the heart of a warrior to the right. Upon hearing the urgency in Huang Ming's tone, Lu Zhan couldn't help but smile. He then produced a stunning azure hexagonal stone from his pocket, radiating a gentle and soothing light that seemed to lull one into sleep. Perhaps it would prove effective in treating insomnia, Huang Ming mused. "Dreamstone," Wang Gang exclaimed after a moment's reflection. Recognizing the origin of the stone in Lu Zhan's hand and expressing admiration for Lu Zhan's willingness to offer such a precious item to aid Huang Ming in overcoming this challenge. After all, in his recollection, Dream stones were scarce even within the inner Kunlun and were typically cherished as rare treasures to be used only when faced with spiritual obstacles during cultivation. Let's first find a tranquil location. Once you are in the right state of mind, your troubles will be resolved, Lu Zhan said, stowing away the dream stone and signaling for the visibly astonished duo to depart. It would be highly inappropriate to meditate and cultivate in the middle of the street. What should I do? Huang Ming could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Lu Zhan, turning back with a smile, replied, "Have you ever heard the tale of the Yellow Millet Dream?" Chapter 62, Transformation, Part 1. At that moment, Huang Ming could no longer hear the words of those outside. He felt as though he had forgotten something significant, a matter that had transpired quite recently. It was akin to the experience of intending to do something only to forget it the moment one stood up, as if a layer of film had obscured his memory. However, he soon had no time to dwell on this, for the rustling sound of leaves reached his ears, accompanied by the dampness of the air against his skin, and the mingled scents of decaying foliage and earth filled his nostrils. His face tingled with a cool sensation. Suddenly, he sprang up and surveyed his surroundings. Bewildered. How did I end up in a forest? A distant howl of a wolf confirmed Huang Ming's suspicions. Indeed, he was in a forest, and its inhabitants were not merely adorable creatures. As he stood up, his hand brushed against a cold object behind him. Turning cautiously, he exhaled in relief upon recognizing the Ashen Envoy. In such an unfamiliar place, it was better to have a weapon in hand than to be unarmed. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps resonated through the verdant, dark green foliage of the forest, emanating from behind him. Huang Ming instinctively turned with his blade drawn, only to come face to face with a massive head. The creature's eyes, the size of green beans, regarded him with curiosity. Huang Ming observed that this head resembled that of a rhinoceros, though it lacked prominent horns at the top of its nose. Through the gaps in the leaves, he could discern its thick green skin, robust limbs, and a row of formidable bony plates along its back, each the size of a basin. Additionally, the sound of trees being struck echoed from behind, indicating that this colossal beast, standing approximately 2 meters tall, possessed a strong and powerful tail. Could this creature possibly be a thunder lizard? Huang Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Had he traversed into another world once more? Was this a realm inhabited by magical beasts? However, the contemplative expression he wore was perceived quite differently in the eyes of the lizard. It is said that if one finds themselves in the wild, they should avoid locking eyes with any large animal, as such an act may be interpreted as a challenge to their authority. Oomph. 2 streams of white smoke erupted from the lizard's large nostrils, and Huang Ming felt a sting in his eyes from the noxious gas. In the next moment, the lizard charged at him with a deafening roar. With no time to evade, he braced himself for the impact, instinctively gathering his anger. But all he managed was a flush of embarrassment without any tangible outcome. At that moment, the lizard's assault was imminent. Goodness! Bang! Without any suspense, the lizard sent Huang Ming flying, as its dorsal plates crackled with energy, seemingly charging up for the finale. Finally, it opened its massive jaws, unleashing a dazzling bolt of purple-blue lightning, as thick as a barrel. ZZZZT. The surging electric energy tore at every inch of Huang Ming's body, as pain gnawed mercilessly at his sensory nerves. Yet the thunderous lizard showed no intention of ceasing its onslaught. It continued its relentless charge, slamming into Huang Ming once more, sending him hurtling even farther, before delivering another bolt of lightning, asserting its dominion over the area. Bang! Dazed and reeling, Huang Ming gasped, expelling a cloud of black smoke. With his charred skin and singed hair, he appeared almost comical. Yet his greater concern lay in the fact that the anger he usually commanded with ease had forsaken him in this dire moment. He struggled to summon it, barely managing to weave a protective shield around his body, just as the lightning struck. What on earth is happening? Huang Ming lamented, his face a mask of despair. He could sense the anger within him, yet it eluded his control. To make matters worse, all the combat skills he had previously unlocked had vanished, along with any awakened talents. All that remained was a creeping sense of helplessness and panic. He had never considered himself a warrior, prior to the fusion of templates. He was merely one among many aimless souls. The ecstasy of newfound strength was now tainted by an overwhelming fear of loss. Having tasted the richness of power, he found himself even more terrified of its potential disappearance. Yet, in this wretched predicament, he had truly lost the power he should have commanded. All that remained was a mere imitation of a harbinger of ashes, along with an ordinary person being gradually consumed by fear and unease. Outside, Maya, who had been monitoring Huang Ming's physiological changes, suddenly noted his rapidly increasing heart rate and erratic breathing. To her astonishment, the internal monitoring instruments indicated that his internal organs were suffering severe trauma. She glanced at Lu Zhan in horror, exclaiming, "My God, what kind of agent did you inject him with to cause such damage to his organs?" "No, nothing of the sort," Lu Zhan replied calmly. "I merely hypnotized him. The damage to his organs is self-inflicted." His unperturbed demeanor conveyed to those present that he had anticipated such a situation. Yet, seeing Maya's disbelief, he continued, "I believe you are familiar with the classic experiments on psychological suggestion, yes? Are you suggesting that he is currently undergoing such an experience?" Lu Zhan nodded in acknowledgement and continued to hold his sword while gazing at Huang Ming. His heart filled with a fervent hope that Huang Ming would successfully navigate the trial of the Dreamstone. Having undergone similar experiences himself, Lu Zhan's cultivation had been accumulated gradually over time, thus requiring a relatively short duration. However, from the information provided by Uncle Zhang, Huang Ming appeared to be an individual who had suddenly acquired power, necessitating a reconnection with that power. Lu Zhan sensed the overwhelming energy within Huang Ming, slowly coursing through him, yearning to be awakened, a force eager for battle. At that moment, Huang Ming, trapped within the forest illusion, was on the brink of collapse. What on earth is this dreadful place? There isn't a single normal creature. I won't go back. Help me. Huang Ming cried out in despair while sprinting for his life, burdened by the Ashen Messenger. Behind him, a towering black panther pursued relentlessly, able to transform into a wisp of shadow to evade obstacles. This marked the third day of Huang Ming's ordeal in the beast-infested forest. Starved and parched, he had not slept soundly. He had been struck by lightning from a thunder lizard, chased by a pack of wolves that unleashed wind blades, and singed by a fireball from a rabbit, leaving half his hair charred. Finally, in a moment of exhaustion, he inadvertently stepped on the tail of the large cat behind him, which had then pursued him relentlessly. He had attempted to resist, but his rage went unanswered. His combat skills rendered ineffective. He could not land a strike, and he bore the marks of several claw swipes. One such wound on his abdomen was particularly deep, and Huang Ming realized that had he reacted a moment slower, he would have been disemboweled by the panther. As he raced for his life, a foul wind suddenly surged from his left, compelling him to drop and evade, using his momentum to slide away. Yet, the Black Panther seized the opportunity, blocking his path. The assailant was a slightly smaller panther, indicating that he had unwittingly offended a pair of them. So, they were intent on denying him any escape, were they? Huang Ming assessed his dire situation, inhaling deeply, leaning against a large tree, and gripping the Ashen Messenger tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure. Reflecting on his harrowing experiences over the past few days, a fiery rage ignited within him, and for the first time, anger and madness gleamed in his eyes. Chapter 63, Transformation, Part 2. Though he had resolved to confront these two tenacious adversaries, it is one thing to make a determination and quite another to know how to act upon it. If his anger could respond, Huang Ming would undoubtedly know what to do. He would simply push forward with his eyes closed. Alas, he found himself perplexed by an unknown issue. His anger resisted him. Thus, he needed to devise a careful strategy, especially against two extraordinary panthers. However, the two Black Panthers offered him no respite for contemplation. The larger male could not contain itself and lunged, its sharp teeth glistening with saliva, its amber eyes filled with ferocity. The muscular, streamlined body surged forth with incredible speed. The moment Huang Ming heard the sound, darkness fell above him as the panther pounced. Instinctively, he swung his blade upward. What? The male panther abruptly transformed into a wisp of black mist mid-leap, causing Huang Ming's strike to miss entirely. This presented an opportune moment for the lurking female leopard, who seized the chance to launch a ferocious pounce, her claws viciously raking across Huang Ming's back, leaving 3 deep gashes from which blood gushed forth like a fountain. A sharp pain radiated from his back, prompting Huang Ming to unleash a furious roar as he swung his fist in retaliation. At last, his strike found its mark, forcing the beast to stagger back a few steps. However, the male leopard, having transformed into a wisp of shadow, was already poised to strike from above, leveraging its powerful limbs against the tree trunk. With Huang Ming's defenses wide open, he had no time to retreat. The male leopard's lethal claws were already poised at his chest, ready to rend him asunder, its eyes glinting with a predatory hunger. In that critical moment, just as Huang Ming's fist had been propelled forward, a surge of wrath intertwined with his fury, igniting a response from within. With a soaring dragon punch, he struck the male leopard's jaw, shattering one of its formidable canine teeth. The agony of the impact echoed through the creature, eliciting a pained whimper as it lost its balance and crashed to the ground. The female leopard rushed forward, positioning herself protectively before her mate, issuing fierce growls in Huang Ming's direction, feigning an imminent assault, though a flicker of caution had undeniably crept into her eyes as she circled him. The resonant roar akin to an engine reverberated in Huang Ming's ears, compelling him to shift his stance while remaining vigilant against the recovering male leopard. The latter did not attack immediately, but joined the female in a synchronized circling motion. A mature hunter requires not only swift and powerful strikes, but also unwavering patience. This couple of black leopards imparted a vivid lesson in the art of survival. Simultaneously, Huang Ming's mind replayed the earlier scene. The leopards transformed into shadows while he was attacked, yet they remained vulnerable during their own offensive. This was indeed a manifestation of the Toby-inspired Black Panther. As Huang Ming endeavored to summon his fury once more, he found himself thwarted. Yet, he sensed a long-buried vitality awakening within him. A subtle force began to surge from the depths of his being, infusing his weary body with renewed strength and a glimmer of hope for victory. His body finally resonated with the resolve he had just forged to fight to the bitter end. With a slight shift of weight, Huang Ming took a half-step forward, enticing the impatient female leopard with a deliberately exposed vulnerability. She roared and lunged at him from behind. Sensing the rush of air, a vivid image formed in his mind. His instincts, sharper than ever, guided him to sidestep the female's attack with a deft maneuver. Then he leaped away from his original position. Jumping, twisting his torso, he turned to deliver a powerful slash. At that precise moment, the male leopard lunged for the spot he had just vacated, effectively presenting itself to Huang Ming's blade. The fierce ashen messenger finally proved its worth, slicing through the male's resilient hide and leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone. The male leopard let out a mournful cry, and the female, her eyes ablaze with fury, charged at him, unleashing a sweeping claw strike that crashed into Huang Ming's shoulder. Yet, the immense force failed to push Huang Ming back even a few steps. Instead, it merely caused him to sway unsteadily. Enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, Huang Ming anchored his feet firmly to the ground, gripping the earth with his toes. With a swift twist of his wrist, he executed a diagonal slash. His fury once again summoned to his aid. The seething rage transformed into vibrant crimson flames, which erupted upon the blade, cleaving through the flesh and bones of the female leopard without hesitation. A brief, sharp sound that made one's teeth ache echoed as she was severed in twain from the rear of her left forelimb to her neck, a fatal strike. Blood splattered across Huang Ming, and an indescribable exhilaration exploded within his heart, though his fury subsided once more. This time, Huang Ming managed to harness a flicker of the anger he had resisted for days. A faint yet tenacious flame of wrath burned in his eyes, and combined with the primal aura soaked in blood, a hint of fear finally appeared in the male leopard's bloodthirsty gaze. However, as one of the dominant rulers of this domain, a human-like fury swiftly returned to its eyes. With a thunderous roar that sent leaves quaking all around, the male leopard abandoned its transformation into black mist and instead engaged Huang Ming in a savage battle, relying on instinct. shedding any unnecessary tactics. It disregarded its own injuries, and, after leaving a gash across Huang Ming's face, was ultimately pierced through the chest by his blade, meeting its end. With a resounding thud, Huang Ming, now unable to sustain himself, collapsed to the ground, gasping for the air of survival. Ha 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 ha! His cathartic laughter startled the birds in the trees and roused a sleeping rabbit. Ha ha cough cough ha ha! He chuckled until the movement tugged at his wounds, gradually bringing him to a halt. Rising, he began to gather the bodies of the two leopards, preparing to find a place to feast. For it had been days since he had enjoyed a hearty meal. Particularly in this forsaken place, the significance of sustenance became glaringly apparent. Yet, he overlooked a crucial detail. Within this forest, the thick scent of blood would attract far more deadly guests, such as a pack of wolves. The alpha wolf, residing in the cliffs, lifted its head and sniffed the air, a familiar scent quickly permeating its brain, blood food. With a low howl, it summoned its scattered kin, a chorus of answering howls rising in response. Heeding their leader's signal, they converged and charged towards Huang Ming's direction. Why are the wolf howls so frequent and eerie tonight? Huang Ming mused, grasping the rabbit in his hands. He gave its rear a firm slap, startling the creature into emitting a sharp squeal, which promptly resulted in it expelling a fist-sized fireball that ignited the dry twigs before him. Observing the flames dancing in the newfound fire, Huang Ming contentedly patted the rabbit in his grasp. Not even a windproof lighter could rival your flare, purely natural and unpolluted. After the praise, he immediately took the Black Panther in his hand to roast. Although he had never tasted it before, at this moment, such concerns were far from his mind. Huang Ming, even if he acknowledged the danger, was not alone. There was still a courageous poison tester nearby. He cast a mischievous glance at the lighter that had singed half of his hair earlier. Chapter 64, Transformation, Part 2. Before an earthquake strikes, domesticated cats and dogs, as well as wild animals, are often able to sense the impending danger before humans do. Just like the fire rabbit, unceremoniously discarded by Huang Ming, who was now lying aside in existential doubt after being force-fed several chunks of Black Panther meat as a trial poisoner. Suddenly, its ears perked up, detecting unsettling sounds in the distance. Accompanying this was a primal fear buried deep within its veins, causing its little nose to quiver anxiously as it hopped about restlessly. Huang Ming, having just satisfied his hunger, noticed the unease of the lighter nearby. He reached out to grasp the ash-bearer, swiftly climbing a tree to keep a vigilant watch over his surroundings by the light of the fire. Of course, he didn't forget to take the rabbit along, securing it in place with a vine. Before long, the dark jungle erupted with a cacophony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the thud of padded feet on the ground, and the heavy breaths drawing nearer, forming a tightening net around Huang Ming's position. In an instant, the pitch-black night was illuminated by pairs of ghastly green glows. This scene was not unfamiliar to Huang Ming, as just days prior, he had been besieged by this very pack of wolves. By smearing mud on himself and climbing a tree, he had narrowly escaped these fearsome creatures. Damn it, I forgot to mask the scent of blood. Huang Ming immediately realized it was due to the blood of the female leopard, and given the time that had elapsed, the stains had already congealed onto his clothing, making them all the more difficult to remove. Wrapping himself in mud was futile, especially now that he was surrounded. He could imagine the alpha wolf's fury at this moment, and by the light of the fire, he could see some of the forward-positioned green wolves. Very well. It seems there is no choice but to confront this. Huang Ming resigned himself with a self-deprecating remark, then patted the rabbit's head. Lighter, I'm off to face some foes. If I win, I'll come back for you. With that, he leaped into the fray, standing alone against the pack of wolves. His landing caused several wolves to become alert, lowering their bodies and baring their teeth with fierce expressions, ready to attack. A low howl from the alpha wolf calmed them down, and soon all the ghastly green lights surged forward, some circling to the sides, others sneaking into Huang Ming's blind spots and the shadows where the firelight did not reach. As the formation of the pack neared completion, Huang Ming suddenly spun around and kicked the fire pit apart. With a bang and crackle, the sparks flew, expanding the illuminated area. Some of the unsuspecting green wolves were struck by the blazing debris and retreated with a howl. Observing Huang Ming's actions from afar, the alpha wolf ceased waiting and immediately howled a signal to attack. The pack surged forward, powerful and robust, while the remainder prepared to pounce, ready to be the first to tear open their prey's throat. Huang Ming charged forward to confront the dual assaults of the azure wolves, the very earth beneath his feet exploding under the sudden surge of his force. Flames danced upon the blade of the ashen messenger, igniting in the depths of Huang Ming's eyes. With no retreat left, he wielded his knife to carve a path to survival. He cleaved through one azure wolf, deftly sidestepping the lunge of another, while driving his knee into the flank of a third that attempted to ambush him. His perception sharpened to a lightning-like acuity, yet he was still caught by a claw from behind, revealing the cunning nature of these beasts. Though he cursed inwardly, he dared not slacken his pace, for the pack's assault came in relentless waves, one after another. Suddenly, he was thrust back by the incoming wolf, re-entering the encirclement just as the alpha wolf issued a command. The remaining azure wolves opened their maws, unleashing a flurry of wind blades that sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. In a moment of desperation, Huang Ming executed a lethal strike, shattering several of the wind blades, and rolled away to evade the onslaught. The ground erupted beneath him, and the wind blades grazed past his ears, their sheer number inflicting multiple lacerations across his back. More alarmingly, several azure wolves seized this opportunity to close in, one sinking its teeth in Huang Ming's left arm, the searing pain of its fangs piercing his flesh coursing through him. Though he quickly regained his composure, the sharp teeth had already inflicted a deep wound, tearing away a portion of skin and flesh. The scent of blood ignited a frenzy among the wolf pack, inciting them to surge forward with the intent to tear Huang Ming apart, piece by piece, just as they had done to countless other prey, ensuring he would bleed out in agony. I have battled extraterrestrials, faced the fiercest warriors, and just moments ago, I felled 2 black panthers. Am I to perish at the jaws of you mangy beasts? A defiant fire roared in Huang Ming's eyes, the fury within him surging to a boiling point. This would not be his end. He had yet to complete that battle. He had yet to revel in life's pleasures. He had yet to repay every affront he had suffered. Boom! The tempestuous rage that had been brewing within him erupted, transforming into a crimson storm capable of obliterating flesh and bone, reducing every azure wolf within a 3-meter radius to mere dust. The fury spread throughout his being, a torrent of strength pouring forth from every corner of his body. He raised his blade toward a distant, shadowy corner, locking onto his target with lightning-like precision. Are you ready to meet your end? Be crushed. Bang! A cannon-like blast erupted, creating a massive crater, scattering the azure wolves in its wake, their bones snapping and sinew tearing echoing in his ears. The alpha wolf, realizing it could not evade the impending doom, summoned a tempest that enveloped its form, transforming the winds into a cerulean armor. As the alpha charged forward, adorned with a beautiful yet perilous emerald crystalline sheen, Huang Ming saw clearly. The essence of a warrior lay in their unwavering stance against formidable foes. He cast aside all distractions, focusing solely on his adversary, understanding that this was the true demeanor of a fighter. With life and death cast aside, a warrior's duty was to charge forth, leaving the rest to their comrades. With a resounding rip, the sound of flesh being torn echoed, blood gushing forth from both combatants. The wolf's claws left deep marks across Huang Ming's chest, while the lead wolf savagely tore a small piece of flesh from Huang Ming's left forearm. Conversely, the wolf's waist was left in disarray, utterly ravaged by the ashen messenger and the fury that Huang Ming wielded. Its hind legs twisted grotesquely, and a whirlwind slash detonated at an alarmingly close range, fully delivering its damage. The lead wolf, unable to emit a cry of despair, succumbed to death, while some of the remaining wolves fled in terror, yet many others, undeterred by the threat of their own demise, charged forward to continue the ferocious battle against Huang Ming. The night was filled with roars, wails, and the horrific sounds of flesh being rent apart, composing a haunting symphony in the tranquil forest. The ground was littered with wolf carcasses, the soil saturated with blood taking on a reddish hue, while Huang Ming himself was marred with countless wounds. Yet, his gaze gleamed with a fierce light. Tonight, the wolf pack had imparted a lesson upon him, a lesson befitting a warrior. He may not yet be a worthy opponent to Lu Zhan, but he had begun to grasp how to transform himself. Perhaps, the metamorphosis had already commenced as the heavy cocoon was torn open by the fangs of the wolf pack, awaiting his true transformation. Chapter 65. Awakening. In the week following the encounter with the wolf pack, Huang Ming faced assaults from wild boars, pythons, and colossal bears. The relentless intensity of these battles reshaped his control over the fury within him. Huang Ming had never realized how obedient his inner rage could be to his will. Observing the flickering flames of wrath upon his fingertips, he began to develop a fondness for this forest that had once instilled fear within him. Perhaps there truly exist individuals born to be warriors. Yet Huang Ming remained acutely aware of his own reality. An ordinary student aspiring to excellence must diligently practice and refrain from comparing himself to prodigies. Through this series of confrontations, he sensed that the power of his Titan bloodline had yet to be fully unleashed. Thud, thud, thud. Huh? The windproof lighter at his feet suddenly stirred, prompting Huang Ming to enter a state of alertness. He extended his lightning perception as widely as possible while cautiously retreating from the dense underbrush. A few days prior, during his encounter with the python, his over-reliance on his heightened senses had resulted in painful rib injuries that still troubled him with each breath. Thump, thump, thump. The heavy, slow footsteps, accompanied by the sound of trees crashing to the ground, caused Huang Ming's pupils to constrict slightly. This commotion was all too familiar. On his first day in this forest, the source of this noise had bestowed upon him a rather significant welcome gift. He had also stumbled upon it again in the days that followed. While foraging for food, he had noticed from a distance that the thunder lizard had grown larger, its hue shifting from green to a deeper shade of violet. A sudden rush of warm, humid air struck at Huang Ming's feet, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. That infernal rabbit, terrified and anxious, had once again relieved itself on his leg. It seemed that every encounter with a ferocious beast provoked such reactions. Yet afterward, it was particularly exuberant during the barbecue. Truly, what a peculiar rabbit, Huang Ming silently lamented. As the commotion grew increasingly intense, an overwhelming aura of oppression materialized, a primal essence that Huang Ming had never encountered in his previous adversaries. Yet, unlike the previous instance of paralyzing fear, he now felt a surge of exhilaration. He perceived this as an opportunity, a moment to awaken the Titan bloodline within him. With a swift motion, he planted the ashen messenger into the ground, flexed his fists a few times, and exhaled the murky air from his chest before striding toward the thunder lizard. The two approached each other, one deliberately closing the distance, while the other ambled aimlessly. Moments later, they crossed paths again. The thunder lizard regarded him with a mix of curiosity and confusion, questioning why this diminutive figure dared to obstruct its path. Was this creature an inexperienced newcomer unaware of the unspoken rules? A blaze of fiery red anger enveloped Huang Ming's form as he extended his index finger toward the thunder lizard and beckoned with a flourish, bellowing, "Come here," in a taunting challenge typical of a warrior. In response, the thunder lizard unleashed a furious roar, charging its dorsal plates with energy, and expelled a bolt of blue-violet lightning the size of a barrel. "How dare you provoke me? When I first established my presence in this forest, you were probably nothing more than a mere wisp." With a resounding crack, Huang Ming crossed his arms over his chest, instantly expanding to a height of 2 meters. A silvery gray metallic sheen swiftly enveloping his body. A weighty aura surged forth from him, while the purple-blue lightning ineffectually gnawed at his form, failing to breach even the slightest skin. Simultaneously, a flicker of purple appeared in the depths of his eyes. He could feel the electric charge invigorating him. Though uncertain as to why he hadn't felt this before, the sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Embodying that thrill, Huang Ming launched himself forward like a cannonball, delivering a powerful punch to the thunder lizard's head. The immense force drove its skull into the ground, The thunder lizard was forced to strike its chin against the earth, letting out a pain grunt. It dug a claw into the ground and, with a sudden burst of energy, attempted to thrust its head upward, aiming to topple Huang Ming as it had done previously, before unleashing a charged lightning bolt to teach him a lesson. However, as Huang Ming sensed its shift, he rooted himself in a horse stance, his hands encircling the thunder lizard's neck, effectively suppressing its upward momentum. Although he was pushed back a few meters, his feet carved shallow furrows into the ground. "Seems you're not as formidable as I thought." Huang Ming chuckled, exhilaration evident in his voice. Yet the next moment, an arc of electricity flickered past his vision, followed by an even more ferocious surge of lightning crashing upon him. This time, the thunder lizard was enveloped in its own electric discharge, with a blue-violet energy sphere expanding rapidly around both of them. The resulting explosion of energy blackened the surrounding flora and soil within a 10-meter radius, shrouded in wisps of smoke. Even the thunder lizard's back was torn open by the lightning, while Huang Ming absorbed the brunt of the electrical force. Despite possessing the defenses of a celestial being, he still experienced a profound sense of numbness and tearing pain, with his heart racing violently, as if it were about to burst from his chest. The thunder lizard felt the grip around its neck loosen, and with a swift movement, it broke free from Huang Ming's restraint. In a rapid turn, it lashed its spiked tail, accompanied by a howling wind, electrified with a surge of lightning, aimed directly at the motionless Huang Ming. With a resounding crack, a strike capable of splitting mountains was intercepted by a silver-gray hand. A tail as thick as an adult's thigh was halted by a mere forearm. Had there been any witnesses present, they would have been astounded, but alas, there were none. Looking up at the thunder lizard, Huang Ming smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." As the words left his lips, his eyes transformed into a shade of purple, and a greater surge of rage ignited within him. This time, instead of an explosive outburst, the fury manifested as fiery patterns, intricately etched upon his silver-gray metallic skin, with arcs of lightning occasionally flickering across his surface. The awakening of his Titan bloodline harmonized with the divine presence of the warrior's wrath, culminating in the embodiment of the rage god. With a thunderous crash, the ground beneath Huang Ming erupted as he appeared above the astonished thunder lizard, a single foot poised overhead, striking down with the swiftness of a battle axe, directly onto the creature's skull. The sound of cracking echoed, reminiscent of a fresh egg being broken. Huang Ming shattered the thunder lizard's cranium, the force unabated as he poured all his fury into the strike. With a resounding boom, his foot connected with the earth, turning his back to the headless body of the thunder lizard. The intense heat of his rage permeated every corner of the thunder lizard's body, evaporating every drop of its blood and searing every inch of its flesh. A nauseating aroma of charred meat filled the air. Huang Ming gazed at his palm, realizing the extent of his capabilities. With a profound realization of his strength, he began to reclaim his power, feeling a wave of clarity wash over him, dispelling his previous anxieties. He recognized that he could achieve more, unshackled from the burdens of doubt that had previously constrained him. This newfound clarity brought about a sudden sensation of descent, while he truly lay in a nutrient solution in the laboratory for an entire day and night. A terrifying aura rapidly accumulating and emanating from him. Lu Zhan, seated nearby, opened his eyes, filled with excitement and a fighting spirit. Is it finally happening? Meanwhile, within the laboratory, the instruments monitoring Huang Ming's condition began to beep incessantly, prompting a flurry of activity among the research personnel as they rushed in and out. Chapter 66. Objective. Hand Association Coulson took Sky away, claiming it was due to the recent disappearance of an ability user on the SHALD monitoring list. Prior to this, the SHIELD division in Hong Kong had suffered a cyber intrusion traced back to the Tide organization. Thus, adhering to the principle of knowing both oneself and the enemy leads to victory in every battle. Coulson instructed Ward to bring Sky in. However, Agent Ward, the operative expert, was oblivious to the concept of politeness, and having faced setbacks at Huang Ming's hands, he was even less inclined to show any tenderness toward Sky. His choice was to burst in and forcibly take Sky away from the seasoned agent Ethan. Upon learning of Ward's actions, Coulson rubbed his temples in distress. Although each member of his team was exceptionally talented, their personalities and propensity for trouble were equally formidable. Observing Sky being unceremoniously brought before him, he could only speak soothingly. "I apologize. Please forgive my subordinate for summoning you in such a manner. Is this what you call an invitation? Breaking into someone's bedroom and knocking them out with a punch?" Sky interjected furiously, having been abducted from her peaceful moment of eating cake and singing in her room. She was incredulous at the day's events. "Mind your tone, you information criminal." Ward, lacking patience, took matters into his own hands and firmly pressed Sky into a chair at the sight of his superior being scolded. Coulson felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The situation was spiraling beyond explanation. "Step outside, Agent Ward," he commanded. "But sir, out. That's an order." Faced with the ire of the ever-accommodating Coulson, Ward did not dare utter another word and promptly exited the room. Taking a deep breath, Coulson retrieved a video sent earlier that morning from their Hong Kong branch. "Regarding this incident, I will be taking disciplinary action against my subordinate." He paused, pointing at the screen. "However, I must inform you that 3 days ago, a mysterious hacker infiltrated SHIELD's Hong Kong branch and stole some information. This morning, we discovered that a person of interest we had been monitoring has gone missing. The techniques employed by that hacker bear the hallmark of the Rising Tide organization." Upon hearing this, Sky immediately turned to reveal the bracelet on her wrist. "If you suspect me, does this limited edition bracelet serve merely as decoration?" Her tone was laced with indignation, haunted by the memory of her boyfriend's silent compromise for her sake, intensifying her disdain for those involved at that moment. "No, we do not doubt you. We need you to track down this hacker," Coulson clarified, producing a document. "Do you recall what I mentioned last time? Assist us now, and we shall consider past grievances settled." Sky regarded the document, then met Coulson's gaze. After a brief standoff, she accepted it. "Fine, I'll help you. I sincerely hope you honor your word. I do not wish to see you in my life again." Coulson offered a reassuring smile, though concern for a larger issue lingered in his heart. That bastard was ruthless. "Apologies, Sky has been taken by someone claiming to be from SHIELD." Ethan, humiliated, immediately called Huang Ming upon regaining consciousness. "It's all right, Ethan. This isn't your fault. Focus on your recovery and leave the rest to me." Once the call ended, Huang Ming's expression turned grave. Initially anticipating a thrilling confrontation, Wang Gang cautiously inquired, "What happened? Is it serious? Do you need assistance?" "I'm afraid our battle will have to wait for another time. My girlfriend is in trouble, and I must attend to it." Huang Ming expressed a sense of regret, acknowledging that Lu Zhan had waited for an extended period, only for such an incident to occur at this critical juncture. "Do you need assistance?" he inquired. Lu Zhan, displaying understanding, nodded, and Wang Gang beside him also signaled his willingness to help. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Ming concluded it was indeed time to make preparations. He called Maya over to introduce her to Lu Zhan. "This is Dr. Maya, who has developed a fortifying agent that has undergone numerous human trials and real combat tests, ensuring its safety." Listening to Huang Ming's introduction, both Lu Zhan and Wang Gang felt a profound respect for the scientist, as they had always held a deep admiration for individuals from China who contributed to scientific advancement. In unison, they greeted, "Hello, Dr. Maya." After her warm response, she presented the latest developed agent, which, unlike its predecessors in red, was now a striking blue. Although its potency was not as formidable as the earlier version, the analysis from Peterson assured that the new formulation's safety and stability had reached a commendable 90. "This is the agent Mr. Ming mentioned, capable of enhancing the user's physical attributes to double that of an ordinary person." As Lu Zhan and Wang Gang regarded her with mild astonishment, Maya continued her exposition. "Moreover, it has eliminated the previous agent's tendency to overheat, making it more applicable and suitable for widespread dissemination." Huang Ming seized the moment. "Thus, I intend to have some brothers from the Hongmen consume these agents to minimize casualties in potential future conflicts." Wang Gang, having encountered gang conflicts before, understood the true value of these agents. However, he recognized that fortune does not simply fall from the sky. One must inevitably sacrifice something to gain. What do you require from us? Seeing Wang Gang's astuteness, Huang Ming felt relieved and articulated his objective. Among the nefarious activities of the Showa society is the trafficking of children. They abduct orphans from across the globe, training them before sending them to Japan to be brainwashed into emotionless ninjas. I have discovered that a shipment of children will arrive at the New York port tonight, destined for a dojo in Hell's Kitchen for initial training. I want you to eliminate this target and, on a voluntary basis, assist me in recruiting these unfortunate souls. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan fixed his gaze on Huang Ming. The matter is straightforward, but what do you intend to do with these children? Engage in gang activities? Should Huang Ming dare to deceive him, Lu Zhan would unsheath his sword immediately, the tension between them palpable. No, rest assured, I would never stoop to such depths. I merely wish to cultivate my small team. The children represent the future, while the primary personnel are arranged elsewhere. Huang Ming shrugged in response, his eyes revealing no hint of evasion. He had not yet descended into madness to exploit a group of vulnerable children. From the outset, his singular aim remained the Showa Society. This formidable organization was his true desire, as even if the children were rescued, they would still require training, with many ultimately failing to qualify. Unlike the already established ninjas, once the Black Void was dealt with, the rest would be trivial. Very well. We shall take on this task, Lu Zhan concluded, and he and Huang Ming sealed their agreement with a series of 3 firm hand claps. Wang Gang has coordinated with Dr. Maya regarding the arrangement for personnel to come and administer the medication. Once this was settled, Huang Ming called Adu to have him drive him to the airport. Huang Ming sought an opportunity for Sky to realize that the rising tide of their situation was no different from other hacker organizations that thrive on information theft and trafficking. As for settling old scores with SHIELD, that would be addressed as well. Chapter 67. Miles laden as Huang Ming boarded the flight to Texas, Sky, who had been invited aboard the Airbus, commenced her decryption process. Although Simmons initially harbored a less than favorable impression of the girl, especially since she had taken a liking to someone Simmons fancied, she could not deny the girl's formidable hacking skills, which surpassed even those of the team member responsible for information gathering. What do you plan to do? Fitz inquired curiously, leaning in. This inquisitive young man paid no heed to Sky's identity and had diminished his resentment towards Huang Ming. Although Simmons was reluctant to listen, she found herself drawn closer. It's quite simple. I will first identify the remote access Trojan and the compromised terminal, then search for the hypertext associated with the transmission control protocol that bears signature information, Sky concluded, having dazzled them with her operations. Incredible. Impressive. As Sky completed her task, she garnered admiration from both members of the scientific team. Fitz contemplated attempting to persuade Sky to join them. So who exactly infiltrated SHIELD? Ward, who had been waiting nearby, expressed a sense of confusion after hearing the complex explanation, but still questioned her with a tone that combined inquiry and command. Sky did not respond to his query, but instead turned to Coulson. I have located the network used by the hacker at a coffee shop in Austin, Texas. After speaking, she passed the file that Coulson had given her, along with a pen. Coulson promptly took the pen and signed his name with a flourish. Upon finishing, he smiled at Sky, clearly indicating that he had fulfilled his obligations and extended his sincerity. Now, it was her time to shine. Immediately, Sky accessed the credit card transaction records from that day, a testament to the American consumerist ethos and credit card system. Among the list of unfamiliar names, she swiftly and accurately pinpointed the target Coulson was searching for, Miles Layden, a renowned expert known throughout the hacker community. Upon retrieving his information, Fitz, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "He is not only a figure in the hacker realm. He is dubbed the Snowden of hackers and has even breached the Kremlin systems. The infamous photograph of Putin bare-chested on horseback is said to be his handiwork. A criminal endangering national information security." Ward succinctly articulated his view. Just as Sky was about to retort, Coulson interjected, "Now that we have a target, there is no need for debate. Notify me to alter our flight path and let the scientific team check the equipment." Understood. As Sky concluded her work, she called out to Coulson, who was about to leave. "Hey, I'd like to join you, is that all right?" Coulson turned back with curiosity. "Why?" Meanwhile, a thought lingered in my mind. What was the likelihood that Sky had just betrayed us through the computer? Indeed, I sought to unravel the motivations behind such an act. While uncovering the truth is our paramount objective, when a person's safety is at stake, I felt compelled to comprehend the situation. Observing Sky's earnest demeanor, Coulson readily agreed, stating, "Very well, but you must accompany me and obey my commands." Sky nodded in affirmation, though she soon realized something seemed amiss. Perhaps it was the enchantment of love that clouded her thoughts. She reassured herself. In a CAF in Austin, Texas, Myers was perusing computer equipment, though not on a mainstream shopping platform, but rather a hacker's device forum, showcasing custom-made gadgets. The prices were steep. If for someone who had recently struck it rich, such expenditures were trivial. He was so engrossed in his excitement that he failed to notice someone standing behind him. "This site looks incredible," he exclaimed, pride swelling within him. However, he quickly sensed something was amiss and whipped around, shouting, "Who are you? And what are you doing behind me?" Feigning deep contemplation, Huang Ming smiled and remarked, "Your payment password combination was quite auspicious, wasn't it?" At this, Myers grew increasingly anxious. He sprang to his feet, seizing Huang Ming by the collar. "Listen, you yellow-skinned monkey, forget everything you just saw and apologize. Otherwise, I will make you regret ever coming into this world." Although Myers was relatively tall and maintained a fitness regimen, he immediately regretted his words. It felt as if he was not gripping a mere human, but rather a beast suppressing its primal urges, and his words had inadvertently roused its ferocity. "What fuels your confidence, or has someone emboldened you to act this way?" Huang Ming spoke slowly, tightening his grip around Myers' wrist before suddenly exerting force. With a sharp crack, Myers' wrist twisted painfully, his complexion drained as he gasped in silence, clutching his wrist and convulsing on the floor. The commotion drew the attention of a nearby waiter, but Huang Ming gestured that he could handle it. He pressed lightly on Myers' neck, rendering him unconscious, and proceeded to carry the limp body outside. Not long after Huang Ming's departure, Agent Ward from Coulson's team arrived at the CAF. Finding no trace of the target, but only the computer, Ward presented his credentials to the waiter and, after learning the details, promptly accessed the surveillance footage to relay to the command center. "Sir, it was Ming who took Myers, and it appears he did so in an unfriendly manner." Fitz analyzed the footage and pulled up recordings from the surrounding streets, continuing his report to Coulson. "He has taken him to a hotel approximately 500 meters away. The rest is in my hands. Everyone else, remain vigilant and do not act rashly." After Coulson issued his command, he turned to Sky and remarked, "It seems your boyfriend is also involved. I hope the situation does not deteriorate too badly." Sky did not respond immediately, but she felt a mix of reassurance and concern regarding her boyfriend's unexpected involvement. Perhaps Chun Haoran knew Ming. After all, they were both Chinese. Coulson chose to remain silent, yearning to inform Sky that Huang Ming, having grown up in America, bore no conceivable acquaintance with Chun Haoran, who was raised in China. However, he recalled that Huang Ming had recently been associating closely with the Hung Mun, which could suggest that the organization had tasked him with something. Meanwhile, during the time it took for Coulson to arrive, Huang Ming had thrown Miles onto the large bed in the hotel room. The abrupt pain in his wrist from the impact jolted him awake with a shout. He then found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of Huang Ming, who appeared to take pleasure in his predicament. A sense of impending doom washed over Miles, as he feared for his innocence and contemplated whether he should resist. Huang Ming noticed the peculiar look in Miles's eyes and adjusted his expression, stating, "Now, tell me the location of the person who instructed you to infiltrate SHI. The extent of your suffering depends on your answer." Under the ominous aura that enveloped him after training with the Dreamstone, Miles's complexion paled further. Chapter 68. The truth. Upon hearing Huang Ming's words, Miles quickly began to calculate in his mind. The woman who had coerced him into stealing information was undoubtedly a terrorist. If he disclosed any secrets, would he be silenced? In contrast to Huang Ming, who had come alone and evidently bore a grudge, it was conceivable that he was simply a SHIELD operative. The choice between a slow demise and an immediate one was unbearable. He loathed making such decisions. Have you made up your mind, fool? Huang Ming pressed. Oh, it's Hong Kong. It's Hong Kong. Give me a map. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. I have hemorrhoids. While the initial responses satisfied Huang Ming, the final remark altered the tone entirely. At that moment, Coulson and Sky, having just reached the hotel entrance, overheard this last exclamation, causing a wave of awkwardness to wash over them. Coulson widened his eyes at Sky without uttering a word, but his meaning was clear. Is your boyfriend really into this? Sky signaled back with her eyes. How should I know? She silently reflected on their relationship, realizing they had yet to take a drive together to the kindergarten. Just as Sky's thoughts wandered into inappropriate territory, Huang Ming's voice called from within. Since you're here, come on in. The two outside shared a tacit understanding to wait a moment, hoping to avoid witnessing anything that might require them to cleanse their eyes. Sky, feeling anxious and her hands trembling, opened the door. First, let me clarify that I have no interest in this bastard, Huang Ming remarked, noticing Sky's actions. With a hint of exasperation, he added, and there's one more thing, as he picked up the box of tissues commonly found in hotel rooms and tossed it behind him with slight force. Crack. Your response has left me somewhat dissatisfied. The tissue box, empowered by Huang Ming's strength, mercilessly shattered two of Myers' ribs. The excruciating pain compelled this renowned hacker to writhe helplessly on the bed like a worm, his movements becoming increasingly frantic with each pang of agony. Amidst the wails, Huang Ming remained utterly impassive, both in expression and spirit, as he summoned a map on his phone. Indicate your location, refrain from unnecessary movements, and you may reach the hospital more swiftly. Sky gazed at Huang Ming, rendered speechless. She felt as though in the brief span of 2 days, her boyfriend had transformed into a stranger, instilling a sense of fear within her. His eyes, devoid of emotional fluctuation in the face of such cries, appeared unfamiliar, while Coulson, discreetly gripping his handgun, was engulfed by a heavy heart. How I long for Tahiti, he mused inwardly, recalling Natasha's psychological assessment of Huang Ming post the Reckoning plan, which described him as a suddenly affluent pauper, bold yet timid. However, witnessing Huang Ming's current demeanor, Coulson believed that report could be discarded. This gaze was not unfamiliar to him. He had seen it in many, most notably fury, a detachment born from having faced death. If the previous Huang Ming resembled a dull blade, he now emanated the sharpness of a finely honed sword. Help me! Help me! Myers' feeble voice shattered the silence. Yet the name he uttered ignited a flicker of danger in Huang Ming's eyes. Almost forgetting, he realized that this individual was indeed Sky's ex-boyfriend. A reunion between the current and former lover necessitated a thorough discussion. Coulson, hearing the plea, silently mourned for Myers and then earnestly advised Huang Ming, be gentle. He still holds some value. Sky attempted to voice her thoughts, but she recognized that speaking now would only lead to 3 individuals exiting the premises instead of 4. Is this truly the response you offer me? Huang Ming inquired, stepping closer. Myers, in sheer terror, recoiled despite the pain, repeatedly shouting, no, no, no. Sky! Sky! Save me! Huang Ming's fist gradually clenched, a surge of anger igniting within. He then reached for a glass, placing it before him for inspection. Believe me, you would not wish to know the quality of this glass, he remarked. Coulson, observing the scene, promptly deduced that Huang Ming's demeanor mirrored that of soldiers freshly emerged from the battlefield, struggling to suppress their murderous instincts. I'll speak. I'll speak. Myers, realizing his cries for help were futile, shouted with a quavering voice, his distress rivaling that of a tragic lover in a melodrama. He trembled, pointing to a location on the map Huang Ming had handed him. It's right here. I truly do not know what she needs this information for, I swear. You have intercepted this information, allowing an individual with extraordinary abilities to be abducted, which could lead to dire consequences. Hence, we sought you out. Coulson revealed his S.H.I.L.D. credentials, and surprisingly, this display instilled a semblance of courage in Myers. Everyone is aware of the power of truth. Rather than dwelling in the fabricated realm of lies spun by you detestable individuals, The truth is what I ought to know most profoundly, Miles proclaimed passionately, trembling as he pointed at Huang Ming. As for you, I shall expose your deeds. I will ensure the entire world is aware of the atrocities committed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Suddenly, a glass shattered against Miles's forehead, the shards and droplets of blood splattering in a grotesquely beautiful display. I apologize for disappointing you. I am not affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. Miles collapsed, his face still etched with anger, unable to transition into fear and bewilderment. Oh dear Ming, how could you? Sky was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Her boyfriend had just committed murder in the presence of a national agency officer. She began calculating the likelihood of Coulson's survival in her mind. The pompous fellow only speaks beautifully. It is all for the sake of money. Huang Ming disregarded Sky's exclamations, and Coulson, who had drawn his firearm, instead retrieved a white envelope from Miles's bag. He produced 3 bank transfer records and presented them to Sky. Behold, this is the truth behind the tide for which you have toiled. Just another hacker thriving on the sale of information. No, Sky felt a sudden buzzing in her head. The organization she had fought for was akin to other hacker groups. For years, she had endured a life akin to that of a sewer rat, living in a van, surviving on bread twice a day while evading both homeless threats and the pursuit of American cybersecurity agencies. Yet, each revelation of truth had exhilarated her, only to now discover that her efforts might have been exploited for profit and trade. At this moment, her faith truly felt shattered. Observing Sky's despondent expression, Huang Ming grasped her hand. Listen, darling, selfless contributions are rare in this world. Many actions are driven by self-interest or purely for profit. He then touched the bracelet Sky wore, applying a slight force to break it. What we can do is pursue what we love, regardless of what others may say. He embraced Sky, for a hug can alleviate most problems when your girlfriend is at a loss. However, amidst it all, a light bulb flickered. Coulson coughed to make his presence known. He turned towards Huang Ming, inquiring, "Could you let me see where that location is? What if I refuse?" "Agent Coulson," Huang Ming replied with a smile, as Coulson, standing opposite him, became acutely alert, feeling a slight dampness at his back. Nevertheless, he attempted a conciliatory tone. "I believe we can have a discussion, perhaps regarding Sky S files." Chapter 69. The awakening Sky tightened her grip on Huang Ming's arm at Coulson's words, her lineage being the pursuit she had long sought. The very reason for her fervor in unraveling the truth. Huang Ming gently patted Sky's hand, signaling her to remain calm. Then turned to Coulson. "It seems you have grasped something from my earlier words, Agent Coulson." Coulson holstered his pistol and shrugged helplessly. Assessing the psychological changes of the current subject through discourse is part of agent training. Huang Ming raised a finger to signal Coulson to pause, then earnestly remarked, "Let us simplify matters. I propose a genuine backup in exchange for coordinates. I believe you're also curious about the organization that abducted Chun Haoren." The choice of the term organization rather than individual made Coulson squint slightly, indicating that Huang Ming possessed more intelligence than he had anticipated. "Give me a moment. If you wish to return, you may catch a ride with us," Coulson warmly invited. "If your team has no objections," Huang Ming responded nonchalantly. "I doubt they will." "Simmons is eager to meet you," Coulson added, giving Huang Ming a playful wink. Upon hearing this, Sky felt a surge of anxiety. She had previously sensed that the British girl regarded Huang Ming with a distinctly different gaze. "I am quite curious about what will be said," Sky remarked with a smile, her fingers teasingly grazing Huang Ming's waist. Yet he continued to engage in jovial conversation with Coulson. If words could float through the sky at that moment, they would undoubtedly be Coulson exclaiming, "Damn it!" Meanwhile, chaos ensued aboard the bus as Coulson's team learned that Huang Ming was en route. Simmons began retreating to her room to prepare herself, while Ward donned his gear, his combat suit, designed by Fitz for Huang Ming, and his impact gauntlets, which appeared upgraded and reinforced. When they finally boarded the aircraft, they were met by the imposing figure of Ward, standing as if ready for battle. Turning to the scowling Coulson, Huang Ming jested, "Your welcome ceremony is rather unique. Do you intend to brawl with me on this plane?" Before Coulson could respond, Simmons, adorned with meticulous makeup, linked arms with Fitz and paraded in front of Huang Ming, casting him a defiant glare. Sky, observing this, was poised to confront her. Is it acceptable to provoke my boyfriend in my presence? I maintain that you and Fitz are a pair, and I wish you both well. Huang Ming's calm statement caused Fitz and Simmons to recoil as if electrified. Yet, Fitz, though retreating, frequently glanced at Simmons, his expression a mix of anxiety, joy, and anticipation. As for May, she was entirely overshadowed by Huang Ming's presence. Coulson, suppressing his irritation, approached the control panel. After a series of complex requests and permission unlocks, the identity file long pursued by Sky was finally revealed before her, accompanied by a video recording. The footage depicted a Caucasian woman placing a young Sky at the entrance of an orphanage, while the document identified her as Elizabeth, an agent of SHIELD, with level 3 clearance. Sky felt a wave of disorientation wash over her, but more prominently, she was engulfed in confusion. Who was this woman? What was her relation to her? Why had this woman appeared in her file? The woman bears no resemblance to Sky whatsoever. Could it be that this document has been altered by her? A multitude of suspicions assail her, and the truth only leads to further enigmas, leaving Sky with a sense of suffocating helplessness. I don't know what to do, she confesses, turning to embrace Huang Ming tightly. However, upon learning the truth, she finds no relief as she had anticipated. Huang Ming holds her closely, gently caressing her back. It's all right, it's all right. I will stand by you until we unravel the entire truth. At this moment, Huang Ming is also pondering how to locate Sky's father. Only by finding this man can the mysteries be unraveled, allowing Sky to feel whole again. Aside from Coulson and May, the others had already been dismissed when Coulson requested the data, informed that the upcoming content was beyond their clearance. Thus, seeing Sky in such a state of sorrow raises significant questions. Of course, while Simmons has accepted this reality, encountering it in person still feels strange. Yet, just as Huang Ming had mentioned earlier, in a brief moment outside, she reflected on who had truly been by her side all along. Forgive my interruption, but I have done what I needed to do, Coulson states as he steps aside from the control panel, gesturing for Huang Ming to input the coordinates they just acquired. Beep. There's an old Chinese saying, it's dark under the lamp. It appears this group is quite adept at their game. The coordinates reveal that Chun Howard remains in Hong Kong and has not been abducted abroad. Investigations indicate he is located at a biotechnology research institution. Immediately contact Agent Ward and apply for a permit to enter Hong Kong. Remember to be polite, Coulson instructs. Ward nods and turns to leave. But just as he reaches the door, Coulson calls out, wait, let May handle this. She is more familiar with it and can communicate better. Ward, you head to the plane and adjust the flight path. Science team, prepare the necessary equipment. Fireproof suits would be ideal, as our target is an enhanced individual. Once Coulson has sorted everything, he gives Huang Ming an encouraging glance before returning to his office to prepare. Huang Ming then pulls out his phone and calls Uncle Zhang. Hello, is this Uncle Zhang? It's me, Ming. Yes, I need to trouble you with something. Could you have the brothers check an address I'll send you shortly? And could you have a few of them keep an eye on it? All right, rest assured. It's not a mission that puts their lives at risk, just surveillance. After concluding his tasks, Huang Ming finds a suitable spot to close his eyes and rest. After all, he has slept for less than 4 hours since yesterday. And considering the trials within the Dreamstone, it is remarkable that he still has the energy to manage these matters. Sky notices the fatigue in his eyes and quietly rests her head on his shoulder. Meanwhile, at the Ruby Karate Dojo in Hell's Kitchen, New York, as night approaches, Lu Zhan and Wang Gang lead a group of brothers from the Hongmen Society, gradually surrounding their intended target. The ninjas of the Hand Association have also sensed the twilight, where birds take to the sky, rendering the evening a foreboding one, perhaps even a night of peril. The newly illuminated street lamps, the hurried pedestrians returning home, and the bustling cargo ships at the port of New York all juxtapose the ninjas gradually gathering in the shadows, and those perched above observing the black-clad, dual-bladed ninjas, who watch Lu Zhan emerge from the sunset. This so-called twilight, a moment of ominous transformation, foretells an unsettled night for both New York and Hong Kong. Chapter 70. Chun-Howren, many exceptionally gifted individuals yearn to showcase their abilities, much like a child eager to share a new toy with friends. Some even hope to profit from their talents. For instance, Chun-Howren, who, after nearly incinerating his apartment, contemplated achieving fame through his newfound pyromancy. Regrettably, he found himself registered on SHIELD's watch list. This organization, devoted to safeguarding global security, adopts a strategy of monitoring uncertain individuals like Chun-Howren after thorough assessment. While their intentions are noble and their goals commendable, SHIELD's approach is far from pleasing. Thus, under the guidance of his new friend, Reina, a black woman who exudes a hint of Eastern charm in her qipao, he resolutely overturned the table, exclaiming, "To hell with SHIELD. I shall become the blazing hero, a superhero destined for renown." With such a gift, he believed he should not be subjected to such indignities. However, this young man evidently overlooked the ancestral wisdom that warns, "No pie falls from the sky, nor does one offer kindness without ulterior motives." Amidst the amplification of the crisis virus, Chun-Howren revels in showcasing his fiery abilities within the laboratory, intoxicated by the surging power coursing through his veins. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Reina converses with the project leader, Dr. Anna, regarding Chun-Howren. "What do you think about our blazing hero?" Reina's tone drips with playful sarcasm, captivated only by the secrets that dwell within him. The adaptability to the crisis virus is remarkable, and the overheating properties within his body have stabilized, Dr. Anna remarked incredulously. "Can we ascertain the reason?" "Currently, we can only confirm that his platelets are the reason he remains unharmed by his own flames. Further investigation will require time. There is no time to lose. Extract his platelets immediately. We may have already compromised our position," Reina declared, pressing the button for the calming spray, observing the suddenly disoriented Chun-Howren. "The game of playing superhero is over, boy." Reina's smile left Dr. Anna feeling alarmed. "Boss called us over here to stake out for what purpose?" inquired a yellow-haired, sharp-featured thug, his voice loud and ingratiating. He secretly lamented the lost opportunity for a late-night massage, instead finding himself in this desolate place, exposed to the elements. "Just watch and keep your mouth shut," came the reply. The individual known as Nangu, referred to by the yellow-haired man, possesses striking handsomeness. With long hair cascading down as he leans against the railing by the roadside, indulging in a cigarette while the night breeze envelopes him. This is the epitome of a charming rogue. After finishing his conversation with the yellow-haired man, Chun-Howren extinguished his cigarette and continued to instruct his subordinates accompanying him that evening. "Keep a close watch. If you perform well, breakfast is on me tomorrow, and a massage tonight. Long live Nangu." Meanwhile, Huang Ming and his companions had just arrived in Hong Kong, where the square-faced agent Guan awaited them outside the airport. After exchanging pleasantries with Carlson and the others, he refrained from speaking directly to Huang Ming. Instead, as he turned away, he extended his index, middle, and thumb fingers, forming a right angle directed downwards, resembling the Chinese character for person. Huang Ming was taken aback upon witnessing this gesture, which signifies person in the triad's traditional greeting of heaven, earth, and man. He was further astonished to discover that Agent Guan had infiltrated the SHIELD organization, which quelled his initial plan to split up. With an ally present, he felt reassured. Soon, the group arrived at the laboratory's location, where Agent Guan, while driving past Chun-Howren, rolled down his window and tossed a pack of cigarettes. "This is my informant," he remarked, simultaneously explaining to Carlson inside the vehicle. Hownan received the cigarettes and, placing his fingers to his lips, let out a sharp whistle before leading his subordinates away. However, he took a detour to the back in trance to maintain surveillance. As the cigarette pack bore the message, "Don't run, there's a tail." The defense here was governed by a computer system, necessitating someone to breach its security. Carlson promptly turned to assign tasks to his team, selecting Ward and F to infiltrate and compromise the system, while he may. And Agent Guan would lead the effort to extract the individuals inside. "Sir, it seems the defense system has been disabled," Ward announced, pointing at the fully open door. Coulson felt a wave of frustration wash over him, but chose silence, signaling his team to advance. The initiative had already been lost. But the mission's objective could not be abandoned. Regardless of Huang Ming's intentions, Chung Haonan could not be allowed to be taken. On the other hand, Huang Ming did not require such complications. He directly led Sky into the facility, instructing her to disable the defense system. Simultaneously, he inserted the remote control program disk for Sarufal, effectively taking over the laboratory systems. Aside from downloading experimental data, he intended to siphon off the financial assets as well. And he also claimed the equipment within. Locate that individual, my dear, he requested, in the central laboratory on the 3rd floor, but his condition seems precarious. I will send a route to you. Sky quickly obtained the location through surveillance and transmitted the path to Huang Ming's wrist-mounted smart computer. Excellent. But I have a faster route. Huang Ming praised his girlfriend's capabilities. However, calculating the time, he feared that Chung Haonan might soon be drained of his platelets, and he did not wish to wait for an explosion. Thus, he crouched low, channeling his rage into his legs. Boom! The tiles of the laboratory shattered violently, and Huang Ming, akin to a drill, broke through 2 floors, arriving directly at the entrance of the central laboratory on the 3rd floor. The tremendous noise startled the recently escaped Reina and Dr. Anna, leading them to wonder if SHLD had employed explosives to breach the premises. Yet, they had little time to ponder as the frenzied Chun Haoran seized the doomsday virus from the table, injecting it into his own body once more, and pursued Reina and Anna relentlessly. His ability to control fire remained, but this time the flames no longer favored him. Enduring the agony of burns, he finally cornered Reina and her companion in the hallway. You should not have deceived me. No. I can heal you. Trust me. Dr. Anna, left by Reina as a human shield, desperately pleaded with Chun Haoran, utterly shocked that Reina would abandon her as well. I don't care. I just want you both dead. Chun Haoran, now fully consumed by madness and despair, disregarded her pleas, enduring excruciating pain as he clasped his hands together, summoning a massive fireball. The fireball surged towards them, igniting Dr. Anna's clothing before it even reached the high temperature, prompting her to scream in desperation while silently praying for divine intervention. However, instead of a deity, Huang Ming appeared before her, dispersing the fireball with a single punch. I'm sorry, but I cannot allow you to kill this person, for she is now my employee. Chapter 71. Taking Action. Bang. Dr. Anna gazed incredulously at the man before her, who had effortlessly sent Chun Haoran flying with just one blow. Instantly, she felt that her research might indeed be successful, but then the man mentioned her being his employee. Did that come with benefits? Excuse me, may I ask, no formalities? You should address me as boss. Because 30 seconds ago, the ownership of this laboratory transferred to me. Huang Ming turned to interrupt Anna's words and, disregarding her astonished expression, struck her down with a swift move. He then bound her with ropes, tying one into a water pipe and discarding her downwards, where Chung Haonan and others were already waiting to take over. Once this task was completed, Huang Ming let out a sigh of relief. The progress for the night had reached 50%, which meant he was not at a loss. Next, he needed to ensure that the bastard did not self-destruct. After losing the best means to suppress the doomsday virus within him due to the extraction of platelets, Chun Haoran faced a grim fate. If he did not restrain himself, he would soon become nothing more than fireworks. You almost died. Chun Haoran, who had been repelled by Huang Ming, found himself back in the central laboratory, colliding with Coulson and others. Ward, in a provocative manner, further agitated Chun Haoran's nerves. Don't move, SHIELD. Agent. This completely enraged Chun Haoran, who believed that his downfall was the fault of SHIELD. Is this charred figure truly Chun Haoran? Coulson could not refrain from inquiring Melinda, yet the dream gun in his hand was already primed, while Ward signaled from the other side, indicating his readiness for tactical cover. Suddenly, an idea struck Melinda, prompting her to shout at Chun Haoran. Chun, if you continue like this, there will be no chance for a comeback. The unexpected utterance in Cantonese caused Chun Haoran to momentarily pause. I want to be a good person, but you leave me with no opportunity. I am not here to make a comeback. I am walking the straight path." After declaring this, another fireball exploded against the equipment where Melinda was hiding, accompanied by her agonized scream from the burns. "Does this mean he has agreed to cease?" Coulson jested. "Indeed, he wishes to invite you for tea." Melinda replied with an eye roll. Subsequently, she seized an object nearby and hurled it at Chun Howren. With flames erupting from his palm, incinerated the thrown water pipe. Seizing the moment, Ward unleashed a peculiar cry, rolling tactically behind Chun Howren to unleash a strike with his impact gauntlets, directly targeting Chun Howren's back. Bang! Chun Howren, reacting just in time despite his severely burned right hand, enveloped his fist in flames and met Ward's punch head-on. Nevertheless, the force of the impact gauntlet pushed him back several steps, distorting his right hand beyond recognition. Coulson immediately surged forward, raising his weapon to empty the entire magazine at once. Boom! A wall of fire erupted from Chun Howren's back, intercepting all the bullets. Then, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as the fire wall swirled around him, transforming into a fiery vortex. Amidst Chun Howren's excruciating screams, the fire vortex erupted, unleashing a torrent of flames, the searing heat palpable. Ward, caught in close proximity, had no choice but to endure the onslaught, while Coulson was desperately dragged back by Melinda. The two took refuge behind a remaining fire-resistant shield, barely withstanding the lethal flames. Moments later, the scene was engulfed in steaming white smoke, revealing a figure charred by the flames at the center. "Agent Ward, are you all right? Please respond." "Agent Ward." "Sir, I'm fine, just a bit thirsty." Coulson hastily confirmed Ward's safety, relieved to hear his weak response, as he did not wish to lose an exemplary team member over such a mission. At this juncture, Agent Quan, having resolved matters on other floors, arrived on the scene. After confirming there were no casualties, he cautiously approached the motionless Chun Howren. Just as he reached out to ascertain the man's condition, Chun Howren's eyes suddenly widened, revealing a pair of fiery red eyes filled with hatred dye. Flames erupted abruptly, and before anyone could react, Chun Howren's hand was already at Agent Quan's chest, the flames piercing through clothing and scorching the surface of his skin. Bang! Just as Coulson believed Agent Quan was doomed, a figure appeared beside him, delivering a powerful kick that sent Chun Howren crashing against the wall, fracturing him upon impact. As he lay on the ground in pieces, the savior remarked, "No need to thank me, brother. Just be more careful next time." At this moment, Huang Ming's voice resonated in the ears of the still frightened Agent Guan. He then crouched beside Chun Howren, gazing into his unwilling eyes, and slowly said, "I can truly empathize with your feelings, for I was once in a similar predicament. However, I can assure you that that woman will not live for long." Upon hearing this, Chun Howren strained to extend his relatively intact hand toward Huang Ming, but before he could even touch his shoes, it fell limply to the ground. Huang Ming sighed, gently closed Chun Howren's open eyes with his hands, and then retrieved a bag to carefully gather everything together, while placing the fragments of flesh into another bag. "I'm sorry, Ming, but I cannot allow you to take this," Coulson said with a resolute tone. Yet, Huang Ming paid him no mind, continuing his actions as he prepared to carry Chun Howren away from the laboratory. Melinda and Ward obstructed his path, prompting Huang Ming to glance at them. "Last time, I showed you leniency, but this time I will not easily back down. I do not wish to be your enemy." "Ming!" Ward exclaimed, activating his impact gauntlets, while Melinda aimed her gun at Huang Ming, and Coulson similarly readied his weapon from behind. Only Agent Guan held his gun at a subtle angle, targeting both Huang Ming and Melinda. "However, your actions have already dictated the course of events. The SHIELD truly exudes an air of dominance." Huang Ming loosened his grip on the bag, and in an instant, a fiery rage ignited within him. A tremendous force shattered the ground, as an overwhelming pressure descended upon them. Melinda and Ward were directly forced to the ground, while Coulson, albeit slightly further away, hunched over as if burdened with an enormous weight. With a thunderous roar, a single strike left Melinda and Ward feeling as if several bones had shattered, prompting Coulson to fire a shot. Huang Ming sidestepped and, in a surge of fury, charged forward, pressing his hand against Coulson's face and forcefully driving him into the ground, causing an explosion of rage around Coulson that created a small crater. For the sake of your goodness, I shall only inflict serious injury this time. Huang Ming's words floated into Coulson's ears, but they were soon drowned out by Ward's agonizing scream, which became the last sound Coulson heard before losing consciousness. Chapter 72. The platelets acquired after dealing with Coulson and his team, Huang Ming made his way downstairs to meet Chung Haonan, passing the bag to him. Chung Haonan initially thought Huang Ming was being courteous, arriving with a gift, and was about to open it when Huang Ming pressed his hand down, saying, "Perhaps it is best not to open it. Inside lies a brother who deserves a proper burial. Please assist in purchasing a memorial tablet." "Rest assured," Chung Haonan replied, now with a serious expression. He had not anticipated that the night's operation would be so perilous. Seeing their brother in such a state filled him with a profound respect. However, he did not forget the earlier task. The woman got in her car, and I have already installed a tracker. The vehicle is prepared for you. Huang Ming's earpiece then relayed Sky's voice. "I am now sending you the route map of the target, along with their real-time location." "Oh my! I have begun to relish this exhilarating experience, my dear." Upon noticing the red dot flashing on his wristwatch, Huang Ming remarked to Sky, "It is delightful to hear you say so. There will be ample opportunities for you to indulge in this in the future." "Thank you, and I appreciate all your hard work, my brothers. Tomorrow's morning tea is on me," Huang Ming declared, as he emphatically placed a stack of Hong Kong dollars into Chung Haonan's hands, refusing to allow any objections. "Do not decline. I mean no ill will. I shall remember this favor, and you may reach out to me once you are in America." With that, he boarded the vehicle prepared by Chung Haonan, carrying a cylindrical device. "Truly, I appreciate your assistance, brother," he said as he settled into the car. The voice of Agent Guan immediately resonated from the driver's seat, catching Huang Ming off guard. However, Agent Guan merely smiled and explained, "Those youngsters lacked the requisite skills, and I feared it would hinder your mission, hence my personal involvement." Without hesitation, Huang Ming placed the wristwatch on the dashboard for Agent Guan's inspection. After a mere glance, Agent Guan devised the latest route. "Buckle up," he instructed, pressing the accelerator to propel them directly toward Reina's location. He was determined to secure the blood platelets of Chun Haoran, as it might enable Maya to create a new generation of the Doomsday virus. "Oh, by the way, if you proceed in this manner, won't S.H.L.D." Huang Ming suddenly recalled Agent Guan's other identity and felt an inkling of concern. Yet, Agent Guan interrupted his thoughts with a chuckle. "After tonight, I shall retire. In the days to come, I will simply enjoy driving and take care of myself." "Enough of that. I understand," Huang Ming replied, feeling that such joyous matters are best savored in silence. The more he listened, the more uneasy he became, culminating in a sudden realization that prompted him to interrupt Agent Guan's musings about the causal weaponry. "My goodness, we haven't even reached our target yet, and already we face such formidable challenges." A sense of foreboding washed over him regarding the impending events, just as he pondered how to navigate this predicament. Agent Guan's serious voice cut through his thoughts. "I see the target vehicle. It is parked by the dock." Following Agent Guan's direction, Huang Ming spotted Reina in the distance, carrying equipment as she approached a ship. Without waiting for Agent Guan to come to a complete stop, he kicked open the car door, fueled by fury, and charged forward. The vehicle reacted violently, as if struck by a massive cannon, spinning out of control until Agent Guan regained command of the steering wheel. Yet, Huang Ming's advance showed no signs of abating. As he gauged the distance, his fury surged through him, and with a display of combat prowess, he leaped forward like a projectile, landing directly in Reina's path, effectively obstructing her route to the ship. Reina, oblivious to her adversary, disregarded the vessel Huang Ming had just exited and commanded her accompanying personnel. Opened fire. The sound of automatic rifles erupted, bullets raining down like a storm, enveloping Huang Ming in a relentless barrage of gunfire. The flickering flames illuminated Reina's face, revealing a cruel smile that bore the satisfaction of a hunter watching its prey perish before its eyes. Upon hearing the gunfire, Agent Guan immediately activated his vehicle, flooring the accelerator as he hurtled towards Reina and her entourage, skillfully steering with one hand while brandishing a gun out of the window. He fired repeatedly to suppress their movements, attempting to divert their attention. In response, Reina swiftly retrieved a grenade from her subordinate, disengaged the safety, and hurled it towards Agent Guan. At that moment, a violent rush of wind surged past her ears, and she realized, to her horror, that one of her subordinates had been struck down. The grenade had veered off course, merely flipping Agent Guan's vehicle and rendering others unconscious from the shockwave. How utterly decisive. Thankfully, my quick reflexes averted a disaster. Huang Ming, tearing off his clothing, was relieved that he had cleverly protected his modesty. Otherwise, he would have been running around in the nude. The silvery sheen of metal glimmered across his body, and the instant Reina commanded the attack, he unleashed his divine prowess. Observing that strength was futile, Reina signaled her subordinates to lower their weapons. Do you possess such formidable power solely for the sake of avenging Chitauri? If I were to affirm that, how would you feel? Huang Ming did not falter, continuing to advance towards Reina. A burly man stepped forward to intercept him, but Huang Ming's response was lightning fast. With a swift grasp and twist, the man collapsed to the ground with a resounding crack. If that is indeed the case, you are squandering your innate gifts. With such power, I could elevate you to perfection. Reina intaist Huang Ming, raising the device in her hand. Chitauri merely failed to adapt to the enhancements of the serum, yet you possess greater strength and can undoubtedly endure it. Consider Captain America and Iron Man. They owe their positions to technological prowess. You, however, are uniquely gifted, capable of surpassing them effortlessly and ensuring your name echoes throughout the world. Huang Ming halted, feeling an urge to laugh at Reina's words. Iron Man? He was quite familiar with him. Captain America? A comrade in the Battle of New York, no less. To evoke such examples before me is rather absurd. This is akin to discussing the Qing dynasty's history in front of Pai. Yet, seeing Huang Ming pause, Reina believed she had struck a chord and felt elated. Envisioning her new experimental subject, I have even thought of a name for you. Frenzied Blade Hero. It suits you perfectly. Huh. Thank you for your goodwill. But I truly have no interest, Huang Ming retorted, and in a heartbeat, he struck Reina's abdomen with a powerful punch. Blood and internal fragments erupted from her mouth, and Huang Ming seized the platelets from her grasp. He immediately twisted open the device to examine it, relieved to find several vials of platelets intact. Just as he intended to make his exit, a soft click echoed, and Huang Ming leaped out. To his astonishment, Reina had activated another grenade. Moreover, this woman, fueled by an unknown strength, lunged to seize the platelet storage device, pressing the bottom switch and managing to reclaim a vial. A resounding explosion erupted as a grenade detonated, shattering the blood platelet test tube in Huang Ming's hand. He meticulously placed the remaining 2 tubes into the storage device he had brought along. Meanwhile, the severely injured Reina, astonishingly, took advantage of the ensuing chaos to escape onto the ship. Left with no choice, Huang Ming hoisted the valiant Agent Guan, who had just exhibited remarkable bravery, onto his back and began the arduous journey back, feeling grateful that he had interrupted Agent Guan earlier. Otherwise, the situation would have been far more dire than mere unconsciousness. Chapter 73. Lu Zhan and Matt on this moonless night often deemed a time for treachery and violence, although the winds were not particularly fierce. Hell's Kitchen was destined to witness a significant bloodbath. Following Huang Ming's assurances and intelligence, half of the capable men from the Hongmen Loyal and Righteous Society mobilized en masse. While the majority accompanied Wang Gang to the New York docks, a contingent followed Lu Zhan, not to bolster the fight, but to assist in evacuating children. Lu Zhan, sword in hand, strolled leisurely along the path, occasionally observing the surroundings. He had often heard tales of the eerie stillness that enveloped Hell's Kitchen at night, and now he grasped the reality of those stories. However, his companions found the absence of any gangsters or ruffians peculiar. They had ventured out with the esteemed figure and saw it as an excellent opportunity to hone their skills. I say, have you heard the stories from around here? A rather mundane individual could not help but interject, eagerly awaiting a response, as if reluctant to proceed without acknowledgement. Uft. Who doesn't know about the Chun malarkey? A companion with a mohawk scoffed, and as he drew the attention of the group, he smugly adjusted his coat and declared, "Let me tell you. The rumor goes that there exists a red devil who mysteriously appears in Hell's Kitchen at night, elusive and voraciously plundering the fortunes of others. Yet, the inhabitants of this area, having analyzed the numerous appearances of the red devil, discovered that by exercising caution between 9 and 10 p.m., the likelihood of an encounter diminished significantly." As he finished speaking, a slow, ominous voice pierced the air. It is precisely 9:30 p.m. The suddenness of the voice caused the hairs on the backs of their necks to rise, but they soon dismissed it. What could a devil possibly do against the might of Guan Eryi? They had ventured out after paying their respects to him. They had powerful figures backing them. A chivalrous person, perhaps? Lu Zhan, overhearing the conversation behind him, naturally dismissed the notion of a red devil, concluding it could merely be an individual clad in red garments, acting heroically. Yet, he pondered, if they were agile, it would be commendable. If not, it would be a fool's errand. At that moment, an entity brushed past Lu Zhan's perception. Though swift, it was immediately apprehended by Lu Zhan's keen instincts. A chat aura surgé de fort, and upon sensing no ill intent from the figure, he withdrew. Truly, the arrival of the devil was uncanny. The red devil, although Lu Zhan chose to disregard him. Matt could swear that for a fleeting moment, he truly felt the hand of death caressing his neck. The aura emanating from Lu was far more terrifying than that of Mastergon. It felt as if his body would be pierced and torn apart in the next instant. Even now, Matt was drenched in cold sweat, his breath quickening and his limbs growing weak. Oh God, who could that possibly be? A monster? Matt muttered to himself, haunted by memories of his childhood that had bestowed upon him a heightened sensitivity far beyond that of ordinary individuals. In his perception, Lu Zhan was akin to a sword soaring into the sky, its lethal energy enveloping nearly half the block. After regaining his composure, he bit down on his tongue, using the pain to sharpen his focus and continue to follow. No matter what Lu Zhan intended to do, such terrifying power was truly catastrophic for an ordinary person. Matt was determined to intervene as much as possible, especially since Lu had not yet struck, indicating that dialogue was still an option. Fortuitously, Matt's profession demanded considerable eloquence, and he fancied himself more articulate than even Iron Man in that respect. After a few minutes, Lu Zhan halted before the Jade Sparrow Martial Arts Hall. As indicated by Huang Ming, he carefully sensed the atmosphere within and indeed detected numerous faint, panicked auras, alongside the cold presence of many ninjas and the lingering energy of that earlier individual. The members of the Hung men who had followed him obeyed his command, retreating several dozen meters to await his signal to enter and rescue the captives. What was his intention? A firefight? Matt speculated from the rear. Though invisible to him, he could clearly hear Lu Zhan and his entourage come to a stop, while a more ominous energy surged from further ahead. But soon, he would discover the truth. Lu Zhan did not knock. Instead, he unsheathed his sword. The 3-foot blade emitted a melodious hum, its tip aimed directly at the Jade Sparrow Martial Arts Hall, its unmatched sharpness charging forth. In an instant, the darkness surrounding the hall began to warp, and numerous ninjas materialized, including several clad in crimson. Yet, the most striking was the dark red ninja standing at the center, adorned in lightweight armor. What in the world was happening? At that moment, Matt fervently wished for the ability to see. Surveillance was proving quite challenging. However, if he were to reveal himself to both factions, he might very well be the first to perish. Thus, he could only stealthily advance, intent on uncovering what the two groups were vying for. "Leave this place, you Chinese, or perish here," barked the armored ninja, his voice cold and brimming with malice. Yet Lu Zhan paid him no heed. Instead, he took a half-step back, drawing his sword slightly, before transitioning from a backward bow stance to a forward one, executing a straightforward thrust. With a sudden flourish, the armored ninja led the charge, and a throng of ninjas unsheathed their blades, descending upon Lu Zhan in a swarm. Several Hung men disciples nearly rushed to assist, but they soon witnessed what might be the most exquisite swordplay of their lives. A brilliant silver sword energy erupted like a waterfall in an instant, engulfing all the ninjas within its embrace. At that moment, several disciples of the Huang Ming could only think of a phrase: sword energy spanning 30,000 miles. A single sword's gleam chilling 19 provinces. To their astonishment, this description was indeed a reality. In the blink of an eye, the ninjas vanished like mercury flowing over the ground, leaving behind a trail of black ash and a straight, cleaved fissure leading to the entrance of the martial arts hall. "Ah, so this is the explanation for being encircled by just one of you," remarked the Mohican-headed brother, adjusting his chin, suddenly realizing that this was the signal Lu Zhan had mentioned. He quickly beckoned his comrades to rush into the hall to rescue those in peril. The formidable deity had already been vanquished, leaving only trivial matters like the removal of a front tooth. "After watching for so long, come out," Lu Zhan called out, glancing at the place where Matt was hiding, simultaneously retracting his sword to signal his lack of hostility. Of course, he was not concerned about any other actions Matt might take. Without hesitation, Matt leapt down from the rooftop. Hello. May I inquire what you are here for tonight?" The closer he approached Lu Zhan, the more he felt an overwhelming dread. If his perception were an alarm, it would be ringing at the volume and duration of an air raid siren. "You will find out shortly. We are not up to any mischief." If anyone else had uttered those words, Matt would have certainly dealt them a blow first. Everyone in Hell's Kitchen claimed they were not engaged in wrongdoing, merely at work. Yet, when Lu Zhan spoke, Matt believed him, for he understood that Lu Zhan had no reason to lie, especially to someone he could easily eliminate. Though he was reluctant, Matt held this conviction firmly in his heart. Chapter 74. Matt's arrival. Not long after, Matt sensed a commotion ahead, a sudden surge of chaotic and somewhat fearful breaths. His seasoned instincts quickly led him to the conclusion that a group of children had appeared before him. He tightened his grip on the stick in his hand, preparing for confrontation should the situation escalate. "Lower your guard. We are here to take these children away tonight." Lu Zhan felt Matt's body tense beside him, ready for battle at any moment. "Where do you intend to take these children?" Matt pressed in a low voice, momentarily disregarding Lu Zhan's formidable strength. Perhaps the sight of these innocent children emboldened him. "To where they belong. Those with homes shall return home, and those without shall find shelter," Lu Zhan responded, surprised by the number of children he had anticipated might be involved. He had not expected nearly 100 children, all appearing to be under the age of 8. Matt received the answer but remained unconvinced. Children without homes should be placed in orphanages. They are not tools. His distrust of everyone in Hell's Kitchen bubbled to the surface, causing him to speak with an urgency that raised his voice, prompting a frown from Lu Zhan. Why did this man have to meddle so much? One of the Huang Ming disciples could no longer contain himself, retorting, "Why do you care so much, you big man? Which orphanage can accommodate so many children? Is it one that your family owns?" The recent economic hardships rendered Matt speechless. He yearned to contest the welfare system of the United States, yet was acutely aware of the multitude of children involved. The prospect of relying on conventional means, aligned with the efficiency of the American government, seemed daunting. Left with no retort, he was urged to step aside, as it was late and the children needed their rest. Observing Matt's silence, the Mohican hurled another insult, deriding him as a red devil and lamenting his inability to engage in witty banter. Realizing his misstep, he admonished Matt to be more aware of potential dangers, lest the children be harmed. In silence, Matt turned and ascended to the rooftop, feeling a profound sense of injury. As a renowned blind lawyer, it was disheartening to be outmatched by a mere thug. This severely tarnished his professional reputation, prompting him to resolve to eliminate all gang members he encountered, including those simply out for a late-night snack who dared to use foul language. What kind of example would that set for the children? Meanwhile, he silently vowed to investigate the situation further, astonished by the presence of so many children in Hell's Kitchen. The following day, after a night of relentless effort, Wang Gang finally found a moment to breathe. After reuniting with the children he had rescued alongside Lu Zhan, the total number reached 200, with 80 being Chinese and the majority Asian, predominantly homeless. Nevertheless, the members of the Huang Ming still harbored deep resentment towards the Hehe society. Although they were all involved in the underworld, the sanctity of children was a line not to be crossed. The Hehe Society's audacious actions were alarming, and this was only the tip of the iceberg. Consequently, Uncle Zhang ordered a thorough purge of Hehe Society members within their territory and decided to report the matter to authorities back home. What happened? Lu Zhan inquired as he approached Wang Gang about the previous night's events. Wang Gang, his voice hoarse and weary, replied, "Two brothers were injured, but everyone else is fine. The children have been settled, and this afternoon we will take them for medical checkups. Uncle Zhang intends to establish a school for them." "A school? Here?" Lu Zhan asked, skepticism evident in his tone. Indeed, unbelievable as it may seem, but that is Zhang's decision. Wang Gang shared his own reservations about the feasibility of school in Hell's Kitchen, questioning the potential for academic success and the inherent challenges of attracting students. Uncle Zhang insisted that the root of the issues in the area stemmed from a lack of education, and he was determined to rectify this. This notion piqued Lu Zhan's interest, prompting him to pause before continuing. "What about Huang Ming's situation?" "Oh, he's in Hong Kong tidying up some loose ends. He'll be flying back tonight, claiming he has a surprise for us at Hong Min," Wang Gang replied before rising to dismiss further inquiries. Fatigue overtaking him as he hurried back to his room for much-needed rest. Lu Zhan understood and returned to his own quarters, preparing for his customary meditation and training, only to be interrupted by a notification that a foreigner wearing sunglasses sought him out. Perplexed, Lu Zhan recalled that he had only recently arrived in America and was unfamiliar with anyone, yet the memory of the previous night's encounter with the Red Devil surfaced. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he was indeed met by Matt, the very individual from the night prior. "Hello, may I inquire about your purpose for seeking me?" "Oh, greetings. I am Matt. Pardon my intrusion. I merely wish to know how the children are faring." Matt spoke with a hint of nervousness and urgency. However, his demeanor left a favorable impression on Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan pulled out a chair and sat down. "You may call me Lu. The children have calmed down. We plan to take them for a checkup this afternoon. If you are concerned, you are welcome to accompany us." This offer made Matt feel somewhat embarrassed. No. I can place my trust in the Homan's approach, especially with you involved, correct?" Matt's words elicited a chuckle from Lu Zhan. "Why is that? We have only met twice." Matt removed his glasses, revealing his tightly shut eyes, and solemnly stated, "I lost my sight due to an accident in my childhood. Yet I gained a heightened sense of perception. My mentor once said that the eyes can be deceived, but the mind cannot. You have an admirable teacher, who has also nurtured an exceptional student," Lu Zhan complimented. Subsequently, Matt confided in him about his profession as a lawyer, expressing his intent to continue investigating similar matters. And he hoped Lu Zhan would keep him informed of any future actions so he could assist. Lu Zhan did not decline Matt's request and revealed that the mastermind behind it all was the Shoha Society. This revelation astonished Matt, as his connection with Master Gongso indicated that he would eventually confront the Shoha Society. Remarkably, he had found a partner in this endeavor, one of substantial influence. He promptly decided to return and meticulously organize the information he had gathered to facilitate deeper cooperation with Lu Zhan. Meanwhile, Huang Ming encountered an individual he was currently reluctant to see, Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D., upon receiving reports from his subordinates. He hastily rushed over to assess Agent Coulson's condition. He could not allow him to be killed again shortly after his resurrection. He personally brought a team of tactical agents to ensure precautionary measures were in place. "Now, can you explain why you employed such excessive force?" Fury demanded, pointing at Ward, who was missing a hand, while questioning Huang Ming. Chapter 75. The Mad Doctor Huang Ming observed the tactical team members standing behind Fury and the two stationed outside the door. Indeed, there were more than just these four, as agents were also positioned on the rooftop and below, including the familiar presence of Sentinel. This indicated that they were part of an elite tactical unit. "It's quite simple. I was acting in self-defense. They were the ones who brandished weapons at me." His assured and innocent tone almost provoked a laugh from Fury. "Is your notion of self-defense capable of severing a hand, breaking a spine, inflicting severe concussions?" If Huang Ming could perceive Fury's thoughts, he would undoubtedly affirm, "Yes. And sometimes it even results in death. That is because you attempted to forcibly seize dangerous items." Fury spoke loudly, his breath becoming heavy, and his single eye widened to its fullest, conveying to others that he was now entirely consumed by anger. His long leather coat billowed with his fury, enhancing his imposing presence. It was merely a corpse, and a cremated one at that. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to apprehend you? You may test that, Director. With that declaration, two of Fury's team members immediately leveled their weapons at Huang Ming's forehead, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. The agents outside, alerted by the commotion, readied their weapons, with both floors poised for combat, awaiting Fury's command. Do you genuinely think you can stand against S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury found himself growing calm. Since their reunion, Huang Ming's disdain had unsettled him. He was also curious about how a person could transform so drastically in such a short span. Had this young man participated in intense warfare in the Middle East? It was not a matter of confrontation. Rather, it was a realization that I should assert my own views. Huang Ming was acutely aware of his current strength. In a one-on-one scenario, none present could escape unscathed. Yet when it came to resources and technological reserves, S.H.I. undeniably outclassed him by several leagues. It was best to clarify positions and demonstrate resolve. I will not provoke you, nor shall you disturb me. Let us coexist in peace and tranquility. That hardly resembles a stance. It sounds more like a challenge from a young wolf to an elder wolf. Fury dismissed such notions as mere rhetoric about claiming one's voice. In his eyes, Huang Ming merely sought greater power, having grown stronger. Huang Ming did not directly answer Fury's question. He merely cast a significant glance at him before departing from Ward's hospital room. The agents at the door made no attempt to stop him. And as Fury watched Huang Ming leave, a sense of unease stirred within him. This world had indeed become increasingly inscrutable. Just hours before arriving in Hong Kong, he had received news of a deranged, streaking doctor from England. When he perused the detailed report, he discovered it was the infamous Dr. Eric, who could, in some respects, be considered a relative of Thor. Cursing under his breath, he dispatched personnel to escort the doctor to a rehabilitation facility and ensure his protection, while also inquiring what films or religions had recently influenced him. Huang Ming had also received the news of the streaking doctor, which Sky had shared as a piece of amusing news during her browsing. This unexpected development had disrupted Huang Ming's plans. He had initially thought that Earth would not quickly re-establish connections with Asgard. He intended to manage the Hand Association and explore ways to deal with the Dark Dimension. But now it seemed he would embark on an actual journey to Asgard. Thus, he canceled his flight to America and called Sky. Hey, darling, would you like to meet Thor? He also placed an order with a local swordsmith in London for a two-handed sword, two one-handed swords, and a set of knightly armor. This time in Hong Kong, he felt quite out of sorts without any weapons. Returning to the United Kingdom, it is unwise to directly summon the armor repository, lest international disputes arise to vex him, or rather, to vex Tony. Ultimately, Tony would turn around and irritate him, resulting in a similar fate. It would be more prudent to make arrangements in advance. After all, the might of the dollar is undeniable. Upon learning that she would be meeting the mighty Thor, Sky exclaimed with excitement, "Really? Where's he? Should I change into something more vintage?" I suggested that she ought to book 2 plane tickets to London as swiftly as possible. Huang Ming found himself perplexed by Sky's enthusiasm. After all, he was merely an extraterrestrial, while his boyfriend boasted Titan heritage. Yet, in the realm of Eurasian aesthetic distinctions, Huang Ming found himself at a loss for understanding. Though Sky was puzzled, she dutifully booked the tickets, for when it came to these superheroes, her knowledge might surpass Huang Ming's in terms of information. Yet she was certainly not as acquainted with them as he was. He had fought alongside them in the Great Battle in New York. Meanwhile, in the stillness of night in London, Jane, now a doctor, gazed dreamily at the starry sky. She often reminisced about that strong and steadfast man, never allowing him to fade from her thoughts. She felt a pang of indignation that he had not taken the opportunity to visit her while in New York, instead choosing to frolic with his brother. Did he truly place his brother above her in his affections? If you're truly lonely, the handsome fellows in the bar downstairs could offer you some solace, Daisy said, her hair tousled and her eyes still heavy with sleep. If one isn't sufficient, you could always invite 2 for a bit of excitement. Such overt flirtation caused Jane's carefully cultivated mood to evaporate into exasperation. "Thank you, but no. Just remember to come rescue me tomorrow," Jane replied, rolling her eyes in resignation. Despite Daisy's vivacious and somewhat erratic personality, she proved to be quite dependable, which was why Jane cherished her friendship. "Absolutely," Daisy declared, her enthusiasm palpable as she playfully patted Jane's backside. "I will surely extract you before that fellow can launch his perfect assault, much like a knight charging into a castle to rescue a princess." Daisy's voice, tinged with a smoky timbre, paired with her boisterous demeanor, only added to her charm, enhancing her bold beauty. "Thank you, but I merely wish to focus on my current research. The readings from the instruments have been increasingly peculiar," Jane responded, gently restraining the exuberant Daisy with her words, drawing her back to reality. "Thus, I suspect that something significant or extraordinary is on the verge of manifesting." Daisy rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Well, it certainly won't be a sign of your muscle-bound hero returning." With a cheeky grin, she burst into laughter and dashed away. Infuriated, Jane resolved that when next she encountered Thor, she would certainly deliver a few well-deserved smacks. Achoo! Thor, reveling in drink and merriment in Asgard, sneezed, feeling a sudden chill sweep over him, prompting him to down another hearty mug of mead to ward off the cold. Chapter 76. The Boy's Adventurous Undertaking. London, a city that once stirred the world's affairs, holds the potential to do so once more in the future. If one were to characterize this fog-laden metropolis by the stages of human life, London would undoubtedly resemble a gentleman of middle age, slightly portly and marked by the passage of time. It bears the weight of past glories, the shadows of present despondency, and the subtle constriction of its veins. Yet, the greatest allure of this middle-aged man lies in his mist and dreary weather, which impart a sense of mystery or even enigma to the atmosphere. Much like the hairlines of men in this country, which are inexplicably similar and stubborn, leaving many perplexed. Thus, with an innate enthusiasm reminiscent of a California girl, Skye harbors an aversion to London's incessant rain. However, the mere prospect of encountering Thor is enough to overshadow all her grievances. In that moment, Skye sparkles with excitement akin to a child spotting bubble tea, much to Huang Ming's bemusement. After all, he is merely a god of thunder. Yet, where lies that elusive gemstone? Huang Ming ponders this vexing question, believing that this infinity stone is one of the essential conditions for the Ashen Messenger to become a reality. After all, the Tesseract resides in Asgard. The Mind Stone's whereabouts remain uncertain, and the remaining stones are scattered across the cosmos. Thus, the Reality Stone presents itself as the most accessible option. Stop talking already. Your nose is about to catch up with your fingers. As Huang Ming wrestles with his thoughts, a cacophony of children's voices interrupts, clearly the result of one child's boast being challenged by peers. Initially uninterested, he overhears George's ensuing proclamation. "No way. I truly flipped that fire truck over with one hand, and Kate can attest to it." George exclaims loudly. "Kate, quickly tell him it's true. I'm not lying." His voice crescendos with urgency and a hint of desperation. After a brief pause, a soft voice emerges. Yes, what George said is true. See, Kate never lies." George concludes triumphantly, his voice tinged with a nasal tone. Huang Ming can't help but chuckle, shaking his head. This little rascal will undoubtedly carry the moniker of Puppet George for some time to come. The narrative unfolds as George's companions remain skeptical, vowing to spread the tale of Puppet George throughout the school, predicting that he will soon have a long nose. This leaves George disheartened, weeping by the roadside, while the timid Kate sits beside him, offering comfort. "It's all right. I believe everything you say is true, and I saw it with my own eyes. I truly believe it." Suddenly, Huang Ming appears before the two children, who are taken aback, with Kate instinctively trying to hide behind George. Without wiping his tears, George stands protectively in front of Kate, warily questioning, "Who are you? Are you a bad guy?" As Huang Ming faced such a bold inquiry, he felt a sense of helplessness. However, he greatly admired the courage displayed by George. He truly was a good child, was he not? "I am merely an explorer," he remarked. "Yes, I have recently been delving into the wondrous things within the city of London, just like this. With that, a flame of indignation flared in Huang Ming's hand. Wow, cool. George was instantly captivated by this display. Had it not been for Kate tugging at his sleeve, he might have impulsively sought guidance from Huang Ming. The gentle pull allowed him to regain his composure, yet in the next moment, he could hardly contain himself. If I tell you about a marvelous place, will you teach me this? His face was alight with expectation, his blue eyes sparkling with stars. Of course, such knowledge belongs to the brave, Huang Ming conceded. Not far away, Sky finally emerged from a British fashion boutique, noticing her boyfriend animatedly conversing with two children. As she approached, she overheard the little boy exclaim, "Of course, I am the bravest. I dare to tell my mom where my dad hides his secret stash." Well, that's quite the revelation for a mother, she thought, while Kate beside him nodded in agreement, clearly envious of their childhood camaraderie. "It seems you are indeed very brave." "Young man," Sky said with a smile as she walked closer, her fitted sweater paired with a short skirt and a chic beige coat, which effortlessly eased Kate's final reservations. In the young girl's eyes, beauty equated to goodness, yet it often concealed greater dangers. "Just in time, our courageous George is about to take me on an adventure. Would you care to join us?" Huang Ming said gallantly, placing a hand over his heart as he extended an invitation to Sky for their boy's escapade. George, standing tall, puffed out his chest with pride. "Indeed, adventures are meant for knights and princesses, right, little princess?" Sky knelt down, pinching George's nose playfully before planting a kiss on bashful Kate's cheek, turning the blonde girl's face a delightful shade of crimson as she shyly embraced Sky. "What are we waiting for? Let's set off, my valiant George," Huang Ming exclaimed, exhilarated by this long-forgotten purity that washed over him. The innocence he had long since relegated to the shadows of his heart resurfaced. "Indeed, let us depart. Hey, what is your name?" George, initially commanding, faltered at the crucial moment, turning in frustration to Huang Ming. Sky erupted in laughter upon witnessing Huang Ming's comical display of feigned apology and blushing embarrassment. My apologies, Commander. You may call me Ming, and this is my girlfriend Sky." "Hello, little warrior and little princess," he greeted warmly. "I am Kate, and this is George," Kate said nervously, clutching the hem of her skirt as she introduced herself, her gaze shyly fixated on her fingers. Such innocence and vulnerability captivated Sky, revealing to her for the first time that children were not merely products of their pasts and orphanages. They possessed a beautiful, pure side, akin to little angels. "Let us embark on our journey, brave warriors," George exclaimed, leading the charge, suddenly feeling lighter. He was about to shout in excitement when he realized Huang Ming had hoisted him onto his shoulder. "Come on, George. I believe this will be swifter and more exhilarating." Behind them, Sky cautiously extended her arms, while Kate whispered a soft thank you, allowing Sky to embrace her. "Oh, we're off." Huang Ming patted George's calf, signaling him to hold on tightly, and then joyfully shouted. They swiftly followed the direction George indicated. At that moment, Jane, her close friend, and the intern were also heading towards the site where the data anomalies had been detected. Chapter 77. Ether particles. The location George mentioned was not far. Before long, Huang Ming arrived at the seemingly abandoned factory, following George's guidance. A large truck lay overturned in the expansive lot outside, and George, filled with excitement, waved his legs and urged Huang Ming to set him down. "Hurry, you'll be amazed. It's inside. I'll lead you there. I await with bated breath. But if there's any danger, remember to stand behind me," Huang Ming cautioned as he held on to George, not wanting to see the child come to harm for any reason. Simultaneously, he sent a message to the blacksmith shop that had accepted his order, requesting the delivery of the goods. "Don't worry. I've been here many times. Nothing will happen. Just follow me," George confidently proclaimed. And even Sky began to believe that this child was not fabricating tales. It was likely true, yet her common sense reminded her that a child could not possibly achieve the feats he described. However, Sky overlooked the fact that the world had changed dramatically since World War II. Joyfully, George raced ahead while Huang Ming hastened to keep pace, attentively observing their surroundings. Although his senses were not as acute as a wizard's, he felt an unusual agitation within him as they entered the factory, as if something was beckoning or drawing them closer. This is my and Kate's secret base, discovered when I was chased by a large dog last time. George cheerfully shared his greatest secret with his new friends. Huang Ming's belief in him fostered a reciprocal trust, a simple yet profound bond. In George's eyes, two individuals who can trust one another can easily become good friends. You have no idea how fierce that dog was. It almost caught me and bit my backside, George said, rubbing his rear as he glanced back with a hint of fear. His expression quickly transformed into excitement. But brave George let it inside and cleverly defeated it with my magical powers. That wicked dog vanished into a mysterious corner. Really? You're quite impressive. Huang Ming listened to George's tale, envisioning the frantic little one, shouting and running in every direction. However, the dog's disappearance raised a cautionary flag for Huang Ming regarding their upcoming exploration. It likely resided in a subspace, and returning would depend on sheer luck. Contemplating this, Huang Ming touched his face, reassuring himself that he had used facial cleanser that morning, which should suffice. At last, the moment has arrived. George led Huang Ming and Sky to an expansive area, surrounded on all sides by ascending staircases, where sunlight streamed down from the upper levels, illuminating an old fire truck that sparkled brilliantly. However, Huang Ming could clearly see that the truck's tires were entirely off the ground. "Watch closely," exclaimed George. "Goodness, unbelievable." He approached the fire truck, his diminutive arms reaching up to rest on the front wheel, and with a swift motion, he lifted it. To their astonishment, the entire vehicle defied the laws of physics, tumbling gracefully in midair. Sky, utterly astonished, covered her mouth, pondering whether England was not the domain of Newton. "Wow, is this magic?" Daisy's incredulous voice echoed through the scene. Huang Ming and the others turned to look, while George quickly pulled Kate behind the adults and then loudly inquired, "Who are you? Are you witches?" All right, this lad was completely immersed in his role-playing, but he couldn't be blamed. Daisy, with her disheveled hair and heavy makeup, and Jane, holding an unfamiliar instrument, had led this fantasy and sci-fi enthusiast to misunderstand. Hello, I'm Jane, an astrophysicist, not a witch," she replied. The first part directed at Huang Ming, and the latter part aimed at George. To her surprise, George, with an even greater conviction, shouted, "Wow, you must be a witch. You can read the stars." Amused, Daisy decided to tease George by making a frightening face. "Yes, we are witches, here to take this mischievous child to write his homework." In a show of camaraderie, George playfully nudged Huang Ming, clearly ready for the hero's moment. "Daisy, please don't do that," Jane interjected, lightly tapping Daisy's arm. A hint of embarrassment in her tone. Sorry, my friend enjoys playing around. Please don't take offense. May I ask what is happening here?" As she spoke, she displayed the instrument S screen to Huang Ming and Sky. Though he was eager to respond, Huang Ming shrugged, indicating his own confusion. He stepped aside, revealing George, who looked somewhat annoyed. With a defeated expression, he suggested, "How about I show you something else?" He then led everyone up the stairs, pausing around the 10th floor to pick up an empty bottle. Turning back with an air of mystery, he said, "Prepare to be amazed. This is even more extraordinary." He then hurled the bottle downwards. "What's so special about that?" "My goodness." Daisy's assistant began to speak, only to witness the empty bottle fall back down from above, leaving him astonished, mouth agape, and eyes nearly bulging. His head bobbed in rhythm with the bottle's descent, while Jane's instrument displayed increasingly dramatic fluctuations in its readings and position. She turned around to continue her search for the source of the anomaly. Huang Ming, sensing her unease, instructed Sky to watch over George and the others while he pursued her to uncover what was happening. Jian, focused on the readings of her instruments, pondered the cause of the earlier phenomenon, unaware that the surrounding space was becoming increasingly peculiar, with ripples beginning to manifest. Strangely, the corridor, which had previously been devoid of wind, was now beset by a fierce gale. Huang Ming, following closely behind her, felt the intensity escalate as the fury within him surged, enveloping him in a fiery red aura. "Wow!" Jian suddenly exclaimed, a moment before an immense force drew her deeper into the corridor. Huang Ming intended to exert his strength to resist, but suddenly the ground beneath him gave way, and the force shifted, pulling him directly into the floorboards. The corridor soon returned to a serene stillness, as if nothing had ever transpired. Awakening in an unknown, shadowy realm, Huang Ming found himself amidst a dimly lit space. The ground strewn with battered stone slabs and remnants of walls scattered about. A towering stone pillar loomed ahead, inscribed with cryptic symbols. Yet the pillar was fractured at about human height, revealing something nestled within. What is this place? Jian stirred awake, startled by the red glow enveloping Huang Ming. I'm not certain, but I can affirm it is where we discarded the drink bottle earlier, Huang Ming replied, tossing his car keys. Evidently a consequence of the careless antics of Daisy or the intern. A cacophony of whispers surrounded Jian, inducing discomfort and prompting her to instinctively draw closer to Huang Ming, the only familiar presence in this disconcerting place. What is that? Jian's curiosity was piqued by the object within the pillar. She took a cautious step forward, gripping Huang Ming's hand for reassurance. Huang Ming recognized it as the ethereal particle, the very reality gem that had nearly cost Jian her life. As anticipated, the moment Jian approached, the particle surged into her body. A sharp pain elicited a cry from her, causing her to recoil and clutch Huang Ming's arm tightly. Huh! A sudden sting coursed through Huang Ming's arm as well, and he gazed in disbelief at the ethereal particles swirling around him. How'd I get caught up in this? It dawned on him that his own inner rage must have drawn the particles towards him. At that moment, Jian, overwhelmed by the ethereal energy, fainted. Huang Ming rushed to support her, but was met with a wave of dizziness. In an instant, both of them found themselves standing abruptly in a desolate area of an abandoned factory, the distant wail of sirens echoing ominously outside. Chapter 78. The angry Thor. The cosmos and the stars are said to provide answers to any seeker of truth. The origin of this phrase remains unknown, as does the moment it might be overturned. Yet, for Heimdall, this statement resonates with truth. As the god who can perceive the nine realms, Thor has always regarded it as his steadfast companion. Thus, when Jane's figure vanished between the realms, Heimdall promptly focused his energies to investigate, only to find not a single trace, as if this individual had never graced the world. He immediately informed Thor, who had come seeking solace. When Thor, filled with urgency, arrived on Earth, he was greeted by the sight of Jane, accompanied by a rather handsome young man. Thor could sense the formidable power radiating from the young man, causing a wave of tension within him. Where have you been? Sky exclaimed upon seeing her boyfriend, rushing into his embrace. With a quavering voice, she added, You've been gone for nearly 4 hours, and everything around turned terrifying. You're a bad person. Huang Ming quickly wrapped his arms around Sky, soothing her back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Everything is fine. I just fell into a wondrous place. He then displayed the car keys he had found in the mysterious realm, which surprised Sky. Isn't this from a space you fell into? Are you hurt? Do you feel unwell? She anxiously began to search Huang Ming for any signs of distress. Huang Ming chuckled at her frantic concern. If you're worried, we can head back to the hotel. There's no need to linger here. Get lost, Sky retorted playfully, a light-hearted banter that struck a heavy blow to Jane's heart. After all, she too was in a relationship with a god no less, a being that enchanted most women. Why had that insufferable oaf disappeared at such a time? How was she to navigate this interstellar romance? Was she to rely on toys? As Jane's mood soured, the previously bright weather transformed into a torrential downpour, accompanied by distant thunder. Yet, astonishingly, not a drop of rain fell within a meter of Huang Ming and Jane. The ground remained dry, as if the deluge were artfully contained. Just as Jane pondered this oddity, she turned and beheld the figure she had longed for, tall, with a gaze that blended wildness with an alluring depth. His handsome face was complemented by an aura of both dominance and a hint of charm. In that moment, Thor too noticed the mixture of grievance and overflowing affection in Jane's eyes. He rushed toward her, his expression filled with love and concern. A pang of guilt surged through him, coupled with relief, for had anything untoward happened to Jane, he felt as though the world might collapse, especially upon seeing the tears glistening in her eyes. Jane, in a fit of emotion, Jane swiftly delivered a resounding slap. "You dog, where have you been? I've nearly choked on my own heartbreak." At this moment, Jane's combat prowess surged to a godly level, leaving Thor bewildered by her fierce slap. "I can explain." With another swift strike, Jane chided, "Must you be such a dullard, you Nordic brute? Do you only think of your brother and your hammer? Why didn't you come find me when you were in New York?" This pointed inquiry finally snapped Thor back to reality, without uttering another word. He enveloped Jane in a deep kiss. The situation was dire, and I could only make such a choice. Following this, he kissed her again, and Jane's tempestuous demeanor was completely drowned in Thor's fervor. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Jotunheim sighed for Sif's unrequited feelings. "Thank goodness you didn't strike me earlier," Huang Ming mused. Momentarily taken aback, he realized that all women could be so fiercely formidable before their boyfriends. However, he sensed the envy emanating from his side. Yes, Sky too envied Jane for having such a commanding partner. Huang Ming deemed it prudent to remain silent, simply holding Sky as they observed the romantic drama unfold. "Are you Dr. Jane Foster?" A police officer approached through the pouring rain, eyeing Thor with a wary gaze, sensing the danger that loomed from the man before him. "What brings you here today?" "Hey, treat my woman with respect," Thor warned imperiously, yet the officer paid no heed, directly touching the entranced Jane. In an instant, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from her, sending the police car and officer flying, even pushing Thor several meters back. The ether particles within Jane surged, awakening a fragment of ether within Huang Ming, creating a strange gravitational pull between them. Consequently, the unconscious Jane was drawn into Huang Ming's embrace, with Sky caught in between. The force intensified, eliciting a pained gasp from Sky. Seeing Sky's face flush from being wedged, Huang Ming quickly yanked her out, and without obstruction, he and Jane found themselves in an intimate posture, pressed closely together. Feeling the warmth emanating from her, Huang Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. To be in such a compromising position with Thor's girlfriend was undeniably the most thrilling experience of the year. "Jane!" Thor roared, rushing over, yet hesitated, fearing that further contact might provoke unforeseen consequences. Meanwhile, Huang Ming sensed an unsettling energy flowing from Jane into himself, her vitality rapidly diminishing. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he feared for Jane's life, knowing well the wrath Thor could unleash if she were to perish in his arms. Thor was never one to remain calm. His muscles often reacted faster than his mind. Thus, Huang Ming pressed both hands against Jane's back, gritting his teeth, and with a sudden force, propelled her away from him. "Jane!" Thor's reflexes kicked in, and in a few swift strides, he caught her. However, Jane's complexion was alarmingly pale, her breaths weak. As she recognized the familiar presence, she stirred back to consciousness, calling out, "Thor," before promptly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Thor lifted his gaze towards Huang Ming, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Believe me, no one wishes to be in this state, and I assure you, it is not my doing." Huang Ming's attempts at explanation only stoked the flames of Thor's anger. Just moments ago, he had been well, and now, after a brief embrace, he was on the verge of death, bloodied and gasping. Am I blind? There exists a saying that concern breeds chaos, and at this moment, Thor epitomized this adage perfectly. If only he could calm his mind, he would recognize Huang Ming's innocence. However, the guilt over his failure to protect Jian had morphed into a seething rage, a fury that typically demands an outlet through combat. Unfortunately, Huang Ming became the target for this emotional release. Chapter 79, Battling the God of Thunderbang. "No!" Sky cried out in terror and helplessness, finally recalling the identity of the bearded giant, Thor, the god of thunder. In the blink of an eye, her boyfriend had been sent flying by a single strike from the formidable figure, who showed no intent of halting his assault. Summoning back his hammer, Thor charged towards Huang Ming's position. Bang! Yet, before Thor could draw near, Huang Ming retaliated with a similar attack, sending him hurtling away. It was not only Thor who wielded a hammer. The warrior who had mastered the Stormbreaker was equally formidable. In the next moment, a black steel gauntlet shattered the wall with ease, as if tearing through paper, and a menacing, primal aura enveloped the air. reminiscent of a slumbering beast awakening to reveal its ferocious gaze. If you believe this method will calm you, I would be more than willing to provide a reality check while you familiarize yourself with the new. Huang Ming's voice resonated as if emanating from within a metal canister. The next instant, a suit of armor, predominantly black, materialized around him. The shoulder pads bore the ghastly visage of howling skulls, with flickers of blue flames emanating from their mouths. The full-face helmet extended into two sharp horns, and the breastplate and greaves were adorned with skeletal motifs. Amidst the downpour, the visibility for onlookers became hazy, creating an illusion of a dark demon standing before them. "I will crush you to smithereens." Thor, consumed by rage, paid no heed to Huang Ming's transformation. He swung the mighty Mjolnir, the thunderous sound reverberating across the clearing. The power of lightning began to coalesce around him, blue serpents of electricity coursing over his form. The hammer, now encircled by crackling energy, transformed into a radiant wheel of blue and violet light. Observing Thor, who appeared to be clad in an armor of thunder, Huang Ming conjured a black, single-edged sword, its hilt steady in his grip. This great sword bore a jagged void along 2/3 of its spine, where a peculiar red energy pulsated. "Ashbringer," Huang Ming mused, and it materialized in his grasp, just as it had before being struck by the god of thunder. With a resounding crack, the cement ground fractured, the immense force parting the rainwater, creating a path devoid of droplets, leading directly to Thor. As the black projectile pierced through the curtain of rain, Huang Ming charged towards Thor, immediately drawing his blade for a devastating upward strike, delivering a lethal blow that cut through with deadly precision. Although Thor could not clearly discern Huang Ming's movement, his years of battle-hardened reflexes kicked in, and he roared as he swung his hammer downward. The two engaged in a fierce clash, abandoning any semblance of graceful technique, relying solely on raw, unbridled strength. The ensuing shockwave shattered the surroundings, with crimson fury and azure lightning clashing violently, neither able to overpower the other. The onlookers were momentarily spellbound by the wild intensity of the confrontation, their hearts resonating with its ferocity. Among them, Sky, recovering from her stupor, quickly recalled the reason behind Thor's wrath and turned to assist the now speechless Jane in moving to a safer location, with a drenched Daisy hastily following suit. With a swift motion, Huang Ming seized Thor's hammer-wielding arm, while Thor raised his sword to block the downward strike, entering a state of grappling. However, it was not long before Thor, bolstered by Asgardian power, began to gain the upper hand. As lightning gathered around his armor, he transitioned from defense to offense, intent on delivering a punishing blow to Huang Ming at close range. Truly the son of Odin, Huang Ming marveled, but Thor scoffed dismissively, poised to remind his opponent that during his conquest across the 9 realms, humanity was still ensnared in a primitive society. Yet, without warning, an overwhelming force bore down upon him from above, catching Thor entirely off guard, causing him to bow his head momentarily before darkness enveloped him, followed by a sudden, crushing blow to his face. With a resounding impact, Huang Ming's knee struck hard, freeing himself from Thor's grasp. In an instant, the crimson fury ignited before Thor, transforming into a surging wave of energy that slammed into his chest like a battering ram, propelling him several meters away. The combination of war's ferocity and the shockwave left Thor thoroughly overwhelmed. However, as he soared through the air, Thor seized the opportunity to stabilize himself, regaining his composure before crashing to the ground. He let out a furious roar, charging once more at Huang Ming. This time, the lightning no longer coalesced around his form, but instead concentrated in his grip on Mjolnir, the hammer illuminating the sky with a brilliant blue-white glow. Dark clouds swirled above, forming a massive vortex, causing the meteorological office in England to despair. Thor's thunderous assault ignited the last remnants of reason within Huang Ming. Emerging from the illusion, he had yet to find a suitable outlet for the pent-up rage that had accumulated within him. Initially, Liu Zhan seemed the ideal target, but now a more formidable adversary had presented himself. Confronting Thor, his previously fiery anger deepened into a profound crimson, and the Ashbringer in his hand transformed into a sword of crimson wrath. With a thunderous roar, rage was unleashed, creating a deep crater in the ground akin to the impact of a cannonball. In an instant, Huang Ming vanished from his position, propelled by an unmatched fervor, and bravely leapt towards Thor, narrowing the distance between them. Lightning, fury, war hammers, and great swords collided in the air, as deities and mortals engaged in the most lethal of assaults without a hint of restraint. Thor's lightning struck and pierced Huang Ming's armor. Yet the excruciating pain only fueled Huang Ming's madness, intensifying his wrath. The Ashbringer in his grasp extended into a 3-meter-long blade, delivering a ferocious slash that cleaved through Thor's armor and tore into the flesh beneath. Thor's crimson cloak was shredded apart. With a resounding crash, they fell, creating 2 small craters. However, Huang Ming, embodying the descent of God, was the first to rise. The right side of his chest plate was completely torn away by the lightning, revealing charred flesh beneath. It appeared that even the divine presence could not withstand the might of the god of thunder. Yet, Huang Ming sensed that Thor's injuries were equally grave, if not worse. With deliberate steps, Huang Ming approached Thor. The Ashbringer pointed at him. "Are you now able to listen calmly, son of Odin?" Thor nodded, the disdain and anger that had initially filled his eyes dissipating. The agony coursing through his body made him realize that this earthling was not weaker than him, and possibly even stronger. "I regret what has happened concerning your girlfriend, but it is not my fault. Rather, it is an entity within us that is at play, siphoning our life force to strengthen itself." As Huang Ming spoke, Thor began to grasp the gravity of the situation, and he struggled to respond. "Thus, if you wish to save your girlfriend, it would likely require assistance from Asgard, as Earth lacks the necessary physicians." Huang Ming articulated Thor's unvoiced thoughts, prompting a sigh of relief from Thor, who closed his eyes and nodded. Silently, he lifted Mjolnir, and a bolt of lightning struck him, visibly accelerating the healing of his wounds. Seeing that the two were no longer in conflict, Sky approached, supporting Jane. Her heart raced with a mix of excitement for her boyfriend's victory over Thor and concern for his injuries. Chapter 80. The Power of Ether Particles and Poor Transportation. My goodness. Are you all right? Although Sky was assisting Jane, the closer they got to the battleground, the more her heart raced with shock and fear. Upon reaching Huang Ming's side, she rushed towards him, anxiously examining his wounds. Her fingers trembled as they grazed his injuries, tears brimming in her eyes. "Does it hurt?" Huang Ming shook his head, enveloping Sky in a warm embrace, holding her tightly as if to merge their beings. This act was meant to reassure her of his recovery, though he knew that the miraculous abilities he possessed were due to the ether particles within him, or what could be referred to as the reality stone, a treasure capable of altering reality itself. Like the indomitable suit adorning his body, the Ashbringer in his grasp, and the swift recovery from his wounds, all were manifestations of the reality gems within him. At the onset of battle, Huang Ming wished for a set of armor, and to his surprise, his beloved indomitable suit materialized. Following that, the Ashbringer, his most adept weapon, came forth. It was only during the fray that he fully comprehended the reasons behind it all. Reflecting on his injuries, he jested, "Who hasn't seen Naruto? The Uchiha Forbidden Techniques, an enhanced version of Marvel's Izanagi." Thus, Huang Ming crafted his abilities, yet he could distinctly feel the ether particles within him lying dormant, their initial vitality having waned. Furthermore, his rage, which had been activated since the battle's conclusion, was steadily dissipating, clearly indicating that the ether particles were absorbing energy to replenish themselves. "You are quite formidable, Earthling. Might you divulge your name?" Thor's tone, now devoid of the pride characteristic of a deity, adopted a more egalitarian and respectful demeanor. "You may call me Ming." "Interestingly, I have also fought on the battlefield of New York," Huang Ming replied, prompting Thor to scrutinize him closely, striving to recall the events of the New York skirmish. Soon, a spark of recognition illuminated Thor's eyes, akin to a light bulb being switched on in his mind. He smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh, it's you, the boy in the pink pants. Ha ha ha. My apologies. I hardly recognized you once you donned your attire." Sky, intrigued, gazed at her boyfriend. Having never anticipated that Huang Ming possessed such, well, peculiar monikers. Yet, the jovial atmosphere was abruptly overshadowed by an intense aura of menace, causing the soil in the pit to tremble slightly. With a smile, Huang Ming responded, "Yes. Ah, I'm so glad you remember me. It's truly astounding how one can become unrecognizable in clothing. Must you, the god of thunder, speak so freely? Have you indulged too much in Asgardian literature, seeking to make Odin experience the sorrow of losing a child in his twilight years? You rascal, beware, for I might just support Loki's ascent and unleash your sister upon you, you scoundrel. Gentlemen, if you wish to engage in pleasantries, might we first attend to my matters?" Jane interjected, unable to bear the banter any longer. Her beloved, despite being strikingly handsome, possessing a commendable physique, and wielding exceptional skill with a hammer, still had much to offer beyond the superficial. Naturally, she sensed his continual weakening, prompting her to ease the tension. "All right, wait. Jane, I shall take you back to Asgard for healing. Trust me, my father will certainly be able to cure you." Thor coughed, and of course you too, Ming. Noticing Thor and Jane were about to delve into a melodramatic exchange, Huang Ming quickly interjected, reminding them of the presence of others. A brief separation can be understood, but once his health concerns were addressed, they could revel as they pleased. For now, healing was paramount, and health remained of utmost importance. Just as Thor raised his hammer, Sky wore an expression brimming with excitement. They were about to embark on a journey to the realm of the gods, which was undeniably exhilarating. "Heimdall!" Thor bellowed, and a radiant beam of light descended from the heavens. To Huang Ming, this scene resonated as a profound expression from an alternate childhood. The sole method to awaken the ancient giants is to simmer the great bones into broth. Oh no! The ancient transforming into light, a phrase that intruded upon his mind, unyielding and irrational. Yet in the next moment, Huang Ming could not afford to linger on that thought. A sudden wave of intense dizziness and a sensation of being pulled enveloped every corner of his body, while the frantic shouts of Sky echoed in his ears. He felt akin to a garment tossed into a spin dryer or a mass of noodles being mercilessly beaten. He finally comprehended the agony of those afflicted by motion sickness. Amidst a stretch of time that Thor perceived as fleeting but Huang Ming experienced as prolonged, he stumbled alongside Sky, emerging from the blinding light, nearly collapsing before the very presence of Jotunheim. "Greetings, you blasphemous human," Heimdall proclaimed, brandishing his grand sword, its starry brilliance reflecting the cold malice in his eyes. "Is this truly how you Asgardians extend your welcome? It is quite the fervent display." Huang Ming straightened his posture, anger coalescing before him, ready to erupt. A wave of scorching heat burst forth within a 5-meter fan-shaped radius, propelling Heimdall violently against the wall. The observation chamber trembled, alarming the Asgardian guards stationed outside, who rushed in, weapons drawn, directed at Huang Ming. "You, lower your weapon." Huang Ming cast a glance at Thor, silently inquiring whether he should continue. Thor hastily intervened, halting the guard's advance. "Stand down. This is my guest. We are merely engaged in playful banter." The guards exchanged glances, conceding that the playful antics of their superior were indeed quite formidable, creating such a ruckus that even the walls trembled. "So, do you now believe your prince fell, not due to other reasons?" Huang Ming inquired, aiding Heimdall to his feet. He was acutely aware of the Asgardian gatekeeper's intentions and recognized Thor's combat prowess, but attributed his own victory to that peculiar force. Thus, upon testing his strength, it became evident, perhaps Huang Ming indeed had the advantage of the ether particles, yet his own capabilities were not vastly inferior to Thor's. "You are not merely a terrestrial human, are you? I perceive a certain greatness within you." "Me? Is that light I sense?" Huang Ming responded. "I bear the bloodline of Titans." Heimdall, taken aback by this revelation, expressed his astonishment. "Ah, that explains it. You are capable of withstanding Thor's lightning." Heimdall finally resolved his internal queries, for he could scarcely fathom that a mere earthling could best Odin's son. Little did this observer know that, in the future, there would indeed be earthlings capable of triumphing over Odin's progeny.